Okay, there's an 8-second delay, Nerd Squad. It is 6:17 p.m. PST. The live stream before this didn't end with the time because I thought that it began at 6:15. It began at 6:10, guys. So I went 5 minutes over the maximum recording time of the YouTube live stream. They stopped recording at 12 hours. I took a screenshot of it. Nothing happened. I was singing that song, PIMP by 50 Cent, or sung by 50 Cent. My front door was closed and locked. As you can see in the live stream before this, I went out there to grab my 3-day late cat food that was delivered a couple of hours ago. So let's get to today's letter. But before we do, here's a few things that I need to say to begin with. This live stream should run until 6 something in the morning tomorrow, November 30th, Saturday in the morning. If for any reason it ends without me telling you the time, then it is 90% likely it was due to the federal felons upstairs, and 10% likely it was due to me not realizing that I went 5 minutes over, like what just occurred. Be advised that in that event, a live stream will be initiated as soon as I realize one is not running, and that my front door will remain closed as it has for the last 101 days, unless I'm holding a YouTube live stream in front of me. Actually, more than 101 days, 111 days. Yeah, the last 111 days of the last 114, I've been illegally detained. I have not gone outside or opened my front door. And as you may be doing the math, you're like, oh, that's before your kids were kidnapped. Yes, indeed. I've not opened my door or stepped foot outside without running a YouTube live stream, and I won't be. I've also had orders for over 2 months that for the final illegal entry attempt, which I don't even know if that's something that's still occurring or not at this point in time, I'm to stay inside and not to respond in any way, but to film it. So in the event a live stream is shut off and then that illegal entry attempt is attempted, I will be filming it on a device that's not connected to the internet while attempting to initiate a live stream. Now, beyond that, I'm going to give you a URL link that you should write down because of what I'm going to be reading to you. It is facebook.com/mystic Gwen loves only you, facebook.com/mystic Gwen loves only you, facebook.com/mystic Gwen loves only you. There, you're going to be able to see every cease and desist letter that I've sent since September 15th of this year. You may be interested in all of the cease and desist letters I've had to send beginning September 13th of last year. And if you're interested in those, just write a letter to the Seattle FBI field office and or to the North Everett Police Precinct and ask for the hundreds of copies of cease and desist letters they've received for 14 plus months. On that Facebook page, other than seeing those cease and desist letters, on the left-hand side, you're going to see a link for my Twitter. You're going to want to click that because the FBI wants everyone watching this and everyone that I speak to until I have been paid, my sons have been returned, and I'm no longer illegally detained, to go to my Twitter account, log in, and on the upper corner on the right, you should see a section that says highlights for my page. You're going to want to click that, and there you will see how in December of last year, I reported pretty much all of these current felonies I'm the victim of, less being held hostage, or as the FBI puts it, illegally detained concurrent with witness tampering charges for the last 114 days. Also, be advised, I need to change the title to this video and upload a thumbnail, which I will do as I proceed with the remaining task that I also need to do, such as read the letter that was revised and sent today. So this letter was sent to everyone that all of the cease and desist letters since September 15th have been sent to, and then some additional people, i.e. everyone that has failed to comply, chosen intentional and deliberate misconduct, everyone that owes me money, has perpetrated over 100 crimes against me without abatement in the last 14 plus months. It's also been sent to some friends and allies of the FBI and of me, and anyone and everyone that could have blown the whistle that I specifically had a way to contact. regarding the 14-month plus crime spree I've been a victim of. So this letter was sent and received by everybody today, November 29th, 2024 at 5:45 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. It has been revised. It is not the same exact letter. I am going to read it verbatim, and that is only because this letter went out today, and other than the time, nothing's changed. So I'll change the time. Like right now, it's 6:22 p.m. PST. So let's read this letter. To the North Everett Precinct, DCYF, Unit 207, the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, the Snohomish County Judges, Commissioners, and Clerks, Snohomish County Sheriff's Office, Alderwood Property Management, Anne Marie Bauer, Erica Owens, Richard Garcia, all other named individuals involved in this matter, regarding legal notice, escalation of criminal charges, and imminent civil action. This letter serves as formal notification of the following. Illegal detention and witness tampering. As of today, November 29th, 2024, I, Lynette Renee Hansen, also known as Mystic Gwen, have been illegally and criminally detained for 114 days. This continued detention constitutes witness tampering, U.S. Code 1815-12, and other criminal acts by numerous City of Everett employees, which will be pursued through the Federal Bureau of Investigation. That Benadryl's wearing off, guys, and I had shoved my head all over my cat today, so I might sneeze a couple times. Actionable threats and ongoing criminal conspiracy. For the past 14 months, with the exception of 2 Fridays in October 2024 and last Friday, individuals associated with the North Everett Precinct and the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office have, through various third and fourth parties, engaged in a pattern of harassment, threats, and criminal actions against me. These actions, which escalate every Friday, include, but are not limited to, kidnapping my sons. This has already been perpetrated, RCW 9A.40, and is a felony. The FBI, prosecutors, police, DCYF, my multiple times convicted stalker, and extortionist mother will be charged accordingly. Wrongful arrest and/or commitment. This remains an ongoing threat, RCW 9A.36 and RCW 71.05. This is especially concerning given that I've not been served with any legal documents since February of last year, 2023, when my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser engaged in vexatious service of process, serving me 7 times with the same documents. Furthermore, I have not filed a notice of pro se appearance in any case, and there are no exceptions or exigent circumstances that would permit any party to attempt to execute fraudulent orders obtained through fraudulent service. Any such attempt will be met with legal action, including charges of stalking, harassment, criminal trespass, ADA violations, and civil rights violations concurrent with a Class A felony of witness tampering. Illegal eviction from my home. This involves a plan to criminally and illegally evict me from my residence of 12 years, a property for which I have paid closing costs in excess of 5 times to my extortionist mother, who has been complicit in these illegal actions. RCW 59.12 and RCW 59.18. Defamation and false accusations of mental illness. Over a year ago, my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, who had been blacklisted by DCYF for over 16 unfounded reports against me, his victim, stated in text messages that he now has friends within DCYF, and that my neighbors and the police would be involved in falsely claiming I am mentally ill. This constitutes defamation, RCW 9A.36, and a conspiracy to deprive me of my civil rights, U.S. Code 42, 1985. These claims have been repeatedly adjudicated in Snohomish Superior Court over 7 times, where psychologists have consistently diagnosed him as delusional and a pathological liar, and myself as a victim with Asperger's. Disregard for cease and desist letters and ongoing criminal violations. Despite receiving cease and desist letters dated October 20th, 2024, October 15th, 2024, which includes the September 15th, 2024 letter, detailing ongoing federal and state felonies, gross misdemeanors, and civil rights and ADA violations, you have continued your unlawful actions. These letters explicitly outlined instances of criminal trespass, RCW 9A.52, harassment, RCW 9A.46, stalking, RCW 9A.46, including 14 plus months of cyber stalking and online attacks, complicity and extortion, RCW 9A.56, fraudulent service and attempted interference with legal process, RCW 9A.72. I have not been served anything since 2023. Any and all claims elsewise are demonstrably false due to ongoing live stream evidence. Per the FBI, this means many people have fraudulent court orders, imminent liability, and nothing more than illegally enforceable documents. Interference with mail, U.S. Code 18-1701. This includes the ongoing and deliberate blocking of my mail-in deliveries by the federal felons residing above me. My cat's food is now 3 days delayed solely due to their actions, which may constitute animal cruelty under RCW 16.52. Civil rights violations, U.S. Code 42-1983. ADA violations, U.S. Code 42-12101. These cease and desist letters, sent over a period of 13 months, served as clear warnings to cease your illegal activities. Your continued disregard for these warnings demonstrates blatant disregard for the law and my fundamental rights. Intent to pursue legal action. In the event of my release prior to your detainment and arraignment, I will pursue legal action against each and every one of you. This includes, but is not limited to, the North Everett precinct officer captured on my YouTube live stream attempting to illegally enter my home, moving private property to stalk me and peering into my living room, accompanied by individuals identified by the FBI as federal felons facing imprisonment. All individuals involved in the planning and authorization of each and every separate incident as outlined above. Fraudulent bench warrant. Any attempt to enforce a fraudulent bench warrant is illegal. While this letter is not required in such an event, I will demand a payment of $1 million in addition to the $2.4 million the FBI has already determined I am entitled to. Due to the extensive criminal actions of DCYF Unit 207, the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County prosecutors, my neighbors who are employed by or related to the aforementioned parties, and any other third or fourth parties involved in this conspiracy. Based on observed comments, I believe the intent was to wrongfully arrest me, allow the aforementioned extortionists to change the locks on my home, and illegally detain me in jail. ADA compliance. Pursuant to the Americans with Disabilities Act, I demand this letter be filed in each and every case associated with my legal names, Lynette Renee Hansen and Mystic Gwen. Disclaimer, this letter is not legal advice. I strongly urge all recipients to seek immediate legal counsel. And that's the end of the letter, guys. It's now 6:29 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, November 29th, 2024. I'm not going to do a tour of the house because I did a tour of the house in the preceding live stream at the beginning. So if you'd like to see a tour, just click on that one. And I'm pretty sure that it takes place during the first 30 minutes. What's the next thing I have to do? Oh, you're going to hear something I've already said because I do have orders to play this live stream on another laptop. But first I have to take a picture of myself and email it to myself and set it as the thumbnail and change the title to this video. Beyond that, I have nothing else to say for the time being. My allergies are also really bad, so I'm struggling to breathe through my super duper congested nose for the time being. And I'm going to put back on a podcast I was listening to. It is new to me. It's called The Vault. It's on Spotify. So if anybody is wondering what I'm listening to, that's it. It's the very first season and the very first episode.
Yes, please come in. Thank you again. I'm Jonas Larsson. You must be Dr. Talatore. Yes, nice to meet you, Mr. Tomlinson. Jonas will be fine. Please, come in. Pour some coffee. We're waiting on others. Thank you, Jonas. And Rosa will be fine. Are you also on the expedition? Yes. Hello. Hi. I'm Walter Heath, the repair technician and IT specialist. And you, Dr. Dolatore, are you a geologist? Volcanologist? I don't know what Siege Group would need out there beside me in a warm overcoat. Rosa, please. And I am a medical doctor. I've worked on Svalbard for companies before. I'm there to make sure you and the others on the expedition come back in good health, Mr. Heath. Walter is fine. Jonas, are you on the expedition? Yes. I'm the Siege Group's project manager. And that entails? I report back on the status of outpost stations and assess their matters. So you are the man to impress. Yes, come in. You must be Dr. Schumann Weiss and Mr. Kastner. Mr. Kastner, Dr. Schumann Weiss. This is Dr. Rosa Talatore and Mr. Walter Heath. I am Jonas Thoresson, the representative for CITIA. Now that we're all here, I would like to begin the short presentation regarding our goal at Outpost Freestead. Mr. Thoresson, I see coffee. Is there coffee? Please call me Jonas. And my apologies, there's coffee over there. Please make yourself comfortable while I set up the presentation. Are you recording? Yes, it's for my travel logs. Does it bother you? No. And what do you contribute to our little expedition, Mr. Kastner? Have you ever been to Svalbard before, Mr. Heath? Walter is fine. And no, I've never been this far north before at all. Not many people have. I'm here to make sure you don't break down and get stuck out atop a glacier negative 17 degrees or get stalked by a polar bear when you go out to repair whatever it is you all need to fix. Well, it is calming to know the company has thought so much about our safety. Hello, everyone. As the representative of CITIA Group, I would like to thank you for accepting the offered position for the examination and repair expedition out to Outpost Freestead. CITIA Group knows it was a short notice, but we are appreciative and hope you find yourself in the position to aid CITIA further in the future. Several weeks ago, our transmission from Outpost Freestead was received at CITIA Group's primary receiving station here in Nialesa. While we mostly operate mining contracts around Svalbard, CITIA Group is also an established surveyor here and across multiple Scandinavian countries. Excuse me, I'm not sure if I got this right. I think I heard something about polar bears. They must be hibernating about now. Polar bears do not hibernate.
Okay, Nerd Squad, at 6:35 p.m. I've changed the thumbnail and adjusted the title. Now I am going to play this video on a different laptop and make sure there's audio in the video. So pausing the podcast. Also, Nerd Squad, I'll confirm the thumbnail is visible. Alright, Nerd Squad, the thumbnail is visible. Let's make sure there's audio. My front door will remain closed as it has for the last 101 days. Unless I'm holding a YouTube live stream in front of me. Actually, more than 101 days. 111 days, yeah. The last 111 days of the last 114 I've been illegally detained. I have not gone outside or opened my front door, and as you may be doing the math, you're like, oh, that's before your kids were kidnapped. Yes, indeed. I've not opened my door or stepped foot outside without running a YouTube live stream, and I won't be. I've also had orders for over 2 months that for the final illegal entry attempt, which I don't even know if that's something that's still occurring or not at this point in time, I'm to stay inside and not to respond in any way, but to film it. So, in the event the live stream is shut off and then that illegal entry attempt is attempted, I will be filming it on a device that's not connected to the internet while attempting to initiate a live stream. Now, beyond that, I'm going to give you a URL link that you should write down because of what I'm going to be reading to you. It is facebook.com/mystic Gwen loves only you, facebook.com/mystic Gwen loves only you, facebook.com/mystic Gwen loves only you. There, you're going to be able to see every cease and desist letter that I've sent since September 15th of this year. You may be interested in all of the cease and desist letters I've had to send beginning September 13th of last year. If you're interested in those, just write a letter to the Seattle FBI field office and or to the North Everett Police Precinct and ask for hundreds of copies of cease and desist letters they've received for 14 plus months. On that Facebook page, other than seeing those cease and desist letters, on the left-hand side, you're going to see a link for my Twitter. You're going to want to click that because the FBI wants everyone watching this and everyone that I speak to until I have been paid, my sons have been returned, and I'm no longer illegally detained, to go to my Twitter account, log in, and on the upper corner on the right, you should see a section that says highlights for my page. You're going to want to click that, and there you will see how in December of last year, I reported pretty much all of these current felonies I'm the victim of, less being held hostage, or as the FBI puts it, illegally detained, concurrent with witness tampering charges for the last 114 days. Also be advised, I need to change the title to this video and upload a thumbnail, which I will do as I proceed with the remaining tasks that I also need to do, such as read the letter that was revised and sent today. So this letter was sent to everyone that all of the cease and desist letters since September 15th have been sent to, and then some additional people, i.e. everyone that has failed to comply, chosen intentional and deliberate misconduct, everyone that owes me money, has perpetrated over 100 crimes against me without abatement in the last 14 plus months. It's also been sent to some friends and allies of the FBI and of me, and anyone and everyone that could have blown the whistle that I specifically had a way to contact regarding the 14-month plus crime spree I've been a victim of. So this letter was sent and received by everybody today, November 29th, 2024 at 5:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. It has been revised. It is not the same exact letter. I am going to read it verbatim, and that is only because this letter went out today, and other than the time, nothing's changed. So I'll change the time. Right now it's 6:22 p.m. EST. So let's read this letter. To the North Everett Precinct, DCYF, Unit 207, Snohomish County Crossing.
Pause there. That was a lie. You know which part? The cat food came. The cat food came at 4 o'clock while I was napping after I took some Benadryl because my allergies were just so awful. They still are. Anyway, the cat food came at 4. I opened the door and retrieved it when I woke up, which was 5 something. It's on the YouTube live stream before this. Also, one thing I didn't say that I should have said at the beginning of this video is that I am not an employee of the FBI, but I have been authorized to state that I am an informant since the last week of June. I've also completely consented to continuing to be the FBI's chum bait for up to 6 months, beginning, you guessed it, towards the end of August. Now I'm going to play the video and just make sure that I didn't make any other mess ups, but I think that's all that I need to add. Not an employee of the FBI, but authorized to state I'm an informant and did receive the cat food 3 days late.
Prosecutor's Office, Snohomish County Judges, Commissioners, and Clerks, Snohomish County Sheriff's Office, Auto and Property Management, Anne Marie Bauer, Erica Owens, Richard Garcia, all other named individuals involved in this matter, regarding legal notice, escalation of criminal charges, and imminent civil action. This letter serves as formal notification of the following: illegal detention and witness tampering. As of today, November 29th, 2024, I, Lynette Renee Hansen, also known as Mystic Gwen, have been illegally and criminally detained for 114 days. This continued detention
tampering, U.S. Code 18-15-12, and other criminal acts by numerous City of Everett employees, which will be pursued through the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I've been a troll swearing off, guys, and I have shoved my head all over my cat today, so I might say this a couple times. Actionable threats and ongoing criminal conspiracy for the past 14 months, with the exception of 2 Fridays in October 2024 and last Friday, individuals associated with the North Everett precinct and the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office have, through various third and fourth parties, engaged in a pattern of harassment, threats, and criminal actions against me. These actions, which escalate every Friday, include but are not limited to kidnapping my sons. This has already been perpetrated, RCW 9A.40, and is a felony. The FBI, prosecutors, police, DCYF, my multiple times convicted stalker, and extortionist mother will be charged accordingly. Wrongful arrest and road commitment. This remains an ongoing threat, RCW 9A.36 and RCW 71.05. This is especially concerning given that I've not been served with any legal documents since February of last year, 2023, when my multiple times convicted stalker abuser engaged in vexatious service process of any 7 times with the same documents. Furthermore, I have not filed a notice of pro se appearance in any case, and there are no exceptions or exigent circumstances that would permit any party to attempt to execute fraudulent orders obtained through fraudulent service. Any such attempt will be met with legal action, including charges of stalking, harassment, criminal trespass, ADA violations, and civil rights violations concurrent with a Class A felony of witness tampering. Illegal eviction from my home. This involves a plan to criminally and legally evict me from my residence of 12 years, a property for which I have paid closing costs in excess of 5 times to my extortionist mother, who has been complicit in these illegal actions. RCW 59.12 and RCW 59.18. Defamation and false accusations of mental illness. Over a year ago, my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser who has been blacklisted by DCYF for over 16 unfounded reports against me, his victim, stated in text messages that he now has friends within DCYF, and that my neighbors and the police would be involved in falsely claiming I am mentally ill. This constitutes defamation, RCW 9A.36, and a conspiracy to deprive me of my civil rights, U.S. Code 42 in 1985. These claims have been repeatedly adjudicated in Snohomish Superior Court over 7 times, where psychologists have consistently diagnosed him as delusional and a pathological liar, and myself as a victim of Asperger's. Disregard for cease and desist letters and ongoing criminal violations. Despite receiving cease and desist letters dated October 20th, 2024, October 15th, 2024, which includes the September 15th, 2024 letter, detailing ongoing federal and state felonies, gross misdemeanors, and civil rights and ADA violations, you have continued your unlawful actions. These letters explicitly outline instances of criminal trespass, RCW 9A.52, harassment, RCW 9A.46, stalking, RCW 9A.46, including 14 plus months of cyber stalking and online attacks, complicity and extortion, RCW 9A.56, fraudulent service and attempted interference with legal process, RCW 9A.72. I have not been served anything since 2023. Any and all claims elsewise are demonstrably false due to ongoing live stream evidence. For the FBI, this means many people have fraudulent court orders, imminent liability, and nothing more than illegally enforceable documents. Interference with mail, U.S. Code 18-1701. This includes the ongoing and deliberate blocking of my mail and deliveries by the federal felons residing above me. My cat's food is now 3 days delayed solely due to their actions, which may constitute animal cruelty under RCW 16.52. Civil rights violations, U.S. Code 42, 1983. ADA violations, U.S. Code 42-12101. These cease and desist letters sent over a period of 13 months served as clear warnings to cease your illegal activities. Your continued disregard for these warnings demonstrates blatant disregard for the law and my fundamental rights. Intent to pursue legal action. In the event of my release prior to your detainment and arraignment, I will pursue legal action against each and every one of you. This includes, but is not limited to, the North Everett Precinct precinct officer captured on my YouTube live stream attempting to illegally enter my home, moving private property to stalk me and peering into my living room, accompanied by individuals identified by the FBI as federal felons facing imprisonment. All individuals involved in the planning and authorization of each and every separate incident as outlined above. Fraudulent bench warrant. Any attempt to enforce a fraudulent bench warrant is illegal. While this letter is not required in such an event, I will demand a payment of $1 million in addition to the $2.4 million the FBI has already determined I am entitled to. Due to the extensive criminal actions of DCYF Unit 207, the North Everett precinct, Snohomish County prosecutors, my neighbors who are employed by or related to the aforementioned parties, and any other third or fourth parties involved in this conspiracy. Based on observed comments, I believe the intent was to wrongfully arrest me, allow the aforementioned extortionists to change the locks on my home, and illegally detain me in jail. ADA compliance. Pursuant to the Americans with Disabilities Act, I demand this letter be filed in each and every case associated with my legal names, Lynette Renee Hansen and Mystic Gwen. Disclaimer, this letter is not legal advice. I strongly urge all recipients to seek immediate legal counsel. Okay, it is now 6:48 p.m. PST. We've clarified the kitty food did arrive 3 days late. You can watch that in the other live stream. We've clarified I'm not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I'm in employment. We've clarified my Facebook handle is facebook.com/MysticGwenLovesOnlyYou, and that my Twitter handle is TheRealMysticGwen, and that on my Twitter account in the highlights section, you will see December of 2023, as in December of last year, that I published every threat, aside from me being illegally detained, that these federal felons have decided to proceed with and are currently guilty of. So, I'm going to go back to the podcast, but I am going to make a correction on the podcast. I thought this was a horror anthology. Gemini AI gave me quite a few recommendations last night. The White Vault is what I just started listening to. It is not a horror anthology. According to the synopsis, I was confusing it with a different podcast called The Black Vault, which apparently is a horror anthology. This one is something to do with people being stuck in the Arctic. And everybody who's seen John Carpenter's The Thing knows exactly what happens when you're stuck in the fucking Arctic, man. Isolation.
Unintentional, but more importantly, that outpost is only meant to receive and aggregate data for collection for some, not send messages or signals, unless a malfunction or an emergency has taken place. We cannot tell what it was based on the single message received. Due to this, Citigroup has decided to send out this team to find the reason for the signal.
But hold on, I was told that my expertise would be needed. It sounds more like someone's choice stumbling across a refuge from the winter cold.
And that very well might be. But the information collected by those rovers is paramount to several geological studies being undertaken for several research across several projects. Your past work with the advancements of the use of GPR and its mining applications, as well as your recent work globally regarding volcanic activity, taken into account by our primary managers. I'm not a scientific man myself, so I apologize if I misrepresent.
My little meep meep, you are the cutest
So
kitty.
I am to examine the collected data, right? I will at least require information regarding what data has been collected and what for.
Not exactly. Because the rovers utilize an algorithm that takes incoming geological data to inform us of any important changes to Svalbard itself. For both glacier and seismic activity can at any point endanger the life of miners on the island. If the program detects too many outliers, it can be considered an emergency. I will have some papers available for you tomorrow when we depart. I apologize for the short notice, being it is the winter months, many simple amenities are not fully stocked. Print drink, for example.
Ah, thank you. Although I do not see why this could not have been messaged to me earlier.
Now that we understand Dr. Supervisor's role, Mr. Heath, or Walter, will be required to inspect and repair the transmitter for any possible damage. While Citigroup is uncertain for the reason for the signal, the cost of sending two groups at separate times is too high. One of you may be redundant, but you will be paid nonetheless. Dr. Della Torre and Mr. Castro are trying to get you there and back safely. I will be working with you in case any damages were met that require documentation for Citigroup records. The next rover is scheduled to transfer information to the outpost 3 days from now, so we must assure the station's receiver is operational by then. Every instance of lost data.
This is the point at which Mr. Heath recorded died. The next available document is is an action report from Mr. Kasner following their arrival at Outpost Precinct.
We have successfully reached Outpost Freestead. Departure from the lesson was planned for 0500 with 5 fully fueled snowmobiles, 4 of which hauled supplies. Due to mechanical difficulties, we did not leave Nielessa until 5:25. Mr. Heath was a capable driver, contrary to previous concerns. Jonas and Dr. Schumacher-Weiss also did well. Dr. De La Torre, Rosa, had several problems with the snowmobile, one of which warranted addressing. A belt had become shredded and was properly replaced before leaving the vicinity of Nielessa. We traveled approximately 53 kilometers to Outpost Freestead, located just south of the border to northwest Spitzberger National Park. We traveled slowly and safely, and made it here within 2.5 hours. We've been here for some time now, perhaps 3 hours. The outpost is a bunker. Siege group obviously invested in these stations. We brought weeks' worth of rations with us to assure our safety and comfort, as well as restock the outpost. I spent time unloading and stocking the bunker with the goods we brought to cover the snowmobiles for our return trip. The generator was easy to start up, even given the conditions. To the slight disappointment of Dr. De La Torre, there was no injured tourist here upon our arrival. She has since taken to starting the internal appliances. She also helped put away goods in the auxiliary bunker, a few meters from the primary station. She's quite helpful, and sympathetic. No one will accuse me of not keeping a thorough notes regarding this expedition. The bunker is operational. I don't understand, Mr. Heath. Apparently something is broken, and it looks like vandalism. It will take some time to repair the damage, but he believes he is capable. Dr. Schumacher-Weiss, Karina, I think it is upset that there may be little for her to do. She is finding some previously stored data here regarding the geological something of the area to be rather interesting. Looks like a storm is coming.
The next recording came from the station's computer. As part of the relay and radio built into the outpost, the recording function is available at all times. Mr. Heath made use of this use promptly.
That storm blew in fast. Weather can change very quickly. It's best. I've got it working.
What?
The recorder in the computer. The radio setup here is rather advanced as well. I like to be honest. I packed a camcorder as well. We are well stocked between rations left here from the summer expeditions and reserves we brought in to wait the storm out.
I feel so alcohol.
Welcome to the north.
I think it is universal. What's that? You coming this far from the coast?
They can. No. Come. Is it safe to work on it? Tomorrow, that means after the storm dies down. Yes. So you think it'll leave the bed? Eventually.
You seem very sure about this.
Don't feel confident in your ability to patch up a bear attack.
All right, and I think Walter would go be better with his colors for it.
What? No, preferably not. It won't come so quick. Once out of the populated areas, all groups must carry weapons to further their safety precautions.
Shoot the bear, Mr. Kasner?
Well, first I'll shoot around a bit. But if it gets too close, yes, a warning shot will scare them off most of the time. So, how long do you think the repairs will take you, Peter? Repairs outside? Not too long. A couple of days at most if I can get my hands to stop shaking. I'm more concerned with the internal problems.
Is there something wrong with the computer?
Well, not precisely. While it looks like the transmitter receiver tower outside was manually and rather coarsely disconnected, the computer itself, which acts as an interface for the data both incoming and outgoing, has some obviously malicious coding.
Computer error?
Coding is difficult. It was intentional.
So, a virus?
Maybe. I'll be examining it later after I've written physical damage. Any idea what it does? I think it's what sent out the message.
So someone intentionally advanced into the property and opened some computer.
Seemingly so.
Thank you. Does it make a difference in the insurance claims? Please document the evidence to help put this through. It will be valuable.
So, I saw something that looked like a bottle of tequila, really?
That was a bottle of aquavit. Still cheap.
When the storm settles down, I won't see much more happening. The following letter was taken from the notepad of Dr. Delatorre, but the page had been torn out. The handwriting, though legible, is disordered and unpunctuated. Given the content of the letter, I believe she was detained.
Sorry, I'm this disgusting drink. It burns like vodka, but tastes like something you would expect from a people who enjoy pickled fishes. I've been to Svalbard enough to know it will rear its ugly head at some point or another. I miss Chilex and Nogada, Mama's mole tamales. I'd fight for fresh fruits. Still, deal alcohol, pickled fishes, and repugnant cheese in a tour, which, as it turns out, was one of the jar food stuffs we were lucky enough to order tonight. Pickled fish, a tin of mashed potatoes the size of my head, and another of hot carrots. But what I had expected. Jonas poured ample drink for us all. Walter was a surprisingly heavy drinker until he fell asleep at the computer desk. Karina as well. I couldn't stand the taste of it. Some kind of hated taste. Karina sipped the nasty blade. And is talking drunk. Apparently she was some geology from the heat boxes of the jaw. But she wasn't only but a sort of fiancé back home. It is the telephone marks natural that she's not sleeping and enjoying without foolish job. And she smokes. Jonas shows pictures of his kids, twin girls, longest hair I've ever seen. Tiny traditional Icelandic sweaters, cute. Graham and I were up late, It's interesting. Lots of stories from travels across the north. I think he liked Kyoto. Shit, it's late.
As far as I could discern, no other documentation or recordings were taken during the first day of the expedition. This completes the first collection of information regarding the repair team at Outpost Respect. The White Vault.
Connect to the world with special Turkish Airlines fares. Book your flight before November 30th and take advantage of great deals. Flights to exciting destinations. Flights to more countries than any other.
Just more complimentary charging packages. Charge how you want. All electric accurate CDX. This is the energy of innovation. Accurate, precision crafted performance. See your local Acura dealer to lease the all electric CDX for $389 a month.
The following documents and recordings are the second installment in a compilation information detailing the events we reported since the Outpost precinct, consisting of Dr. Rosa Della Torre, Walter Heath, Graham Cassia, Dr. Karina Schumacher-Rice, and Jonas Thornton. In the winter months, Nels storms in Scarborough can reach wind speeds of 130 kilometers per hour. Accompanied by or following snowfall, such storms can reduce visibility dramatically, more so in the frigid months overnight. During these storms, travel is not advised. The White Bolt. Following the previous installment, the assessment and repair team were confined to the outpost bunker for several days, waiting out the storm. During this time, several recordings and documents were found, but not all contained timestamps. Here is the brief order of the records found.
It's recording. Go ahead.
What do you want me to say?
Talk a little bit regarding what we've been up to these last few days.
We haven't been up to much.
They're playing right. Why? Because we've been stuck in this bunker for 3 days now. Physically outside is shit, and the winds were pushing off the roof in one blustering swoop if I tried to repair the transmitter. Consequently, broke.
I am sorry. So, just to be a good doing? In every card game I know. Jonas has told us about Icelandic folktales in Francisco first. Karina told us German slang and vulgarity between our time spent looking over the research data. Our savior, Walter, brought a laptop with a few movies on it. Shaun of the Dead, The Village, Lord of the Rings,
The Return of the King.
and Batman, which Graham had not seen.
Right?
Yes,
Oh, I hadn't even thought you had a first name. Yeah, like maybe a gold mono. Rosa.
yes.
Can I call you Graham? Well, alright. While we've been locked up in this concrete camp, I've switched priorities. I took some time to look into the function that had been programmed into the receiver transmitter. Whatever it was coded at the same time as the rest of the program. I tried to easily get rid of it. I'm not sure I can get rid of it. Some kind of subroutine built into the station. It appears to be programmed to send out that odd signal that the CG group received. Jonas seems rather peeved about the whole incident. Yes, some investors are good at retroactive simulation. Regardless, I can't find the whole code, odd as that sounds. I can't tell when the signal will go out again. I recommended to Jonas that CG contact whoever was responsible for the original programming for their outposts. Most likely culprit.
I have to complete this one. I would like to examine the different.
Not a problem. Anyone want to watch me?
The following is a document found on the notepad embedded into the storage system. His handwriting is clear and slightly cursive, but he presses down hard to read.
Or we have to and those are some plastic sometimes manipulated.
Happy kitty, my little pit cat. You're so happy to have your num num.
This document was written by Dr. Della Torre on the notepad found within her small nightstand. This page was still intact, but flipped over the back of the pad.
La privacidad puede ser difícil de encontrar. Si es que la encuentras, es como es un reto. Y como conferencista funciona no es tan very difficult to find, if not impossible. not a secret, and as contractors, we have not been notified by Jonas that it will affect our future hiring potential. I'm not worried. Graham doesn't seem worried either. He's a rather confident man. Very nice, more than happy to accommodate my request to have the group to ourselves. She spends much of her time pondering over these geological reports anyway. That's just nothing she can do for me commentary. Graham is enjoyable. He's felt assured there's nothing to be so, but he's a nice yet not good conversationalist when he decides to speak out, and he has a habit about it, though he chooses not to use it. I think he fears being too coarse. He seems to like working in Svalbard, and I think it suits him. Maybe he has been out here for several expeditions. He has some tourist horror stories I wish he'd share with the others, but that is for him to decide. But the one with the ice dress is too good to leave untold.
Dr. Schumacher writes for several scrolling notes across mostly empty pages of the geological data printouts. Several pages of the data were never found, and some of the words have been scratched out. I believe I've placed them in the correct order, though I think little remains in the majority of the original writing.
It's my pencil, look at the field. Yeah. Just look at it down. It makes no sense. Something is missing. Perhaps. Certainly. A certain amount of data. I don't know. There's obviously some level of data missing from these data sets. Given the vague and slightly redacted version of the information regarding the material collected by the rovers, I'm slightly bewildered. The rovers are such great tools. Some of the preliminary test results found in
Baby kitty, my little helicopter. Are you happy now?
the rovers have a range of approximately 10 kilometers, returning to within a kilometer to send the data pulse transmission back to the outpost. Feature Group, some other private and governmental organizations, as well as universities, such as the University of Iceland, Uppsala University, and Oxford, all have claimed several active rovers and several different types of collected data that I have never heard of this program for some of the Feature Group. Whole sections are missing. Data surrounding 79.1764001 latitude, 12.852573 longitude, which is rather near us, and data surrounding the area near 79.141941 latitude, 12.883679 longitude. Not inaccurate, just missing. Otherwise, the data is evenly spaced. The rover's taking reads every 100 meters or so. Results appear on all sides of the missing data points, so perhaps it is a programming error, or perhaps it too has been redacted. That doesn't even seem to be the worst of the problems.
Following these records, a recording was found on the first day the team exited the bunker at Outpost Freestead after their arrival, of a personal recording of Mr. Heath.
Are you sure you can out there? When Kasna goes to get the supplies, I'll leave an extra set of packs. Bring that torch. Are you coming up? Would like to head now.
No, I have more to do inside. The storm is still underway, regardless.
Well, it's less vigorous than it has been for several days, and given the help, I should be able to repair, or at least assess, the transmissions tower. I'm happy to assist.
Everyone ready? We're not opening that door unless we need to.
We're ready. Wait. That kit behind you. I'm picking up if you would.
This
Yes, thank you.
now.
Yes. Let's get this over with. Happy Christmas! And it's cold. The ladder to the tower is on the back side of the bunker. We're bringing some supplies from the auxiliary supply bunker over there. I'll meet you around back when I'm done. It's good to see where you are. Yes. All right, team, let's get this over with.
This podcast is all right. I might go back to it, but I'm 1.5 episodes in, and I feel like I want to sample it for a recommendation they gave me. Okay, and I said the Black Vault. It's the Black Tapes. I think I already played one of these episodes and I didn't get into it, but the description here sounds so good. So let's try that one again. Yeah, I listened to a couple of these episodes, but I listened to one. I guess I wasn't paying attention. I'm playing the first episode again. Maybe this is like the antiquarium of sinister happenings, and the first episode just sucks.
Ghosts, poltergeists, spirits, and demons. Damn it. You heard one. Yeah, let me I'm killing the end.
We'll go flying. She said she saw some mistake over his bed.
Is it true that he disappeared for 5 days?
I know. It's like that's another layer of crazy on top of crazy.
For the last 2 months, I've been immersed in the fascinating world of paranormal investigation. Full disclosure, I love ghost stories. Even if you don't really believe in ghosts, it's fun to suspect disbelief. You dim the lights, set the mood, and tell the scariest story you can think of. And it's fun because you know it's probably not real. Ghosts don't actually exist. Do they? Do you believe in ghosts? Depends. On what? On why you're asking me? Is there a ghost behind me? Excuse me. Yes. Do you believe in ghosts? I do actually. Really? Have you seen one? I haven't seen one, but I heard one when I was younger. You heard one? Yeah, I came home from school one day, and I swore I heard my mother in the kitchen, and I went in there, and there was nobody there. And I called my mom, and she was still at work, so were you scared? Yeah. Yeah. Do you believe in ghosts?
No, I think that people are just either looking for attention or schizophrenic.
So it's all a hoax?
Yeah, definitely. Except there was this one time.
I was in the Tower of London once, and I could feel Annabelle and her ghost or her spirit, whatever it was, I could feel it all around me. How do you know that, Belinda? Because I was in the Tower of London. Okay, it's time for a bit of background. Rather than just diving into our first story, I think I need to explain what happened, how things changed. The reality is, this podcast started as one thing, but very quickly became something else. At a certain point, my producers and I had to make a decision. Do we stick with our original vision, or do we follow the interesting, confusing, and occasionally macabre story that had started spilling out around the edges? As most of our listeners probably know, I've been working as a segment producer and occasional guest host on some podcast stories for 3 years. A few months ago, Nick, one of my producers, suggested a spin-off series. We would examine interesting lives, remarkable occupations, and amazing stories. Our first episode was a good one. We would dive into the crazy world of paranormal researchers, or ghost hunters. As our podcast began to change, we went back and forth on how to proceed. After numerous lengthy discussions, we decided that we would let things play out exactly as they happened to us. You will experience the events just as we experienced them. I'll step in every once in a while to help guide you through it, but other than those interruptions, we're going to let things play out exactly as they happened. It's the Black Tapes Podcast. I'm Alex Ridley. Stay with me.
The first thing you need to know about paranormal research is that none of it is normal.
That's Raymond Zaborski. He's written 5 books on paranormal phenomena and is considered, by his ghost hunting peers, a pioneer in paranormal investigative techniques. He's tall and thin, but a healthy, willowy thin. He's a man who cares about his appearance and his food. He sent his salad back twice during our lunch meeting because his arugula was too bitter. We'll speak more with Mr. Zaborski in a moment. According to a government poll from 2013, 45% of Americans believe in ghosts, 64% believe in life after death, and 43% believe that ghosts are capable of interacting with and sometimes even harming people. That's a staggering number of North Americans who believe that death is not the end of life. Ghost hunting has become a multi-billion-dollar industry. Walmart sells a ghost hunting kit for both beginner and intermediate level would-be ghost hunters. We decided I would interview 3 well-known paranormal researchers.
So, no matter who you ask, it basically boils down to 3 types of hauntings: central energy, intelligent haunting, and inhuman haunting.
When it comes to what people generally witness as paranormal phenomena, we usually get 3 types: wanting mist, full-body apparition, and demonic presence. That's Dr. Emily Dumont. She's another paranormal researcher and author of a best-selling book on the subject of location hauntings.
I've seen all types of paranormal apparitions. Whoever tells you there are 3 categories of hauntings is full of it.
That's Dirk Abruzzi, the host of the popular reality TV show Demon Hunters.
We're human. Things we chase are not.
So, how do you respond to critics who say that this field is not a science, but rather a pseudoscience?
Pseudoscience, yeah, I've done that one. I would ask them to accompany me on an investigation to see the rigor with which we conduct our experiments. We have actual experiments.
I'd like to point out that even the University of Pennsylvania, an Ivy League school, has a ghost researcher. Really? There are critics within your industry who say that with demon hunters, you're not engaging in science, but rather in lowbrow entertainment.
They're jealous they didn't think of it before we did.
Well, to be honest, I've been hearing this from several people.
You're talking about Strand, right? Don't waste your time.
Of course, I wasn't talking about Strand. Not yet. I wasn't talking about anyone in particular. I started to notice that name, Strand, kept coming up. Does the criticism ever get personal?
There's no avoiding that type of character assassination. The ones that take the sting more that felt academics like Bobo, Strand. It's like they got a vendetta against the whole field of paranormal research, but Strand's reputation, more of a writer than anyone else.
Dr. Strand is well known in our circles, but probably not the way people. How you say is polite. But he puts a lot of passion into work that would benefit the more local legend.
Dr. Richard Strand? What's his doctor? Yeah.
Dr. Strand is a paranormal investigator. What makes him such a lightning rod for criticism is that he doesn't believe in paranormal. He's a ghost hunter who doesn't believe in ghosts. In fact, not only does he not believe in paranormal phenomena, for the past decade, he has been on a mission to debunk all claims of the supernatural. And Strand is putting his money where his mouth is. Since 1998, the Strand Institute has been offering $1 million reward for any proof of the supernatural. As you can imagine, he hasn't made a lot of friends in the ghost hunting community. Here he is at a gathering of the Institute of Paranormal Research in St. Louis 4 years ago.
The Wilson case is not an experiment of disproving nor proving the validity of this phenomenon. All you have is a number of witnesses and their claims. That's not good science.
A few more questions before we let Dr. Strand go. Yes, for sure. Let's assume that what you say is true. Let's say everyone on the panel next to you is engaging in bad science. You haven't brought anything to the table that disproves anything.
I am not making extraordinary claims against the laws of nature already established by the hardware science. I don't have to prove that gravity exists, that cells die, that life ends. We know these things. The burden is on my colleagues to prove that life doesn't end in death. I haven't provided anything other than conjecture.
Okay, you in the black and gold in the back. Why not let people who take comfort in fairy tales move on to their allegiance?
It's similar to drug addiction. The addict needs escape.
Have you ever come across a case where you couldn't find a scientific or rational explanation?
No.
What about the second one?
And that's when the power went out. Perfect timing for a ghost energy. Dr. Strand is a controversial figure in the world of paranormal research. So why does he do it? Why devote his life to something he doesn't believe in?
Hello, this is a message for Alex Regan, influencer calling on behalf of Dr. Strand. I'm afraid I'm able to speak with you at this time. We want to thank you for your interest in this work.
Those are most of the books I've written on the subject. That's Dr. Emily Dumont, who you heard earlier. My producer and I flew to Chicago hoping to meet Dr. Strand, but we haven't been able to set up a meeting. So I asked Dr. Dumont if she had time to give me a tour of her office. She teaches religious studies at the University of Illinois in Urbana. Emily Dumont is what you might call stout, with short bangs and a Ramones t-shirt. Her huge brown eyes are filled with the sparkle and energy of a much younger woman. Her office is fairly big, but hard to move around in. Hundreds of scrapbooks and photo albums are packed onto wall-to-wall bookshelves. In the corner, an ancient popcorn maker from a movie theater appears to be in working order.
Field guide to the paranormal. Ghost hunting for dummies. Monsters and magic. Guide to ethereal beings. Past lives in your wedding.
How many books have you written?
17. Wow. And then 4 is cut off. And it's fiction.
Do you find that your work in paranormal investigation fuels your work as a fiction writer?
Oh, wow. Why would you say that?
It kind of seems like some of it.
Non-fiction is more push. Real 50 Shades of Grey.
I spent about an hour or so with Miss Dumont in her office. I think she was a little offended that I mentioned fiction in the same breath as paranormal investigation. It's something I've been noticing across the board. To a person, all the paranormal researchers I spoke with were a bit touchy about the public and scientific reception of their work. It felt like they were worried they wouldn't be taken seriously. Fair enough. Ms. Dumont came back around pretty quickly. Just as I was about to thank her for her time, she made me an offer I couldn't refuse. What are those?
Photo albums featuring local events. Each one was a case I investigated.
All of them?
Yeah.
What kind of cases?
Mainly apparitions, serial hauntings. This section is demonic. Sumerian, Babylonian, Lovecraftian. The meanings are named Christian and more traditional narratives.
I was going to mention the fact that H.P. Lovecraft was a fiction writer, but after her reaction the last time I brought up the subject of fiction, I decided to let it go. Back in her office, Dumont describes the contents of one of her many bookshelves.
These ones are poltergeists, water spirits. These are shadows and shades. The rest are complex and simple possession cases, along with a few collections of cultural evidence.
Wow. I'd love to take a closer look at some of this stuff.
We're going to a psychiatric hospital this evening to explore 3 separate claims of residual poltergeist activity. You're welcome to come along if you'd like, but you'll have to sign a release. It could be quite dangerous. Spiritual.
Hey, Alex, we received your last couple of messages. Thank you for your interest in speaking with Dr. Chan. He's very busy this week. Unfortunately, we're unable to schedule any kind of sit-down interview. If you call back next week, we can discuss stuff with the phone. We'd like to. Thank you again for your interest in Dr. Strand. Goodbye.
If you had told me 3 weeks ago, when my producers and I were outlining the show, that I'd be walking through an abandoned mental hospital, looking for evidence of residual poltergeist activity, I'd probably have politely suggested you make a minute. But that's exactly where I ended up. And so will you, if you stay with us after 30. Hey, Emily. Sorry, we got a little lost.
Did you tour on Lakewood?
I think so.
It used to go right through, but now there's a divider, so you need to go around North Avenue past that little coffee book afterward.
Oh.
I'm sorry, this is Dawn. We'll be running most of our equipment. And this is Tina, our clairvoyant.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too.
Emily, on your website, it mentions that you're a clairvoyant as well?
I'm only known by professional.
Some life clairvoyants.
Okay. How far is the hospital from here?
We're here.
Where?
There.
City Trust is a small credit union that sat near the shore of Lake Mantino since 1987. It is about an hour south of Chicago. It doesn't look haunted. In fact, it's basically the corner of a strip mall. But its location has a more notorious history. Okay, disclosure time. Dumont alluded to us creeping around an abandoned mental hospital, not a small-town credit union.
This spot is where what became known as the Mantino Madness happened. It was 1939. Almost 400 of the patients came down with typhoid fever. It was awful. At least 100 patients ended up dying.
Apparently, the credit union sits atop land that was once occupied by a psychiatric hospital from the 1930s. It housed nearly 6,000 patients and a staff of 760. In 1939, something happened here that would become national news and eventually leave a national radio podcaster and a professional ghost hunting team.
Nerd Squad, they've made it so everything that I need will not arrive for 3
Not the
days.
infamous Mantino Mental Hospital. She did not.
The hospital closed in 1985. Over on the North Campus is a veterans home, which is very nice. There's a college just back there.
So we'll
This
make them come a
parcel
few
of land is
times
leased
then,
to a
eh?
variety of businesses.
The building's manager, Walter, was waiting for us inside. The credit union had closed permanently a week earlier, and the space was currently available for lease. The security system was still operational.
So this is the security tape from 2 weeks ago. The place was still open then. As you can see by the timestamp, it's just after midnight.
And there's no one in the building. Not even a janitor or a security guard.
Not at midnight.
And this is when it happens?
Yeah, I queued it up. That's what I'm talking about.
Interesting.
Okay, I'm going to describe what I saw on that tape. It was typical security camera footage, camera angle down from a high corner facing the lobby. There was nothing, just a set of doors. Then, one of the doors opened, slowly, by itself.
That's not an automatic door.
No, man. Here, take a look at the other angle.
That's the rear lobby.
Same doors, different angle.
It's empty.
Yes, ma'am.
Walter showed us the footage from the camera facing the rear lobby, basically the reverse angle of the other tape. We're seeing both sides simultaneously, and the door just opens, slowly, by itself. Even now, as I'm describing what I saw, I'm getting goosebumps. We went to examine the door for ourselves. It wasn't automatic. Walter had to leave, so he left us to lock up. An excited Dumont spoke with Donnie and Tina in hushed tones while I stood there, going over every scary thing I'd heard about or imagined about mental health living conditions in the early 20th century.
So, what do you think is going on?
Clearly something is present here.
Clearly?
Well, this door is too heavy to be moved by wind or another force.
Do you think it might be supernatural?
Oh, they're trying to block shipping for it. Nerd Squad, for all incense. That's their new MO.
Well, I don't want to jump to conclusions.
Of course not.
It could be a spirit, what you refer to as a ghost, maybe a patient, but it could also be a nurse or a doctor.
Same thing they were already doing that you already logged. The female upstairs that's going to prison for 35 plus years is obviously on duty.
We asked them.
And ask them we did, after the break. The five of us stood in the main room near the door. On his way back,
So now I'm switching to Sandalwood. I'm screenshotting this, Nerd Squad, like you said to do every time they do this.
More about
This is separate criminal charges, by the way, guys. Everything you're doing right now.
One with the red gel.
I'm adding it to my cart, and it will also likely switch to... Oh no, we're not shipping that, because we're federal felons upstairs going to prison. That's why.
And unscrewed the tops, just enough to turn them off. The idea being, if the spirit wants to talk, it can touch.
Yeah, they changed that one to currently unavailable, even though it clearly is. Going back to it.
Scary old mental hospital once stood. I was getting suitably freaked out.
If I can get everybody to stand around the lights in a circle, thank you.
It won't take the spirits much energy to turn the flashlights on and off.
And I'm also going to screenshot the page to show that it is not out of stock. It's just the federal felons
There was a
upstairs.
small amount of moonlight shining through the window, enough to see the flashlight.
Because all of the ones that are out of stock, guys, they have a line through it.
My name is Emily Dumont. I'd like to be able to speak with you. Could you turn one of the lights on?
And the red light switches on. We were looking right at it. There was clearly nobody touching it. Crazy.
Thank you. Please turn it off.
And then, after a moment, it was off.
Now I'd like the blue light to be
And then she told the spirit that she wanted the blue light for yes and the red light for no.
Blue for yes, red for no.
The blue light flashed on, just for a moment, I have to admit, it was kind of terrifying.
We went over every inch of that place in advance, for light switches, for remotes, and we watched Donnie and Tina very closely. They didn't move at all.
That's my producer, Nick. He was just as freaked out as I was.
There had to be some explanation. I mean, we had to be over.
All right, it's 7:31 p.m.
Maybe like rumble.
Just remember, idiots upstairs, you're going to be charged and convicted for that too. Every single day, including your $16 theft yesterday, your animal cruelty charges of yesterday and today, your thieving, your kidnapping, the fact that you're still on my devices while you're upstairs. You're going to prison. And I will be live streaming when you're thrown on the ground and put in cuffs. And that video is going to stay on YouTube forever. Also, I'll include that in tomorrow's cease and desist letter. As you all know, it's a religious thing for me due to your stalking. So it'll be in there too. As a deliberate anti-Semitic maneuver, the federal felons upstairs have since done this. I've attempted this transaction repeatedly since November 17th. Here's some screenshots of these items that aren't out of stock that they won't allow to be received via the delivery services. I postpaid. It'll be in tomorrow's letter, or you'll fix it before that letter goes out. I'll try one more time. Besides, according to the FBI, you guys can't resist me for the next 3 weeks. So dropping some incense off before you do what will lead to you being cuffed is pretty smart, actually, not dumb.
Jenna Yates is Richard Strand's publisher.
7:33, November 29th, p.m. PST.
How sit down and interview with Richard Strand on the radio. It includes a new podcast. You're a producer on the Pacific Northwest.
That cease and desist letter will go out probably around 5 a.m.
We listen, my husband and I, every week. So is Dr. Strand available? I'm afraid he's not doing interviews currently. Is there any way you could call him and plead my case? No promises, but I'll see what I can do. Thank you.
Hello, I'm returning one of the 11 calls received college training. It's Richard Strand. Okay, bye.
And so, after dozens of calls, emails, and countless messages, I was finally in a room with Dr. Richard Strand.
Is this okay?
Yeah, anywhere works.
What kind of article is this?
It's for the radio.
You still listen to the radio?
It's digital. On demand. Yeah, people do still listen, actually.
What do you want to know?
Dr. Richard Strand is a tall man, good-looking, confident, perpetual wry smile, cool blue eyes that betray a sharp intelligence. He's a man who doesn't like to waste time or words. He just looks like he knows something that the rest of us can't quite understand. He has degrees in religion and mythology and psychology from Yale. He formally opened the Strand Institute in 1998. Well, you have degrees in religion and psychology. Did you study the paranormal, parapsychology?
No, it's not subject.
Why not?
As soon as you apply scientific method to the paranormal, vanishes.
Can you tell me about the Strand Institute?
The talking point everyone seems most interested in is the reward.
Oh, the $1 million for any evidence of the supernatural or paranormal?
That's correct.
Has anybody tried to take that?
Thousands of them.
And
Nobody's even come close.
really?
There hasn't been one actual case of magical, supernatural, or paranormal ever happening on this planet.
Okay, so you're saying unequivocally that there's no such thing as ghosts.
Isn't there enough wonder in the world without having to invent magical, mythical creatures and spirits to enhance it? I understand humanity's need to assuage our fear of mortality, but if we spend half the money we spend on religion on science, we have a colony on Mars and we probably would have cured death and aging by then.
What are these? Dr. Strand has a bookcase filled with hundreds of white VHS cases. For our younger listeners, these are hard plastic cases big enough to hold a VHS tape, roughly 8 inches by 5 inches. Each one of Strand's tape cases is labeled with a name. Interesting things like The Poltergeist Dinner, The Haunting of Mr. and Mr. Smith, and The Witch of Walmart 5. What's in the VHS boxes?
Those are solved cases.
That's quite a bit. Since 1998?
This is just the last 2 years.
Wow, that's a lot.
That's pretty standard for us.
By solved, you mean debunked.
That's correct.
Then,
Go ahead.
inside the VHS case was a USB stick, a DVD, a bunch of index cards, and some photographs. The VHS case worked perfectly as compact storage for everything inside. This particular case appeared to involve some kind of UFO or ghost sighting. So, you use all of this technology, the scopes, meters, and recorders, the way the ghost hunters do?
Sometimes it's better, sometimes it's not the story. In most cases, the equipment is functional. In other situations, you use technology, but not quite the way those people refer to as ghost hunters.
What's this like?
These are spectrometers. We have electromagnetic.
What are these? At this point, Dr. Strand shut down our interview. Nicely. He was polite and generously offered a follow-up call if I had any additional questions. I did have additional questions. Questions based on something I saw in Dr. Strand's equipment room. More on that after the break. I called Dr. Strand a few days later for the follow-up in August. Thanks so much for taking the time.
You're welcome.
I want to play something on my computer,
Over the phone.
if that's okay.
Fine.
Have you ever come across a case where you couldn't find a scientific or rational explanation? What about the second one?
What happened in that auditorium?
There was a low rumbling sound, and then the light went out.
Right after somebody mentioned something called the Sagamore.
That's right.
You claimed that it was a coincidence.
It was.
What's the Sagamore?
The hotel, a resort in New York State.
And did something happen there?
There have been numerous claims of hauntings, including lights flickering, deep rumbling sounds.
Were you able to?
You guys better make some phone calls. No one in Unit 207 is making any calls, but I'm not kidding.
Well, I think we've got it.
I'm not kidding about the incense and the religious and that being added to tomorrow's cease and desist
My
letter.
assistant's
You
equipment was stolen, and
knuckleheads.
we lost your photo. The one we took for our website?
So you make those calls now
You will in a few
because
minutes. I'll
that
be in
letter's
and out.
going out
You'll
before
barely notice
sunrise as ordered.
Fine.
I wasn't being completely honest with Strand. We did need another photo for the website, but my producers told me we were fine using a standard publicity picture. What I really wanted to do was get another look at something I saw in his equipment room. A row of Everett block VHS cases. It was when I asked Strand about those tapes that he shut down our interview. I wanted to know more. Thanks again for taking the time.
No problem.
I have something I'd like you to look at if you have a moment. It's a ghost.
Really?
It's pretty convincing.
People are concerned.
I love that. It's pretty good. My ambush worked. Dr. Strand agreed to take a look at the footage when they credit you.
What's the event site?
Mantino, Illinois.
The Mantino State Hospital.
You know you're haunting.
Let's say alleged hauntings.
It's actually a building located on part of the old hospital. I showed Strand the footage of the door mysteriously moving on its own, along with some footage my producer Nick took using his phone. Nick focused his camera on Dumont and her team's use of their highly advanced ghost hunting equipment, the flashlight stuff, the whole deal. What do you think?
It's an automatic door. There's switch somewhere.
The manager assured us that it wasn't. Okay. What about Ms. Dumont and her team? They claim significant indicators of paranormal motion.
I'm sure they do. It's functional on your level. Purely scientific terms, which is something that we want knows very little about. Their readings are completely invalid.
Why?
That guy will begin that.
Donnie.
Sure, Donnie. It's waving the mirror around like a lunatic.
So?
So, electromagnetic field here needs to be set in one place and one from home. Not to be honest, they can place
high traffic area?
This area is one of the busiest self-powered crossing zones in the state. You can't trust EMF readings there.
What about the door?
The most important part of a paranormal investigation is history. History of people and places. Let's start with places.
What are you looking for?
George Cruikshank owns the land that used to house the mental hospital.
If you say so.
Strand was like the girl with the dragon tattoo on her laptop. He was clearly somebody who spent a lot of time researching this kind of stuff. He dug up an article about Mr. Cruikshank trying to skirt heritage laws. He wanted to tear down an old house. When they wouldn't let him, he rebelled and turned the place into a haunted house attraction. That house became the haunted mansion in Beale Street. Every Halloween, the place was packed. The neighbors gave in and let him tear it down. I guess they didn't like a good ghost story.
What if Cruikshank was trying to do something similar with the old strip mall?
That feels like a big stretch.
Maybe. But I found that article along with the EMF readings in 15 minutes.
What about the flashlights?
I knew I had a lucky spot. I was there. There's no way they could have been messing with those lights. They were plain old $3 flashlights. No high-tech chicanery there.
Simple physics. Expansion and contraction. People like Emily Dumont approach reality television ghost hunters use this trick all the time. It's very hot. When you turn a flashlight on, the bulb gets very hot. Then you unscrew the lid just a little until it turns off. Inside that really hot flashlight, there's a little bit of plastic that expanded and comes on. Now when the light is off, that plastic cools and contracts and pushes two little bits of metal together and walks circle.
The light goes on.
It's up and up again. Off.
The ghost hunter set us up.
Maybe. But in my experience, it's usually just half a meaning.
Ophelia?
They really just want to believe, and to that end, they force supernatural meaning into meaningless events and moments.
Wow. I couldn't help feeling a bit let down at such a simple, logical explanation. With very little effort, Strand cast a great deal of doubt on our haunted footage, and he wasn't finished.
They told you they saw an apparition.
An old man.
Show them an old photo of somebody's great-grandfather. Tell them that he was a patient who died in that room. I'll bet you they tell you they recognize him.
I was surprised. I didn't want it to be true. But in the interest of getting to the truth, I took his suggestion.
So, we dug up a photo of a man who died in the East Wing of the hospital. Right about where you and Dolly saw the apparition.
That's him. That's the man I saw. Are you sure? Positive. I'd recognize him anywhere.
Dr. Strand was right. I did have more questions about the mysterious footage in the door, but I wanted to steer the conversation in a different direction. The mysterious block tape cases in that bathroom.
So, if people and places are the key to most of these things, what's with all the high-tech ghost hunting equipment? That stuff can't be cheap.
It's definitely not cheap. We need to keep up to date with the latest technology so we know how everything works and how the data can be manipulated.
What's the difference between these white tape cases and the single row of block tapes in your equipment?
Well, with our cases, we don't have the resources or technology to do this correct. Yeah,
Yet, being the operative word.
exactly.
Can I take a look?
This was it, the point of no return. I felt like Jack Lemon's Shelley the Machine Levine from Glengarry Glen Ross holding out his hand for the Nybergs to sign. It felt like we sat in that office, in silence forever. And then, Strand finally broke the spell. I'm Alex Regan. You're listening to the Long Days podcast. Stay with us. The Black Tapes podcast is brought to you by Audible.com. Get a free audiobook download at www.audibletrial.com/theblackTapes. This week we recommend Don DeLillo's National Book Award-winning novel, Underworld. Visit www.audibletrial.com/theblackTapes to download Underworld, or any one of Audible.com's more than 180,000 titles. I'm looking at old Super 8 footage of a boys' birthday party. There's nothing outstanding about it. Pretty standard stuff. No bouncy castles or magicians, and certainly no scary clowns. But I should back up a bit. Dr. Strand eventually agreed to let me take a look at one of the unsolved, he would say unsolved yet, cases from that mysterious row of plastic black VHS containers in a birthday party is from what we're calling the tape number 1. So, what are we looking at here? What is that? It's a man. More specifically, the shadow of a man. Sort of. It's a dark shadow in the background. It's standing right next to an old shed by a wire fence. It looks like a tall man wearing a hat, but its proportions are all wrong. It's impossibly thin. It could almost be mistaken for the shadow of a tree in the arms and legs, but it's hard to tell. It's pretty grainy. Okay, it's a shadow of maybe a man, or a really weird-looking tree. What am I looking for now? Okay, it's the same videotape, but a completely different scene. Different people altogether. It looks fairly contemporary, like it could have been shot in the last few years. Okay, so I'm supposed to see something then?
Yes.
It's like, where's Waldo? Is it in the foreground, background, in the pews? Where am I looking?
On the organs.
Oh my god. Okay. That shadowy figure I just described in that kid's birthday party? It was there by the stage in the church behind the organist. It had the tall, skinny outline, the hat, and I swear, this time, I could see something like fingers. But maybe not. They were as long as my forearms. I don't know, but whatever it was, it looked creepy as hell. So, what? People send you tapes of these shadow things?
Not quite. This is the way Robert was. He was in San Francisco where they got married 3 years ago, as you just saw. That boy in the first section looked at getting for Pennsylvania. It was from his 5th birthday party about 40 years ago.
Okay.
The boy's name was Bobby.
So,
Bobby Torres.
Bobby is Robert Torres.
Yes.
So, those shadow things?
Whatever it is, it was there when Robert was 5. It appears to be there again when Robert's 42.
It's following him?
I'm not comfortable speculating.
My producer Nick and I discussed it, and we're sure we have at least another episode worth of material with Richard Strand. So, in lieu of our original second episode, which is going to feature me digging into the fascinating and occasionally dangerous world of geocaching, we're going to finish up our story on Richard Strand and his mysterious black tapes. I'm starting to believe there are a lot of things in this world that I just don't understand. Why would somebody spend so much time and effort, and probably a lot of money, to create a sophisticated fake child's birthday party and then repeat the feat decades later at his wedding? Is it Torres himself? If so, why? Who is it for? Next week on the Black Tapes podcast. I do understand what you're saying, of course, but I don't know. I just don't feel like they crossed the line.
No.
Oh, I don't think so. You think we must be Sebastian?
Are you fighting with my mom?
Did it sound like we were fighting? We were. We were just talking about something very important, so our voices may have sounded worried. But we're fine.
I know what you're talking about.
You do?
You're talking about my friend.
What friend?
Why are you following him?
Well, who says I'm following?
You said you don't want to meet him.
More on this, along with a lot more on Strand's mysterious black tapes next week. The Black Tapes podcast is a National Radio Alliance and Minnow Bean Soil production. Recorded in Seattle and Vancouver. Produced by Nick Silver. Mixed and engineered by Alan Williams and Samantha Paulson. Edited by Nick Silver and Alex Reagan. Executive producers Paul May and Terry Williams. discussion about the history of the Strand Institute's involvement in the Torres case. Mr. Torres agreed to an interview, and in the end, my producers and I were able to convince Strand to come along. It didn't take all that much convincing, which leads me to believe Strand may have been feeling a bit conflicted about the way things ended in San Francisco. Apparently, Mr. Torres was not at all happy with the Strand Institute's inability to disprove the film's seemingly paranormal events. Strand says he didn't think Torres was after the reward money, and, in fact, Strand says Torres never brought it up. I'll let you decide for yourselves. Coming up on the Black Tapes podcast, we go to San Francisco. I'm Alex Regan. Stay with us. Hi, thanks for being with us.
You're welcome. Dr. Strand.
Torres agreed to meet us at his home just south of San Francisco, in the suburb of Cupertino. He works in the finance department of a tech firm just outside Silicon Valley. His hair has a bit more gray than someone in his mid-40s would normally have, and he has the look of someone who doesn't sleep well, and probably hasn't for a long time. It became apparent, immediately, that he and Strand had some history. Their relationship seemed strained. So, Dr. Strand showed me your tapes.
Not good. It's Master. With Mario.
I think I should take you back to the beginning, just to clean up the timeline a little. Robert Torres, the man in the two films on Strand's black tape, started experiencing strange events shortly after his marriage to Maria. They consulted a host of paranormal experts, including Lorraine Warren, and every single expert agreed. The couple were being haunted by a malevolent spirit. They referred to the shadows in the two videos as proof. Torres wasn't convinced and called Strand. Torres described some of the events that prompted that initial call.
I was working late. It was our corporate year, and so I had to get our taxes in order. Except for the night janitor who was working on the floor above me, I was alone in the building. And as I was locking my office door, I heard something coming from the far end of the hallway. It sounded like a fan, like something electronic. It was the microwave.
What happened next?
I walked down the lunchroom and I turned on the light. There was nobody there, but the microwave was on. It was cooking. Nothing. There was nothing in it.
There was nobody there.
You were certainly wrong. Absolutely. How are you sure? I spoke with the night janitor on my way out. He already cleaned out the building. There's nobody but me. Something else.
What?
As I was leaving, he asked me if my friend was going to be staying, and if so, he would be decided.
You said you were working alone.
It was.
So, what friend was he talking about?
Tall man.
He said, the tall man.
He said he could see me running to my office from the second floor to went directly across the courtyard from my office. He said he saw two of us in my office, me and the tall man.
But you were alone all night.
Absolutely.
Did this happen a lot?
This happened all the time. Appliances turning on, random banging noises. I can't tell you the amount of times people thought I was with someone when I was clearly alone.
Did you feel like you were being followed?
Yes.
How long did this go on for?
Yeah.
What about Maria?
She heard things, voices when nobody was home. Sometimes she was found out here or there. It was her reason Maria decided to call the priest and mention the paranormal investigators.
And it was Maria who noticed the shadows in the wedding video? And your birthday card film?
She was reasonable about the whole thing first. She treated it like cockroach infestations or termites. That didn't last. Pretty soon she was crazy. She became convinced that there were demons in her house. She would chant, burn sage. I honestly thought she was
And that's when you called Dr. Strand. Dr. Strand once told me I was experiencing the same thing.
It's not uncommon.
Could you please define apophenia again for our listeners?
It's the mind's need to make sense of random things, to create patterns without how spurious the connection. What makes people believe they do demonic forces from nature draw mountains backwards. It's what makes the sportsman convinced that something he or she does can affect the outcome.
What happened after Dr. Strand became involved?
Sorry, centering everything around my team's rival might be creating connections for the audience that aren't legitimately there.
Fair enough. Okay, around the time Dr. Strand was looking into your case, something changed, didn't it?
Things were different for me. I no longer felt like I was being followed and hearing strange noises. Things were calm.
But Maria still wasn't convinced.
No. It's become very strange. So inside here. I told her what Dr. Strand said. It was just. She was listening. She was worrying about herself.
Had something started happening with Sebastian? So, to clarify, Torres and his girlfriend at the time, Maria, had a child named Sebastian. They got married when Sebastian was 3 years old. He was ring bearer at his parents' wedding ceremony. Trust me, if you could see the video, that kid is really cute. The strange tall shadow in the background, not as cute. Robert Torres mentioned that things stopped happening to him around the time Strand finished his investigation. I think it's fair to say Strand's investigation was inconclusive, at least as far as Maria was concerned. So, things stopped happening to Robert. But things didn't stop happening.
We moved into this place. It's much bigger. Or we need a dog. I don't think you can bring it no more strange chance. But I know there's something wrong with me.
This was after Dr. Strand had completed his investigation and went back to Chicago.
Sending the revision at 8 p.m. Nerd Squad. There's a new cease and desist letter that just went out per the FBI's instructions because of the very people that are upstairs right now. It seems that some of the people upstairs right now, well, they're going to prison for the rest of their lives and aren't whistleblowers.
I ran in, I saw her holding on to Sebastian. And he was crying.
What made her scream?
She said she saw someone standing over his bed, Sebastian's bed.
What did that someone look like?
She said it was a tall person dressed in black. Freakishly tall. She said his head almost touched the ceiling. His.
Oh, and the FBI called you guys Russians again.
She thinks it was a man.
So she really didn't get a good look.
Isn't that funny?
It, whatever, disappeared.
Maria knows what the shadow looks like on both your wedding video and your birthday party film. She may have just transferred the shadow from you to Sebastian.
She wouldn't make this up, Dr. Strand. She would never frighten Sebastian like that.
You said there was more than one event?
Yeah. She was giving Sebastian a bath in here. In the middle of it, she says she felt someone behind her. When she looked, it was that thing in black standing here in the doorway. It almost gave her a heart attack.
I don't suppose you recorded any of this?
Of course not. I just wanted to stop.
Did you consider calling Dr. Strand at this point?
Maria wouldn't let me. She was pretty upset at this point.
Did she provide any other details about what she saw?
Not really. She started calling it the Shadow Man.
How many more of these events were there? Where's Maria living now?
Los Angeles. Where is she? Not long after we moved here. The other paranormal investigators called me, said it was a spirit. Although, whatever it was, he told me he proved that they were just shadows, that there was nothing to be afraid of.
Hey guys, hey, I'm guessing I won't be getting my incense.
All of them. Shadows, the proof of life. Like the shadow man of my wedding.
Everybody 1-2 step. The FBI said Russians were on the premises. And that's code for people going to prison today. Are they here now? I don't know.
I thought she was becoming unbalanced. I believed you.
But they were definitely here earlier during my last live stream.
Shadows are more than they are. Vermin-proof plasma weapons existence of something outside the natural world. She's making reality for her. That is, she's seeing the shadows around Sebastian because she expects to see them. There's no knowledge. There is nothing paranormal about those shadows. When I chose to believe something else, it's a choice I can't force her to believe. Please, stop talking.
Mr. Torres, have you ever seen the shadows around yourself or Sebastian? It was difficult listening to Torres talk about his marriage. He looked helpless. When he looked at Strand, that helplessness turned to anger. His wife was convinced that these shadow figures were real, and that they were after their son. Torres wanted her to seek psychiatric help, but she was insulted that he didn't believe her. This caused a lot of friction in their marriage and led to their eventual separation. I got the sense that Torres was actually more worried about his son than his wife. I think he's terrified that the Shadow Man is real, and that it's following his son. They had their home exorcised and prayed over countless times, but Maria's visions didn't stop. In the end, she blamed Torres, said that he gave the Shadow Man to Sebastian. She moved out, taking their son with her. Do you still have the original film of your birthday party? Could we see it?
The bulb on the projector still works.
The bulb didn't work, but we were able to dig one up. Torres' reel-to-reel film projector was the kind they used to use in public high schools. Really ancient. He threaded the 8mm film and let it play. There. Maybe it was the sound of the film projector, but seeing it like this made it feel more real? Creepier, if that's possible. And it was even clear that there was someone or something standing at the back of their yard. Looking at the original footage, it's obvious that whoever's standing back there is pretty tall, maybe 7 feet or more. When Strand showed me the video, I thought it might be the shadow of a tree. But now I'm not sure. Up close like this, it really doesn't look like the shadow of a tree. Do you have the original wedding footage as well?
I do, somewhere. That was videotaped, so it looks just like the comprehensive strip.
Can we see it?
You can do whatever you want, but I'm not watching that again.
Of course. I'm sorry.
You have nothing to be sorry about.
At this point, he glared at Strand.
Have you ever been married?
No, not me. I know because my mother reminds me every Sunday.
How about you, Dr. Strand?
No.
I'm not surprised.
I asked Strand if he thought the film was doctored. He told me that the experts he used to examine that film were the best forensic tech team in North America. That Super 8 footage was real. It just comes down to a matter of perspective. Do you see a shadow or a person? We'll come back to this. But first, Dr. Strand and I visit Torres' wife Maria and son Sebastian in Los Gatos. I'm Alex Regan, and you're listening to the Black Tapes podcast. Stay with us. The Black Tapes podcast is brought to you by Audible.com. Get a free audiobook download at www.audibletrial.com/thebblacktapes. This week we recommend Haruki Murakami's latest novel, Colorless Tsukuru Tazaki and His Years of Pilgrimage. Okay, this time I got it. This week we recommend Haruki... I'm already scared about the title. Visit www.audibletrial.com/thebblacktapes to download Colorless Suzuki Tazaki and His Years of Pilgrimage, or any one of Audible.com's more than 180,000 titles.
Los Gatos is small, just south of Cupertino. It's a walking-sized town. It would probably take you 20 minutes to cover it end to end. It's quaint. Maria and her son were renting a small bungalow on the edge of town near the highway. She seemed a little surprised by our request for a visit, but she was as welcoming as one could expect under these circumstances.
Maria.
Dr. Schneider. Hi, Maria. I'm Alex Regan. Nice to meet you. From the radio. Yeah, this is for a podcast. Digital radio production.
You just came from Laura's house in San Francisco.
Not Sebastian.
How old is Sebastian?
It's okay. All things considered. Most proper. It's good I asked. So what happened to the rest of your team?
I'm taking a bit of a sabbatical. What writing for the last few years.
Maria is the kind of woman you want on your side in the event of a zombie apocalypse. No nonsense, street smart and strong. Her eyes are narrow, but open incredibly wide when she wants you to know what she's saying is important. Whatever madness or temporary madness she was going through at home was gone, although there is a bit of world weariness around the edges. Her kitchen is spare and functional. She clearly has a thing for roosters.
Lots of videos. He's been following Sebastian.
What do you mean, follow?
At school. And we're outside so we can walk home together.
Have you recorded this event with a smartphone? Did anyone else record it? I'd like to take a look at some photographs of the video of Sebastian.
Okay. This is Charles. This is Liz Rodriguez. I promise we'll be very respectful. We just want to see if there's anything similar to what we're seeing on the tape in any of those photos. I don't have one. Any what? Photographs. You mean you don't have any photographs of Sebastian? No. Well, could we look at some videos? I don't have any. But are you sure there's nothing? I think we would prefer to actually everything.
Okay.
It was not.
What could make a mother delete every single
Okay,
photograph
Nerd
of her
Squad,
child?
I've sent out an
Especially in
update.
school, trips to the grandparents.
Updated cease and desist letter at 7:50 something p.m. Posted it on Facebook. Signing out of Facebook right now.
Something is definitely way off there.
Removing it from
Is it
the
possible that there was
device,
something in every photo?
but not from
Or has
the
all of this
soon-to-be
stress and pressure
incarcerated
caused some
and
kind of
federally
mental or
imprisoned
emotional collapse?
idiots upstairs.
Maybe her getting rid of the photographs was her way of exercising part of this thing, her way of coping with the impossible. She told us that she didn't want Sebastian seeing anything scary. Fair enough, I suppose.
So we're gonna read the revised letter. Subject line 11/29/2024, 7:57 p.m. PST. Urgent. North Precinct child abusers and ongoing escalation of crimes this evening. Revised cease and desist notification. Criminal and civil actions imminent. November 29th, 2024, 7:57 p.m. PST. To North Everett Precinct, DCYF Unit 207, Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office. Snohomish County Judges, Commissioners, and Clerks, Snohomish County Sheriff's Office. Alderwood Property Management, Anne-Marie Bauer, Erica Owens, Richard Garcia, all other named individuals involved in this matter. Regarding urgent revised cease and desist notification, criminal and civil actions imminent. This letter serves as formal notification of the following: illegal detention and witness tampering. As of today, November 29th, 2024, I, Lynette Renee Hansen, also known as Mystic Lynn, have been illegally and criminally detained for 114 days. This continued detention constitutes witness tampering, U.S. Code 1815-12, and other criminal acts by numerous City of Everett employees, which will be pursued through the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI. Actionable threats and ongoing criminal conspiracy. For the past 14 months, with the exception of 2 Fridays in October 2024 and last Friday, individuals associated with the North Everett precinct and the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office have, through various third and fourth parties, engaged in a pattern of harassment, threats, and criminal actions against me. These actions, which escalate every Friday, include but are not limited to I'm still reading. It's just I'm also trying to smoke part of the cigar, but it's not lit. Okay, where was I? Here we go. These actions, which escalate every Friday, include, but are not limited to, kidnapping of my sons. This has already been perpetrated, RCW 9A.40, and is a felony. The FBI has stated that prosecutors, police, DCYF, my multiple times convicted stalker, and extortionist mother will be charged accordingly. This is a big deal because there's one woman, according to the FBI, who truly thinks there's no way I can be charged for August 17th, who the FBI is confident absolutely will be. Wrongful arrest and/or commitment. This remains an ongoing threat, RCW 9A.36 and RCW 71.05. This is especially concerning given that I have not been served with any legal documents since February of last year, 2023, when my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser engaged in vexatious service of process, serving me 7 times with the same documents. Furthermore, I have not filed a notice of pro se appearance in any case, and there are no exceptions or exigent circumstances that would permit any party to attempt to execute fraudulent orders obtained through fraudulent service. Any such attempt will be met with legal action, including charges of stalking, harassment, criminal trespass, ADA violations, and civil rights violations, concurrent with the Class A felony of witness tampering. Just to be clear, guys, you were averaging 35 plus federal indictments in August. How long do you think they are now, huh? Let's do the next one. Illegal eviction from my home. This involves a plan to criminally and illegally evict me from my residence of 12 years, a property of which I have paid closing costs in excess of 5 times to my extortionist mother, who has been complicit in these illegal actions, RCW 59.12 and RCW 59.18. Defamation and false accusations of mental illness. Over a year ago, my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, who has been blacklisted by DCYF for over 16 unfounded reports against me, his victim, stated in text message that he now has friends within DCYF and that my neighbors in the police would be involved in falsely claiming I am mentally ill. This constitutes defamation, RCW 9A.36, and a conspiracy to deprive me of my civil rights, U.S. Code 42, 1985. These claims have been repeatedly adjudicated in Snohomish County Court over 7 times, where psychologists have consistently diagnosed him as delusional and the pathological liar, and myself as a victim with Asperger's. Ongoing harassment and abuse of disabled minor. The North Everett Precinct's criminal actions perpetrated against me from February 2nd, 2024 to the first actual kidnapping on August 17th, 2024 have resulted in 12 plus counts of abuse of a disabled minor. These actions involve changing my autistic son's routine and forcing him to regress. They were sent a cease and desist letter informing them of their child abuse prior to their holding me hostage / illegally detaining me. Cyber stalking, interference with deliveries, and financial harm. Currently, the North Everett Precinct, through 2 male officers and a female hacker they employ, are actively attacking and stalking me via all my devices. This has been ongoing for 14 plus months. Since November 17th, 24, they have been incessantly interfered with my mail and deliveries, preventing any and all deliveries from any service I post-pay from reaching me in less than half a week. This includes canceling 8 plus orders and forcing me to wait 10 days for laundry detergent and 3 days for cat food. all well beyond their delivery dates. They are doing this while illegally enforcing fraudulent court orders and continuing to delay thousands of dollars owed to me by them and from my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser. Disregard for cease and desist letters and ongoing criminal violations. Despite receiving cease and desist letters dated October 20th, 2024, October 15th, 2024, which includes the September 15th, 2024 letter, detailing ongoing federal and state felonies, gross misdemeanors, and civil rights and ADA violations, you have continued your unlawful actions. These letters explicitly outlined instances of criminal trespass, RCW 9A.52, harassment, RCW 9A.46, stalking, RCW 9A.46, including 14 plus months of cyber stalking and online attacks, complicity and extortion, RCW 9A.56, fraudulent service and attempted interference with legal process, RCW 9A.72. I have not been served anything since 2023. Any and all claims elsewise are demonstrably false due to ongoing live stream evidence. Per the FBI, this means many people have fraudulent court orders, imminent liability, and nothing more than illegally enforceable documents. Interference with mail, U.S. Code 18-1701. This includes the ongoing and deliberate blocking of my mail and deliveries by the federal felons residing above me. Civil rights violations, U.S. Code 42-1983. ADA violations, U.S. Code 42-12101. These cease and desist letters, sent over a period of 13 months, served as clear warnings to cease your illegal activities. Your continued disregard for these warnings demonstrates a blatant disregard for the law and my fundamental rights. Intend to pursue legal action. In the event of my release prior to your detainment and arraignment, I will pursue legal action against each and every one of you. This includes, but is not limited to, the North Everett precinct officer captured on my YouTube livestream attempting to illegally enter my home, moving private property to stalk me and peering into my living room, accompanied by individuals identified by the FBI as federal felons facing imprisonment, and all individuals involved in the planning and authorization of each and every one of the separate instances that all of the above actions have taken place. Fraudulent bench warrant. Any attempt to enforce a fraudulent bench warrant is illegal. While this letter is not required in such an event, I will demand a payment of $1 million in addition to the $2.4 million the FBI has already determined I am entitled to due to the extensive criminal actions of DCYF Unit 207, the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County prosecutors, my neighbors who are employed by or related to the aforementioned parties, and any other third or fourth parties involved in this conspiracy. Based on observed comments, I believe the intent was to wrongfully arrest me and allow the aforementioned extortionists to change the locks on my home and illegally detain me in jail. ADA compliance. Pursuant to the Americans with Disabilities Act, I demand that this letter be filed in each and every case associated with my legal names, Lynette Renee Hansen and Mystic Gwen. Evidence of threats and criminal activity. Evidence of the aforementioned threats and criminal activity has been previously documented and can be found on my Twitter account, specifically in the highlights section from December of last year, 2023. These threats have been corroborated through my ongoing reports to law enforcement for over a year. Disclaimer, this letter is not legal advice. I strongly urge all recipients to seek immediate legal counsel. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, Mystic Gwen. It's 8:21 p.m. PST. I won't be sending a cease and desist letter tomorrow. But remember, everybody, on Sundays, what am I authorized to do and be? Yeah, baby, you know what it is. You see it. So the FBI has said that Russians were in the building today, and they said it on the live stream before this one, covertly, indicating, as usual, today there was at least one person on these grounds that's going to prison for the remainder of the time that they have left on Earth. Very likely more than one. Are they upstairs right now? Well, I'll probably know the answer to that in a few hours.
You still think I'm seeing things?
I didn't say that.
You think I'm crazy, but I know what I see.
Did you talk to Sebastian about it?
Never. I don't want to know. You don't know what's understandable, Dr. Swan. You still think I'm crazy. You all do. You can't see him because it's not you he wants.
Who are you talking about?
You don't know. You just want to make me sound crazy for your radio show.
I would never, Torres. Rodriguez, please, I'm genuinely interested in what you have to say about all of this.
It's back here.
She opened up Sebastian's closet, and there at the back, behind his clothing, was a black image or smudge. It looked like it was burned into the back of the wall. But if you followed the darker outlines, it looked vaguely like the outline of a face. Kind of like the face amongst the screen, but painted by a child with black charcoal. It was definitely eerie in light of everything being talked about, but to be frank, if you pointed that image out to me in any other location, I'd say it was probably a black mold stain.
Did your son draw that?
This is the person for the child to draw.
To be honest, yes.
Why would Sebastian face the back of his closet? He's a good boy.
I'm sure he is, but children draw all kinds of dark images because people draw half of their backs.
Sebastian didn't draw it.
Maria went into some personal medical details about her son, and we thought it best not to disclose this information since it bore little relevance to the case. But as you can probably hear, things were getting tense. Strand had to return to Chicago, but my flight home was still 2 days away. I decided to do a little digging online.
Just a little heads up, guys. It's my understanding per the FBI that in the event that I need to send another cease and desist letter on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, each letter is going to have an extra little tidbit that you'll be going to prison for in it.
Because of one of her Facebook albums. It was Sebastian's kindergarten. The cover photo was Sebastian's class. It was pretty standard stuff. A bunch of cute kids standing in front of a dark red curtain, the date, the teacher's name, and the rest of it. One thing that was missing, however, was
And keep in mind, that only applies to those of you who haven't blown the whistle. According to the FBI, over 50% of the Unit 207 frequenters are not going to prison because they have blown the whistle.
Agreed to see me. She was out of town for the afternoon, but she said that we could meet a few hours before my flight tomorrow. I went back to Maria's to see if I could get her to open up more about her relationship with Strand, and to show her the class photo.
But according to the FBI and other federal agents, there was indeed a marlin or a shark on the premises today, and that means a federal felon that they are excited to put behind bars.
Told Dr. Strand and me that there was a shadowy figure in all of the photos of Sebastian.
There may have been more than one. But there was someone on the grounds during the live streaming that ran from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. that the federal government was like, yes, 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 we cannot wait to put this person in prison.
I wasn't sure what to make of Maria's reaction to the photo.
They may or may not still be upstairs.
While she was in the kitchen on the phone, Sebastian came into the living room. This was my first time meeting him.
You must be Sebastian.
Are you fighting with my mom?
Did it sound like we were fighting? We weren't. We were just talking about something very important, so our voices may have sounded worried. But we're fine.
I know what you're talking about.
You do?
You're talking about my friend.
What friend?
Paul.
Oh, Paul? Who is that?
He doesn't like me talking about him.
Oh, you're talking about it with me.
That's okay.
Why is that?
Because he needs him too.
Sebastian, where's Tom Paul now?
You know Paul here?
Can you show me?
Why are you following him?
Well, he says I'm following him. Sebastian, is Tom Paul in this room right now?
You said you don't want me to know.
Sebastian is not your typical kid. He reminded me of those child actors they always cast in ghost movies. Those ethereal, way wise beyond their years kids. Scary kids. Or am I describing him that way because of the context? Was I experiencing what Dr. Strand calls apophenia? If you keep talking about a shadowy figure following a child, and that child suddenly tells you he's friends with that shadowy figure and gives it a really scary name, are you going to see that kid as creepy, no matter how cute he is? I went to meet with Wanda Duguay, the photographer who took Sebastian's class photo.
Yeah, I remember this one.
Wanda's been with Regent Photography for 6 years. He must take hundreds of class photos every year.
It feels like that.
Can I see the individual photo of Sebastian Torres? I believe his mother called ahead to give us clearance.
She did. Yeah, I have it right there.
That's great, thank you. It was a photo of Sebastian standing in front of the red curtain. Nothing creepy. A great shot, actually. He was almost smiling.
Can I ask you why you're so interested in this photo?
Of course. We're doing a kind of profile of paranormal research. You have no idea. Anyway, the whole thing started with these shadow figures in these two videos. We just wanted to rule out the same thing with photographs. Took them out. What? The shadow. What do you mean?
Photoshop, there was something in a few of the pictures that had kind of a dark blur. I just went in and took it out with Photoshop. I usually enhance the eyes a little bit.
Which photos have the dark blur?
This one, Sebastian Torres, and cross picture.
Can I see the original?
Sure. Yeah, I can put it this way.
Is that the original?
See, look at this smudge.
Wanda brought up Sebastian's class photo and moved the cursor over a dark stain. It was a long, vertical black smudge off to the side of the photo by Sebastian's teacher. It was kind of hazy, like some kind of dark, thick smog, vertical, like black steam out of a large kettle. At first I thought it was part of the fold in the dark red stage curtain behind the students, but it didn't extend all the way up to the top of the frame like the other shadows in the curtain did. It was the same as Sebastian's solo picture.
So what is it? I mean, to be perfectly honest, these things just happen sometimes. Not as often, obviously, that it was digital, but they still happen. Something in Photoshop.
So there was something in the photos. It didn't look at all how Maria Torres described it, but still, there was something. I have to admit, I was not expecting that. I called Dr. Strand and let him know what I discovered.
I'm sure there's an explanation for what happened. A lens aberration or something similar.
That's possible, but isn't it also possible that Maria Torres wasn't seeing things? There was a shadowy image in the original print of that photo.
That's a pretty big leap from a dark smudge on a photograph to a sinister being following a child.
Maybe, but you have to admit it's a pretty strange coincidence.
I don't, actually. However, I do find it interesting. Did the photographer in any way suspect that stain or mark was a figure?
No,
Did you see a figure?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure because you're allowing your mind to see things based on someone else's context and bias. Had you seen that photo on its own without ever having met Maria Torres, you'd have seen what the photographer saw, some kind of lens aberration, mark on the photograph. That's it.
I don't know.
It's understandable. There are cases where coincidence and psychology meet in a way that allows you to consider things you never thought possible.
What about Robert Torres? I really don't think he wants to believe. He wasn't willing to believe, even if believing meant saving his marriage.
Let's try a more realistic scenario. Maybe Robert and Maria Torres are stuck in an unhappy marriage. Maybe Maria Torres is experiencing a mental breakdown, and that is the thing taking a toll on their marriage. Is sightings of shadow people are simply an externalization of everything wrong in their marriage. They can't face the reality that the only thing wrong in their lives is their failings. Hello?
You don't find that a bit patronizing? To reduce their experiences, which sound frightening to them, to a bad marriage?
I never find the truth patronizing.
Okay, but in the little time I've known you, I've heard you talk about the importance of evidence. But there's very little evidence that they have a bad marriage.
They're separated right now, aren't they?
Okay, on the subject of evidence, I've seen 4 distinct cases with something strange, photographs and videos surrounding the Torres family. Also, there's the anecdotal evidence from all 3 of them.
I wouldn't call any of that evidence.
You know, you're actually bordering on condescension at this point.
I'm sorry, but I just don't see anything supernatural about any of this. As a journalist, I think your mind would be a little bit less pliable.
I'm going to hang up now.
I suddenly understood why Dr. Strand makes so many enemies. I don't think he's being purposely smug. It's just that he seems to have an answer for everything. And those answers are occasionally dismissive of people's subjective experiences.
You haven't been married.
No, not me. I know because my mother reminds me every Sunday.
How about you, Dr. Strand?
No.
I'm surprised.
At the beginning of this episode, I mentioned that my producers dug up some information during their research to the paranormal investigators. A lot of that information related to...
Also, just to be clear, guys, the FBI has confirmed that everyone agrees legally that my August 14th tort was an invoice, and you've rendered my services by continuing to illegally detain me.
Strand. In the end, because it wasn't directly related, we decided we weren't going to include any of that information on this show. However, during one of our interviews in San Francisco, Dr. Strand told Robert Torres and myself that he was never married. The truth is, Strand was married, and his wife went missing under very mysterious circumstances in 1997. Now, I suppose he might lie about something like this to protect his privacy. But if he's willing to lie about his wife, what else might he be willing to fabricate? He's been working alone for the last 2 years. But what happened with his former team? So far, every person we could find who worked with Strand has denied our requests for an interview. A few days after our falling out, Dr. Strand called and left a message.
Hello, Alex. It's Richard Strand. I'd like to apologize for the other day. I'll be up in Seattle next week, and if you're interested, I'm bringing along another case from my collection. From the section I believe you referred to as the Black Case. I think you'll find this one very interesting. Anyway, I hope you're well. I'll leave my information with your producers. Take care.
Strand was right. I was interested. Very interested. And I believe I can say, without exaggeration, that what happened with the first block tape is nothing compared to what happened with tape number 2. I'm Alex Regan. This is the Black Tapes Podcast. We'll be back again next week. The Black Tapes Podcast is a National Radio Alliance and Minnow Beats Well production. Recorded in Seattle and Vancouver. Produced by Nick Silver. Mixed and engineered by Alan Williams and Samantha Paulson. Edited by Nick Silver and Alex Regan. Executive producers Paul Bay and Terry Miles.
I just heard you on Alex Regan's podcast, and I was just wondering if I could speak with you about something. It's something I think you'll want to hear. Recording, you probably already know about it because of what you do. I think they call it beyond sound.
Keith Damage, lead guitarist and principal songwriter for popular underground hard rock band Pastor Rising. If you're from Seattle, you've heard of them. If you're not, you may have heard of the lead singer's violent suicide a couple of weeks ago. He hammered a knife into his chest with a polo mallet. Pastor Rising was often in the news because of their ongoing conflict with the religious right. Local church groups have picketed their concerts, claiming they promote Satanism.
Just to be clear, the letter that I just sent wasn't a full count of who was in Unit 207. I was talking about who were actively involved in the cyber attack. There's more than one female upstairs, but there is only one that is happy about the crimes.
So,
And that one is going to prison for the rest of her life. She'll grow old and ugly in prison.
Not really. Every kid has a tort, and Antarctica in 1962.
The other one won't.
In a year story was born.
Can you guess which one is which? Federal
A
felons.
lot of research on beyond sound, and of course, a sample of the sound itself. I'm going to play it for you in a moment, but first, my producers have informed me that I have to read the following disclaimer. If you listen to the sound, you're listening at your own risk. Now, I've heard the sound numerous times, and so far, I haven't seen a single beat. But if you're afraid or superstitious, please skip ahead 10 seconds. You might want to put on headphones for this. More on this, along with a lot more on strands of serious black tapes. That was bad. Are there some things that just feel different, strange, powerful? Or does it all really depend on what you believe, what lens you choose to use, which filters you decide to apply?
Just to be clear, guys, if I have to send another cease and desist letter, I am going to be addressing things such as, are you ready? Everyone in Unit 207 discussing at great length about how it only mattered that their team of federal felons stayed out of prison and nobody else. That was a big topic of conversation right around November 20th. And I haven't included it in a cease and desist letter because the FBI says over 50% of you have already been blowing the whistle every day. And those people, they're not going to prison. But I might include something about that in the next letter that I send in the event that I need to send another. "8:39 p.m. PST, November 29th, 2024. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Gwen pursuant to the FBI's instructions. Bear in mind, I'm not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I'm an informant since the last week of June because the FBI wants me to."
I'm Alex Regan. This is the Black Tapes Podcast.
Oh my Lord, here's a just reward. Bring me my devil just behind the door, she said. He flies down the road.
I read one of the 11 calls from somebody named Alex Regan. It's Richard Strand. Okay, goodbye.
Now we're recording. Cool. And I'm going to do the intro part as well. Yeah. My empathy, I think, was just a little bit too much like, I don't know. Let me just do it. I'm doing it again.
We'll go flying through
She said she saw someone sitting over his bed.
Is it true that it's been on 5 days?
I know, it's like another layer of crazy on top of crazy.
The Black Tapes Podcast is an exploration of life, belief, faith, and occasionally the paranormal. This season, we're focusing our lens on the work of the Strand Institute and its enigmatic founder and president, Dr. Richard Strand. Last week, our look into the shadowy figures appearing in 2 separate videos took us to San Francisco, where we discovered a brand new strangeness. This week, the story of Dr. Richard Strand and his mysterious Black Tapes cases continues. We'll be telling our story in order, week to week. So if you haven't listened to the first couple of episodes, go back and start there. We'll be here when you get back. From the National Radio Alliance and Minnow Beats Oil, the Black Tapes Podcast. I'm Alex Regan. Last episode, things got a little complicated with the Torres family, and they've declined our requests for additional interviews. Don't worry, we're not dropping this. We will contact them to continue exploring their story, but in the interim, we need to respect their right to privacy through what must be a trying time for them. Last week I outlined some information our research team dug up regarding Strand. It concerned his wife, who went missing under mysterious circumstances in 1997. I'll have an update on this part of our story later in this episode, but in the meantime, last week, Dr. Strand left me a very intriguing message.
Hello, Alex. It's Richard Strand. I'd like to apologize for the other day. I'll be up in Seattle next week, and if you're interested, I'm bringing along another case from my collection, from the section I believe you referred to as the Black Tapes. I think you'll find this one very interesting. Anyway, I hope you're well. I'll leave my information with your producers. Take care.
Strand was right. I did find it very interesting. But first, my producer Nick had an interesting question of his own. Why was Strand offering this olive branch?
I don't know. It's probably fine, or at least it is what it is, but I'm just not sure I see exactly what it is Strand thinks out of all this.
You don't think he's just feeling bad about the way things ended between him and me? Or as thing?
Well, I think that might be part of it.
Okay, well, maybe it's as simple as he's just looking for an audience.
Maybe.
Or pressure from his publisher to promote his upcoming book.
Strand doesn't strike me as someone who cares much about that kind of thing.
Yeah, I agree. Why don't I ask him?
So I did. It took me a few minutes to get into it, but eventually Strand figured out what it was I was trying to ask.
So to be clear, are you asking why I'm willing to share this new Black Tape case with you, or why I'm willing to be involved in your story?
Oh, okay.
I'll play something for you.
At this point, Strand pulled up a YouTube video on his laptop. The first voice is Dirk Abruzzi. The second, Emily Dumont, two of the ghost hunting experts you'll remember from episode 1.
I had just been hired as an associate professor at Penn State Paranormal, and during my entire move to Michigan, I had a dark entity hovering above me. More than 6 people visually confirmed this fact. It followed me for weeks later.
You've got to be skeptical about stuff like this. Demons, really? Do you have any idea how rare a demonic incident is? It's like 0.0001%. It's very rare. We need voices like this.
In the world of paranormal investigations, these people are considered skeptics. These are the so-called voices of reason. There's no room for scientific method. There's no difference between any of these people and the ghost hunters on reality television. You are a respected journalist from one of the most respected radio programs in the world, working with you on a national platform for new skepticism. I think ghost stories are a lot of fun, but the problem is when people start treating the paranormal as reality, it waters down the culture. Can't tell us. At some point in the future, if religious wars don't destroy the planet, nobody is going to believe society ever took issue with same-sex marriage or looked at the Bible as anything other than fiction. It is the skeptical spirit that sets us back, socially and culturally.
Strand went on like this for a while. His point was clear. He wants to be the voice of reason, or at the very least, a voice for reason in a world he feels is in desperate need of such a voice. He wants to help, and he wants to use the show as a platform to provide a viewpoint counter to the majority, counter to the believers. I think that's a fair trade. I get to explore the Black Tapes, and Strand gets his platform. Let's turn our attention to another kind of tape for a moment. The demo tape. When you're a journalist in Seattle, you come across hundreds of small bands. Seattle is, after all, the birthplace of 90s grunge rock, and the home of seminal indie music label Sub Pop. But when Richard Strand called to let me know he got a call from infamous Seattle underground rock band Pastor Rising, it came as a bit of a surprise.
Hi, this is for Dr. Strand. My name is Keith Davidge. I'm the guitarist and songwriter in a band out of Seattle. You may have heard of us, Pastor Rising. Our lead singer, Jeff, died recently. I just heard you on Alex Regan's podcast, and I was just wondering if I could speak with you about something. It's something I think you'll want to hear. Recording, you probably already know about it because of what you do. I think they call it the unsound.
My number is 206.
Keith Davidge, lead guitarist and principal songwriter for popular underground hard rock band Pastor Rising. If you're from Seattle, you've heard of them. If you're not, you may have heard of the lead singer's violent suicide a couple of weeks ago. He hammered a knife into his chest with a polo mallet. Pastor Rising was often in the news because of their ongoing conflict with the religious right. Local church groups have picketed their concerts, claiming they promote Satanism. Somebody burned down their rehearsal space in 2008, but nobody was arrested. There were reports of a live animal sacrifice at one of their concerts, but YouTube clips showed at least one incident was definitely fake. Here's the lead singer Jeff Wendt from an interview last year addressing that controversy.
People see what they want to see. We're just trying to put on a show. It's entertainment.
So was that a real cat you killed on stage?
Killing cats is illegal and subject to prosecution in the state of Washington.
So that's a no.
What do you think?
I don't know, that's why I'm asking. You don't think that having satanic images and symbols on your album covers might be encouraging people to view your band through that lens?
I'm just glad that people are looking at the album covers.
Even your name, Pastor Rising. Isn't Pastor himself a Lovecraftian myth, one of the ancient ones, also called the unspeakable one?
You're not supposed to say his name.
Why is that?
You'll see.
He was charming, controversial, and talented. And last month, Jeff Wendt was found dead in the garage in the house he grew up in. He was only 27. So, I'm guessing you have some idea of that thing he referenced. He called it the unsound?
I've heard of it. It's similar to the hum, but there's more of a mythology surrounding the unsound.
I read something about the hum on The Guardian last month. This unsound is different?
There are several sources of the hum, all of them man-made. The unsound, however, is more interesting. I first heard about it back in 2005. My assistant at the time, Travis, brought it to my attention. Put on all the back channels, deep web forums. It's really a conspiracy theories, which is why I joined the institute.
So how is the unsound different from the hum?
It's quite different. Experts who have studied the limited samples we have claim the unsound is neither natural nor artificial.
So that rules out, what, everything?
Unidentifiable. My guess is it's synthetic, but I can't be sure until someone develops a more precise instrument to parse it.
You have no idea what it is.
And this is why it's one of what you're calling the black tape cases.
This unsound was of special interest to your assistant?
He was obsessed, really. You see, the unsound comes with quite a compelling narrative. There are a number of myths that have developed around it over time. It has different names. Diabolica, Lyricatus, the Devil's Note.
Can you tell us about some of these myths?
Well, the most common myth is that the unsound summons or invites demons into the world.
A demon?
An archdemon, if I remember correctly. The unsound is his voice gently asking the listener to invite him into his world.
An archdemon with a gentle voice? That doesn't sound all that scary.
There's more.
Okay.
Everyone who hears the unsound dies within 1 year of their initial exposure.
Now that's scary.
There's an additional supporting myth from one of the Gnostic Gospels rejected by the Church. In fact, there are actually 2 oblique references to a similar sound in the Dead Sea Scrolls.
What's the story?
Before the time of creation, Lucifer was the angel of song, of music. Lucifer led a revolt against God and lost. You're familiar with this mythology.
I'm with you so far.
So, God banished Lucifer to hell, and on his way out of heaven, Lucifer, now referred to as Satan in this particular gospel, created some kind of musical back door and he fell into the inferno, something sonic that would allow Satan to be back into the world without God knowing. The mysterious note is apparently a sound that God can't hear, the unsound.
That sounds a little Dungeons and Dragons.
So it's supposed to be Old Testament.
Okay. So there's this unsound that God can't hear, floating around the deep web, and a bunch of audio geeks getting heavily into the Old Testament. So where does the sound come from?
There's a lot of noise surrounding the unsound's history. Rumors of it being a creation of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. Some thought it was the Freemasons. Most claim some affiliation with Aleister Crowley himself. There's a mountain of mythology tacked onto this. But well over a year of research led me to a scientific outpost in
they all died within a year.
One of them died on the base due to a staff infection. The other 4 died in the mountain climbing expedition 6 months after their contract ended.
But was this within a year of them hearing the unsound?
This isn't demonology. It's bad luck and bad weather. There was a full article in the New York Times about that horrendous mountaineering expedition.
So they all died within 1 year of hearing the unsound, just like the story says. You don't think that's at least interesting?
Not really. Every myth has its origin, and Antarctica in 1962 is where the 9 within a year story was born.
He got me. I was just about to tell Strand how I thought he wasn't open to hearing both sides. Of course a myth has to have an origin. Strand was right. His new black tape was very interesting, and it was happening in Seattle, my own backyard. Would you like to hear the unsound? Me too. It's coming up, after the break. I'm Alex Regan. It's the Black Tapes Podcast. Stay with us. Dr. Strand's Black Tape number 3 contains a lot of research on the unsound, and, of course, a sample of the sound itself. I'm going to play it for you in a moment, but first, my producers have informed me that I have to read the following disclaimer. If you listen to the sound, you're listening at your own risk. Now, I've heard the sound numerous times, and so far, I haven't seen a single demon. But if you're afraid or superstitious, please skip ahead 10 seconds. You might want to put on headphones for this.
The sense of being.
Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Mishler.
Thinking aloud. Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Mishler.
Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Mishler. Today we'll be exploring the renaissance of Arabian civilization. With me is Jason Reza Georgiani, author of several books, including Prometheus and Atlas, World State of Emergency, Lovers of Sophia, Novel Folklore, and Arabian Leviathan. Welcome, Jason. Thank you. It's always a pleasure to be with you. Likewise, it's a pleasure to be with you, and I'm delighted that you make yourself available here in Albuquerque as well. When we think of Iran, most people would say, well, it's a country. You're suggesting it's much more than just a nation, even much more than an ancient nation. It represents a civilization. So I guess it would be useful to begin by defining what you mean by civilization.
Yeah, so Iran is not like Spain or France or Italy. Iran is like the whole of Western civilization. So the way I look at the distinction between culture and civilization, or between a particular country and the civilization that it's part of, is that a civilization includes a number of different cultures, usually with linguistic differentiation as one of the factors that define the distinction between these cultures. So, for example, in Western civilization, we have all of the various languages that descended from Latin, Italian, French, Spanish, and so the disintegration of the Roman Empire led to local cultural differentiation that produced the Italian, the French, the Spanish culture. Within Western civilization, we also have other branches
of the European languages, like the Germanic French. So, you have a variety of distinct cultures in Europe, which as early as the pagan Roman Empire were integrated into a single civilization. As early as the period of pagan Rome, you had the Romans in Germania, and Germany was being integrated into the Roman Empire. Even the Celtic regions of Gaul, or what's today France, were being integrated into a single civilizational sphere with Rome. So Iran is analogous to that. Iran is a civilization that includes a variety of, or from antiquity included a variety of distinct cultures that overlap and interpenetrate in various ways, and that are descended from a common ancestry. So these in ancient times included the Persians, the Medes, the Scythians, and the Sarmatians, at least four distinct branches of Iranian civilization. And these various Iranians all spoke different languages, although they were closely related, like the various Latinate languages are related. And they had different cultures, although their cultures deeply influenced one another. So, for example, some people are inclined to see Zarathustra as the founder of Iranian civilization. Matter of fact, I've made that claim myself in the past. But if you look closely at Zarathustra's life and times, you will see that this man was expounding his message. He was bringing his philosophical revolution into the milieu of the Median Kingdom at its zenith, when the culture of the Medes was pressing up against Scythian Central Asia. And the Median Kingdom entered into war with the Scythians. So, you had a cultural conflict ultimately between the rising Zoroastrian faith, the new revolutionary religious vision of Zarathustra, and the older Mithraic shamanistic religion of the Scythians. And then, later on in Iranian history, after the fall of the first Persian Empire to the Greeks and Hellenistic colonization of Iran, it's the Scythians who come down in the form of the Parthian dynasty. The Scythians come down and they reestablish an Iranian empire after the hiatus of the Hellenistic conquest of Iran. So the Parthian dynasty is of ethnic Scythian origin. And we've had other dynasties throughout the course of Iranian history, like, for example, the Safavids, that were of a ethno-linguistic extraction that's other than Persian. For example, Shah Ismail Safavi was a Kurd. So the Persians have been the ethnic and linguistic core of Iranian civilization throughout most of its history. The Russian philosopher Alexander Dugin has a concept that I came across when I was editing one of his books back in the days when I was the editor-in-chief of Arctos. I came across the concept of Narun in his work, in Dugin's work. The idea of the ethnic and linguistic pith of a civilization. To say the Russian word, yes, the ethnic or linguistic pith of a civilization around which all of the other internal differentiations of the civilization sort of hang. And he characterizes, for example, the Russian language and culture as the pith of Eurasian civilization. In the case of Iranian civilization, the Persian language and culture are that play the role at the core of Iranian civilization, and have done so for 2,500 years. But the Medes, the first Iranian kingdom, were not Persians. And then, as I suggested, the Scythians played an important role in revitalizing Iranian civilization after the Hellenistic conquest. And we had another branch of Iranian civilization, the Sarmatians, who, as they were called in Europe, the Alans, migrated all the way to Spain and were transplanted by Marcus Aurelius to the British Isles, and deeply impacted the development of Western civilization, particularly by transplanting the chivalric culture and Grail mysticism of Iran, what we call Javan Navi or Farhang Pahlavi. They transplanted this Iranian tradition into late Roman and medieval Europe. So that's a whole other another branch of Iranian civilization that extended from the northwest into Europe.
So you're suggesting that the Iranian civilization involves, in turn, various branches of the civilization achieving prominence. The Persians at one time, the Scythians at another time. So there's a fusion of these local cultures, much in the way, I suppose, Western civilization is the fusion of Latin and Germanic cultures. But then, at its core is the Persian language.
Yes, and if you want to draw another analogy, you could draw an analogy to China, where you have the Han core of the civilization, and various other cultures like the Mongolian, Tibetan cultures that have been part of one or another Chinese empire throughout the course of history, and have come to form part of the Chinese civilizational sphere. And then, so for example, you have the Cantonese in the southern part of China, and a variety of languages that are Chinese and form part of the fabric of Chinese civilization. But, the Han ethnicity and the Mandarin language are the pith of that civilization.
Well, I know at one point you told me that there was a time in which Persian was the official court language, ranging all the way from India to Turkey.
Yeah, so it's not as if these various branches of Iranian civilization were limited to antiquity, to the pre-Islamic period. Iran continued to be a civilization rather than a mere culture or nation all the way into the modern period. So, the Mughal dynasty that was established in northern India, actually from an offshoot of people from Iranian Central Asia, Babur came down from the area around Samarkand and established the Mughal dynasty. The Mughal dynasty in northern India adopted Persian as its administrative and literary language, and the prominence of Persian in India was such that all of the major works of Indian literature, like the Ramayana, the Mahabharata, and the Bhagavad Gita, were translated into Persian and read more widely in Persian than in their Sanskrit originals. And then, for example, the poetry of Hafez was so widely disseminated in India that there were more commentaries on Hafez produced in India than in Iran itself.
Hafez being the great Persian poet.
Well, I mean, you could say, the greatest Persian poet. And some people have described Hafez as the epitome of the collective unconscious of the Iranian nation. So there were more commentaries on Hafez produced in India than in Iran itself. And the first printed editions of Hafez, they were read by Europeans like Goethe and Nietzsche, and ultimately Americans like Emerson. The first printed editions of Hafez were produced in Calcutta and made it to Europe from India. In fact, there was such a prominence of Persian literature in northern India under the Mughals that entire period of Persian poetry stylistically referred to in Iran as Sabke-Hindi, or the Indian style. So, and then, the Taj Mahal, which is probably the most emblematic Indian building, was designed by an Iranian architect. The architecture and the art of the Mughal court were also Persianate. And then, as you mentioned, the Ottomans in Anatolia, also used Persian as their administrative and their literary language. And as early as 1400, the daughter of one of the leaders of the Mohammedan Sufi order established by Rumi married Sultan Bayezid of the Ottoman Empire, and created a kind of alliance between the Sufi spiritual tradition of Rumi, the Persian Sufi spiritual tradition of Rumi, and the Ottoman court. So there was a Persianate culture in the Ottoman Empire as well. And what this means is that we have a Persianate world all the way from Delhi in India, actually all the way from Bengal, the Bay of Bengal in India, to the Bosphorus, to Istanbul in Anatolia.
We're talking about what at one time was an empire that ruled over half of the world's population.
Well, the Achaemenid Empire ruled literally over almost half of the world's population. And then in this period we were just discussing, the, let's say, 1500s through the 1700s, again, you had a vast Persianate world. And it's important to note that this Persianate world could have been politically unified as well. Nadir Shah Afshar, a general from the Afshar tribe who was serving in the Safavid military during the collapse of the Safavid Empire to an Afghan revolt, Afghans in one of the eastern provinces of Iran, who seized the capital of the Safavid Empire and were responsible for the collapse of the Safavid state. During that period, this general, Nadir Wali Khan, of the Afshar tribe, basically took it upon himself to restore the Safavid state, but then ultimately crowned himself as the Shah of Iran. And he was a brilliant military tactician. Some have compared him to Peter the Great of Russia, some to Napoleon Bonaparte. He not only reunified Iran, he ultimately expanded the borders of Iran down to Delhi in India and colonized northern India. So, and then he began to wage a series of campaigns against the Ottomans in the West, which resulted in the recapture of Iraq, which had been part of Iran throughout all of the ancient Persian empires, had been actually the capital district of Iran, and he kept pushing to the West. And so Nadir could have reunified this, he could have reunified something on the scale of the Achaemenid Empire as a sphere of Iranian civilization, politically reunified it. And to that end, one of the things he did was disestablish Shiism. The Safavids had established Shiism as the state religion of Iran. But, you know, the Persianate culture of northern India was nominally Sunni, and so was the Ottoman Caliphate. So by disestablishing Shiism, albeit for the brief period that he ruled, Nadir was hoping to be able to rival the Caliphate, or rather to supplant the Ottoman Caliphate, as the protector of the Islamic world, as the vice-regent of God on earth. And I think that had a good chance of happening. The problem is that the cultural and spiritual backbone to sustain such an imperial project at that time had not materialized. And it does eventually materialize about a century later, in August of the 1740s. In the 1850s, you have the rise of the Baha'i movement and the Baha'i faith, where you have this radical Shiite theological school, the Shafi school, produce a leader, Sayyid Ali Muhammad of Shiraz, who claims to be the hidden imam. And he advocates in his Bayan, in his text called Bayan, and a number of other writings, he advocates a series of progressive reforms to the Shiite Muslim faith that aim very much in the same way as Mahdi to create a one-world religion. And although he is martyred in 1850 by the Raja government, his successor, Baha'u'llah, who is exiled into the Ottoman Empire, continues this mission, and actually has a vision for the creation of the League of United Nations, which he sees as an alliance of colonial monarchies headed by a kind of king of kings. And he wrote to the Shah of Iran at the time, suggesting that Iran was the cradle of the cause of God, and that Iran should assume the responsibility of creating this League of United Nations and unifying the world under a single humanistic religion. Just so that no one has any confusion, I'm not a Baha'i, nor am I advocating the institutionalization of Baha'ism in today's Iran. But my point is a historical and cultural one. Had something like the Baha'i faith manifested at the time when Nadir Shah Afshar, who was clearly open-minded in terms of religion, was attempting to create this vast imperial sphere from Delhi to Istanbul, if Nadir had endorsed something like the Baha'i faith and attempted to institutionalize it as a state religion, I think that all of these progressive reforms, like the equality of women that were being advocated by the Bab and by Baha'u'llah, the equality of women and parliamentary government and so on and so forth, I think that improvements to the education system, these kinds of reforms, the abolition of the hijab, the first people to advocate advocate for the abolition of the head job were the followers of the Bob, particularly a woman by the name, her epithet was what I contain solace of the eyes. During the period when the Bob was imprisoned and awaiting his death sentence, she proposed and carried out the first removal of the veil. So these modernizing progressive policies appeared in Iran for the first time as part of this religious revolution of the Babis and the Baha'is. And if this had happened during the reign of Nadir Shah about a century earlier, I think you would have had the cultural and spiritual backbone for the formation of an Iranian global colonial power that could rival the rising European colonial powers at the time.
Well, in the course of your visit here, we've done a number of interviews about Iranian history, and I see from time to time, and in several of the different dynasties, there seemed to be the ambition to craft an ethos, I think is the word you might use, an ethos for a religion that could become a global religion for a world empire, either through Judaism or through Manichaeism or through Shia Islam. So this ambition has been around, going actually back to the most ancient times in Iran.
That's right. I don't think we can say that all civilizations have a vision of world order. Western civilization certainly does. I'm not sure the Chinese civilization does. Western civilization certainly does, and Iranian civilization does as well. In the project of creating a unified world order for the betterment of humanity, rather than a particular ethnicity or culture, is a vision that goes all the way back to the Africans, and it resurfaces repeatedly in the course of Iranian history, including, as you mentioned, in the period when Shahpur the Great, the Sassanid Emperor Shahpur the Great, becomes a patron of learning. And I think you also see this ambition, in a way, in the humanism of the first Iranian Renaissance. You see this kind of humanistic, universalistic view in the thinkers of the period 850 to about 1050 or 1100 in Iran, where local Iranian fiefdoms have broken the stranglehold of the Arabian Caliphate over Iran, and you have dynasties like the Bukids, based around present-day Tehran, what was then the city of Ray, and the Samanids, based around Samarkand, becoming the patrons of scientists, freethinkers, and artists and literary figures, and producing a flourishing of science and culture that I think has been mistakenly defined as the golden age of Islam. The majority of these scientists and literary figures and so forth were Persians. I mean, at least 90% of them were. So, this is a period where we see Khwarazmi, or algorithmy as he's called in the West. We get the word algorithm from his name. Khwarazmi invents algebra. He also is responsible for the development of the first astronomical tables that are based on new discoveries and aren't just a reiteration of what was achieved by the Greeks. You have Razi from the city of Ray, which is currently Tehran. You have Razi, who is the inventor of ophthalmology and pediatrics as distinct fields of medicine, and the person who discovered the uses of kerosene and alcohol. A man who, by the way, really highlights the fallacy of defining this milieu of science and learning as Islamic, because in a book called something like the Fraud or Trickery of the Prophets, he keeps scorn on the Quran repeatedly, and just basically mocks people who believe in religious revelation. He was a great rationalist and skeptic, a resurrector of the atomic theory, and someone who critiqued scholasticism based on the theory of the four humors of Galen or the four elements of Aristotle. He basically, subjected that to a really devastating critique and attempted to bring back the atomic theory. Omar Khayyam is a harsh critic again of Islam and was the greatest astronomer and mathematician of his time. Ibn Sina, whose medical works, his modern Tibet was still being used in the early modern period of Europe. Ibn Sina, or Avicenna as he's known in the West, at the end of his life confessed that he was intimidated by Islamic orthodoxy into not expressing his true opinions until the end of his life. So these people were really doing this breakthrough work as free thinkers, not as Muslim thinkers. And some of them, by the way, are identified with the qualifier al-Majusi. So, for example, Khwarazmi, after his name, you see al-Majusi in a lot of records of the period, and that means the Magi. So some of these Iranians were being identified as having been ancestrally Zoroastrian. But I think what has happened to produce this flourishing of science and culture is that these people who were part of a kind of highly integrated, internally cohesive Zoroastrian culture in the Sasanian period were all of a sudden freed from any kind of state orthodoxy. They didn't take Islam, the religion of the caliphate, very seriously, and so they were basically at liberty to pursue their research as Persian freethinkers. And while it is the case that because of the dominance of the caliphate, they have to pen lots of their works in Arabic, if the Buddhist dynasty had continued to flourish, it had, after all, captured Baghdad and for a while reduced the caliphate to being its vassal. Eventually, they would have had Persian patrons that allowed them to pen these scientific treatises in Persian. And, unfortunately, the invasion of the Turks around 1050 stopped that from happening. But the fact that in the same period of this Iranian Renaissance, we see a revival of the Persian language by Ferdowsi, by Abu Hassan Ferdowsi, from Tus, present-day Mashhad. The fact that we see a revival of the Persian language in the project of the composing of the Shahnameh, commissioned by the Samanids, one of these local dynasties, the production of other romantic masterpieces like Vase and Ramin by Fakhruddin Gorgani, attests to the fact that the resurrection of the Persian language would eventually have been reflected in scientific works of the time as well.
So I think most people would think, probably like myself, when we think of the term civilization in that part of the world, we think of it as an Islamic civilization.
Right, and I think that's a deep misunderstanding. This flourishing of science and culture happened because of Islam, but not in a positive sense. It happened because Islam shattered a society in which the intellectual elite were thinking within a pre-established Orthodox religious paradigm. So Zoroastrianism has very rationalistic elements to it. It is in a way a philosophical theology. And the fact that it was institutionalized as a state orthodoxy by the Sassanids, after all, Khosrow I, massacred 100,000 Mazdakites in order to really reinforce the institutionalization of Zoroastrianism in the late Sassanid period. He had thinkers like Bozorg Mehr in his court, and he had invited the surviving academicians of the Greco-Roman world, after Justinian closed the last of the academies in the West. He had invited the last Greco-Roman academicians to the Sassanid court. So you had scientific research ongoing in places like the Academy of Gondeshapur in Sassanid Iran. But if we're really honest with ourselves, there's no evidence from the Sassanid period that it shows a flourishing of science at the level that ultimately was achieved a couple of hundred years after the Islamic conquest. And the reason for that, I think, is that there was such ideological conformity, even amongst the intellectual elite of Sassanid Iran, that you didn't have the impetus for really novel, revolutionary insights. And Islam acted as a catalyst to produce that by freeing the intellectual elite of Iran, freeing minds like the mind of Razi, Khwarazmi and Omar Khayyam, freeing them from an atmosphere of religious orthodoxy that existed in the late Sassanid period, precisely because whereas these men, many of whom were still called al-Majusi by the Muslim authors, in other words, the Magian, whereas these men would have taken Zoroastrian theology seriously because it was sufficiently rationalistic, and they would have tried to harmonize their scientific research with the state religious orthodoxy, these men did not take Islam seriously. They thought it was ridiculous. You see this very clearly in the writings of Razi or Omar Khayyam, or even, like I said, Avicenna at the end of his life. So the fact that they didn't feel beholden to any religious theology, and that Zoroastrianism, the Zoroastrian orthodoxy, had already been shattered and sidelined, really, I think, created the social atmosphere for these bold advances in science and technological innovation. And, you know, Iranian nationalists will often critique this period because there was no political unity of Iran at the time. But let's remember that the Italian Renaissance took place with the patronage of the Medicis at a time when there was no political unity in Italy. Italy consisted of a variety of independent city-states at that time. And yet no one would call into question the Italian Renaissance as perhaps the peak of Italy's culture. Even, I would say, perhaps more so than the Roman period, or at the very least the second peak of Italian history after the Roman period. So I don't think you necessarily need political unity for a cultural renaissance of that kind. And then, you know, we should consider the fact that the Buddhist dynasty had basically reunified most of what is Iran today and had even captured Baghdad. If it hadn't been for the Turkic invasion in 1050, the invasion of masses of nomads from Siberia in 1050, I think under the Buddhist patronage, we would have eventually seen a reunified Iran, an Iranian state that backed this project of a scientific and literary renaissance.
But I assume that the Ottomans in Anatolia and the Mongols in India chose Persian as their court language because of the respect they had for Persian culture and the fact that they must have recognized that their own language and their own culture was lacking in comparison.
Absolutely. You know, classical scholars of the Renaissance and early modern period in Europe always classified Persian as among the great classical languages of the world, together with Greek, Latin, and Sanskrit. So Persian had that status of a lingua franca of culture and civilization that very few other languages had shared in history. French eventually developed that status, and until very recently was considered an international language by the United Nations and so forth. And so Persian is among those languages that achieved a level of global recognition as basically a vehicle for the promulgation of culture and learning.
Well, I have to say this. I think I had a good education growing up in the United States. I certainly studied world history. There was a lot of emphasis placed, obviously, on the Greeks, on the Chinese contributions. Very little on Persia. Now that I think about it, it feels like one of the reasons I'm so glad to have these interviews with you is you're filling in big gaps in my own education, and I suspect that that's probably true for most of our viewers who have a standard Western education. It seems as if there was some effort to minimize or write Persia out of world history.
It's not a standard Western education. You wound up with that false impression because of the British educational system, which was adopted by the United States. If you look at the German educational system that produced Goethe and Schelling and Nietzsche, the German educational system very much recognized Iranian contributions to history, and it produced a whole series of thinkers who saw Iran as key in world history, people like Hegel. And the same is true to an extent in France as well. It's really the British who tried to erase Iran from world history, and they did it very deliberately. When the modern British educational curriculum was being developed during the height of British colonialism in the 1700s and the 1800s, the British were attempting to capture India from the Persians. So, as I mentioned, Nadir Shah had gone down into northern India. After the Mongols already had a Persianate culture in India for hundreds of years, Nadir Shah was politically integrating India back into the core of Iranian civilization. And so there was a very real chance in the 1700s that India would wind up to Iran what, let's say, Brazil was to Portugal for a while. That, just as there are more Portuguese speakers in Brazil than there are in Portugal itself, India would have become this vast Persian colonial territory. And the British wanted to take India from the Persians. So there was a very explicit colonial rivalry between the waning Iranian empire of the Safavids and the Afshars and the rising British Empire. And part of any conflict like that is psychological warfare and propagandistic writings of history. The British created Afghanistan as a wedge between Iran and northern India to be able to come in and establish the Raj and secure their colonial control over India. And I think that colonial project, the British colonial project in particular, had a devastating effect on what had been the civilizational sphere of Iran. Because instead of people growing up reading Hafez in madrasas in traditional school, instead of people reading Hafez alongside of the Quran and memorizing his poetry and seeing the Quran through the lens of Hafez, which had been the case, they were uprooted from that Persian heritage and wound up gravitating toward really literalist, fundamentalist interpretations of Islam. As the British divided and conquered what had been, parts of the Iranian civilizational sphere or the Persianate world. So I think the cultural uprooting that happened in the Islamic world had a lot to do with the British colonial project, and that is the colonial project responsible for writing Iran out of world history.
Well, when we think of a renaissance, I know that you're of the opinion that the potential exists for a second renaissance of a flourishing of Arabian culture.
Yeah, so we don't have the Scythians around anymore today, except for the small remnant in the nation of Ossetia. And we don't have the Sarmatians so much anymore, although the Croatians are also a relative of the Sarmatian people. But we do have still an internal differentiation of a variety of cultures in Iranian civilization that extend over a vast geographical sphere. So, for example, the Tajiks, not just in the nation of Tajikistan, but the Tajiks of Uzbekistan and the cities of Samarkand and Bukhara in particular, and the Tajiks of northern Afghanistan are part of Iranian civilization to this day. We have Kurds in northern Iraq, Syria, and in a large eastern quarter of Turkey are all a part of Iranian civilization. These are people who are ethnically and linguistically Iranian. They speak an Iranian language, and they've been a part of the Iranian civilizational sphere. So, there are whole parts of, and also even the Baluch in the part of Pakistan next to Iranian Baluchistan. The Baluch are ethnically and linguistically Iranian, and even the Pashtuns in southern Afghanistan. Their language, actually, the Pashtun language in southern Afghanistan, is the closest contemporary language to the Avestan language used by Zarathustra. So you have a vast geographical sphere of people who ethnically and linguistically are part of Iranian civilization, and I think there's a potential for a cultural renaissance across that entire sphere, as well as a cultural renaissance that would encompass the Shiite parts of the Arab world, because Shiism has not just since the Safavid period, where it was institutionalized as a state religion, but even from the days of the first revolts against the Caliphate, from the days of the revolt of Babak Khorramdin in Azerbaijan, from the days when the Order of Assassins, led by Hassan Sabah, was fighting against the Seljuk overlords of Iran. All the way from the early Middle Ages, Shiaism has become integral to Iranian national identity. And so these parts of the Arab world that are Shiite can also, in a contemporary sense, be considered extensions of the Iranian civilizational sphere. And I think that A revitalization of Iranian civilization today will go a long way for constructively transforming the Islamic world and transforming, Islamic values and the ethos of Muslims at a time when we're seeing a demographic shift on a planetary scale toward a Muslim majority by the end of the 21st century. So if you can imagine, a future where instead of Salafists and Wahhabis controlling the spiritual heart of the Islamic world, you have the poetry of Hafez and Rumi being recited at the Kaaba in Mecca, and whirling dervishes dancing around the Kaaba stone in Mecca. I think that kind of a world where the sphere of Islamic civilization, as it's called today, has reclaimed its Iranian roots, is a world that's going to be much more constructive and beneficial to humanity at large.
You seem to be suggesting that a revitalization of a Muslim world, the way that in effect integrate the Muslim world with global culture, and global culture to me is primarily economic. Actually, it's a business culture largely. That can be accomplished by an emphasis on the esoteric aspects of Islamic and Central Asian culture, as opposed to the more fundamentalist aspects of the Islamic religion.
I'm talking about an emphasis on the esoteric mysticism of Iranian civilization, which and also the Iranian genius in the sciences and technology, which is responsible for all of the glory of so-called Islamic civilization. So the renaissance of Iranian civilization at this period in history will fundamentally affect the destiny of the Islamic world as the Muslim population rises to a majority on a global scale. Samuel Huntington, a Harvard professor of political science, who wrote a really influential work around the time of the, he wrote it slightly before the collapse of the Soviet Union, right around about that time, the clash of civilizations and the remaking of world order. And he presented this theory of the world entering a post-national epoch where the major conflicts were no longer between nation-states, they were between rival civilizations. And he developed this theory where you have civilizational core states, like, say, the United States of America as the core state of Western civilization, holding it together through the NATO alliance. Or China as the core state of a Chinese civilization that includes, say, Taiwan, which is not yet politically integrated with China. Or Russia as the core state of an Orthodox civilization, right? And then you have the periphery of these civilizations, peripheral states. And he also describes what he calls lone states, like Japan, that has a strong culture but doesn't belong to any larger civilization. And then torn states, which are countries torn between two or more civilizations. And you might see India as an example of that, where you have a large Muslim population in northern India and a growing Muslim demographic in India, to the point where you have to wonder if in the future India is going to maintain its national unity, or whether it's going to be really in a more violent way torn between Islamic civilization and its Hindu cultural identity. So he develops this theory of civilizations, and he points to the fact that the only civilization today lacking a core is Islamic civilization. Islamic civilization has no identifiable core state. And this causes a serious problem in terms of geopolitics, because the core states of other civilizations, like, let's say, America or China or Russia, don't know who to negotiate with in the Islamic world. There's no recognized representative of the Islamic civilizational sphere. And I've argued in my new book, Iranian Leviathan, that if you look at the various countries that could step in and become the core state of Islamic civilization, quote unquote Islamic civilization, which I think ought to be transformed back into Iranian civilization, none of them are even close to rivaling Iran for that potential. So, you've got Iraq, which is a failed state, was always an artificial state. You've got Turkey, which is linguistically and geographically peripheral in order to be able to carry out that role today. Pakistan is militarily very strong, has a large population, has nuclear weapons, but again, because of its worded language and its geographical positioning, Also, because of its ongoing conflict with India, it's in no place to really assume leadership of the Islamic world. Malaysia and Indonesia are totally peripheral from a historical standpoint, despite their large populations and economic potential. The only state that I see as a potential rival to Iran is Egypt. Saudi Arabia has nowhere near the industrial basework. Their entire economy is organized around an unsustainable petroleum resource, and they don't have the cultural base to act in that position of guidance and leadership either. Egypt could, but that would involve the takeover of a Muslim Brotherhood type Islamist state in Egypt that would think of Egypt not as a nation, but as a base of operations to organize a Sunni caliphate. And the formation of such a Sunni Orthodox caliphate is, I think, exactly the threat that ought to convince the other world powers and, the elites of other civilizations to back the rise of Iran as the core state of so-called Islamic civilization. And the eventual transformation of the Islamic civilizational sphere back into an Iranian civilizational sphere that experiences an Iranian renaissance that would be to the benefit of all of humanity.
Well, Jason, you have a vision.
I do.
And as I understand this vision, potentially it could result in a positive outlook for world peace in general.
It could, and I think key to that is stability and internal transformation inside Iran. So Iran definitely needs a cultural revolution. I mean, the idea of an Iranian Renaissance is the idea of a cultural revolution. That has to take place, and in fact, it is happening right now at a grassroots level. On the other hand, I think it's very important that an attempt not be made to excise Islam from Iran's civilizational history, to attempt to lobotomize Iranian civilization and rewind the clock 1,400 years to a period before the Islamic conquest is, I think, going to leave you with an internally conflicted, shattered nation divided against itself and totally isolated from surrounding Islamic countries, rather than an Iran that experiences a cultural rebirth by rerooting itself in its pre-Islamic culture, and at the same time remaining connected to all of the spiritual, artistic, and scientific developments in the Islamic period so that it can play a leadership role throughout the Islamic world.
Now, it's only fair to mention that we're conducting this interview at a time when war between the United States and Iran is a possibility. In fact, only, I think, a few weeks ago, or maybe even less, a few days ago, we knew that we're at that point. I'm pretty sure that you think that's a very unwise thing for America or other Western nations or countries like Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates to provoke war.
Not only do I think it's unwise, I think that the casus belli, the reason that is being cited for the application of all this pressure on Iran by Western powers is totally unjustifiable. The main reason that the United States and its allies are given for all of these bullying tactics that they're employing against the regime in Iran has nothing to do with human rights, because the United States is an ally of Saudi Arabia, which is the greatest violator of human rights probably on the planet. It has to do with Iran's regional influence, particularly in the Shiite Arab countries. And I see that as a very beneficial thing. So going back to the discussion we were just having about, Iran remaining connected to all of the cultural developments that took place in the Islamic period, the Italian Renaissance did not restore Greco-Roman paganism. The Italian Renaissance that was patroned by the Medicis was completely compatible with the power of the Vatican and, really advanced in league with the Vatican. So I don't see why there can't be an Iranian Renaissance that reclaims very inspiring elements of Iran's pre-Islamic culture, and at the same time, the Iranian state that is backing this project of a cultural revival could use the Shiite theological establishment as a kind of Vatican that influences a wider Shiite and Muslim world, the way that the Vatican in Italy today has plays a role of guidance throughout the entire Roman Catholic world, particularly in Latin America. So I think that the Shiite theological establishment has a very constructive role to play in guiding at least the parts of the Arab Muslim world that are Shiite, and that would be incomparably that would be a much better scenario than allowing the rise of Salafism and Wahhabism and these really narrow legalistic Sunni schools of thought to dominate those countries. So, to me, the West is making a grave mistake in not welcoming the increasing influence of a Shiite tradition that includes very enlightened esoteric mysticism.
Jason Giordani, once again, not only an informative interview, but one with visionary potential.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you very much. And thank you for being with us.
Hey, Spokane, in the hustle and bustle of our daily lives, balance can be hard to come by. And it looks different for everyone. From managing your budget, saving for your bucket list, or finally tackling that home improvement project, ICCU has tools and expertise to help you every step of the way. See what we can do for you at ICCU.com or visit an Eastern Washington branch near you today. Idaho Central Credit, looking after your daily balance. Insured by NCUA.
Thinking aloud. Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Mishra. Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Mishra. Today we'll be exploring the prehistoric origins in Black Africa of ancient Egyptian culture. My guest is Professor Thomas Brophy, who is president of the California Institute of Human Science and has authored several books on this subject, including Origin Man, Prehistoric, Megalithic, Astrophysical Maps of the Universe, and two books co-authored with Robert Duval, Black Genesis, the Prehistoric Origins of Ancient Egypt, and Imhotep, the African Architect of the Cosmos. He is also author of a wonderful book called The Mechanism of Man's Made Mysticism, Explorations from Spirit, Matter, and Physics. Welcome, Thomas.
Thank you. It's great to be here again.
It's a pleasure to be with you. Your exploration of this particular topic, dealing with actual journeys into the deep, barely explored remote parts of the Sahara Desert, in region some distance away from the Nile Valley.
Yes. So, parallel in Egypt, parallel to the Nile, goes north and south, and just 100 kilometers or so west of that is a sequence of oases. West of that, we have the desert, the Egyptian Sahara Desert, and that goes through south to Central Africa, the Sahara Desert, and the region in the southwest corner of Egypt, where Egypt meets Libya and Sudan, is a area called Jebel Wina and Jum Kabir, and to that region is where I went with Duval on a little expedition to study some very interesting recent finds in this very remote region. It's 4 days by 4-wheel drive jeep from the nearest house or inhabitant of any kind. And it's an extremely remote region. Not even dirt roads out there. That's right. That's right. It doesn't rain. So there are occasionally jeeps like ours that go there. So there's a kind of a jeep tracks in some places.
I understand that the archaeologists have sued because the desert is so arid that it hadn't rained in thousands of years.
Yeah, that area became hyper-arid extreme desert around 3400 BC.
But before that, the climate was different.
Yes, it was more moderate. There were seasonal rains, and at the site that I studied, the ancient site that I studied, Mount Playa, the network fill up seasonally as a seasonal lake bank called the Playa. We call it Playa now.
As I understand it, you found, for example, paintings and rock drawings showing giraffes and other animals, jungle animals, at one time are depicted in the artwork.
Yes, there are giraffes and animals like that depicted in the rock art. And we went there to visit a beautifully painted prehistoric cave that was discovered in that region, just discovered in 2007. We went there, we were sent a group to go there in 2008. We went with the discoverer of the cave. Has on the ceiling very beautiful prehistoric rock art depicting people who live there and they're raising cattle and various domestic scenes and that sort of thing.
We're talking about black Africans.
Yes.
In this area, as I understand it, Egyptian archaeologists and Egyptologists have largely suggested that the ancient Egyptian culture developed independently of black Africa. That's sort of the conventional view.
Yes, that's the really conventional view that have been followed. And recently known this case because, as you mentioned, related to the find of the art, the rock art in that region, there was also found, actually by the same people, a hieroglyph. A hieroglyph with the cartouche, the name of the Middle Kingdom king, Egyptian pharaoh. And that really changed ideas in this regard because the area is now and has been since 3000 BC, so extreme desert. It was assumed there was no travel to that area from even dynastic times in ancient Egypt.
The commerce would have been impossible, right, because of the climate, but now hieroglyphic discovery showed that the Egyptians were able to travel that far themselves.
Yes.
When you approach this as an astrophysicist, that's your background, you worked for NASA, as I recall, in the Voyager 2 project.
That's right. Yeah, it was wonderful what they did. The team I did my doctoral dissertation with that had an historian on board the Voyager 2. It was wonderful project.
So At one of these locations, you described an active fire where which became a lake bed, filmed partially during your seasonal lake work. They were discovered there, and you personally went to study megalithic structures, very ancient, prehistoric, and had archaeoastronomical significance. Yes, yes, I went there to study them and measure them because the initial report had some things being made up in the data where these large stones that were reported to align with stars as to their locations and which stars they aligned with. There were some discrepancies there. So one of the things I wanted to do was to measure the actual locations myself from the high-low GPS. And after I was able to get there, tag along with the kind of a remote adventure travel group, just two jeeps that were going through the region. And I was able to get there. Let's talk about what you learned. So I got the measures of the locations of these megalithic stones and studied the alignment of them with stars and how they align with particular stars as they move through the precession of the equinox. Let's define for viewers here that not everyone will understand the precession of the equinoxes, which is very important for astronomy. Yes, because the Earth's spin axis, the Earth spins x-axis every 24 hours, the North Pole that spins around, it rotates, it wobbles on a cycle of about 26,000 years. So it points at a different location in the sky as it moves through that whole cycle. And that's called the precession of equinoxes. And because of that motion, the apparent location of stars in the sky relative to Earth change over that same cycle. And that's what gives us what we call in the West the zodiac ages, like the age of Aquarius, the age of Pisces, the age of Taurus, the age of Aries preceding. As I understand it, astrologically speaking, these ages have to do with the constellation that's on the horizon at the moment of the spring equinox. Yes, it's the constellation that the sun is in at the moment of the spring equinox. So, and that is going to every 2,500, 2,600 years or so, it changes. Yeah, it's constantly moving. So you just divide 26,000 by 12, and you get about 2,400 years. That the location of the current location of the sun moves through those different zodiac constellations. This was understood by, at least by the ancient Greeks, probably by the ancient Persians, but maybe the ancient Sumerians who were into astrology. Your findings suggest, if I understand it, that the precession of equinoxes was understood by these prehistoric people in Black Africa who created these particular megaliths, like an astronomical calendar, sometimes called the Stonehenge of the Sahara. Yes, the Napkin Firefly was announced by CNN as the Stonehenge of the Sahara. And it's a fascinating site. It does have megaliths. And however, the calendar circle that got a lot of attention is composed of smaller stones that weren't directly related. But that forms a very interesting calendar circle, which has an astronomical meaning. And that calendar circle is in a complex of megalithic limestone structures and alignments as well. Do we know anything at all about the people who created these structures? Yes, we know they were Black African people. Their remains studied anthropologically, and the people having a region of income. I understand that they also seem to have some sort of religious cult involving ceremonial rituals that have to do with the cow. The cow is very important. Yes, the cow cult and the serious and cattle ethnography was very important to them as well as in ancient Egypt, which came later, ancient Egyptian civilization. And at the prior, there were not found any graves of humans. No human kings or queens graves were found, but a very finely constructed grave of a cow was found, which is something similar to what you would find in ancient Egypt. Yes, where like the Serapeum, where it's a whole large, enormous complex with embalmed bulbs. Yes, yeah, yeah. So there are many elements clearly of the culture that was operating at the prior in the earlier time that moved to the Nile Valley and became the ancient Egyptian dynastic civilization. And one of the important correlations is that he was an astrophysicist studying archaeoastronomy, paying attention to his similar alignments found in Giza Plateau where the Great Pyramids are. Yeah, similar astronomy, similar astronomical functioning of the monuments. Like a very clear one is, music breaks down, is that in ancient Egypt, the new year was heralded by the Helenical rising of Sirius. Now, it's a big word, but all it means is the first sighting of the star Sirius of the year, just before sunrise. So Helenical is rising before the sun. And so stars go through a cycle where they disappear because they're too close to the sun, you can't see them, and then they reappear just before dawn. It's called the Helenical rising. So in ancient Egypt, the Helenical rising of Sirius heralded the timing of the floods, the Nile flooding from the monsoon rains. The monsoons were south flooding the Nile, but the Nile flooded every year at about the same time, just after the Helenical rising of Sirius. So there were monuments, temples in that were built to track the rising of Sirius as it moved. There are alignment of the temples which were built to track the rising of Sirius as it moved through precession motion. And we found the same thing at Naphtali. These megalithic stone alignments, they tracked the rising of Sirius and other stars as they moved through precession. And the Helenical rising of Sirius and Naphtali had these dual alignments where they put megalithic stone alignment towards the north that would track line with the circumpolar star. We call it Big Dipper, in ancient Egypt we call it the Bull Star constellation. The stars go around the North Pole star at the same time that the star Sirius rose in the east, the horizon. And so for the ancient, the Naphtali people, they were tracking the same stars and probably for the same reason. Because like it was a seasonal lake, Naphtali was, well, these monsoon rains filled up the lake seasonally at the same time, by the same time of year. So they would have naturally wanted to track their calendar, the same events astronomically with the same stars as we can see that they did with these stone alignments. And then at about 3500 BC, the monsoon rains pattern moved further south. So Naphtali region became a extreme desert and had to be abandoned. And that's when the culture, the ancient Egyptian dynastic culture that shows many of the same elements pops up in the Nile Valley. So you suggest that people migrated north? Yes, or their culture did. Well, Really, really, he's to the nail down. He's definitely like that. So today in Egypt, archaeologists often refer to connections between ancient Egyptian culture, the Sumerian culture, the Crete culture, and the Persian culture. When you visit Egypt, especially around Aswan in the southern part of the Nile, you see mostly black people. Yes, yeah, and we know from the anthropological evidence that the people just predating the dynastic civilization and Nile region were black people. I mean, it's a significant discovery, I would think, because amongst other things, these black people had a very sophisticated understanding of astronomy. It looks like that. Yes, there's suggestions of that in ancient site Nepal and elsewhere. It took a while, as I understand it, for conventional Egyptologists to acknowledge any of the archaeoastronomy, the correlations found by some of your colleagues. Yes, like the Orion correlation of the Great Pyramids with the stars of Orion's belt. It's still not doing zero. But you found the correlations with Orion and Neptune Maya. Yes, with the stars of Orion's belt and the Orion constellation of Neptune Maya. That's right. Yes, so there's very clear link from the astronomy and Neptune Maya around the time 4000 BC that the culture moved to the Nile Valley. And also Neptune Maya as a site is much more ancient as well. It's recovery dating going back to around 9000 BC at Neptune Maya. And there's also astronomical evidence of astronomical alignments that go back in further time as well. And the calendar circle that made the site famous, it has it probably represents the stars of Orion's belt and the spring equinox hill out there, spring equinox horizon around 6000 BC. And it's a nice little diagram that demonstrates how they were seen in the sky, and their location in the sky, as well as the timing with the summer solstice on the horizon. Demonstrated in this calendar circle diagram that I suggest also was a sort of a teaching diagram. It demonstrated the precession motion of the sky, long-stick precession. It's very interesting that a pre-literate culture, as far as we know, there was certainly no written language at that time. And now advanced units of astronomy. Yes. If it had this advanced knowledge, it's frustrating to see. You could speculate basically two basic ways that they could have gotten this knowledge. Okay, suppose they had advanced knowledge of astronomy, as they suggest is that they might have had it in mind. How did they get that knowledge? How did they know that? Basically three types. Some other group or beings told them, they gave them the knowledge, or they could have had the knowledge passed on to them from a much more ancient, maybe high civilization of the past, or they could have gotten the knowledge through other types of means, like intuitive means and paranormal, parapsychological means. So to summarize it in the more popular language, we're talking about ancient aliens on the one hand, or an ancient breakaway civilization, or we don't feel it. Yes, there are three possibilities, and I'm sure there are advocates for each of those. Yes, yep. Advocates for each of those that like to connect with my work and ancient monuments is time. Now, you, having been an acid scientist, didn't go down there with an agenda of any kind, to my understanding. No, I saw it as a puzzle. as a puzzle. So the first technical archaeological report of the site mentioned the alignment that these stones were probably, these megalithic stones were probably aligned with stars, and it mentioned the data for the location of the stones. And as I said, I found there's some discrepancies there, so I was just very interested in it as a puzzle. So I studied the site, I went there and studied it as a puzzle. I'm concerned about any of the political controversies concerning the origins of ancient Egyptian culture. That's right. I was at the time concerned with that, and after I published the one book, the Origin Lab, I was actually really surprised that some of the most enthusiastic response I got was from Black ethnic scholars, and because they saw the importance of that for connecting the ancient Egyptian civilization with Black ethnic origins. And I wasn't even thinking about it, like 7%, but I was happy that they came up with it. And on the other hand, when I read the book co-authored with Robert Duval, Black Genesis, he described two, you could call them academic camps, the Afrocentric and the Eurocentric camp in terms of the origin of Egyptian culture. And he said neither one is scientific if they're arguing for a political viewpoint, just trying to muster evidence that supports their viewpoint and ignoring the other evidence that you're interested in. It was just to look at the data and see where it led. Yes. I like to follow the evidence, and to me, I thought of it as a fluid, ancient fluid project. But I didn't care about which recipients it was. But you did point out that the Egyptian guidebooks were popular, had some very racist descriptions about the attitude of Egyptians toward different racial groups. Yes, you'll see in current guidebooks probably kind of a hierarchical description of the views of the race exist. And so many Egyptians today probably think of themselves primarily as Mediterranean people, even though they're on the African continent. Look down at the idea that they're a very powerful ancient culture might have emerged out of Black Africa. Yeah, and it's clearly, obviously, a modern ethnic view, ethnic mindset that leads to that kind of thinking, and not any evidence from ancient history. So, also as an astrophysicist began to look more deeply at what these calendars and megaliths might be pointing to, in addition to some of the obvious correlations having to do with the spring equinox and the constellation Orion and the star series. As I understand it, we found a number of other correlations that would seem almost impossible for ancient people to have come up with. Yes. So, as studying the site and looking at it as like a puzzle, an astronomical puzzle, I found a series of correlations. And the sort of most prosaic ones, like I just mentioned, about the alignment with the region of Sirius and circumpolar stars, those are now accepted by the conventional archaeological community. Then there's more that go on from there, and the site itself is much more ancient. So the cave Hyperarea was picked by NBC, and it was then, but it was the powder dates going back to about 9,000 BC. And there's also evidence, there's other evidence that the monuments were being built and maintained over those thousands of years. Some of the megalithic stones are polished, and even the sculptures. Yes, and there's sort of a centerpiece of the Naphtha-Playa complex that just got the name of complex structure A, and it's at the center. So the large stones arranged in lines that point to stars are the these lines of megalithic stones radiate out from one point, like a hub. That's complex structure A. And complex structure A is in a field of many other complex structures. And all complex structures, because they're built on the way it's applied, it's a seasonal lake. So over these seasons, over thousands of years, the sediments built up in the lake. And it's only seasonal lake, so half the year it's dry, half the year it's wet. And so the sediments are known to have built up over thousands of years, 9,000 BC to 4,000 BC. And these complex structures are built in those sediments. And they include, so at the bottom of the sediments is the bedrock, the rock bottom of the playa. And in each of these complex structures, at the bottom of the structure, underneath all the sand playa sediments, on the bedrock, there's a sculpted lump of stone, a sculpture. And so the complex structure A, there was at the bottom, a sculpted lump of stone. And then chopped in place on top of that was this power sculpture, geometric string sculpture that you mentioned. At the time it was discovered, it was thought of as the earliest megalithic sculpture known. And then, so that was placed there, and the sediments were put back in. And on top of all that, there was a megalithic surface structure, this complex structure.
So it would appear that based on this observation, that this area was inhabited over a period of 5,000 years, from 9,000 BC to 4,000 BC.
That's right. And these sediments were building up, and these structures were being maintained. Because, so when these complex structures were found, the initial hypothesis was that they were all created in the time, the late megalithic period, just before the site was abandoned. And so it was hypothesized, so this was after all the sediments were gone, the sediments already there, that the people at that time, they somehow knew where there were lumps at the bottom of the sediments underneath. They dug a hole and sculpted the lump on the bedrock of stone, and then filled the sand back in and put the megalithic sculptures on top. And that was considered, actually I suggested that was kind of a convoluted explanation. A simpler explanation could be that the bedrock sculptures that are on the sediments, underneath the sediments, were sculpted before the sediments were there, and they were maintained over the millennia as important monuments. And what we find now, these complex sculptures, are the influence of those over the millennia.
So a culture that some sort of stable thousands of years could well be equipped to giving knowledge of the precession of the human axis.
Yes.
But through your observations, or hypothesized that the astronomical knowledge could be far more detailed than just that.
That's right. I found correlations that suggested that. The distance at which the megalithic stones that point to particular stars, like the Orion's belt, the distance on the ground could be correlated, the relative distance on the ground of the lines could be correlated with the relative distance to the actual stars. Distance to stars. Now, that's kind of a crazy idea, but there's this correlation there.
You looked at this with the precision of an astrophysicist.
Yes.
And you never, as you've explained to me, some of the regulates you have more confidence in than others, but overall, you feel pretty confident about this.
The basic alignments and that they didn't track the stars as it moved through precession, that's really pretty well accepted. And actually, the explanation that the bedrock sculptures were probably older than the early hypothesis, even that was accepted or came around to that view by the archaeological team. It's official.
Well, it's understandable that conventional astronomers and archaeologists and archaeoastronomers and Egyptologists are going to balk at the idea that some pre-veteran African people could measure distance from the Earth to different stars. And that requires today to do that sophisticated equipment. That's right. That's right. So it is. And that stone sculpture in the center of complex structure A, it had an interesting geometric shape. The outer edge of it was reported to be found as a polished surface. And you can see from the images, if you measure them, there was like a spherical, finally made spherical section. And it was chopped in place on top of the bedrock sculpture. And I found that it basically subtended and maybe demonstrated the apparent motion of the center of the galaxy as it moved in precession, as well as the stars. And so that brings up another problem if you think that might have been what the people were tracking, because the center of the galaxy is not a visual object. It's not a visual sky object. But other ancient cultures we know have held astronomical importance to visual astronomy to the center of the galaxy for other reasons too. You can kind of see what it is, even though you don't see it in the dark side of it. So that's I make that suggestion in the book as well. And the bedrock sculpture that's at the center there, underneath all the sediments, the sculpture was placed on top of. I suggest it looks like a map of the galaxy itself. So the excavators of the site, they made a map, a drawing of this find, and the way that they placed the center of the drawing, the center of all these alignments, was measured at a location on the sculpture, which would be consistent if you thought of it as a sculpture of the galaxy where the sun would have to be in that. That's fascinating. Yeah. But as I recall, what did you further? Yes. We talked about the velocity of stars as they move. Yeah, so I just kind of kept finding these correlations as a puzzle. I just kept taking that further. Now, I'm sure a lot of people might say, well, there's so many different numbers and you put it all together, there's a risk that maybe you projected some ideas onto a random pattern. Yeah, I understand that criticism. This is a puzzle. It's a description of correlations that I found there. People, look, I mean, not everybody can go and do the actual measurements, but that's what you do. Yes, yeah. So the correlations, the existence of the correlations is not proof that that's what the buildings of the stones intended. Right? With the alignment of the Galapagos and Sirius that we found moved in the same alignments being tracked in the ocean of Egypt, that's additional cultural evidence that that's what was really meant by those stone alignments. For these other sort of more extreme correlations, we don't have that kind of additional cultural evidence that that's what was really meant. And that's why I got really intrigued by the bedrock sculptures that are much more ancient. I got my colleague from when I was doing planetary science to get interested in this because we tried to get access to remote sensing data that could see under the sand to see if maybe this whole planet basin bedrock has a sculpted meaning, perhaps. But we don't have the data yet high enough resolution to be able to see underneath the sands what's going there. In other words, the investigations are continuing. Yes. And so to summarize, you found some very important correlations between some of the basic, obvious, well-acknowledged astrological, astrological and astronomical correlations between these megaliths and the calendar stones and Maya and elsewhere in this area as well. You mentioned that now Bagnall Circle is even more remote. It's out in the Devilly Wyandotte region that I mentioned, near the hundreds of kilometers further into the desert. Yes, much more remote. And we can stay that Ralph Bagnall, who was a physicist, enlisted by the British at around the time of World War II for something called the Long Range Desert Expedition, where, for military reasons, they were exploring this area of North Africa. And stumbled onto this very ancient circle. It's now called Bagnall Circle. And it's in such a remote region that it had not been formally, the time that we visited in 2008, it had not been formally visited by any archaeologists. You were the first person to make precise measurement. Yes, it had to measure precisely which way is north and south of the circle. As I recall, it very much resembled the calendar stones of Playa. Yes, stones Bagnall Circle is about the same size as Montevideo. And the Bagnall Circle is about twice as big as the Playa Circle, but there's a lot of resemblances, and we found some sort of obvious simple astronomy. Simple astronomy is the Bagnall Circle with like the north-south stones, the north-south line, the stones in the circle colored black, and the east-west colored white. And there's clearly some visible astronomy in the Bagnall Circle as well. Another point I think is worth bringing up to mention is the significance of the star series. Both to the ancient Egyptians and to the people at Playa, having to do with the monsoon rains and signifying very important ecological events for these people. There's another book I'm aware of by Robert Temple called The Serious History, in which he looks at the Dogoan people, who I think are in sub-Saharan Africa, who call themselves, I think, the people of the dawn style, because they regard Sirius as where their ancestors came from. Yes. And that's more connection with the possibility that the roots of the dynastic Egyptian civilization culture came from like North Central Africa. And if you follow the line from like Giza to Cartouche and Wyandotte, just keep going, you get to Central Africa, that region. You co-authored 2 books with Robert Verbal. He's also well known, as I understand, for the Orion correlations at the Giza Plateau. You also have an introduction by Robert Schock, a geologist who has argued very strongly that the Sphinx is much older than had previously been thought, that it's weathered by water damage, which suggests that it was, and up there you can see that it's plain to the eye. It looks like water damage. Yes. And the Sphinx, which would have had to have occurred prior to 3000 BC. Geophysically, it is probably weathering from running water on the Giza Plateau that make the weathering patterns that we see on the Sphinx enclosure. And that you just combine that with paleoclimatology, and that means that if it is water, running water weathering, it would have to have been at the time when there was rains. It had rains, and that was more than 5,000 BC, I think, is what Schock is. And that's why Schock was also very interested in that file, because it was around decades to around 6,000 BC as well. Another point in the book African Genesis is that if you look carefully at the face of the Sphinx, it does seem to suggest the face of a black African. That's another point of resemblance. I think it's fair to say, as a scholar, that your You're not an anthrocentrist. You're not trying to argue one way or the other. You're showing this is the evidence we found, and they take scholars a long time to decipher all of these mysteries and many other mysteries associated with ancient cultures and discoveries all the time, such as you pointed out in Göbekli Tepe in Turkey. Yes, after I studied, Nefropaya, there was the very recent discovery of Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, which site is known. I think it dates back to 10 to 12,000 BC, and it's large stone megalithic that is another game changer as far as the standard understanding of ancient civilization. When I grew up and went to school, it was thought that the earliest civilizations were in Samaria. Yes, and that's now all being challenged, and I suppose it's reasonable to expect that there will be future discoveries as well. Yeah, and so the rebuilding of the Sphinx through the geophysical weaponry, one of the resistances to that when it initially came out was, well, there was nothing else there, so where did we go? But then we found out the Maya, and found out that we have in other places, so that reasoning is time. With prehistoric cultures, we call them prehistoric, which means they're not part of our current history, but you've also pointed out that there are scripts that are yet to be deciphered. These people may well have had a written language. There's a lot of engraved art, and there are some engraved that clearly look like, to me, that's sort of like linear A, which is another second script in language. Well, this is a fascinating exploration. I should just say before we close our discussion, we also consider the point of the possibility of anomalous cognition or remote viewing as a tool that these ancient people have mastered with regard to their knowledge of the center of the galaxy. We've heard some interesting research by a parapsychologist, James Spottiswoode, did correlations of remote viewing. I've spoken to Spottiswoode about it. Himself isn't certain whether this is a replicable finding, but it would seem as if at 13 hours and 30 minutes of local Siberian time, remote viewing is greatly enhanced. I'm glad you brought that up. Yes. What I was doing Spottiswoode actually is was they did a meta-analysis of all the good meta-analysis of all the good anomalous cognition experiments, and they were looking for correlations, looking for if there was something like a time of day or a time of year when the experiments got the results and positive results, and they couldn't find anything until finally they looked according to Siberian time. They found a very strong articulated time. Now, sidereal time is time with respect to stars, so the galaxy is essentially a star. It's a location in the sky that moves at the same time as the stars. It turns out that the sidereal time is roughly when the center of the galaxy rises above the horizon. I speculate maybe there's some connection to our anomalous cognition capacity to the center of the galaxy. There was sensitivity that may be something to the galaxy. Some kind of connection, and who knows, if you push it a little farther, okay, what is at the center of the galaxy? We know now there's a supermassive black hole there. Yeah, right? And so what is a black hole? A black hole is a singularity in space and time. One of the importance of the deepest phases of meditation, like they say, well, you go to this state where the space is beyond space and time. Now, okay, this is just a correlation at this point that is not a physical mechanism correlation, but there's something interesting there. There's another really interesting thing there. I'm just going to take this further. The center of the galaxy is about 25,000 light years away. Almost the same direction as precession of events. So there's an interesting correlation with that galaxy. Well, we're at a level now where all we can do is speculate. Yeah, I missed that, yes. Yeah. But it is fascinating. And I think speculation can be healthy if you take it very lightly. Don't get overly hung up on your speculations that could be unanswered. And sure, in this area, there will be a lot of speculations, but what you've explained to me now is that the larger community of archaeologists and archaeoastronomers are now coming to an acceptance of the correlation, for example, of the Giza pyramids with the belt of Orion. I think there's going to be more acceptance of that. And there's been more acceptance that more ancient than was assumed. People didn't track the precession of equinox. So that's very significant work. I'm happy to share it with our viewers. Thomas Grover, thank you so much for being with me. It's my pleasure. Thank you. Thank you for being with us.
Thinking aloud. Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Mishler.
Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Mishler. Have you ever wondered what imagination really is? Today we are going to probe what Gary Lockman, my guest, has called the lost knowledge of the imagination. Gary is a historian of esoteric culture. He has written books on Carl Jung, Swedenborg, Madame Blavatsky, Rudolf Steiner, the Hermetic tradition, the Gurdjieff tradition, and P.D. Uspensky, and many others. This interview is being conducted via the internet, and now I'll switch over to the internet channel. Welcome, Gary. It's a pleasure to be with you once again.
Well, thanks for having me on again, Jeffrey.
We're going to talk today about the lost knowledge of the imagination, and I'm very pleased with this book. It reminded me quite a bit of Colin Wilson's great masterpiece, The Outsider. It's a book about ideas, and you're really taking the notion of imagination and pointed out how much people have thought about it throughout history and how little we seem to understand it today.
Well, that was basically the central idea in doing the book. The title, Lost Knowledge of the Imagination, comes from the poet, Blake scholar, and essayist Kathleen Rain. And in quite a few of her books, in writing about Blake or writing about W.B. Yeats or the Romantic poets, she talks about what she calls the lost knowledge of the imagination, or the rejected knowledge of the imagination, or the forgotten knowledge of the imagination. And this was something I think you can look at in two ways. You can look at it in the sense of knowledge about the imagination that we've lost track of, and also knowledge that the imagination can provide, that in even a broader way, I would say, we've lost track of. And what I do in the book is I try to show how this shift from a kind of more imaginative way of knowing the world that we can trace back to ancient times. This is around 500 BC, around the period that the German philosopher Karl Jaspers calls the Axial Age. While there was, this was a time when you had the great flowering of the ethical and religious and sort of moral teachings that transformed the world, and it was all over the world. It was a strange kind of shift, global shift in human consciousness. So you had Lao Tse, Confucius in China, you had the Gautama Buddha in India, you have Zoroaster in Persia, and you have the Jewish prophets in the Holy Lands. But what happened in Greece was something a bit different, where there was a shift from the sort of earlier mythical, poetic, we could say, way of understanding the world to what we know today as sort of a science. I mean, these early Greeks, they're known as the pre-Socratic philosophers, people like Thales and Anaximander. They started asking the kinds of questions that we still ask today in terms of science, and they weren't interested in a mythical answer to how the universe came into being, or why we're here. They wanted to know what the stuff was made of. What is that rock made of? What are the clouds made of? What's the basic stuff that everything is made of? And this was a very different kind of question. And this was sort of the first step away from the earlier, more mythical, kind of intuitive way of understanding the world.
And now it would seem with the rise of the scientific revolution of the 17th and 18th centuries, the 19th century, the Industrial Revolution, we've gone a long way, much further than the ancient Greeks and the philosophers and prophets of the axial age, away from this mythic view of the world.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's become pretty much marginalized or sidelined. Or as I say in the book, I mean, imagination. Well, we can look at it. We look at it today in a few different ways. There's the sort of negative way. Well, that's just your imagination. You're letting your imagination run away with you. Sort of wishful thinking or daydreaming or that kind of thing. Or we have a more positive way of looking at it in terms of it helps us on the cutting edge. We can be more innovative and come up with new technologies and more ideas. Or we can be sort of novel and creative and new entertainments and things of that sort. And while I'm not denying that aspect or element of imagination, what Kathleen Rain was talking about was something more central and had much more to do with our whole relationship to the world, how we understood the world. And what I try to show in the book through a variety of different sources is that even though, yes, as you say, this more empirical, rational, utilitarian, scientific way of knowing the world has triumphed, and it's done remarkable things. It's given us washing machines, and it's put us out into the solar system. This other way of knowing has always been there. It's not gone away. It's been sort of repressed in a certain way, and it's been kind of castigated as something not as important as the other way of knowing. But you can find figures throughout the history of Western culture that had both feet in both camps. The historian Jacques Barzin talks about Blaise Pascal, and he was one of the figures that was around the time of the rise of science, where he developed geometry. He actually worked on one of the first computers, kind of a system of computing that he helped his father. His father was a tax collector. But he also talks about, the heart. The heart has reasons that the mind doesn't know about, or that there's what he calls the spirit of geometry and the spirit of finesse. And the spirit of finesse is a sort of way that in an intuitive kind of feeling way. We talk about finesse when you're playing billiards or basketball. There's a certain kind of something that you can put on the shot that you can't quite explain to somebody else, but you know how to do it. But you know it in a literally hands-on kind of way in that sense. And this is something that's part of this other way of knowing. And what I try to do is, initially in the book, to show that there are different ways of knowing things. There's one way that we know about already, the scientific way, but there's other ways that we can know things too. And what we know through that way informs us about the world in a different way that the other way does.
You refer quite a bit to the work of Owen Barfield, who we discussed in our previous interview on Rudolf Steiner, because, as I recall, Barfield was largely responsible for introducing the works of Steiner to the English-speaking world.
Oh yes, Barfield was a very important figure. I mean, he's most known to readers of C.S. Lewis as Lewis's great friend. They had something called the Great War that went on between them because Lewis really had no time for Steiner or anything like that, but he was suspected Barfield, and they had an ongoing kind of dialogue or argument about this. And he was also in that circle of writers known as the Inklings in Oxford that included J.R.R. Tolkien. And actually, I mean, to give Barfield his credit, he was writing sort of fantasy novels before either Tolkien or Lewis were doing. I think it's something called The Silver Trumpet, I think, in the early 20s. But he's most known today as a philosopher of language. And I draw on him because he argues that if we look at the history of language, we can detect what he calls an evolution of consciousness. And basically he's saying that the way ancient language tells us that the way people of an earlier time saw the world was very different than the way we see the world. And fundamentally, they saw it in a more poetic, metaphoric kind of way. The language was more living. Language, what we have today, is full of dead metaphors. This is something that Ralph Waldo Emerson talks about as well. It's kind of a used-up poetry. I mean, if we pay attention to how we speak, we'll see that we use metaphors all the time, but we don't even know that we use them. And what a metaphor is, basically, it's a kind of vivid, almost visceral kind of way of describing a kind of inner experience. So if you're talking about, we're trying to grasp that idea, well, I'm trying to grasp it. I'm trying to get my hand around it. Or, if you're undergoing a thorough search of something, you will leave no stone unturned. Well, at some point along the line, somebody first said, when I'm really looking for something, it's like I'm lifting up every stone. And the other guy said, oh, you're right, it is like that. And then that became something that we just say all the time now without even thinking about it. But why this was important for Barfield is he said, well, people saw the world like that back then. They saw it in this way that was much more living and vital and what we would call poetic. And they weren't going out of their way to write poetry. Poets tried to do this. Poets tried to come up with new vivid metaphors. The ancient language kind of does it itself. And this suggests to him that actually this was because the way people saw the world then was like that. And hence, if they saw the world like that then, we see the world in a different way. We don't quite see it in the same vivid sort of way. We moved from what the German scholar Erich Keller calls the age of poetry to the age of prose. And again, this is this kind of transition from living vital metaphors to being kind of dead flat ones, which we don't recognize as metaphors anymore. And this, Barfield said, this is something that's parallel to a change in consciousness. And this is how he actually got interested in Steiner, because Steiner talks about an evolution of consciousness like that as well. And Barfield came to it on his own, and then when he was introduced to Steiner's work, he saw, oh my God, he's talking about this in the same way. And then, as you say, yes, he became very influential in sort of disseminating Steiner's ideas to the English-speaking world.
Well, Steiner himself owes a real debt of gratitude to Goethe.
Exactly. Well, I mean, the Romantics very much, Goethe was the head of them in a certain way, the first one who sort of opened that whole stream up. But as I said, Kathleen Raine, she wrote a great deal about Romantic poets because they tend to see the world in this way. They tend to see nature as a living kind of being. And Goethe was immensely important for Steiner because of, Steiner basically got his career going as being an editor of Goethe's scientific writing when he was a young man. No one actually wanted the job because the literary people thought Goethe's scientific writings were dull reading, and the scientific people thought they were just rubbish. But Goethe was one of these great, brilliant Renaissance figures who not only a great poet, dramatist, a statesman, he was also a scientist, and he made important discoveries in evolutionary theory. He also took on Newton with, he argued against Newton's ideas about color and the spectrum and all that. But the area of scientific study that was very influential on Steiner was Goethe's work in plant morphology, how plants grow and what kind of forms they take. And he talked about something that he called the Urpflanze, which is a fairly good German word. It means sort of like the primal plant. And it's difficult, even Goethe says it's difficult to describe what it is exactly, but we can say it's kind of like an archetype of a plant, let's say a Jungian archetype of a plant, or something like a Platonic idea. It's a sort of central blueprint out of which all other plants grow. And Goethe believed, though, that he he had trained his imagination in order to actually see this. It wasn't just an idea, it was something that he could perceive through his trained imagination, what he called active seeing. And he says he saw it for the first time when he was in Palermo on this famous Italian journey. And he, as all good Germans did, he went down south. I mean, all the good Germans go down south, and to the land where the citrons grew. And while he was in Palermo, and he was at the Botanical Gardens, he was studying the plants there. He said it was incredibly different studying them there than rather back in Weimar, in a hothouse. They're out in their natural setting in the sun and all that. And he was staring at the plant, and he said he saw the earth on it. And it was kind of not imaginary, it's imaginal in the way that the French phenomenologist and Persian student, scholar of Persian mysticism, Henri Corbin, talks about imaginal, which is this kind of in-between realm between the physical and the purely conceptual. It was something that was perceived, but not with the inner eye, as it were.
Now, this is crucial. I don't want to lose this point about Corbin's notion of imaginal, because I think it's the centerpiece of your whole argument, really. Because it's not just sort of an intermediate realm. He says it's ontologically real.
Yes. Well, the imaginal has its own reality. It has its own ontology, just as our physical world has a kind of physical ontology. It's a physical being, and this conceptual world, say the pure kind of Platonic ideas. If you don't see the Platonic ideas, you see them expressed in physical realm. So we can only conceptualize the pure circle, and we see lots of other circles out in the world. And none of the circles that we encounter in the real world are actually perfect circles, but the one circle that we can conceptualize. And this goes back to Steiner. Steiner says the same thing. He says it's a very strange idea that, when each of us conceptualize a triangle, we're all conceptualizing the same triangle. But I mean, another example of this kind of active seeing earlier than this was when he visited Strasbourg. And this was when the famous cathedral, which for a time was the tallest building in Europe, was under construction, or just about finished, or something along these lines. And Goethe, being a very good scientist and wanting to study, architecture among everything else he studied, he observed the cathedral from many different positions, and the daylight, and twilight, and all this sort of thing. And while he was at a tavern with some friends and talking about it, he just said, I really believe that at some point the builders changed the plan of the original idea, the original plan of the architect. And someone then said, well, you're actually absolutely right, but how did you know? Because this wasn't common knowledge. And he said, well, the cathedral told me itself. I studied it from all these different angles, and I sort of felt myself into it. This is this kind of participatory epistemology, to use a very fancy kind of term. It's a way of sort of participating with the object of knowledge, or the object that we're studying. So we tend to cut it off as like that sort of scientific ideal of being objective, whereas for Goethe, Steiner, Barfield, Corbin, Kathleen Rain, the poets, and all these others, it's a more participatory. We share with it, and by doing that, we learn things from it that we wouldn't necessarily know if we had cut ourselves off. And this was something Goethe really believed that he could do, and that was the spark, really, for Steiner's whole what he called spiritual science, what he later termed supersensible perception, where he somehow learned how to get into a similar state like that. And not only would you be able to see something like the earth concept, but be able to go into further realms that Goethe didn't really enter, but realms of sort of spiritual reality. This is how Steiner talks about reading the Akashic records and things of that sort.
And Owen Barfield, who was a Steiner scholar, believed that Steiner was really a much greater figure than even Goethe, who was, I think, today probably regarded as the greatest literary figure of the German language.
Barfield was very much, overwhelmed by Steiner's work. He felt that, he believed that he was doing the same sort of thing, but then when he saw what Steiner was doing, it was kind of like, well, put it this way, he was working in a little chapel, and Steiner had built this huge kind of cathedral, this huge direction of different, systems and levels of being. If you know Steiner's philosophy, it's like that. It's huge construction. It's very Germanic in that way. It's kind of Hegelian, where you have different levels of being, and they're all kind of mapped out in different structures, and the human being shares that as well. And it's the history of the cosmos, the history of the planet, and all that. And but I think that may well be true, but Barfield's a better writer. I think if you want to get an idea, an easy idea of what sort of Steiner's about, you can read some of Barfield's essays on Steiner's work. Because he wrote in the 20s, and after a while he realized he couldn't make a living as a writer, and he went into his family's law firm, and he worked as a solicitor for many years. And it wasn't until the 60s that he had a revival. He wrote throughout 30s, 40s, 50s, he was writing articles for different sort of Steiner journals and things of that sort. But in the late 50s, he wrote a book called Saving the Appearances, which talks about this participatory kind of consciousness. And this got picked up by theological schools in the United States, and it was kind of a Barfield revival. And amazingly, he lived until, I think he died in 1997. I met him in 1996. I conducted what I believe is the last interview with him. And he was 98 then, so he was around for quite some time.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned that Barfield was also known as a member of the Inklings that included J.R. Tolkien and C.S. Lewis, who are regarded as probably two of the greatest fantasy imaginative writers in the English language.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And we might think that, this is imagination in this fantasy kind of way, this kind of make-believe way. But both of them, both Lewis and Tolkien and Barfield as well, they didn't see themselves as creators in the same sense that, say, many artists or writers would see themselves, because they had deep belief in Christianity and God, in some deity that was the true creator. So they use terms like forging in a certain sense, that you take materials that's already available and you make something with them rather than make something out of full cloth. But yes, the whole world of the Lord of the Rings and Lewis with the Narnia, and also with his space trilogy. They both made fantasy kind of respectable. They're works of literature. I remember first coming across them when I was reading this sort of stuff ages ago, in the early 70s. There was a whole kind of revival of what was known as adult fantasy, and it wasn't eroticism. It was sort of fantastic literature. And George MacDonald and E.R. Edison and other people like that, William Morris, they were writing sort of mythic tales, but and sort of fairy tales, but for adults. And it was sort of a high caliber of literary standing. But this is a way in which the imagination can create or reveal imaginal worlds. One of the people I talk about in the book a bit is the poet Samuel Taylor Coleridge, who's famous for Kubla Khan and the Rime of the Ancient Mariner and things of that sort. And in a huge book of his called Biographia of Literaria, where he basically writes about anything coming into his head and different things he's read, he makes a distinction between true imagination and fancy, or fantasy. And fancy for him is where you take things that are already made and kind of smack them together in novel kinds of ways. So a flying pig is a product of fancy. It's not a product of imagination in the true sense, because imagination is original, not in the sense of being novel, of being shocking or new, or that kind of thing, or innovative. It's original because it goes back to the origin. The origin of things in Coleridge, and the German philosophers that he read quite a bit, like Kant and Schelling, was the imagination, and also in the Hermetic tradition, this is true. But again, this is something that was part of our Western kind of culture up until around about the early 17th, late 16th, early 17th century, with the rise of the more empirical kind of rational science, which was an outgrowth of that initial shift that Gaston talks about in the Axiom Age.
Well, you also write about an interesting controversy a time in which Goethe got angry with his friend, I think it was Schiller, and it was about Kant. It was about Kant's distinction between an experience and an idea. And Goethe's anger, Schiller would agree with Kant about that.
Yeah, I mean, this was a famous story where they were both attending a scientific conference in the city of Germany, Jena, and they knew of each other. Goethe knew Schiller, but he didn't like his work that much. He thought he was too shocking. Schiller wrote a play called The Robbers that was a very kind of violent, revolutionary kind of play. And although Goethe basically got the romantic ball rolling with this novel, The Sorrows of Young Goethe, which tells the story of this young poetic character who's in love with nature, but he has a failed love affair, and he winds up blowing his brains out or something along those lines, and incidentally kicked off a series of copycat suicides across Europe. He had outgrown them, and he had become a bit more classical, a bit more Olympian, and distanced from all that kind of thing, where Schiller was actually still kind of in the grip of this romantic kind of fervor. But they met at this conference, and both of them felt that it was a scientific conference. Both of them felt that the way that science, then again, this is in the late 1700s, the way nature was being talked about was too mechanical. It was too much about cutting it up into bits and pieces, which is the whole empirical, scientific sort of way. And Goethe believed, no, we can understand nature, something from within working out, something that's working throughout the whole, and it's all connected. And Schiller agreed, but he said, well, what can you do? This is how it is. We don't really know how to approach it in a different way. And then Goethe decided to tell him about his story about the Earth Monster. And Schiller listened and all that, and he said, yes, it's a really nice story, but in the end, that's just an idea, isn't it? It's not a real experience. And Goethe, although he was angry, very tactfully said, well, in that case, I happen to see ideas. And the thing with Kant is that Kant's fundamental argument was that we grasp the world through what he called the categories. And there's a long story behind how he came up with that. This was to sort of defend reason and rationality and the pursuit of knowledge from the skepticism of David Hume, who's a Scottish philosopher who basically undermined, the whole idea of causality. He said, even though the sun rises every morning, there's no absolute reason that it's going to the next morning. We're just used to seeing it that way. Even though every time we hit a billiard ball against another one, it bangs the other one. There's no absolute certainty that that's always going to happen. And Hume's argument for that is actually quite complex and quite compelling, but Kant said it woke him out of his dogmatic slumber, because he realized this can't be the case, because the whole edifice of science and knowledge would collapse without causality. So he had a counterblast, and it's basically the idea that instead of the mind being filled up with things coming from outside, this was John Locke's idea of tabula rasa, there's the blank slate. There's nothing in the mind that isn't first in the senses. And Newton took that idea and ran with it. Kant said, no, it's the other way around. We wouldn't even know anything about any kind of external world unless what we call the categories reached out and sort of shaped that world. And you can see Kant's categories is kind of in the same camp as Plato's ideas or later Jung's archetypes. It's a kind of blueprint or stencil that the mind reaches out to the outer world with and organizes it.
One of the interesting things about the earlier mythic way of looking at the world is that they saw the world as being populated by spirits. If you go back to the animistic cultures, they saw spirits in every rock, in every bush, every tree. The world was alive, but not just alive in a vague way, alive in a way with entities that you could interact with.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. This was this whole idea that in the ancient world, the poetic world was really like that. I mean, we, in the modern age, later on, we tend to think of it as metaphoric. It's a fancy way of using language in order to get an effect. And again, this was something that Barfield encountered, because he realized that the same effect that the poetry he loved had on him could be induced by reading ancient language. So as I said, it's this kind of living character that modern poets, or poets in the modern age, the romantic poets that he read, the modern in the sense of contemporary poets weren't doing that anymore, but the romantics were doing this. And also with the romantics, the subject matter is the poet's soul. The lyric poetry is about the poet. So you have someone like Shelley talking about the west wind, how the west wind has made him a liar. Not in the sense that he speaks untruths, which is, many people think that's what poets do, but a liar in the sense of the musical instrument. And just as the breeze, passing through the strings on the lyre will vibrate them and create the tones and the sounds, the west wind passing through his soul did a similar sort of thing. And this was a very visceral, concrete metaphor for an inner experience. And if you transpose that back into the ancient way of seeing the world, in which there were nature spirits and things of that sort, which is something that Steiner says that we can learn how to see, through sort of taking Goethe's notion of active seeing, active imagination, and pushing it further. This was something that we used to have naturally. This was the way we saw the world naturally. And not only were we able to see nature spirits, we were much more open to and participating with the higher kind of spirits, the higher spiritual forces. And Steiner talks about what he called old moon consciousness, which unfortunately is a not particularly helpful phrase, but this is the way he talked about it. And this was more of a picture thinking rather than conceptual, logical thinking that we have today. We understood things in terms of pictures, and that's something that we experience today in dreams. Or if you're aware of this very strange intermediary state between sleeping and waking that's known as hypnagogia, or hypnagogic state, which is a Greek term meaning leading into sleep, hypno-sleep, and goga is a guide. As you pass into sleep, we experience this twice a day, either when you're falling into sleep or coming out of it. You go through a brief time when you can actually sort of see dreams take place, but you're also aware of the outer world at the same time. And although we don't tend to pay too much attention to these weird things that we see, or the weird sentences we hear, there's a lot of auditory hallucinations take place at this time as well. If you do pay attention to them, you'll see that they're symbolic. They actually are commentary on your physical state, your emotional state, or what you were thinking about at the time. And so they have an intelligence to them. So they're pictures of actually saying something to you. It's speaking in a language, but it's a symbolic pictorial language. And this would be something that Steiner would say, and Barfield and others, that we also had back in the day when we talked about seeing spirits and dragons and elves and gnomes and that sort. And it wasn't just sort of bad ideas or people being very imaginative. And the funny thing with language, Barfield says, is that the further you go back in language, the more and more it's like that. And he takes argument with the great German scholar Max Muller, who's most known today, if at all, for being the editor of the Sacred Books of the East. There's a great collection of translations of Hindu and Chinese and other Oriental or Asian Eastern books of wisdom that he edited in the late 19th century. But he tried to explain this strange phenomenon that the further you go back into language, the more metaphoric and poetic it is. Because the only way they could think about things back then was in this Darwinian way. The origin started out with something really simple, very simple, and it gradually gets more complex. But there's no evidence of a very simple kind of language.
And what they meant by very simple, I gather, is the way we modern people see the world, where we think it is totally objective and physical and completely separate from what we experience inside ourselves.
No, yeah, exactly. That's exactly. It's like the Darwinian. It starts out with something. This is what Barfield called sort of the bow wow, or the woo woo kind of way of origin of language, where there's the bow wow and the ugh. The bow wow is that language began trying to imitate animal sounds in some way. But the other one is ugh is that cavemen are pointing at something and saying ugh, whatever, fire or stone or something, and it doesn't work, because in the first place, how do you know what pointing at means? How do you know that means you should look at it? You somehow have to assume that in the first place. But that language initially was very simple, matter of fact, about something. And then along came these people that I call the prehistoric poets. They were kind of like, caveman beatniks back then. And they decided to be, no, man, we're going to play around with this language, and we're going to make it all metaphoric and, figurative and all that kind of thing. And that's the reason why ancient language is metaphoric. And no one explains why did these people come around and suddenly change it into poetry. It wasn't like that. It didn't happen. What happened was actually you started out. See, what we're saying is that there's prose first, and then somewhere along the line, early on, somebody turned it into poetry, and that's as far back as we can go. We can only see the after effect of these prehistoric poets changing the prose into poetry. And what Barfield is saying, no, it was poetry in the first place. It was poetry first. And what we see as prose is the result of an historical, kind of process. We've arrived at this prosaic way of seeing things. And again, that prosaic, gives it away. We see things in this kind of bare, matter of fact, very much, simple kind of way. And any kind of, poetic, metaphoric kind of element is this kind of nice little coding that we add to it.
Well, now let's talk a little bit about the great Swiss psychiatrist Carl Jung, because probably more than anybody in the professional medical psychiatric discipline, he probed the idea that I think of what we referred to earlier, Corbin's notion of the imaginal world. Jung really explored that in a very deep way.
Well, certainly. I mean, I point to Jung as someone who actually plunged into this imaginal world, this world of, he called it the objective psyche, and I tend to think that's a better phrase that is more well-known, one of the collective unconscious. And he talks about meeting Salome and Elijah and other kind of characters who spoke to him, talked to him, and told him things. And one of the most important ones was this figure that he called Philemon. Strangely enough, if you look at the paintings of Philemon in the Red Book, they look a lot like Freud. So I don't know if anyone's mentioned that before, but they kind of look very similar to Freud in there. But Philemon became this kind of inner guru for Jung. And he told Jung that your problem is that you think your thoughts are yours alone. You think you own your thoughts, but actually your thoughts are like plants and animals in the forest. You share the forest with them. And so Jung realized that he shared his inner world with other beings that inhabited this inner realm. And you can understand how he might want to keep that secret for a while, because most people who talk about people in their heads, they're the ones who go to see Jung. They're the ones who go to see Freud. So he was sort of hallucinating these characters, but it's objective psyche in the sense that it's a realm of the inner world that doesn't have anything to do with you personally. The Freudian unconscious is the personal unconscious. It's all about your own life and your own repressed sort of things and all that. But you push past that into this deeper realm, then you enter what more popularly known as the collective unconscious. But in the sense that it's subjective, in the sense that it's not about you. And this is the same kind of imaginal realm that Harvey Corbin talks about. And Corbin knew Jung, and he was a familiar figure at the Eranos meetings in Switzerland in Ascona in the last century. And he talks about the Persian mystic Suhrawardi, who would, through various sort of meditative practices, would go on these kind of inner journeys. And then likewise meet these inner entities, and they would talk to him and tell him things. And so this is a real kind of intense way of encountering the knowledge of the imagination, because not only is it, you're learning something about imagination, imagination is introducing you to a whole topography, it's introducing you to a whole world that exists within us. And I'd say in this book and others, it's similar to like what Steiner talks about when he reads the Akashic Record, or it's similar to Emanuel Swedenborg's accounts of his journeys to heaven and hell. And incidentally, Corbin wrote quite a bit about Swedenborg as well, and relating it to Suhrawardi's experiences.
I had a similar experience once, and it was actually captured on videotape, where I was hypnotized and told to contact my inner healing advisor, and under hypnosis, I saw this figure approaching me wearing a toga, and I thought, oh, great, this will be, because I wanted to improve my public speaking ability, I'll make him Demosthenes, the great Greek orator, so I can improve my speaking abilities with his help. And so I thought I would have this conversation with Demosthenes, and no, the figures told me I'm not Demosthenes, I'm Seneca. And I said, well, what do you want me to do now that we're communicating? And he said, study my life. And ever since then, I've had this inner connection with the ancient Roman philosopher Seneca. It feels quite real. And the funny thing is that Seneca's very last words, he was ordered by the Emperor Nero to commit suicide, and he was at a dinner party with his friends, and he said, well, can't I at least make out my last will and testament? And the centurion said, no, you must take your life right away. So he turned to his friends at the dinner party, and he said to them, well, I bequeath to you my life, study my life.
How strange.
Yeah, I found Seneca to be one of the most fascinating characters in human history, actually. He literally ran the Roman Empire for 5 years. He was Nero's tutor, and when Nero was still a teenager, Seneca was running the empire. So he, at the same time, he was a Stoic philosopher who slept on a hard bed and ate only raw vegetables and fruits. And
this is the kind of thing you can get these sorts of messages. And, if you're not so inclined, they make it seem, oh, this is strange nonsense. But if you actually pay attention to them, they actually say something. I mean, this is an example. It's not quite as intense as that, but Julian James, the psychologist who wrote The Origins of Consciousness and the Breakdown of Fragmental Mind, when he was sort of working on that book and trying to understand the relationship, and he actually was trying to understand knowledge in a very broad sense. He took a nap, and he kind of fell into a reverie lying on his couch, and he could hear above him a voice say, seek the knower in the known, or something like that, which to someone of a bit more open minded point of view would say, wow, that's an insight. But James was more or less a materialist, so he thought, oh well, I'm not going to fall for this kind of phony mysticism. But that's exactly something that's spot on to what he was thinking about. He was trying to understand the nature of knowledge, and again, seek the knower in the known. That's the same thing we were talking about before, about the participatory character of knowledge and all that. So unless you're open to these things, they can slip by you, and you don't get them. And but I think thankfully they seem to be an inexhaustible source. You don't empty them out, though, and they're very persistent and actually very tolerant, and they'll put up with your ignorance for quite some time.
So there's an important sense in which the imagination is a doorway into what we could call the superconscious mind, or a realm of wisdom, a realm of higher consciousness.
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, and again, we have to be careful, though, because it's not just any imagination. Saying before, Coleridge's distinction between true imagination and fancy or fantasy, and this was something that Gordon said as well. When you go on these inner journeys, there's certain, certain guidelines that you need to follow in order to stay on the right path. And this is something that is part of all kind of inner journey. If you're familiar with sort of Kabbalistic kind of path work, the different paths on the Kabbalistic tree of life between the different Sephiroth and all that, there's certain symbols and colors and a variety of other kind of things that are associated with whichever particular path you're on. And then a lot of magical practices, they're related to the tarot trumps. So although historically there really isn't a connection, but this is sort of the creative aspect of magic where somebody made that connection and it actually works. And so there's certain, symbols, colors, whatever, variety of different things that are associated with that path, and you can check whether you're on the right path and whether you're encountering the right sorts of things. And rather than just strange, fantastic, because, we can get messages from God, or the gods, and they can be very helpful in our lives, but they can also lead us into, fantastic sorts of ways. And one of the difficulties, or perhaps the major difficulty in all of this, is that we lack a kind of external criteria. Whereas, like in the external form knowledge, we can test things. You can test whether those two chemicals together produce that result, or those angles add up to something else, or if you follow that trajectory, you'll get to the root, or something like that. This inner kind of knowledge, these inner kind of experiments, that we don't have this external way to test it. So it's a kind of taste. It's a finesse. It's that sort of spirit of finesse that Pascal talked about a long time ago. It's a way of developing a kind of familiarity with it, that you kind of know intuitively whether you're on the right path or not, and you're not encountering things that don't belong there.
Gary Lockman, once again, this has been an incredible journey. You do an awful lot to help awaken people to realities that are occult and hidden, and sometimes suppressed in our culture, and I think are desperately needed. So once again, thank you so much for being with me.
So once again, absolutely my pleasure, Jeffrey.
Thinking aloud. Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Michelin.
Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Michelin. Today we are going to explore the language of the gods, by which I mean Sanskrit. With me is Dr. Devashish Banerjee, who is the academic dean at the University of Philosophical Research in Los Angeles. He is also an adjunct faculty member at Pasadena City College and the California Institute of Integral Studies. Dr. Banerjee is the author of several books, including The 7 Quartets of Becoming, the Integral Yoga of Transformation, based on Diaries of Sri Aurobindo. He's also written Rabindranath Tagore, the 21st Century, and The Alternative Nation of Abhindranath Tagore, who happens to be, incidentally, his great-grandfather. Welcome, Devashish. Thank you, Jeff. Always a pleasure to talk. It's a pleasure to be with you and to have this conversation about an ancient, sacred language. I think most of our viewers, and particularly Westerners, may not realize that English, the language in which we are now speaking, and Sanskrit are very much related to each other. Yes, indeed. They both belong to the Indo-European language, family of languages. And so there's a lot of similarities. In fact, there's many words in English that are remarkably close to the words in Sanskrit, have the same origin. Well, and of course, because England at one time had colonized India, there's an awful lot of cultural exchange that yes, many Sanskrit words are common in English, but I imagine that's a result of the colonization. Words like guru or pandit. Yes, a lot of Sanskrit words have entered the English dictionary, but that's due to, as you point out, the cultural exchange that took place during the colonial period. But also a lot of words in the English language have great similarities to Sanskrit words due to the essential roots of the European language. In other words, many of the languages of Europe, yes, are related to Sanskrit. Yes. Greek is the origin, so the Greek language, The Persian language, because what I call the Indo-European languages includes the Iranian branch, and the Sanskrit language have lots of similarities because of that. But Sanskrit in particular is associated with the Vedic tradition, the Vedanta tradition. As these languages branched apart from each other, the Sanskrit writings focused very much on yoga, meditation, and the inner life of the mind. Quite absolutely, yes. So the Sanskrit language developed, it's a life of its own in India. Whatever language it came from was assimilated into the cultural atmosphere because of speech of India. And so the Vedas were written in an early version of Sanskrit. It's called Vedic Sanskrit. And the word Sanskrit itself means, literally means well put together. Krit, which means to put together, to do. And sans, which is related to the word sum, also in Latin and Greek, sum, to put together. So to put together well put together, Sanskrit, because it's a very scientifically designed language. But when we talk about Sanskrit, we're talking about a language that was codified by grammarians little later, or while the origins are in what is called Vedic Sanskrit, which is a little more flexible than what we know as Sanskrit today. Well, I imagine it's fair to think of Sanskrit as being a language equivalent to Latin or maybe biblical Hebrew, languages that are no longer spoken, but that influence modern spoken language. Indeed. And they were spoken for a long time as well, mainly as court languages. So a lot of our old texts, inscriptions, things like that are still found in Sanskrit. And right now there's a big movement to revive Sanskrit in India as a spoken language. But that's of course a modern phenomenon. Well, it certainly was done in Israel, who have been a completely dead language for centuries. Now it's a lot. It's spoken by an entire nation, so who knows? What's going to happen? Well, let's talk about the Vedas to begin with. These are the oldest written documents in Sanskrit. Yes. And one of the interesting things about the Vedas to me is that it describes a mythology of the deities very similar to the Greek and Roman pantheon. So, yes, indeed, absolutely. For one thing I'd like to mention, since you said it's the oldest written language, list of text, it was not written for a long time. It was transferred by word of mouth from teacher to student, and through very strict laws of memorization, it was passed down for a long time, and then finally it got written. But yeah, indeed, absolutely right. It's the earliest wisdom literature of the world. And what he was saying about the way in which this the symbolism is very similar to the symbolism of the Greeks. Is indeed true, because the Vedic pantheon can be matched often almost with a one-to-one correspondence with the Greek. You have the sun god in both traditions. You have the king of the gods, Zeus, in the Greek pantheon, and Indra in the Indian pantheon. And they are both the gods of thunder. Yes, the thunderers, known for hurling thunderbolts. And then you have the goddess of wisdom, Athena, and you have Saraswati in the Indian tradition. You have Aphrodite, and you have Lakshmi. So there's almost a one-to-one correspondence between a lot of these gods. And that suggests that there were earlier peoples who eventually settled both in Iran and in India and in Greece, and probably also the Norse countries. Well, there's definitely some rural mythology which is translating between these different regions. Ur meaning original, yes. And I'd say with Zoroastrianism, you find a lot of the same elements that are in the Vedas, the worship of the sun and the fire, and the battle between the good and evil, between gods and humans. So definitely there was some kind of ideas that traveled, and then in India you find that they get a special form, a form that relates to the spiritual life, the yogic life. So we know, for example, today that the Greek pantheon had psychological meanings. Yes, they were related to the mysteries, and people actually went through transformative processes by using these gods as psychological forces. Um, in India, there is usually a tendency to see the Vedas merely as ritual literature, but more and more studies are being done which are revealing that there's psychological meaning to the Vedic gods as well. They're part of a transformative vocabulary, symbolic vocabulary through which people at that time were extending their spiritual life. Now, there was a very ancient culture in Indus Valley, in civilization, which had its own language, maybe pre-existing the Sanskrit, very possibly this. And they, from what we know of that civilization, probably have developed the practices that are now known as yoga. Yes, they're very possible. If you look at whatever material records we have from that civilization, there are sufficient, imagery that give us the belief that they do processes of yoga, and they were involved in invoking special powers, what we think of as paranormal powers, to extend the power of the human being over the environment, over animals of the forest, and over other human beings. So they were using yoga as a means to derive supernatural power. And I gather that the evolution of the Sanskrit literature must have had something to do with this Aryan culture, with their pantheon of gods, Sumerian Greeks and Romans, encountering this other tradition which was meditative, perhaps shamanistic, tantric, and involved yoga. True, absolutely, I completely agree. So there was a shamanistic tradition, as you mentioned. In fact, the word for shaman-like beings in India is shraman. It just has an extra A. It's probably exactly the same word that makes its way to India and you get the term shaman. Shaman is a wandering ascetic, often with paranormal powers. So you either had individual shamans or you had groups of shamans that formed little collectives. And it's very possible that in the Indus Valley you had people of this kind who entered into society and were actually very influential in society. They may even have controlled the society. They have been like priest kings. So there is a certain kind of prevalence of these practices within society itself. And when we talk about the civilization of the Indus Valley, we're talking about something maybe 4,000 or 5,000 years ago, contemporary with the early civilizations of Egypt and Sumeria. Why too? The peak of the Indus Valley takes place about, I'd say, close to 5,000 years back, about 2,700 BC. It begins peaking. But we find that its roots are in settlements that go all the way back to about 8,000 BC. So there's a gradual increase in urbanism and in technology that finally come to these extremely, sort of developed societies around 2,700 BC. And it keeps keeps continuing to progress till about 1500 BC. And then there's a kind of a desertion of these towns. And so that's the Indus Valley. The material records seem to dwindle after that. And again, we have a lot more activity, which we see almost 1,000 years later, around the 3rd century of, say, the 5th century. Well, it was a matter that involved the migrations of people or fusion of various local cultures and external invaders. But at the same time, I think what we're seeing is the development of a very refined philosophy in Sanskrit, the Vedantic tradition. Absolutely very true. Largely, the migration of people from the Indus Valley today is attributed to tectonic plate shifts that caused a lot of flooding and drying up of some rivers and flooding in other rivers. So people found it untenable to live in those regions. They started moving out. You're absolutely right in that the literature that developed after this, the Vedic literature, must have absorbed some of the practices. So it's a language that from the very beginning is adapted to the spiritual life. This is why people have mimicked the language of the gods. Because it's, also you mentioned that maybe in the future it will be a spoken language again. There's one thing in that language that actually lends itself to the future very powerfully. It's the ease with which it discusses the inner life of the human being, with the psychological, depth psychology of human being and its possibilities. But this is one of the reasons why a lot of words have come into the English language. But yeah, from the very beginning, there is an emphasis on that kind of vocabulary. But let us describe a deeper human being. Like ancient Greek or ancient Hebrew or Latin, it's thought of as a sacred language, not a secular language, although it must have had some secular uses. But sacred languages in general are different from secular languages in several respects. One of them being the notion of mantra, right? Let's talk about it. Yes. So when we look back at the past, the Rig Veda is considered to be the most powerful mantric literature of India. So it's supposed that the Greeks are a combination of sounds that have effects on the consciousness of the hearer and can translate experiences. So this is the whole idea of the mantra. And the theory of the mantra is developed over centuries in India, where people have given it very sophisticated formulations. I mean, even down to the 10th and 11th century, we have very important texts that are talking about the theory of mantra, about how some sounds have specific vibrational effects on the human system, and how words can actually be combined in such a way that they open up experiences in the psyche. For example, probably most of our viewers are familiar with the Sanskrit mantra Om that we talk about. Yes, so Om is considered to be the primordial sound. They give it the term or the phrase the unrooted sound, anahata, which means that which has not been struck, that which is not rooted because nothing has struck it. In other words, we think of all sound as being produced by the striking of two different objects. But as soon as you say that it is a sound that has been struck, you're actually reminded of the Japanese koan. What is the sound of one hand clapping? Yes. In other words, we've been told that there is a causeless vibration in this cosmos. There is some original vibration that nothing caused, and that is the Om. So there is a very important Upanishad that is all devoted completely to the single sound Om. I mean, we used the word Upanishad. Right. Let's define that. Okay, so if Veda is the earliest body of texts, the next really important body of ancient texts written in Sanskrit are the Upanishads. And Upanishads literally means to sit near. Upanishad means I'm sitting close to, sitting near. And so it has two meanings. On the one hand, it's talking about the social tradition of guru and shishya, the teacher and the student, that is developing around that time. So that by sitting close to the teacher, by living close to the example of the teacher, by living in the environment of the teacher, you are picking up certain things. And the literature that is involved, that is facilitating that, is Upanishads. We are not talking about any teacher now. We're talking about a guru, a spiritual teacher who is not just instructing in concepts or techniques, but in states of consciousness, things of consciousness. And it's not just instruction, it's transmission. It's transmission, right? And the other meaning of that term has to do with the nature of the language. To sit here is referring to a description of a kind of language that is really close to the truth. It sits, it's intimate with the truth. It's a language of intimacy with the truth. So what happens with the Upanishads is that it is a contemplation, a literature of contemplation. Or whatever the sentence, again, not in that sense, but not merely vibration. It is not vibration, but it also appeals to the mind as a set of premises for contemplating. And as one contemplates these premises, these mantras come alive and one has experiences. So this whole Upanishad that's based on the Om is talking about the four conditions of consciousness, the avasthas, or the states of waking, sleeping, dreamlessly, and the fourth unmentionable state. So the description of these is related to the syllables in the term Om. And I think so from a very early time, Om has been used as a mantra that gives access to the entire continuum of consciousness. And when you talk about those four inexpressible in a state of consciousness, I presume you're bringing up a kind of what we might think of as super consciousness. Quite true. So I think first, the waking state is what we all experience, the waking state where we are in the world with our senses outwards. What is called the dreaming state or the sleeping state is essentially not just sleep, but states of trance where we turn our senses inward. It's the entire spectrum of the inner life, what you see. The third one is called Shushupti, and that literally translates to sleeping in sleep. It's a reflexive sleep. In other words, it's a kind of lucid dreaming in which one translates from one state of normal dreaming to a state which transcends waking and sleeping, or waking and dreaming. And that kind of condition is already a superconscious. And so that is the third state. And the fourth state is completely without content because one enters into a samadhi, which is so transcendental that one cannot bring back anything from there. But one merges into perfect bliss. And then, that is one of the stations of the continuity of continuum of consciousness. Well, I have a friend I've interviewed in years past, long deceased, who worked at one time at the University of Philosophical Development, D.C. Yes, who was a Sanskrit scholar, as well. And he once suggested to me that the mantra Om is also the origin, he felt linguistically, of the word human. That human and Om are somehow related to each other if we look at what is the deep nature of the individual. It's beautiful. That's a beautiful idea, and it's very true. It's very possible because, again, as you mentioned earlier, Sanskrit is a Baltic language, and there is an Indo-European family of languages. If we really listen to the Sanskrit sounds, we find even resonance with a number of the sounds in the Indo-European language. And sometimes that's how we arrive at intuitive understandings of about things like this, the human all the human, there may be a connection there, that is probably the origin of the human, because the human is the being that actually, in potential at least, bridges all these conditions of consciousness. Well, we'll be talking in greater depth about these things, but we just have a minutes left now, and I'd like to introduce another Sanskrit concept which I think is relevant, and that's the notion of Maya, which is the goddess of Maya, because it's almost like the old Monty Python saying everything you know is wrong. So Maya, the idea of Maya comes into Upanishads again, and it's used in a way to talk about the creation, the power of creation of the Supreme Being. For them, the Supreme Being is reality and everything there is in reality. So if the state of your existence, everything that exists, is intrinsically divine, then from that, how has the world of things appeared? I mean, many objects in the world and their relations appeared. And they use the term Maya to talk about that. So Maya has become a term that has been interpreted by various people. In its most essential sense, all it means is the creative power of Brahman, the creative power of the divine. And in that sort of term, in that way, when you look at it, it's really the self-reflexivity of Brahman. Brahman turning on itself. It's a monism that becomes a dualism, because the one looks at itself and its own infinite potential, and it's bringing, as soon as it views its infinite potential, it brings it into manifestation. So that power of self-regard is Maya. Okay, now I was taught something different. Yes, many people I heard are taught that Maya means illusion, or confusion, that if we're not connected to that one source, to Brahman, yes, to the divinity, that absolutely everything, then we're trapped in Maya, or illusion. Is that also correct? It's correct in a certain sense, because if the self-regard of Brahman produces a word which is the self-description of Brahman, and you think that that is Brahman, then you are caught in a certain appearance. It is the appearance of the mirror of Brahman. But if we think that that is not really an appearance, but it is a manifestation of Brahman, then we can find the connection back to the source. And that is the way in which Maya can be overcome and not be trapped and be trapped. I say it's a subtle concept, as you explain it, but it's as if this delusion that we're in is also part of the grand plan of creation. True, absolutely. It is also part of the self-expression of the divine. And so if we take it to be absolute, then we are trapped. But if we take it to be something which is the expression of something true, then we find the truth in it. And so yoga becomes the process by which, instead of escaping from Maya's world, we find the truth of Maya's world. We can live in it as the divine sees it. Devashish Banerjee, thank you so much for sharing this half hour. Thank you so much. And thank you for being with us. Be sure to check your listings for part 2 of our 3-part series on the language of the gods with Dr. Devashish Banerjee. Thinking Aloud is presented by the California Institute for Human Science, Mind, Body, Spirit University, a leader in fully accredited in-person and online U.S. college degree programs in the topics we cover here. visit their website at c5hs.edu.
Thinking aloud. Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Mishra.
October 18, 2024 is a big date in American civic history, not simply because certain governmental agencies are required by law to reveal their decades-old research on UFOs and UAPs, but also because it continues to peel back the veil on shadow agencies that historically have been answerable to no one, not even American presidents. This is as much a constitutional issue as it is about UAP disclosure. My guest today is famed attorney Daniel Sheehan. Litigation experience reads like a two of American legal history, from Watergate to Panama Papers, the Iran-Contra affair, representing Karen Silkwood, the Lakota tribe at Standing Rock, and defending Harvard psychiatrist John Mack, who dared to counsel those who claimed alien encounters. Danny is the founder of the Paradigm Institute and is at the forefront of the UAP Disclosure Act of 2023. Danny's actually going to be joining us for a 4-week seminar series, The Evolution of Religion and Spirituality, One Step Beyond. He'll join Leslie Keene and James Tunney and Ellen Cohen later this year. You can go to ChristopherNorton.com. He joins us today from Santa Cruz, California. So, Danny, welcome back to Thinking Aloud. It's great to have you here. And before we get to the UAP Disclosure Act and why October 18th is such an important date, October 18th, 2024, before we get into the constitutional context, for some of those who are watching today who don't know who you are, may not be that familiar with your background, how is it that a constitutional attorney who's handled some of the biggest cases in U.S. legal history gets tied into UFOs and UAPs?
Well, the way that this happened, Chris, is that I was at the Jesuit headquarters in 1976 when President Carter was elected. And one of the first things that he did, because he had seen the UFO when he was governor of Georgia, one of the first things he did when he was elected president is he contacted the head of the Central Intelligence Agency and demanded that he come down to Plains, Georgia, where Carter was before he come to Washington, and demanded that he be briefed in on the UFO issue. And the head of the CIA at that time was George H.W. Bush, that had been appointed by, after Nixon had left, he was appointed by Gerald Ford to take over the CIA, and he refused to brief Carter on the UFO issue, saying that Carter had no need to know. So President Carter contacted Congress and asked Congress to conduct an investigation to determine what information our government had about the UFO issue and the related issue of extraterrestrial intelligence. And I was contacted by the Congressional Research Service and asked if I would help as legal counsel over the Jesuit headquarters in their social ministry office, whether I would assist them in getting access to the Vatican archives and what information might be there. And it was in that context that I was asked to become special counsel to the study that was being done by the Congressional Research Service. And it was in that context that I was able to get access to the classified portions of Project Blue Book. And it was there that
why you, Danny? Why you? Because of your connections to the Jesuits and ultimately the Vatican, because they have records of this phenomenon as well.
Well, it was suspected. It was suspected, not by Congress, that they believed that the Vatican had information about this. And so the head of the Congressional Research Service, Science and Technology, asked me to contact the Vatican and see if I could get access to the Vatican archives about this issue. And it was in that context that I was given access to the classified portions of Project Blue Book. And it was there that I saw the actual official photographs of the crash retrieval activity of the United States government, and saw that, and could see clearly that this was a UFO. That was not some crap the United States had, or
and I could tell from the symbols that were on the craft that in the lettering sounded like that it was not Russian or Chinese or anything like that. So I then knew that they had it, so that's how I got involved. I come to the Jesuit headquarters after graduating from Harvard College and Harvard Law School. Was out practicing law for a number of years, but I had gone back to the Harvard Divinity School to study the ethics of the different worldviews that I'd run into out in the outside world. It was doing my master's and PhD work there, and it was there that I got recruited by the Jesuit to come their legal counsel in the social ministry office.
All right, so that's how you're introduced, and I know we said it at the intro. A few years later, a number of years later, actually some 20-odd years later, you're also one of the attorneys who represents John Mack, who's a psychiatrist at Harvard. Harvard Department of Psychiatry. I was called on Harvard's lead attorney with counsel, and they wanted to get rid of him because he dared to speak to people who claimed to have had alien abduction experiences and UFO experience as well.
Well, it was specifically because he published a book about it. That was what they got so upset about. That he published a book and he was being publicly associated with Harvard University, and they were taking some umbrage of that. So he asked me to be his attorney. He asked me to be his attorney. I brought on a local counsel because I was admitted in New York, in the Southern District of New York, in Washington D.C., but I was not admitted in Massachusetts, so I had to have local counsel, and it was that local counsel that kept on insisting upon trying to settle the case. I was totally devoted to bringing on witnesses and showing what the information was that he had that supported what he was saying and doing, and so that there was a little bit of a tug of war there between, taking advantage of the fact that they had demanded information about this on the one hand, and just the effort to kind of get it settled and dismissed so they'd leave him alone. So that was kind of
so aside from the fact that you've got this constitutional background and a lot of civil rights litigation, you also now come forward with a lot of experience when it came to litigation and legal matters regarding UFO, UAP, etc. And years later, of course, you create the Christic Institute, the Romero Institute. You now have the Paradigm Institute, which is really dedicated to disclosure. Before we get to that, I just had one aside, since you mentioned it was George H.W. Bush, who was for president, who told Jimmy Carter, no, you don't have a right to know this. It's a need-to-know basis, so we're going to talk about the national security state. But isn't it interesting, he becomes Ronald Reagan's vice president, and Reagan also had not one but two UFO experiences. You have to wonder, make you know, whether Bush said, I'll tell you what, Ronnie, you can sit some of your VP. I'll let you know what we know about UFOs. What's your best guess there?
I'm sure that Bush did not agree with Reagan on that because that administration, to be clear, was actually run by George Bush. Ronald Reagan was viewed as kind of a public face, a guy who cut ribbons and go places, but the policies of that entire terms of that administration were all basically run by George H.W. Bush. Out of his position as vice president, he was the former CIA director, and he had been the ambassador to China. He was vastly more qualified, in everybody's eyes, to actually be president than Reagan was. And of course, then he went on to become president. But at that particular time, he was not disclosed informing Carter about the UFO issue, and I'm sure he did not brief Reagan.
Well, I want to talk a little bit more about the constitutional context and why this is so important, why this is such an integral part of the constitutional crisis that I'm sure you do believe that we are experiencing right now. But before we do that, let's talk a little bit about the UAP Disclosure Act, because this October 18th date is coming, and it's coming soon. It's a big date. I believe you can get everything you wanted. For those who want disclosure, get everything they wanted, but it's still something. So tell us a little bit about that. Inform the audience why October 18th is such a big day.
Well, both the Senate and the House passed at least a 24-page version of the law, which mandated that all 6 of the United States military services, all 18 of the United States intelligence agencies, and all 32 of the United States Defense Department agencies all immediately begin the process immediately upon the passage of the Act, which took place on December 22nd of 2023, that they were mandated to start gathering together every single document, every single piece of information they had, every single phone call, every single memo, every single piece of material, anything they had pertaining to the UFO issue, in the issue of extraterrestrial life. They were ordered by Congress, both House and the Senate, and passed the law and signed by President Biden, were commanded to gather all of that information together and have it in digital form with a searchable index and have it prepared by 300 days after the passage of the Act on December 22nd of 2023. That date happens to fall on October 18th of 2024. And that is the date on which they are mandated to gather all of that information together and to make it available. The Senate law said make it available immediately to the National Archives. The law that was passed by the House said make it available as soon as possible thereafter. Now, lawyers are fair stood on him to the extent to which I'm able to do that. Everybody got freaked out. The lawyers said, wait a second, giving those agencies actively not only concealed this information for 80 years, but in fact it was lied to Congress repeatedly to pretend they don't have it, to allow them to say how soon is it going to be possible for us to get this to you, was a big loophole, because the Senate statute ordered them to produce it immediately. Okay, so that we still got that issue to have to deal with, and we're addressing that with additional legislation that we're trying to get passed now. But the bottom line is that date is still there. It's the deadline by means of which it had to be all gathered together and put it in digital format with a searchable index and be ready to be presented to the National Archives, which of course would then put it to make it available to the Senate and House Intelligence Committee, which had the adequate security clearances to review that material.
And again, because we've had whistleblowers come forward, and obviously you've been privy to a lot of information, much of which you can't speak about, but the record seems to suggest, not more than suggest, they have the technology, they have the biology, and that even some of the technology may be operational. Comment to the degree you can.
Well, yes, that is clear. The Senate Intelligence Committee has now secured testimony under oath of over 40 people who were directly involved in the reverse engineering program and in the crash retrieval program, so they know that that's true. They have cleared David Grush to testify publicly in Congress, made available to the public his testimony that we were in possession of more than one, extraterrestrial, non-human origin spacecraft, and the biological evidence establishing that the occupants of the craft were non-human. Okay, so that testimony has now been provided in Congress, and very importantly, has been cleared by the United States Defense Department Office of Publication Review and Security. So that information is now being made public, but of course now they're trying to assert that maybe they haven't really effectively been able to develop any of that technology. That's information that has not yet been publicly released. That they've been able to figure out some of the technology that is that two of the craft. When I said earlier that two of the craft they recovered were
were fully functional, that doesn't mean that they know how to fly them. Those craft, they appear to be navigated telepathically.
In fact,
it's hard. It's indicative of what we know about it, that they haven't been able to figure out how to fly them. But that they're trying to punch the technology and see if they can at least work off some kind of effort to provide some added ability to make a weapon system, which is what their primary objective is. That entire program was hidden inside an unacknowledged special access program that was basically known as ASAP, which is the Advanced Weapons Special Access Program inside the Pentagon. So you can tell they were trying to develop weapons by getting at this technology.
And do you really believe, Danny, that when this October 18th date comes down, and again, since a lot of the teeth of the original Senate bill has been removed, again, the House Republicans kind of diluted it in some ways, not entirely, of course. But it sounds interesting that you're telling me that the Department of Defense, CIA, and other national security state agencies are more willing to let this information out. Is it because they know the gig is up, or is this part of a long game that they're playing?
Well, this is kind of surmise. It has to be made based on what we know. But the fact of the matter is, we know that they've been engaged in this long-time program of leaking information periodically about the reality of the UFO phenomenon. I mean, to the point where almost any fifth grader in the country that you ask to draw a picture of a ET, and they'll draw a picture of it for you. And if you ask them to point out what a UFO looks like, they'll draw one for you. I mean, so it's clear that the national security state people have been engaged for some time in kind of leaking out pieces of information about this. There is this long, protracted program, but it's quite clear that at least since December of 2017, when Lou Elizondo and Chris Mellon came forward and brought videos of the Tic Tac stuff and the Go Fast and the gimbal, that since that point in time, there's been this accelerated process pursuant to which information is being made more public, which includes the testimony of David Grush, includes a lot of the kind of public statements that have been made by both Lou Elizondo and Chris Mellon, and a major number of inside people who come forward and provide this sort of testimony to the Senate Intelligence Committee.
So is it because they know that this information is getting out anyway, that it's time to release this slowly but surely? What is the ultimate goal here, since they can't seem to keep a lid on it anymore? Is the long game where we're going to release this information slowly and make sure that we can still control the narrative to our own needs, even if that means giving technology to our friends in private industry and fashioning weapons so that we can fight this threat?
Well, this is the area that's still subject to speculation.
Right.
We don't have a lot of the publicly available information on what's going on. I'm not at liberty to speculate on some of it because I'm in possession of additional information. But the bottom line is that I can tell you my opinion, and that I believe that there has been some sort of a decision made at some level inside the national security state bureaucracy to release more of this information, and that's now coming out authorized to be revealed publicly, which includes virtually all information that has been given by Lou Elizondo, Chris Mellon, David Grush, and etc. And the very interesting, the United States Defense Department Office of Pre-Publication Review is authorized to release that information. So technically, those people are not whistleblowers. They haven't basically challenged the national security oaths that they've taken. They haven't violated any non-disclosure agreements that they've entered into. They haven't been. They're not like Daniel Ellsberg or Snowden, or these people. They're not breaching their security clearance at all.
Well, not now. They're not.
Right, they're not. They're not. And so the question then is but they now stimulating Congress. Congress is going forward and making demands against the national security state that go beyond what it is that these people who've been authorized by the Defense Department and the intelligence agencies to come forward. Congress is now demanding more because that's embarrassed the Congress action. Now it's clear that they've been lied to for 8 years. They've been telling their constituents there's no such thing. There's nothing to be worried about. There's no there. Because the Congress has been relying upon the national executive branch to brief them on what's going on. And so they've been conveying that same message to their constituents. And now they've been caught, misrepresenting the fact. And so now they've turned on the executive branch and demanded that they be given more information. Now, they haven't decided how much to give them in public, except for the United States Senate. Very important. The United States Senate, in the bill that it passed, a 64-page bill, which they passed virtually unanimously. It passed unanimously through the Intelligence Committee, 17-0, with extremely conservative Republican senators and even very progressive Democratic senators. But it passed the whole United States Senate virtually unanimously. And what they mandated is that everything older than 25 years, any information or materials that have been obtained prior to 25 years ago, has to be released immediately to the public. Now that's an extraordinary aggressive stand that's been taken by the Senate. Okay, now that got taken out of there. That got taken out of there by the House because they want the people who are in charge of the military services, Defense Department agencies, and intelligence agencies. They want them to be the ones who decide what and anything is going to be released to the public. We know what their position is, like zero. There's no pretending that it doesn't even exist. You can see that from the Arrow report. So the bottom line is that there is a dynamic underway right now in which there are subgroups, factions that are operational, both inside Congress and inside the national security state apparatus that have different positions on this. But it's clear that some collective development has occurred here, which is proposing releasing new information to the public about this in some sort of a controlled manner. And the controlled manner is pretty well described in the Senate bill. What they're proposing is a step-by-step process over a period of 7 years, which they intended to start back in December 2023. To have it extended over this period of time up to 2030, basically.
But again, that's the Senate bill you're referring to, and again, that's not the one that ultimately passed, but it may come back up again. It's a lot of fun going out on the thin, skinny branches when you're talking to an acclaimed constitutional attorney, because it gives the conversation gravitas. For many years, myself, I was not that engaged. I spoke of holistic and spiritual matters in my radio programming, but even being an attorney, it wasn't as if I was that engaged with the UFO UAP phenomenon. Now I find out, after listening to people such as you, that it really triggers my ire, my constitutional ire, because we're getting a much larger picture, despite the fascination about UFO and UAP and bright, shiny objects. It really is a much deeper story about the violations of our constitutional rights in this nation. And I believe that this coming forward is a much bigger civics and constitutional story than maybe even UFOs and UAPs themselves.
That's absolutely true. What this represents is the kind of penultimate demonstration of the excesses of the national security state apparatus that has been created as of the National Security Act of 1947. There were all kinds of people that were raising fundamental questions about
passing that act and setting up a national security state infrastructure that was authorized to engage in espionage and outside of the country engaging in criminal acts that would actually entail overthrowing elected governments, in democratic society, and even assassinating other people, and that people were warned that, wow, such an infrastructure is set up, a kind of national security state police operation going on, that will inevitably bleed back into the country.
Which you learned firsthand. You learned that firsthand, Dave. Sorry to interrupt, but you learned that firsthand when you litigated the Iran-Contra matter.
No, that's right. No, that was the previous immediate demonstration of the lengths to which that national security state would go in openly defying Congress when Congress explicitly ordered them not to provide any kind of military assistance, either direct or indirect, to the Congress, which were the fascist government military forces down in Nicaragua that had been ousted by a popular revolution that threw them out. And the Congress realized that the CIA and the Joint Special Operations Command and the Pentagon and others who had developed an extremely right-wing kind of position of supporting fascist governments all through Central America and Latin America, in El Salvador, in Argentina, and other places, that Congress suspected that they would try to go ahead and fund the government, even though it was ousted, the fascist group. So they passed the Mullen Amendment, explicitly prohibiting and giving it aid. And what happened is the Central Intelligence Agency and elements inside the United States Pentagon, decided to make a covert operation to provide the military equipment and lie to Congress about it, and even go to the lengths of smuggling drugs and cocaine into the United States in massive quantities on the same planes that they were using to secretly fly the weapons down in order to raise money, because they didn't want to have to go to Congress to try to fund the operation that they were engaged in. And Oliver North, in the conversations directly with him, actually said to me, look, Dan, that the Congress of the United States may have the power of the purse strings and are the ones that can authorize official government spending, but if we can go get money somewhere else, like from the Shah of Iran or from the Prince of Istanbul somewhere, we can do anything we want. We have the authority to engage in whatever kind of foreign policy activity we wish to do. I mean, it was just openly, flagrantly defying the authority of Congress to regulate the conduct of the executive branch. So that we see this happen now, and it's recent to the point where they not only believe that they are authorized to engage in these covert operations and conceal it from Congress, but that they're authorized to lie to Congress and even assert that they're not doing it.
And going back to JFK, I know I asked this question when we did a live stream with Jeffrey Michelin and Nick Badness on New Thinking Aloud. I asked you about, the JFK assassination. I know you've taught courses on that, university levels on that. We won't go too far down that rabbit hole today. However, I think it is emblematic of part of the, the deep constitutional violations after the Bay of Pigs and the October missile crisis. JFK said he wanted to smash the CIA into 1,000 pieces. They sure as hell weren't going to let that happen. And, their fingerprints are probably all over his assassination. But, there are things that, bring around the internet. Probably a lot of it is fake news, but whether it is true or not, and I've got a document up on the page on our screen right now of a purported memorandum where JFK was asking the national security state for all information on UFOs. Now, this may be a fake. However, it's not that big a stretch.
Say no doubt about that.
He did.
It was June 5th of 1963. He specifically asked the Central Intelligence Agency to give him the information about UFOs. That's established fact. That's true.
That's established fact. And again, as you said before, that may or may not have contributed to his assassination, but isn't it emblematic of someone in the executive branch attempting to safeguard democracy and transparency for the American people?
Yes. No, well, actually, what happened specifically in that case is that Kennedy was planning to give information to Khrushchev. And because he was so upset over the fact that, that the whole world had come to the very brink of total nuclear annihilation in the Cuban Missile Crisis, that he had reached out to Khrushchev, and they were actually exchanging private letters outside of the chain of command, outside of the State Department, outside of the CIA. They had exchanged 18 different sets of letters that were being shipped back and forth between Khrushchev and Kennedy, and pursuant to which they were planning to each respectively exercise their executive power to start disassembling the nuclear warheads of both countries. And that's what got him killed. And in this context, he was trying to demonstrate to Khrushchev the good faith of his being willing to engage in that kind of detente with the Soviet Union. He was going to provide to them whatever people about UFOs, because he wanted to engage in a joint space program with the Soviet Union as a mechanism for overcoming our dialectical, antagonistic relationship. That's what it was. So that was, so in a certain sense, very tangentially, his request for UFO information played a role in the assassination, but very tangential. It was just one more example, no lesser example, of the lengths to which he was willing to go to try to establish peace with the Soviet Union for the future. But the actual steps of him planning to take steps to disassemble or the disassembly of the nuclear warheads of our arsenal is what caused him to kill him.
So this entire legacy, of ultimate secrecy, and often say, well, it's national security, we can't let you know these things because we can't let our enemies know. We can't let you know about UFOs and UAPs because you can't handle the truth. And yet now we're seeing that over 80 years of what are just more or less bald-faced lies, and often employing the excuse that it's for national security. Really, it's far more than that. It's for need-to-know basis. It's for greed. It's for power. It's for money flowing into the military-industrial complex that Dwight D. Eisenhower warned us about on the very last day of his presidency. And this is continuing until today. I mean, is this maybe a keynote that perhaps we're starting to see this fissure or cracking between the national security state and the American people? Because right now, as I look at it, it doesn't matter if it's red or blue. This issue is crossing multiple lines. People are fed up.
Well, we'll see. We'll see, Chris, how far this can be taken. I do believe that you have the most broad-based coalition of people all across the political spectrum, all ideologies, all political parties, all social classes, the racial classes, all of these people, all of the vast overwhelming majority of our people demand to know what it is our government knows about the UFO phenomenon and about any extraterrestrial civilization that exists. I mean, we're being treated like we're natives on some tiny island in the Pacific that doesn't know about the existence of the whole rest of the world going on. And their leaders don't want them to know that there's this whole world going on off island. And that's what's happening here. And so I think that if we conduct ourselves carefully enough and responsibly enough here, we can mobilize the vast majority of people in the country to make Congress exercise its constitutional responsibility to assert oversight over the executive branch, which it has not been doing in this particular field, and more generally, allowing the national security state covert operations to run roughshod, and it's now resulted in them actually ousting members of the Senate. That they clearly ousted the Frank Church after he chaired the Select Committee on Intelligence Issues. They poured millions of dollars into his congressional Senate race in Idaho in 1980 and ousted it by publicly revealing the fact that he supported the Equal Rights Amendment for women and that he supported some moderate gun control. And they put millions of dollars into that campaign. It was all choreographed by Theodore Schaffer, who was the director of covert operations for the CIA under George H.W. Bush. This guy Shackley, was brought in to the campaign under Vice President Bush in the Reagan administration. And then that's what he was doing. He was retired. He's the one that actually created the off-the-shelf enterprise that was the subject matter of the Iran country. It wasn't Oliver North. It was this guy, Theodore Shackley. And he worked directly with George Bush Sr., and that he was this dark law, opera. That's who he was. And he was responsible for a massive political assassination program in Southeast Asia that killed over 40,000 complete non-combatant civilians, teachers and town mayors and stuff that weren't adequately loyal to the right-wing South Vietnamese government. He shipped in thousands of tons, over time of heroin into the United States coming out of Southeast Asia. That's the lace that we're talking about, that the national security state has gone to facilitate the influx of those kind of drugs, heroin and cocaine, into the United States, to be responsible for the massive addiction that we see going on in the country now. And so the time has come now that we have such a broad-based constituency demanding information about UFOs and the extraterrestrial civilization that they represent, that we may be able to carefully, step by step, bring about the reining in of this national security state on the part of Congress.
See, this national security state and deep state sometimes interchangeably, as we know. One political figure claims to be a victim of the so-called deep state, but how would you differentiate between the two?
Well, what Trump is really talking about is the bureaucracy. There's a bureaucracy of tens of thousands of federal government employees and there are dozens of major federal agencies who are there. They're civil servants, and they're there all the time, and they're engaged in policies and principles and programs that they have ended up supporting. And any president comes into power and tries to change things, there's a resistance. There's kind of a lethargy. There's a resistance. There's an inertia on the part of the bureaucracy to resist change. That's what Trump is talking about. Trump is talking about this deep state, the FBI, the intelligence agency, the protection agencies, the transportation departments, all these. That's what Trump is talking about. What we're talking about when we're talking about the national security state, we're talking about the apparatus that has been set up primarily pursuant to the National Defense, to the National Intelligence Act that was passed in 1947. Okay, the National Security Act was passed and it set up the Central Intelligence Agency. Later on, it set up the Defense Intelligence Agency, the NSA, the National Security Agency. There are now 18 different intelligence agencies that are functioning inside the United States. And the fact of the matter is that they are now starting to engage in the same kind of activities that the CIA was authorized to engage in internationally. They're doing it domestically against our own elected officials. And it was not only Frank Church, but it was Dick Clark in Iowa. The senator from Iowa was unseated. The senator from Indiana, Birch Bayh, was ousted from power by the Central Intelligence Agency, covertly funding money into their campaigns. Obviously, that Jimmy Carter was actually the target of a major campaign to secretly hold the hostages, the 52 hostages that had been taken by the Hezbollah in Iraq. All of that was supervised under the auspices of George H.W. Bush as the former director of the Central Intelligence Agency, and Alan Dulles, legal counsel for the CIA. And people know about that. The people in Congress know about that. And they're intimidated. They're frightened about it. And what we need to do is to, as citizens, rise up and organize and give the kind of protection to the people in Congress that is necessary for them to start to disassemble these excesses of the national security state. That's
you can understand, Danny, why Trump has been able to tap into some of that ire. Some things we either know legitimately or intuitively, let's say. Whatever it is, there is a greater mistrust of the so-called national security state. Again, from Iran-Contra to JFK assassination to UFO, UAP, we've named several already. You can at least understand, even if you don't believe that Donald Trump is the right man for the White House, you can understand the appeal of wanting to pull back incursion.
That's right. No, he's very craftily kind of taken advantage of some of that. Just like he's taken advantage of the ire that a lot of the people have over the shipping of jobs overseas to China, etc. They've decimated the kind of hometown, the mom and pop stores and stuff all through the Midwest. He's taking advantage of those kind of points of distress on the part of people. But this issue with the national security thing is something that is a profound constitutional issue. The Congress of the United States has been put in place by the founders to regulate the conduct of the executive branch, that is the kings and the authorities in the executive branch, to allow the executive branch to develop this kind of demanded autonomy from congressional oversight to the point where they not only refuse to brief them, but they lie to them, deny the existence of programs, and go outside, not only seeking foreign power to invest in our own independent foreign policy for the national security state, but also to engage in selling drugs, heroin, and cocaine. And people get shocked when they think that anybody's going to accuse them of doing something like that. But the record is complete with proof that that's what they've been accused of. And so the time has come now for the American people to mobilize around this particular issue, having to do with the demand for knowledge about what our government knows about the UFO phenomenon and the extraterrestrial civilization that surrounds it. That we've got to mobilize that power and to have to set up institutional responses to deconstructing some of those most excessive structures that they've set up inside the national security state to roll them back. That's what we need to do.
Well, people who you've represented from Elizondo to Stephen Greer, I know Stephen Greer is really big on the notion that, hey, we know that there are UFOs and UAPs. We know that there are other types of consciousness that may actually be, native to our planet. These orbs that Chris Bledsoe has talked about on Beyond Skinwalker Ranch and Ancient Aliens, all those orbs that everybody's interested in announcing as part of as an overall continuum, especially with its constitutional implications. But now that these things are being unearthed and they are coming forward, what we are also finding is that this information, the technology, is not only being kept from the American public, it's being siphoned off and passed on to private industries in the military-industrial complex so that they can reverse engineer. And Stephen Greer would tell you, and they want to do one thing. They want to use it for weapons, because as opposed to some grassroots groups that believe that trying to contact extraterrestrial life in a way of opening ourselves up to a greater extraterrestrial civilization, we're being told by those who are getting this technology, be afraid, be very afraid.
Yes. No, that much of what Stephen Greer says is true. That's right. And it is true. I mean, based on my knowledge, over 50 years now, of dealing with this and coming out papers to the Iran-Contra scandal, to the Kennedy assassination, everything else that I've been directly involved in studying, in researching as an attorney, a professional investigator. That I don't believe, even though the government, these national security state people are perfectly capable of exploring a war game scenario, pursuant to which they might conceivably be interested in using whatever technologies they may have developed from the crash reports into pretending that we're being attacked by an extraterrestrial civilization, so as to maximize their access to funding from Congress for military development. Just because they're perfectly capable of doing something like that, and
contemplated doesn't mean they're going to do it. And I fully respect, Stephen's, desire to warn people about it, to put people on guard against it. But that's different than saying that he has information that they're doing, that they're going to do it.
Understood. One can understand why you'd be skeptical also, because apparently some of these weapon systems I've heard you talk about trying to use the technology garnered from the crash sites or the crashed product, if you will, are being used for nuclear weapons that could reach Russia or China in 2 minutes.
No, that's true. There's every reason. There's every reason to be assertive about trying to roll back the illegalities of the security state. In fact, Stephen, for example, argues that you might err on the side of caution and actually be willing to assert to people that you have information indicating that they're planning to do it. I don't think that that's a wise thing to do. I don't think that one should pretend that one has got definite information that they're going to do something and mislead the American people based on fear. But I do think it's an intelligent thing to warn people about the fact that they're perfectly capable of being willing to do something like that because of the development of the national security state. This developed and the kind of tactics that they engage in outside the country. It is perfectly logical to think that they might be willing to turn those tools against the American public because they have done so. And that the people in Congress are perfectly cognizant of the fact that they're capable of turning those weapons against them. For example, when Senator Durbin, who was the Republican senator from Minnesota, actually got up on the floor of the Senate and demanded an investigation of the off-the-shelf enterprise. Early on in the people, three Spanish-speaking guys, showed up in his home and dragged his wife out of bed, put a gun in her mouth, and threatened to kill her and the whole family if he didn't get up on the floor of the Senate and withdraw his request for that investigation. I mean, and those are not people just taken off the street. Those are people from the national security state. Those are people from the infrastructure that's been set up to authorize things like that being done outside of our country. And that is absolutely unacceptable. And we cannot have an operation like that going on in our constitutional democracy. This is a very, very, very dangerous moment. Very dangerous moment. And what we want to be able to do in mobilizing the people that are demanding access to this information about UFOs is to help educate people as to the existence of this national security state. And we use this as an example of the excesses to which they have gone, so that we can attempt to mobilize that kind of groundswell of citizen support for rolling back some of these excesses of this national security state, especially in light of this latest ruling of the Supreme Court, in which, a president such as Donald Trump, if he were to be elected, would push to the very boundaries, whatever power he thought he had a right to exercise, in hopes that the Supreme Court would allow that, and protect him against any criminal prosecution. So we need to understand that we have crossed into a very dangerous period here, so long as that precedent remains in effect, until we can get it overruled and set aside. Just like they eventually get overruled the assertion on the part of the Supreme Court that corporations are people, and that they're entitled to First Amendment rights, that they can give as much money as they want to elected representatives to get their own things done. That's poisoning the very roots of our whole democratic system. This particular majority of the Supreme Court. But we have to take, careful measures. We're not talking about, any kind of armed insurrection against even an unjust government. We're not supporting anything like that. What we need to do is do our job as citizens. It's a lot more than just, the country that really sits on the couch and watches all this stuff going on. on the television like you're some spectator. And, people have got to get involved. That's why we're asking them to contact us, for example, at paradigminstitute.org, and learn all about this, get the information so you can discuss it with your friends and neighbors and family members, and develop an intelligent position on this, and understand how to reach out to your Congress people, your senators, to get them to stand up on their hind legs and challenge the national security state pursuant to their constitutional obligation to do so. And that's what we're in the process of doing now. So all people need to do is contact us, go on the internet, go to paradigminstitute.org, and let us know your name and your zip code, so that we'll then immediately communicate to you who your Congress member is, and you know who your two senators are. You'll know exactly who your congressperson is, and it will send automatically communications to your congressperson and your senators, letting them know that you're in favor of transparency and disclosure with regard to the UFO issue. And then
once again, it's always a grassroots movement. It's never going to come from the top down, and that's why you say on your new paradigm.org site, we need to push back. We need to use the democratic institutions to assert our right to know what this information is, what this quote-unquote extraterrestrial civilization is all about, and what is their agenda. Extraterrestrial civilization. Talk about that a little bit, Danny. It sounds a little Star Trek.
Well, that's the reason Star Trek is as popular as it is, because people suspect this is true, based on reason. Until 20 years ago, the scientific community wouldn't even acknowledge that there were any other planets outside of our solar system, because they were attached to the scientific, logical, positivistic, and materialist worldview. And until you can see it and touch it and taste it and weigh it and measure it, it didn't exist. But our human family has realized forever that there's almost certainly life elsewhere in the universe. And now we know that the planets that are being discovered, the exoplanets, hundreds and hundreds of them, most of which get within their temperate zones of their planets, or their so-called Goldilocks zones, are potentially capable of sustaining life, and over periods of millions of years, evolving into intelligent life, and over another thousands of years, they've developed into highly technologically developed intelligent life, have figured out how to engage in superluminal flight, and to defy the boundaries of gravity for their planets, and to travel into the stars. And that intergalactic, at least intergalactic operation that's going on now, is obviously present out beyond our solar system, and there's every indication now, the evidence is becoming growingly overwhelming, that they are visiting our planet. And that it's not entirely clear what their full agenda is, but it's absolutely clear. Number one, that we're coming here. Number two, that they're engaged in exploring our planet, that they're engaged in taking specimens, different types of flora and fauna from our planet to examine what life forms are on our planet. They are obviously abducting individual human beings and subjecting us to involuntary physical examinations, as though we were animals in the jungle, like we do, like our species does, with regard to lions and tigers and bears, and even chimpanzees and more highly developed, apes that are acknowledged by our own scientific community to be, ancestors to ourselves in an evolutionary chain. Now, we do that kind of thing, so it's clear they're doing that kind of thing with regard to our human family. It is also evident that they're engaged in some sort of hybrid program of actually gene splicing some of our genetic material and their genetic material to try to generate some sort of a hybrid race. Those things are true. But it's also true, extraordinarily important to be clear, that they're not publicly revealing themselves. You know, they're not landing on the White House lawn and saying, you know, here we are. They're not landing even in Central Park, New York, and saying, here we are. But
that would not be the point, right? That's not the point.
Around that. No, that's not the point. But I'm saying, what they're flying around now in a lot larger numbers, and they're being photographed, and they're being videoed, and they're actually, you know, presenting themselves right in the flight paths of F-18 Super Hornet jet fighters, which they know are taking pictures of them. You know, and they know that they're videoing them, and they're making it public now. So, you know, it's not as though they're concealing completely their existence, you know, but they're concealing their agenda. They're concealing, you know, what other programs are going on their part, and they're concealing what, very importantly, what level of communication they may have with the people in our national security state. You know, there may be some sort of lines of communication going on, and to have the people that are in our national security state, whom even we don't trust, you know, to be engaged in representing us in the communications with an extraterrestrial civilization, and formulating the protocols pursuant to which we'll have a relationship with them that is going to go on for the next 10,000 years, is completely inappropriate. You know, it is inappropriate to have a warrior class of our people, you know, engaging in figuring out what our relationship is going to be with these people. You know, it's, you know, the old saying, you know, when you think like a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Or, you know, when the pickpocket meets the saint, all he sees are his pockets. You know, I mean, you can't have the national security state apparatus be responsible for formulating our relationship with an extraterrestrial civilization. That's completely inappropriate under our constitutional form of government. You know, the executive branch might wish to propose some kind of special relationship, but by our Constitution, it has to present that proposal to the United States Senate. And until such time as 2/3 of the United States Senate ratify any such agreement, it has no effect whatsoever. You know, and just as a matter of constitutional authority.
Do you think that, I mean, we certainly start to see much more of this at the time of Roswell, right after the Second World War, right after the release of the 2 atom bombs in Japan, and then the proliferation, and of course the stories are known by most lay people of UFOs and UAPs flying near or around or about various military facilities and installations, nuclear installation facilities. Do you think that there's anything commensurate that's going on today, the uber polarization that we're seeing, not only in our country, but really around the world, autocracy, climate change? Do you think, this is just a pure guess on our parts, do you think this has anything to do with contributing to the plethora and the increase in visitations, in sightings, not to mention, you know, cameras that we carry in our pockets every day, capturing this information or this phenomenon? Do you think that the times we're in, the polarization, the times we're in, are leading to greater visitations, if you will?
Well, I think that very, very clearly that we have hundreds of examples of individuals who I've spoken with many of, who have very, very, very credible accounts of having had direct face-to-face encounters with the occupants of these UFO vehicles. And many, a substantial portion of these people report very credibly that they're telepathically being told by these beings that we need to get rid of the nuclear weapons on our planet. That this is threatening the total destruction of the capacity of our planet to gestate life. You know, that we believe scientifically that we as a species have been gestated by our planet out of the chemical processes and biological processes that go on our planet, that it has given rise to the early single-cell life forms that have evolved physiologically on up through the different species up to the human species now here on our planet. So we scientifically believe that to be true, and therefore these beings are warning us
that, look, you are in danger of terminating the life-generating capacity of your planet if you have a massive thermal nuclear war. I've also been warning us that we have to stop, quote, contaminating our planet by pouring all of these kind of chemicals and stuff into the atmosphere, into the rivers and oceans of our planet. That we're contaminating our planet. Again, threatening to totally disrupt the organic climatic system of our planet that is going to end up potentially leading to the termination of our entire species. These are very concrete warnings that have been talked about, for the last, 65 years. People have been talking about these kind of direct encounters with the extraterrestrial beings that are piloting these craft and navigating these craft, and they land on the ground and they have these encounters with human beings. And up until this point, anyone who has been trying to tell people about this going on have been savagely attacked by the national security state people. That they've actually, know this. That Richard Nolan, in his major work on UFOs in the national security state, has released the documents, the internal documents that show that, in fact, this was a pre-planned program on the part of our national security apparatus, the CIA and the parts of the Pentagon, that engaged in an active campaign to attack and discredit and portray as ridiculous and even mentally ill anybody who tries to tell you that this is going on. So that we now know that has been part of the big fat lie that has been going on. And yet people who have been trained into believing whatever it is that people in positions of authority tell them, which is an ever-decreasing percentage of the population. They still are caught on this thing of anybody who tries to tell you that UFOs are actually here, or people who are trying to tell you that UFOs have actually landed and have had direct face-to-face communications with other human beings. I've got to have a screw loose, or I've got to be possibly mentally ill, and so part of our obligation as citizens, we have to overcome that kind of brainwashing that has gone on the part of our national security state against our own citizens in complete violation of the Constitution. To have the military and intelligence agencies engaged in warfare against our own citizens, to lie to us and try to browbeat us into believing that anybody who is trying to tell you about the UFO phenomenon is mentally ill or either completely out of touch with reality. This is completely irresponsible, and the time has come now for our citizens to stand up, push back against this, and educate ourselves about what this information really is. And there's a certain percentage of us who have spent over the last 50 years familiarizing ourselves in great detail with what the information is and vetting it to determine what portions of it are true and what portions of it are speculation or complete fabrication or hoaxing, but we have been able to discern the core of this information through the vetting process. That is exactly what I was brought on to do. I was the legal counsel for the Disclosure Project at that career for 20 years. Part of my responsibility is vetting these type of witnesses so that we weren't presenting people who were untrustworthy, or even possibly lying. When we were presenting, for example, the chief investigator for the Federal Aviation Agency testified. The general officers in the United States military testifying. People who are beyond reproach, people who are trusted with our most guarded secrets, coming forward and telling you that this is true. And so we have started now successfully overcome the campaign that is being mounted by the national security state people to make them think that all these people are kind of crazy. We are functioning overcome that now. And we've now come to the point of saying, what are we going to do about this? Now that we know that this has been going on, what are we going to do about educating ourselves and taking the steps that are necessary to get our elected representatives to exercise their constitutional responsibility to rein in this national security state and extract from it the information that has been gathered up to this point and make it available to our people, and to present concrete, responsible responses that we might have as a collective community, not only in our nation state, but on our planet, in a cooperative way, figure out what kind of a treaty we need to have with these beings, and what kind of a treaty we have to have among ourselves, so that we will not allow any of that technology to be used for a new round of major weapons. We have to stop that right now, right here at its initial inception. Those are very concrete things that we need to do. Fortunately, those of us who have been trained to be lawyers and are familiar with the structures of our government, how legislation is written, what the legitimate capacities of Congress are to do something about this, that's what we gathered together at the New Paradigm Institute. We have over 550 volunteers that are working with us, many of whom are in the academy, in the universities. We have 35 members of the academics for disclosure. We have lawyers. We have a whole team of lawyers, which are not only willing to protect individual whistleblowers and represent them pro bono, but also drafting legislation. We've just drafted a major new, much strengthened UFO witness whistleblower protection statute, which we've now proffered to the Congress. We just sent that in yesterday. The House of Representatives has that before it now. We're sending it to the Senate, and I've done that this morning. We sent it over to the people that are involved in drafting the new Schumer rounds 2.0, for the kind of strengthened language to protect whistleblowers. So we've got that capacity to do this, and we have experience in legislative drafting. We've gotten statutes passed, both on the state and federal level in the past. We know how to do this. And what we're trying to do is bring our citizens together through the New Paradigm Institute in Washington, D.C., to coordinate our citizen response to this information, and to make the information available, totally credible, solid, vetted information available to the citizens of our country and to the world, and to help organize ourselves in a constitutionally protected way to exercise our democratic rights, to communicate the information to the Congress and get them to do their duty. That's what we're doing.
So ultimately, I find that you are probably an optimist, or you believe it will make it through there. I couldn't help but notice in the past that you've had, Neil Halsbrook and William Strauss's book Generations behind you. And of course, they wrote the book, The Fourth Turning, which we interviewed Neil on this particular channel. And we were unabashed with the fact that history goes through cycles, and at least once in that 80 to 90-year cycle, there is that critical turning point, that fourth turning, which is existential. But out of that comes something rather amazing in American history. And again, the time we're in, if you would, how some of the professional astrologers out there, they would tell you we're in the same scheme that we were in at the time of the American Revolution, the Civil War, the opening of the Second World War for us, 1941, and right around the time of the Captain Wright. Here we are again. Are you ultimately optimistic that the American ideals are going to survive this time period, this time of extreme polarization, and what appears to be autocracy and fascism on the rise, not just here, but around the world, that somehow, some way, the American ideal gets through all of this?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Because I know history, and I know what's really going on here. I know what the real problems are. And our whole institute is going to set up to help educate people, to raise the consciousness of our people, to raise their levels of education and knowledge in this field, and to provide concrete, specific steps that can be taken, given our constitutional liberties that we have in our country, and the understanding of the democratic structures that we have. So that's the whole point of the Paradigm Institute, that we realize that we're now entering into this extraordinary period of, we need to realize that we'll be like on the island people that were in the South Pacific in the 1950s, have suddenly discovered that there's this extraordinary, much larger civilization surrounding us, and we have to learn how to accommodate this. And we don't want to go the way that culture did for collapsing in the face of the onslaught of all of this massive new expansive information. You've got to prepare for this, but you can't prepare for it until you start acknowledging what's going on here, and so the effort on the part of the national security state to keep this secret has prevented us for 80 years from preparing for this extraordinary period in our human history of the acknowledgement of the existence of the extraterrestrial civilization and our participation in it in a way in which we can preserve our concept of individual human dignity and our rights and privileges as individuals in the face of a collective. We have to be able to deal with this. Those were the excesses that we've seen happen in the Soviet Union, the suppression of those kind of individual liberties. That we've seen what happens in that excess. We've seen what happens now in the excess on our part. Okay? So we now have to strike a better balance. We have to reach across the ideological lines, across every other kind of divisive line in our human family. And we've got to all come together. We've got to cooperate in a constructive, upward, positive, forward manner to address the encounter we're engaged in now in the extraterrestrial civilization. We have to stop turning on each other and setting up these kind of skirmishes inside our arguments with each other, ideological and self-interest. We've got to do that. Okay? This is an extraordinary challenge for our human family, and it's one out of which major changes can be brought about in the unjust structures of both on the east and west. That we can use our religious knowledge, our metaphysical knowledge of the other realms of dimensions of reality that we have available to us. We can start to get disclosure, not only from the government, but from the religious institutions that have been suppressing the fact that our family is capable, our human species is capable of much more extraordinary things that they seem to attribute only to kind of individuals like their avatars or great prophets. All of these capabilities of science and telepathic communication, the transmutation of matter, the defiance of gravity, meditation, all of these things, and there's all kinds of facets that our human family is capable of, which we now know about, that we can share. So we don't have to stand in complete and total awe of another species just because they have to have several million more years of biological evolution than we do. We know the geology, we know the trajectory toward which our human family is otherwise naturally evolving. What we have to do is accelerate that and come to understand what the capabilities are of our human family, so we do not hold ourselves in lower regard than that to which we're entitled. And we need to defend our rights and our sense of dignity in the face of a potential challenge like this. But we have to know what the information is in order to do this effectively. That's what's so important about this. And that's why the paradigm used to do this here. We try to help craft what this new paradigm is. What are the new worldviews? What is the new worldview that we have to all come to understand and share in order to kind of accommodate this new alliance we're going to have with this extraterrestrial civilization, pursuant which we can protect our fundamental rights and liberties. That's what really has to be done. I believe we can coordinate this across all party lines, all ideological lines, all economic classes, but we need to understand that, there's an elite here that still are operational, and they're going to try to garner control over this for their own personal financial advantage. But they've always done that, and we know that. And we have to not allow that to happen. This has to be with information and knowledge and technology that is available for everyone. Not only everyone in our country, but everyone on our planet. That's what really has to happen here. That's what the Paradigm Institute is all about. That's why I'm asking people to get in touch with us. ParadigmInstitute.org. Become a volunteer. Do more than just, learn how to get some information on this. You can, engage in a wiser conversation at cocktail parties. This is information that's absolutely essential to the preservation of our republic, the preservation of our democracy, the preservation of our dignity in the face of the potential engagement with a massive extraterrestrial civilization. This is probably the most important period in our human history. That we've encountered yet. Okay, so we need to mobilize and we do this seriously and responsibly. And that's why we established the Paradigm Institute in Washington, D.C.
Danny, I'm wondering if you'll ever get an invite to Harvard Divinity School to discuss this. They kept Emerson away for 30 years after he made certain pronouncements, so maybe we've got a little bit more time to go. Danny's actually going to be joining us for a 4-week seminar series. He'll be one of the speakers and one of the people interacting with our audience. The evolution of religion and spirituality, one step beyond. He'll join Leslie Keith and James Tunney and Alan Cohen later this year. Go to ChristopherNorton.com for more information. Danny, thank you so much for joining us today again with the Romero Institute, with the New Paradigm Institute.org. Always great speaking with you, Danny. I look forward to our next conversation. For all of us here at Thinking Aloud, for long-time host Jeffrey Mishler, co-host Peggy Baggins, all the great volunteers here at NTA, I'm Christopher Norton. Thank you. We're you, after all, on the Reasons Network.
Book 3 in the new Thinking Aloud dialogue series is UFOs and UAP. Are we really alone? Now available on Amazon.
You can now download a PDF copy or a beautiful printed copy of issue number 6.
Thinking Aloud. Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Mishler.
Hello, I'm Jeffrey Mishler. Today, we're going to examine the life and work of the great 18th century scientist and mystic, Emanuel Swedenborg. With me is Gary Lockman. Gary is an independent scholar and author of over 20 books on the great esoteric thinkers, including people like Adam Blavatsky, Rudolf Steiner, the prophetic tradition, Swedenborg, of course, Aleister Crowley, and many, many others. The interview is being conducted once again via the internet, as Gary is an American living in London. And now I'll switch over to the internet. Welcome, Gary, and Happy New Year. It's a pleasure to be with you once again. This is our 5th interview.
Yes, it's we're going through them. Well, Happy New Year to you as well, and as always, it's a pleasure to be on the show.
Thanks. So, Swedenborg, one of the most fascinating characters in human history. Well, all the people you write about strike me as among the most fascinating characters. I think to begin with, to understand his life, we have to appreciate he was born well over 300 years ago in a very different social environment than we experience today.
Yes, Emanuel Swedenborg was born in 1688 in Stockholm. And yes, it was a very, very different world than we live in today. It was a world, for one thing, which took the Bible very seriously. And the Bible was something that Swedenborg took very seriously. And he was brought up with it. His father was a pastor and actually was quite the kind of stickler to the religious rules and teachings and all that, and was rather sort of oppressive about it. And Swedenborg grew up in that, but he also grew up with a great love for science, and this was a time when it was the Enlightenment period. He was aware of developments and the new sciences that were coming up, and he was a remarkably precocious, brilliant young man. And from an early age, he showed this incredible facility for sort of mechanical thinking. He was kind of an inventor, although he didn't actually make many of the things they kind of say on the drawing board, but he had plans of it much in the same way that Leonardo da Vinci had. And some of the things I've written about it and in other places people have referred to as kind of the Scandinavian Da Vinci in that sort of way. But he was able to combine this kind of life of growing up in a very deeply religious sort of background with this rising interest in the science. And this was something that he made a life of, although it was a life of two parts, you can say. The first part devoted to pursuit of science, and the second one devoted to pursuit of religion or spirituality, but in his own unique way.
I think it's also important to acknowledge that the family achieved a title of nobility and became a member of the Swedish parliament as a result of that. So he was engaged in politics, he was engaged in science and engineering, he was deeply devout in his own way, and because he was born into wealth, he had the ability to travel all over Europe, and I suppose it's fair to say that he was, for a person of his era in the 18th century, would have been considered quite cosmopolitan.
Oh, certainly. No, he was a great traveler. Yes, his family were noble in exactly, I think, 1719 or something like that. And this is when I went from Swedenborg to Swedenborg, and sort of marked this nobility that they achieved. But yeah, his father was a bishop. His mother was the daughter of one of the great mine owners of Sweden. And one of the things Swedenborg did in a life, as you say, was full of so many things that it's embarrassing to us to see the number of things that he was able to do in one lifetime. He was an assessor of mines, Swedish mines. So to get the idea, I mean, people, if they know about Swedenborg at the top of their heads, they sort of know about him from histories of the occult or histories of the paranormal or spiritualism or things of that sort. And this is the second half of his life, more or less, when he started to write accounts of visitations by angels and being taken on journeys to heaven and hell. But if you only knew that, or knew about the sort of psychic experiences that he recounted, you might have the idea of, oh, he's one of these mystic kind of characters. But no, he had both feet very firmly on the ground and underground as well. As I'm saying, he was an assessor of mines. This was a very responsible, important, serious occupation for him. And also, he was on the Swedish Diet. He had to go, to the Senate and vote on a variety of different issues. He was involved with problems of currency, a variety of different things of the sort. At the same time that he was writing enormous volumes on anatomy and the brain, and also astronomy, and a variety of other things. So yes, he was an incredibly accomplished and powerfully creative individual. As I say, he's one of these titans from that period. And we don't know of that so much. I mean, people from the 19th century, like Ralph Waldo Emerson, but you mentioned the Transcendentalists earlier. He who was founder of the Transcendentalists in America, he wrote of Swedenborg that he was one of the mastodons of literature, meaning not so much that he was old, but he was this giant, he was this tremendous force. But yeah, he doesn't have quite the same reputation that he had in an earlier time. And that's one reason why I wrote the book, is to introduce modern readers to who he really is.
Well, many people may know that he founded, actually he didn't found a church, but a church was founded based on his writings. The Church of the New Jerusalem, often referred to today as the Swedenborgian Church.
Yes, this is something, he actually didn't want the church in that way to be made, because he believed you didn't have to go into a bricks and mortar or a congregation in order to, read the word. It was in the Bible, and he developed his whole esoteric way of reading the Bible. But yes, after his death, because of his insights into the spiritual world, so because of his teachings, and because of this new vision of Christianity that he brought, and which people like William Blake, who's probably one of his most famous, the great English poet William Blake, was a devotee of. The whole church grew up sort of after him. But he didn't have anything directly to do with it, and in some ways it sort of Depending on which side of the Swedenborgian fence you are, it's something that's kind of not quite exactly what he had in mind. I mean, there are other groups. There's a Swedenborg Society, people that I know here in London who are not affiliated with the church, but they carry on sort of a Swedenborgian tradition as well. But yes, there's a church, and you can find them. I mean, I guess in a way, some people might see them as just slightly left or right of the Jehovah's Witnesses or something like that, but there's a bit more to it than that.
One of the intriguing things to me about Swedenborg is that, like Rudolf Steiner, his career as a mystic didn't really take off until he was, I think, in Swedenborg's case, in his 50s. Nevertheless, as you write about it, he showed various mystical propensities even in childhood.
Oh, this is true, yeah. I mean, the way the usual story is that this is something that happened to him in sort of his 50s, let's sort of say your late 40s into 50s, kind of midlife crisis, which it was in many ways. But earlier than that, yes, as a child, he had sort of visions, same sort of thing that William Blake talked about. And he also developed a strange practice of sort of holding his breath. This is something that he developed on his own. And it turned into a sort of meditation process in which he would be able to reduce his breath into the tiniest, barest sort of intakes and exhalations. And this produced in him, understandably, sort of altered state of consciousness. And this was something that he would later investigate scientifically in his studies with anatomy and neurophysiology, and he would come to some conclusions about links between the lungs and the brain that were later validated by modern neuroscience and all this sort of thing. Yes, and he also talked about something that came to him when he was young, but also later on in life. It was this sort of confirmatory light, he called it. It was this kind of flame, this kind of inner flame that he would see whenever he was sort of on the right kind of track of something. And this was something that guided him in his scientific pursuits when he was meditating on something, in the sense of trying to understand, whatever problem he was working on. If in his sort of contemplation, this sort of flame appeared in his meditations, he felt that he was on the right track. So there are many Swedenborgians, I would say, who want to keep this kind of occult Swedenborg off to the side. They want to say, no, this is a popularization. It wasn't really like that. But it isn't. I don't think you can really grasp what Swedenborg was about without having this. This is something that was there. And it was also, again, it's something that at the time was in many ways part of the learned person's, the learned man or woman's curriculum, because what we consider the occult sciences and the Hermetic sciences, they were something that weren't quite, thrown out into the dustbin of ideas just yet. They weren't quite discredited. Swedenborg is kind of on the cusp of that happening. So as he's pursuing his scientific studies, he's also pursuing sort of Kabbalistic and Hermetic studies. His brother-in-law, Eric Benzelius, was also a sort of enlightened scientist, but he also knew Helmut von Rosenzweig, who had translated the Kabbalah, things of that sort. So, and Swedenborg went to live with him for a while because he wasn't getting on with his father because of this clash between the religion and the science. So, for us, it's something, these things that are very far apart. It's the cult of Hermetic science and sort of natural science and that sort of thing. But for Swedenborg, there was something that were part of this one pursuit of knowledge that he went on.
And I gather an important part of a conventional education in those days would be to study Plato and also the Neoplatonists.
Yeah, I mean, this was something that was in the universities, and the whole Neoplatonic, we can sort of see as this emanationist kind of metaphysics that is sort of the standard Neoplatonic vision of the world, where you have the absolute, and then sort of gradually descending from that in different layers of less unity and more fragmentation. You have this descent into our world. And this is sort of a backdrop. This is kind of metaphysical background that Swedenborg's scientific studies were against. And he's trying to understand how does that transition take place? How do you get from this non-manifest spiritual reality that's behind everything to the real physical world that we're in? And again, this is something that people like René Descartes, he was trying to do the same thing. Descartes famously was trying to find the seat of the soul. and he narrowed it down to the pineal gland in the brain. And funnily enough, it's more or less in the same position with the third eye or pendulum is supposed to be. So there seems to be some kind of suggestion that it's not just sort of superstition. There's something going on there. And Swedenborg did the same thing. He was trying to understand how this transition could take place, and then finally realized that he wasn't able to explain it in terms of science. And that kind of realization happened at the same time when he took a really deep plunge into the sort of spiritual worlds that he was studying for some time.
I think it's also useful to compare Swedenborg to another one of his contemporaries, Isaac Newton, who had a similar mix of scientific and what we would now call occult interests.
Oh, certainly. Newton wrote more about alchemy than he did about gravity. And gravity itself was considered an occult force because it's unseen. I mean, occult just means unseen. It means sort of precluded. Something's blocked, something's in the way of you seeing it. So, I mean, nobody's ever seen gravity, but it seems to work, or at least Newton's description of how it worked seemed to, take care of a lot of stuff for a lot of people for a long time until Einstein came around. So, but again, this is something that came out in the 1920s or later when the economist John Maynard Keynes bought a collection of Newton's papers that were just languishing somewhere. And going through them, he realized there were just reams and reams and reams about alchemy and about sort of biblical history and trying to understand Revelation and understand sort of, predictions of future history based on the Bible. And, I mean, it's not to say that Newton's work on gravity and everything else wasn't really important to him. It was, but it was one part of a larger life that involved all these other things. And similarly, I mean, you can find the same thing in some of the other people, like Kepler. Kepler, who preceded, Johannes Kepler. He too was a student of sort of Hermeticism and astrology and that sort. But because of his interest precisely in Plato, the whole idea of the Platonic solids being the model for the orbits of the planets, he was trying to do that and realized it just didn't work, and that's how he really discovered the law of planetary motion. But yeah, it wasn't this kind of thing until later on, like 19th century. Later on, you get the historians looking back, and they want to sort of make a nice picture of the rise of science and reason and rationality out of the superstition, or in actuality, the very people that they're, the shoulders of the giants they're standing on themselves are well steeped in the thing they're trying to eradicate. So it's a strange kind of irony going on there.
But psychologically, it seems as if Swedenborg's relationship with his father was rather paramount to the evolution of his theology.
Well, I mean, Swedenborg's father, depending on your account, he was, either, a very, very, what do you want to say, sort of individual who was completely obsessed with sort of living by the letter of rule of religion and all that, and would sort of unself-consciously show himself as an exemplar of all this, and would write these letters and these testimonies and kind of thing, and because I'm such a model example of Christian piety and all these kinds of things, the sort of things that when you read it, you have to think this person had absolutely no self-knowledge. And I mean, there are more caustic and more generous accounts of Jesuit Swedenborg, but he comes across as someone who's actually quite well pleased with himself. And this was something that where I think Swedenborg, how should we say it, he never really made it a personal attack on his father. It was a model for how not to be. And if you're aware of Swedenborg's sort of vision of the spiritual worlds, when you go into the next world after death, you go somewhere where there's no pretense possible at all. And you can't, what you see is what you get. Like the old, cliche, you can't say one thing and mean something else. And I think Swedenborg became so attuned to a kind of unconscious hypocrisy in his father, whereas, like, of course, his father, I'm sure he applied himself with great diligence in fulfilling all the rules and all that, but he's only human and at times must, I mean, his very protestations of his angelic goodness were enough to, be insufferable. And so Swedenborg grew up with this kind of vision of, people that are saying something and have, what's the truth is something that's beyond them. So he posited this other realm where that was impossible, where what you said is what you meant. If you put it do otherwise and all that. And this is sort of this intermediary realm we go through after death before we're drawn by our true affections, either to heaven or to hell. This is sort of this whole the geography of the spiritual worlds that Swedenborg starts mapping out in his later life.
He went through a big transition, I gather, from focusing primarily on the scientific and engineering activities, which seemed to be a passion for him. He even edited the very first scientific journal published in Sweden. And in his spiritual interests, and I gather there was a crisis that caused this transition.
Well, there were a few things. I mean, one of the things was this actual sort of attempt to find the seat of the soul, this kind of scientific attempt to do, and he realized, given what he was working with, he wasn't able to do that. And also, I think he had a crisis of his own personality, because for a long time, he was like many men at that time, he wanted to make a name for himself, and he had a burning passion for fame. There were several scientific contests that he entered in order to win and to reap fortune and all that, and he didn't quite win them and all that. And he realized this was something that was getting in the way of his own development. And he started to become very aware and self-critical of this sort of ambition and this self-assertion. And again, if you're aware of sort of Swedenborg's kind of theology or his psychology, the whole idea of the self, this kind of clutching, grasping kind of self, is the opposite of the true self. It's the ego, it's the I, sort of thing, always after its own aggrandizement and all that. So again, he sort of became revolved at himself for that. And he had, for a long time, been studying a variety of different kind of practices. I talked about the Kabbalah. Again, this is something that a lot of Swedenborgians don't actually like to be said about him. But there's a wonderful American scholar named Marshall Keith Suchard, who's done remarkable work in covering all this stuff about Swedenborg's life. And during this time, he made many, many visits to London. He traveled quite a bit. He said that he edited the first scientific magazine in Sweden. It was called the Daedalus, I think was the name of the magazine. And he was sent by this group called the Guild of the Curious, which sounds like a fantastic name for a society, on these travels to go to England. He went to England, he went to the Northlands, Amsterdam, places like that. Much in the same way, just, parenthetically, as Peter the Great from Russia had done a little bit earlier to learn about engineering and learn about, because these were the places where this stuff was going on. And so, he met Edmund Halley, the comet is named after, and Flamsteed, the great British astronomer, and so on and so on. But he also got involved with sort of masonry going on in London at the time, having to do with the Jacobite attempt to put a Stuart back on the throne. So it was this whole kind of strange, esoteric kind of political machinations that he got involved in. And studying Kabbalah, there was this remarkable fellow named Rabbi Chaim Falk, who is this really strange figure in the background of a lot of esoteric sort of happenings around this time. But he had apparently had a kind of occult shop in London's East End, where Swedenborg went through a while, but also a kind of school where he was teaching a variety of different sort of Kabbalistic practices and meditations, a lot having to do with sex, having to come out of the Rabbi Sabata Zevi. And also with Swedenborg, he got involved with this group of Moravians, who were a religious sect who had come out of the 30 Years' War and the Rosicrucian diaspora, where they had come out of Bohemia and got involved with this Count Zinzendorf and taught this kind of strange, weird kind of sexual, erotic theology about Christ on the cross, and how through his wound, through the wound where the spear had pierced his side, he had become hermaphroditic because he had both, male and female sexual genitals now. So Swedenborg was in with some really strange people at this time, practicing a variety of different kinds of things. And at one point, apparently, he sort of flipped. He went and he had a strange. You talked about Steiner and Swedenborg, both of them coming into their own later in life, the second half of life, and they both went through what the historian of psychology on the Ellenberger called of a creative illness, where you go through basically kind of nervous breakdown. Jung, same thing happened to Jung after his breakup with Freud, and when he went and descended into the unconscious and charted that journey in the Red Book and all that. Steiner went through something like that. Swedenborg went through something like that. And there's all stories of him sort of raving mad and lying in the ditch and taking his clothes off and things of that sort. And again, it's difficult you have to kind of sift through the reports, because there were people who want to give him a bad reputation, and other people who just kind of telling you what happened. And so you have to take a lot of these reports with a grain of salt. But in the end, what happens is that he has this visitation by Christ. This is sort of the turning point, and he has a long sort of visitation or meeting angels and Christ talking to him and going through his whole kind of life before them, and basically Christ is telling him that if the real work for you is not this, it's not the science. You have to jettison all that. You have to give up all that, and you have to come and learn about the inner spiritual worlds. And this is where he makes his transition from the scientist to this sort of religious philosopher.
I gather that prior to this crisis, he seemed to exhibit almost a bipolar personality, where there were times he would condemn himself as a terrible sinner, and other times where he felt just heavenly exaltation because of intellectual ideas or because of a vision he might have had.
Well, yeah, this was sort of the struggle going on between them. I said he was very, very critical, and I mean, one of the things that I myself found a little difficult to take is in his sort of mission or his message, his sort of theological message, is the notion that anything good that any of us does doesn't come from us at all. It comes from the divine, comes from God. And I mean, to put it simply, I don't want to in any way, disparage divine's influence in my doing good, but at the same time, I would like to think that one was able to produce good on one own. But one can understand, again, he himself, he went through this kind of, how should we say it, you have to put yourself back into the 18th century, and I think we today, for better or worse, have a bit more psychological acuity, and maybe things that in an earlier time were much more sharp and sudden and more abrupt. But I don't think at that time it wasn't that unusual for someone to, like Jasper Swedenborg, let's say Swedenborg in his own way, perhaps not as loudly, but he was proclaiming his own brilliance, his own genius, and then to have a sudden shift from seeing, oh no, that's the self, that's selfish, that's the ego, and I'm not going to feel love, which is fundamentally what it's going to get to. But God's love radiates throughout the universe in the same way that the sun's light radiates, and it gives us light, it gives us warmth. And in saying this, I'm getting brushing up on brushing against his whole idea of correspondences, which will become his fundamental idea, is that there's so the way the world is for us, the everyday world, so too the spiritual world is like that. So there's a direct analogy between the world that we experience as the world and the spiritual worlds, and it became his mission. This is what Jesus told him it was his job to do, is to read the Bible in this light, and also to be able to read the world. He was reading the world already in terms of science, and in that way he was understanding God's handiwork. But this is like the next step. He was dealing with appearances. Now it's like get to the causes. And that was the shift that he wanted to make. And this was the argument he had against Newton and Descartes and that science. It was very good up where it got you, but he wanted to get to the causes behind.
And this idea of the correspondence between the physical world and the spiritual world, as you point out, seems to be directly out of the Hermetic axiom that probably most of our viewers have heard, as above, so below.
Well, absolutely. Again, this is something that, there's some purist Swedenborgian say that it's got nothing to do with that. It's just the vision that came to him. But obviously it is. And I'm not saying he's only taken that. He's seeing it, but he's expressing it in a new way. He's communicating it in a new way. He's aware of the Hermetic teachings. He's aware of Neoplatonism. What his job is to read the Bible. And I'll tell you, the first thing he does is he embarks on this enormous hermeneutic interpretation of the Bible in terms of this, new vision of things. Something that Henri Corbin would do 2 centuries later, or a century and a half later. Henri Corbin, the great Arabic and Persian, the scholar of Arabic and Persian mysticism, and who coined the term the imaginal. He wrote quite a bit about Swedenborg because he saw similar experiences where the mystics that he was studying in the Persian tradition and Swedenborg's own journeys into the spiritual world. But they're doing the same kind of thing, this kind of reading of the world. And Swedenborg writes an enormous, tome. He only gets through the first 2 books of the Bible. He realizes he's never going to finish it, and he keeps on. So he just kind of stops there, and there's some other bits and pieces that he goes into. But this is the main message. And we today we find it absolutely readable. Most of us, you really have to, that's why I wrote my book. It's not the sort of thing that many of us are going to sit down and start to read. But the fundamental idea behind it is again, it is the hermetic idea of as above, so below. But it became so important in sort of 19th century occultism and esotericism, and even beyond and into aesthetics. And, I just recently wrote a little book, a long essay for the Swedenborg Society here about Swedenborg's notion of correspondence, and sort of focusing a good point on its cultural roots and the whole 19th century movement of symbolism, which you get the poetry of Charles Baudelaire, and you get the operas of Wagner, and many other the paintings of Gustave Moreau, and many other things like that came out of this whole notion, this idea that things stand for something else. The kind of hard, rigid, scientific world. The world isn't really like that. It's shifting. It's moving. It's changeable, and things are in this kind of interrelation. And again, it also goes back to the Neoplatonic idea of anima mundi, and this sympathy of all things. So Swedenborg's in that tradition. He's working in that tradition. He's not standing outside of it completely, but like everybody else in that tradition, like Steiner and others, they have their own take on it, and they kind of put these things together in a new way for their audience.
One of my windows, so to speak, into this crisis that Swedenborg went through comes from my studies of Henry James Sr., the father of William James and Henry James, who was very influential among the American transcendentalists and did a lot to introduce Swedenborg's thinking into America. But Henry James had a terrible crisis of his own. He was in Europe, and he felt one day that some horrible, dark, ugly figure was haunting him, and he couldn't free himself from it, and he went into a deep depression, and he came out of it, I understand, when he met a woman who was a Swedenborgian in England, who told him that what he was having was known to Swedenborgians as a fast station, and that by learning to let go of his sense of himself, his ego, his self-love, that he would be able to free himself from this horrible influence that seemed to him at the moment to be about to destroy his life.
Yes, that's a remarkable account. I first came across that in Colin Wilson's book, The Outsider. He gives that account of Henry James Sr. and says this sort of hideous thing radiating out of the corner somewhere, and it's just this kind of sense of the anxiety of just your being. You're suddenly confronted with your own being, and as in the existentialists, people like Sartre and Camus, they would later develop a whole philosophy based on this. But this is something as the vast station suddenly, and William James, his son, he experiences the same sort of thing. He talks about when he was practicing, and there was a patient, this idiot, patient who was out of his mind, and I don't mean to say idiot in my own sense, value judgment. It's quoting James in the way he described him, and someone who was just sort of sitting crunched up in a corner with his knees drawn up to his chest and kind of rocking. He says, there but for the grace of God, basically goes on. Should the moment fall for me as it came for him, the same thing could happen to me, and it's this sudden sense of our fragility, vulnerability. It's what Sartre would call kind of nausea, and this kind of contingency. And Swedenborg himself passed through these kinds of states in his own spiritual kind of journeys, and his journeys into hell, things of that sort. And one of the things I should point out, and I do point out in the book, is that Swedenborg took these journeys by being able to remain in this in-between state that would all go through when we fall asleep at night or we wake up in the morning. It's called the hypnagogic. Hypnos, Greek word for sleep. God is like a guide. So the demagogue is the guide of the people, or such and such. And so as we fall into sleep, we sort of drift into this in-between state where we're both awake and asleep at the same time. We kind of watch dreams start to form. Most of us just slip into the dream state and lose all sense of our I. Is being detached from it. But Swedenborg was able to maintain that for a long time. And apparently for hours on end, it was in these strange half-dream states that he had these visitations and took these little journeys to heaven and hell. And where exactly, he experienced these sorts of things like devastation and all that. And it's remarkable, again, how we just don't know how important Swedenborg was to so many people. I mean, he saved August Strindberg, the great Swedish playwright, who himself went through a period of going mad in the 1890s, during the same time when he became a practicing alchemist and he was in Paris. And he went through these strange paranoid episodes where he felt there were these theosophists were after him and trying to get him because he had said some critical things about Madame Blavatsky. And what he found to help him at the time was reading Swedenborg and reading his accounts of heaven and hell and all these kinds of things. And again, many people in sort of the real cultural world, like the composer Arnold Schoenberg. He was a great reader of Swedenborg, and he draws on some Swedenborgian ideas in some of his compositions. I mentioned Baudelaire, Henri Balzac. I mean, I could reel off a long number of people that were very influenced by his work, and it's something that just doesn't translate today. There's a barrier between the 19th century and our time, and it has a lot to do, I guess, with Swedenborg's focusing a great deal of his work about interpreting the Bible.
I think one of the most fascinating episodes has to do with Swedenborg's impact on one of the greatest philosophers of that era, maybe of all time, Immanuel Kant.
Oh yeah, well Kant, yeah, he did. Well, Kant tried to sort of prove that this can't be, sort of the case. These kinds of visions that he's having. And in fact, it was one of the few kind of current events that he would pay attention to. It wasn't sort of known for commenting too much on what was going on at the time, but word had come about all these variety of kind of it was sort of the reports of the heaven, his visions to heaven, his visits to heaven and hell, and also some reports of some of these psychic experiences he had. One was the one about the Gothenburg fire, which is probably the most famous one. When Swedenborg was in Gothenburg, and which is a town of 200 miles, whatever, away from Stockholm. And while there, he had suddenly had a vision of a fire going on back home in Stockholm. And he was in a state of anxiety for quite some time, and then he sort of became okay and was calm. He said, thankfully it stopped before he got to my house, that sort of thing. And back there was obviously no internet, no phone, nothing like that back then. So it took a bit of time for news to reach town. And when the news did reach where they were, it was exactly as he had said. And so that story had gone around and things of that sort. And Kant, who, extremely rational character, wanted to sort of, what he wanted to disprove was that there was any kind of direct contact with these higher worlds. For Kant, there was this world of causes, but we didn't have any direct contact with it. We couldn't, as we were. We could only postulate we had to be there, but we could not have any kind of direct experience of it. And Swedenborg's accounts of going into the spiritual world was sort of contradicting that. But in the end, he kind of came around. I think this is something that happens to a lot of people, where they, sort of at first feel like, this can't be the case, and they go and try to debunk it, and then they come away feeling that no, whatever it is, this isn't just charlatry. This isn't just something that's a fake or a fraud. Whatever this person's experience is really experienced, and that's what Swedenborg says. I've seen and heard. He talks about I've seen and heard, and that's the whole. He put a book together called Heaven and Hell. It's made up of all these little vignettes that he interspersed in these longer, more dry, accounts of the interpretation of the Bible, and in a variety of different ways. And it sort of livened things up for the reader to give a little bit of a break. And he would sort of say, as the angels were telling me, or just the other day as I was walking in heaven, and this is what I saw. And they would give this very kind of dry, factual account of what it was like. It's kind of like a rough guide, to the spiritual worlds. But this was the sort of thing that people would read, and somehow they would get the connection, the analogy. And the spiritual worlds are very much like this world. They're almost the same thing, except they're different. And the way they're different makes all the difference.
I suppose it's fair to say that Swedenborg's reputation has spread throughout, certainly the upper classes, the educated classes in Europe. The fact that this episode that took place in Sweden regarding the fire in Stockholm came to the attention of Kant, who never left his hometown. I understand.
I'm saying it was the talk of the town. And for a long time, Swedenborg published his books anonymously, and he had them published abroad. And there were a couple of different reasons for that. But eventually, it came out that he was the author of these works. And I've only mentioned a few of them, but he wrote volumes. He wrote volumes about scientific things, astronomy, about the nebula theory. So he's doing all kind of work like that, but then he's also writing these huge accounts of the spiritual worlds. And this is getting around. Eventually, word gets out that he's the author of these things. And he's, being invited to the court of different, royalty and such and such. And he actually goes to the Queen of Sweden, and she's, basically kind of kid him a bit. And, she says something about, I hear that you visit, the spiritual worlds and things of that sort. And she says something, well, the next time you're there, say hello to my brother. I forget exactly who it is, or something along those kinds of lines. And he said, I will. Yes, I does. And then the next time he goes, he says, well, I have spoken with your brother. And he asked me to remind you about this. And he told her something that only she and her brother would have known. And they actually, she was impressed. And there's another famous account in which someone had died and their widow was being sort of hounded by creditors to pay for something, and she believed that it had already been paid for, but she couldn't find, the receipt, the invoice, that kind of thing. And they kept, going after her, asking for the money. And she asked Swedenborg, "Could you please ask me to speak to my husband?" And he did, and he said, "Yes, it's in a secret drawer in that dresser. And if you go there, you'll find it." And lo and behold, it was there. So there's more stories, but this kind of stuff is getting around, and he became sort of a celebrity, but it also raised some antagonism against him. It raised some sort of hostility towards him, and it actually, people that were trying to have him certified as insane and basically put away.
The question of his sanity would seem pretty obvious, since he claimed to be engaged in regular discourse with angels, plus a wide variety of other spiritual entities. But you point out that throughout this same period, he kept up his scientific activities. He continued to function as an assessor of the mines. He was involved in Parliament. He was engaged in all sorts of conventional day-to-day activities in which he showed every sign of competence.
Well, again, if you want to see someone who's sanity, I would say Swedenborg would be a good example. I said he accomplished so much. It's the sort of thing, from our everyday point of view, he held very strange ideas, but he didn't act in any way that would have been considered insane. This was something that worked well for him when the forces that were trying to have him locked up, actually petitioned the authorities to do so. And one of the people whose writings about Swedenborg led me to become very interested in a fellow named Wilson Van Dusen, who was a psychiatrist in California. Sorry, when he was back there, remember, 60s, 70s. Yeah. He wrote, he wrote a couple of wonderful books. One called The Natural Depth of Man, which he draws on some of Swedenborg's ideas. And then he wrote another book called The Presence of Other Worlds, which is about Swedenborg. I was reading that book, but I got interested. One of the things he says is if you read Swedenborg's diaries during all these periods, they're lucidity itself. So there isn't the kind of raving. There isn't the kind of it's very, very different. Again, similarly with Rudolf Steiner. Steiner, he talks about Atlantis and Lemuria and reading the Akashic record and again, Steiner too. He was another one who was very good at hypnagogia. He was another one who was able to stay in this in-between state. Again, Jung as well. This is something that's common. Just as the creative illness is sort of common with these people I found in writing about them. But again, Steiner makes absolutely outrageous claims about things about the past and so and the dead and all this sort of thing. But I mean, aside from that, there's nothing you could say bad about it. The psychologist Anthony Storr in his book Feet of Clay, when he was sort of critical of his gurus, he said, in the end, I can't find anything bad to say about Steiner because he just was sort of this soul of goodness. So you have these people that they say things that just seem absolutely absurd, but in their life, they're so how a good life could be led.
Now, Wilson Van Dusen is an interesting character. He was the head psychologist at Napa State Hospital in California, a big warehouse where many psychotic people were kept in the 1960s, early 70s, before Ronald Reagan opened up all of those facilities and created a new category of homeless people. But what Wilson Van Dusen did that I thought was particularly fascinating in working with his psychotic patients, he tried to apply Swedenborg's ideas of spiritual entities, and he determined that there were good spirits and bad spirits who were communicating to these psychotic patients. They were being hounded by bad spirits, and yet each one of them had like a good spirit guide who was helping them to kind of navigate the difficult terrain they were in. And Van Dusen felt that you could really look at psychosis this way, that these are actual spiritual entities that are infesting these people and resulting in their psychotic condition.
No, you're right. I mean, he has a very interesting paper called The Presence of Spirits and Madness, I think. It makes up a chapter in one of the books. And yes, and this is one of the things that Swedenborg said. He said there are spirits that are around us all the time. We don't notice them most of the time, but, certain, inclinations or hunches or something, suddenly, whatever, they're trying to affect our behavior all the time and that sort of thing. And he said, yeah, there are good spirits and there are bad ones. There are evil ones and there are angelic ones. And Wilson Van Dusen, as you say, he took that, and instead of, when one of his patients started talking about voices, instead of saying, okay, whatever, voices again, just saying, okay, well, what were they saying? And he started to apply Swedenborg's ideas that perhaps this is an intelligence of some kind communicating. And yes, and he was able actually to help people by getting them to look at it that way. I think there's a fellow named Adam Crabtree, who's a Canadian psychologist. I think he's taken up some of that as well in his work on multiple personality. And I think in his book Multiple Man, he talks about that as well.
We'll find about, I don't know, more than half a dozen interviews on the New Thinking Aloud channel with Adam Crabtree.
Oh, all right. Well, there you go. Among other things, he wrote a brilliant history of hypnosis. I think Swedenborg turns up in there. This remarkable thing about Swedenborg's work is that it somehow has this kind of healing, calming influence on people. And it's something to do, I said, with the rationality of it. Because, yes, he's talking about heaven and hell, and he's talking about being taken to the other planets and meeting, the inhabitants of Jupiter or things of that sort, and the spirit world, and a variety of other strange sorts of things. But it's not raving. It's laid out in this kind of order that, it's dull. Put it that way. It's so soothing that it's often very dull. Because he doesn't want to impress, and he doesn't want to excite, or he doesn't want to be sensational. He just this is a true account. This cause. And again, this is sort of that Enlightenment scientific element in him. He did write poetry at a certain point earlier in his life, and when he was a young man, he thought he could make a career as a great poet and things of that sort. I said there was a variety of different things he was trying to do in order to become famous. But in these writings where you might think someone would sort of suddenly become, a bit more strange and bizarre and all that, he's not like that at all. And they have this incredible effect of sort of soothing and calming people.
It strikes me that probably what Swedenborg was experiencing when he talked about, for example, the inhabitants of the moon, is the contents of his own psyche as he entered into the hypnagogic state. These various spiritual entities with whom he was in communion were what we could call aspects of the Jungian collective unconscious.
Yeah, I guess you could say. I mean, one of the things that is, well, one of the things when I started to study about hypnagogia, one of the things I learned about it was that it's self-symbolic. There was a fellow named Herbert Silberer who was a colleague of Jung's. He was following him toward at the same time, and he wrote about the hypnagogic state. He actually wrote about alchemy earlier than Jung. Jung actually borrowed quite a bit from Silberer. But he said in the hypnagogic state, these hallucinations, or it could be auditory, you hear voices saying things to you, they sound like gibberish, or they're strange sort of, fantastic visions, but they're actually self-symbolic in the sense that they represent either your physical state, your emotional, or your mental state at the time that you're drifting off. And Silberer gave quite a few examples of this. And I think from that, he's talking about drifting in and out of sleep and being able to maintain it, for whatever, a few seconds or something, a minute, be able to recognize an image or two. We're talking about Swedenborg going on a long 8-hour journey, or however long it took to get to heaven and back and all that. And these self-symbolic kind of images could easily turn into these sorts of stories. And I guess that's one of the things. It's like, well, we have to learn how to sift between sort of the dream state, because there is a kind of creator, a dream artist inside us who takes the material and likes to weave it into sort of, likely stories and all that. And then there's, whatever real cognitive value that is coming through in the symbols. And I think that's something that we have to apply to Swedenborg and Steiner and Jung and others who experiment with these sort of states. And yes, you're right. You could look at them as, sort of expressions or, some of the scenery of the collective unconscious, but what's that? That's something that goes, yeah, I agree with you, but what is that? Something goes off into something, sort of areas out there as well. And what Swedenborg says is that the spiritual worlds are our inner worlds. We get to the heaven and hell. I mean, it sounds like a cliche. Heaven and hell are inside us. This is something we accept, we don't even bother even arguing that anymore. But this is something at the time that he was saying was remarkably new and incredible. But also, in the sense that the spiritual worlds are interior. We get to them through the interior. I mean, again, you're still back in the time when some people did think heaven was somewhere up there, hell was somewhere down there. And Swedenborg basically saying we reach these heavenly celestial spheres by going deeper inside. And the first step is becoming aware of your immediacy, yourself. We don't even think about ourselves. Again, this is spiritual, esoteric, whatever, philosophy 101. Our consciousness is completely focused on the outside all the time. It's glued to it most of the time, and only rarely do we ever sort of turn around inwardly. And and then in there we get lost in a variety of different kinds of things. And so that's he developed a whole way of doing it. It's one of the things Wilson Van Dusen I mapped out in a nice sort of way to follow in his books on Swedenborg, so you can see where he took the journey deeper and deeper. And he kept an incredible dream journey too, Swedenborg. And again, there was nothing. He didn't expurgate anything from it. Later on, when I think it was first published, some of the editors did, because they're these straightforward erotic dreams, sexual dreams. And again, Swedenborg was straightforwardly very sexual. He enjoyed sex. I mean, he gave it up after his sort of vision, but before then, he was a man about town. He had mistresses. He never married. One of the last books he wrote, called on Conjugal Love, when he was 80, he's writing about sex relationships in heaven, where you find the partner you should have had in life. And apparently angels have sex, if not nonstop, very frequently, and mutually satisfying. And he's writing about this. And again, it's not, you might think he's 80 years old, give him a break, but no, it's not in that kind of way. It's very, again, it's just kind of, this is how it is, this sort of thing. And again, it's his full body kind of spirituality. Again, when you say his visions of heaven and hell, they're very concrete. Angels live in houses, they live in cities, they go to work, they do certain things. But on another end, space and time are very different. People are close to each other, not through space, but through their true affections, through what they really truly love. And time isn't the way it is. There isn't this kind of linear time. Everything takes place in this eternal now. And different places in heaven are reached by different changes of state, so different interior kinds of states. So he's mapping out all these stories about heaven and hell are mapping this interior, world of our consciousness, which for him carries on out into, this broader spiritual world, which is very much along the lines of what pretty much everybody else is trying to say too every day.
You point out that in his journals, he was very, very precise in describing different states of consciousness that he entered into, and he mapped out a number of unique different states, almost really like a modern psychologist might endeavor to do today, looking at altered states of consciousness.
Oh, absolutely. He was doing a kind of phenomenology of consciousness, let's say, before that word was even coined. And I say he talks about just sort of our immediate consciousness, then a kind of self-reflection when you start to sort of be aware of your own consciousness, hypnagogic state, then different dream states, and then he talks about this. The most blessed state is this one when you're coming out of sleep in the morning, and he said there's this sort of bliss there that's unlike anything else. And the few times I've felt that, I know what he's talking about. So again, this is the sort of thing. If he was just a raving lunatic, you wouldn't have this kind of meticulous step-by-step, acute differentiation between different sort of phases of consciousness and all that. No, he was this cartographer of the inner worlds, and he was mapping it out in this kind of way. And there's still a lot there. In my book, I just barely introduce his work and give people a reason to go and discover it. That was the original title of the book. It's called Discovering Swedenborg. If anything, I think that's the thing. There's so much out there to try to learn, and if you just get your hands on his dream diaries, I think that's enough to start with, because he anticipates Freud and Jung and so many other people, and again, so many people have been influenced by him. Goethe is the great reader of Swedenborg, and it's just so much of. He was even involved in politics in the early 19th century. The sort of revolutionaries in France were looking for messages. From they were revolutionaries in France combining Mesmer's work with Swedenborg's, were putting these women into trances to get messages from the spirit worlds on how to carry on with the revolution. So somebody who's like really much a part of the whole history.
Yeah, he had a vast influence. We've talked about Emerson and Blake, Goethe, William James.
Absolutely.
Very important person in the history of esoteric culture. Well, Gary, it's been once again a great pleasure to have this conversation with you. Thanks so much.
Well, my pleasure, Jeffrey. And yes, I look forward to doing it again.
Yeah, and so do I. We have a great deal more to talk about before we're done.
Thinking aloud. Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Mishra. Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Mishra. Today, we'll be exploring transhumanism and the technological singularity. My guest is Dr. Jason Rezajoy-Jani, who is the author of Prometheus and Atlas, World State of Emergency.
Ryan. Welcome, Jason.
It's a pleasure to be with you again.
It's a pleasure to have you back with me in Albuquerque. I'm delighted to see you. So, transhumanism is a very technical subject. As far as I know, the people who are really into it are techies for the most part. I can just say, by way of introducing the topic, that occasionally I post announcements of our thinking aloud videos to some of the transhumanist discussion groups, and I often get comments like they don't want to have anything to do with anything of a parapsychological nature. They think it's all people.
That's right, and it's very unfortunate because, as I hope to explore in the course of our discussion, the origins of transhumanism actually lie in alchemy, in the revival of alchemy during the Renaissance. And the idea of transhumanism is inextricable from the concept of the technological singularity. And when you look at the coining of that term by John von Neumann in the 1950s, there's nothing explicitly materialist about the way in which von Neumann defines the technological singularity. He describes the singularity as he says that technology is developing at an ever-advancing rate, leading up to, quote, some essential singularity, unquote, in the history of the race, as he puts it, past which human affairs as we know them cannot continue. And so there's nothing intrinsically mechanistic about this or overly reductive about this definition of the singularity. And it's worthy of note in that connection that among the proponents of the view that consciousness plays a fundamental role in manifesting physical phenomena, among the first generation of quantum physicists, John von Neumann was one of the quantum physicists who took most seriously the integral role that consciousness plays at a fundamental level in the universe.
The collapse of the wave function. In other words, two things. One, that consciousness is responsible for everything we experience in physics. Everything we can measure is measured by consciousness, but the consciousness, you can't get underneath it, so to speak. That consciousness is the bedrock of reality.
Yeah, Bohr, Heisenberg, and von Neumann were, Erwin Schrödinger were among the people who took very seriously the role of consciousness in the manifestation of physical phenomena. And then there were others who were in favor of a more mechanistic, materialistically reductionist interpretation of quantum physics. But the fact that von Neumann was one of these advocates for taking consciousness seriously in an interpretation of quantum theory also underlines the non-materialistic notion of the singularity at the moment that he's coining the term in the 1950s.
We should also mention Max Planck, along with von Neumann. But let's talk about the term singularity. It's a word I think many people have heard. I heard it used in terms of the Big Bang, like that was a singularity.
Yeah, the idea is that it's a point past which you cannot extrapolate from the past into the future. It's a catastrophe in the classical sense that René Tom defined the term catastrophe. It's a vortex where models that are based on extrapolation forward from data about the past break down. So on a graph with, let's say, an exponential increase, it's the point where the graph spikes. And there's something beyond that spike. Phenomena continue, presumably from some form of society, but it's impossible to extrapolate in the same way as we have been from the past into the future after that singularity has occurred.
Now, I have interviewed a guest, Nicole, her last name is Nicole. Anyway, she came out of Singularity University, and that, I believe, was founded by Ray Kurzweil. I think it's a whole school of thought based on the idea that the singularity is going to occur in a very mechanical way. You can say that artificial intelligence will reach a point where the computers themselves are more complex than the human brain.
Right, I mean, and that's one pathway to the singularity. After von Neumann, I think one of the most significant definitions of the concept for technological singularity was in a paper by that name, which was written by Werner Vinge, a science fiction author and technologist. It was a 1993 paper, I believe, called The Technological Singularity. And Werner Vinge points out that strong AI is only one of four pathways to the technological singularity and to the transhuman condition that would follow from that. The other three, so I mean, the strong AI vision, which is the one that is championed by Kurzweil, is the idea that engineering superhuman intelligence inside of the computer system will by itself lead to this singularity. And the AI will then manage our lives more effectively than we could run human society, and we will effectively be assimilated into whatever form of life it determines for itself. But then there are three other pathways, as Vinge argues. And one of them is that computer networks will become so sophisticated and human minds will be so enmeshed in cyberspace that the sheer network of human intelligence will give rise to a kind of cognitive functioning that is not reducible to any one of the humans participating in the network. So while there's no centralized strong AI, the network as a whole develops a kind of a functional intelligence that is superhuman, and that leads to technological singularity. Then another path is that cybernetic implants allow us to become transhuman, to break through into the next phase of our evolution. And the thing about cybernetic implants is that they're not wholly replacing the organic brain with all of its evolutionary history. So if it is in fact the case that the kinds of capacities studied by parapsychologists like telepathy and psychokinesis have some, as of yet, a kind of origin in the evolutionary history of man that has not yet been understood within the mechanistic and materialist paradigm that biologists are working with, that the cybernetic implants can take us into a post-human condition where we still have access to those capacities, and in effect, the computer components within us that are enhancing our intelligence are parasitic on the whole evolutionary biological history, rather than attempting to replace that simply by modeling the human mind in another medium like silicon, or treating consciousness as if it's simply information processing. So that's another path. And if you think about these two so far, the things laid out in the technological singularity, the idea of a computer network involving humans developing its own intelligence, and the idea of cybernetic implants as a path to a transhuman condition, the two of these fused together is essentially the vision of the Borg in Star Trek: The Next Generation, of a cybernetic species with a hive mind. So that's one vision of the transhuman condition that doesn't require a centralized, strong AI. And then the last one that suggests is that the genetic engineering alone could increase human intelligence to superhuman level, where the people who have had their IQ boosted through germline genetic engineering and other biotechnologies would begin to think and act in ways that we could never even conceive of. And whether that by itself, represents the arrival of the technological singularity or not, at the very least, we could say that those genetically enhanced humans would bring about the singularity. And the idea again is that they would do so in ways that we can extrapolate based on our study of human societies today.
Yeah, for sure, the term that's popular in transhumanist community, I think is great.
Yes, so that's genetics, robotics, information, and nanotechnology. And the idea is that the convergence of these advancing technologies will bring about a transhuman condition. So, for example, Hans Moravec has argued, and he's a roboticist, he's argued that the approach that was taken for decades, all the way from the 1950s onward, when we had these sci-fi visions of robots like Forbidden Planet and even in the Jetsons and so on in popular culture, the approach that was taken by robotics of modeling a robot on a human being, of trying to replicate a human being in a mechanical form, was mistaken. And that's what led to the stagnation of robotics for so many decades. And the robotics revolution is going to take place by adopting two different approaches that ultimately converge. And one is a bottom-up approach of studying how insects function and building biomimetic robots that can navigate the environment as effectively as certain insects. And they can develop an evolutionary history of their own, learning how to successfully navigate obstacles and effectively interact with objects. And then you take this bottom-up approach and you fuse it with a top-down approach of developing more effective expert systems of working on artificial intelligence. And as Morales puts it, you have to drive a spike through this top-down approach and the bottom-up approach to create really effective robots who may not look anything like human beings, but they'll be able to navigate the environment very effectively and have a high degree of intelligence and competence.
And that's what seems to be going on right now with the field of robotics.
Yes, this is he wrote about this, I think, two decades ago or so, and he was anticipating the shift that's taken, and actually taken the shift that has in fact taken place in robotics right now, which is one revolutionary development leading to this technological singularity. Another is nanotechnology, and so when we talk about robotics, we have to remember that there are robotics that are, there are robots that are being developed on a molecular scale, and these could accomplish tremendous feats of surgery and so on and so forth. They could be really effective in the medical profession, but they could also pose really catastrophic dangers to society. I mean, there's the infamous Grey Goose scenario where if you have nanobots that can rearrange material on a molecular level, if they were to get out of control, and if we were to see the equivalent of a computer virus inside programmable nanobots, they can begin to degenerate all of the material around them, basically attack everything in the environment. And so, one of the dangers of this technological singularity brought about by genetics, robotics, information, and nanotechnology is that it forces us to develop a new model for how to organize society.
Well, earlier you pointed out that the whole concept of transhumanism has its origins in ancient alchemy. So let's go back to that and look at some of the historical precedents and maybe give us more of a context.
Right. Well, the Russian cosmists of the 19th century were mystics who, and I can definitely be seen as precursors of transhumanism, as heralds of transhumanism. Nikolai Fyodorov, or Fedorov, to use an anglicized form of his name, was a Russian Orthodox thinker who was very into scientific and technological advancements of his day. And he came up with a fascinating theory about how humanity would colonize the entire cosmos and then be able to somehow re-engineer the people who have died in the past and populate this kingdom of God with the departed. So it's a kind of technologically deviated vision of the resurrection, where the human colonized cosmos is the kingdom of God, the kingdom of heaven, and the resurrection is accomplished through technology.
The same idea has been advocated by the American physicist Frank Tipler.
Yeah, and Tipler, I think, was influenced by Teilhard de Chardin, his idea of big megapoints. And, these Russian cosmists, because the roots of their thought were in Russian Orthodoxy, Russian Orthodox mysticism, they were, in large part, marginalized, for the most part, marginalized by the Soviet establishment. So they were driven into exile in Paris, and because there was always a connection between, the Russian aristocracy and the French. And so they chose to pick up residence in Paris, and I think that Teilhard de Chardin came under the influence of the Russian Cosmist School of Fedorov in Paris. And so there is an indirect connection between Tipler and the anthropic cosmological principle and the Russian cosmists. I think that for the most part, they were sidelined by the Soviet establishment, but there was one very important exception, and that was Konstantin Tsiolkovsky. And he actually was accepted by the Soviet establishment. He was made the head of the Soviet rocketry program. So Tsiolkovsky was basically the Russian equivalent, the Soviet equivalent of Jack Parsons. And
I'm proud that the California Institute of Technology and the Jet Propulsion Laboratory was, I recall, a friend of L. Ron Hubbard, the founder of Scientology, received analogy probably.
Right. Well, the parallel, that I'm trying to make is that both of these men, the founder of the American rocket program and the founder of the Soviet rocket program, and the vision of sending cosmonauts out into space, both of these men were occultists and had this very Promethean vision of using technology to affect the next evolutionary leap for humanity. So, for example, Tsiolkovsky, unlike Fedorov, he thought that basically Russian cosmism was paying lip service to Russian orthodoxy, and that really the spirit of cosmism was Promethean. And so he took a much more active approach in the advocacy of technology to transform the human condition, to the extent, for example, of being a very prominent advocate of eugenics and of the use of eugenics by the cosmonauts as they colonized the universe and left terrestrial humanity behind as a kind of husk. And it's interesting that, despite the Soviet opposition to eugenics, despite its being beyond the pale of official state ideology, he was seen as such a valuable rocket scientist that, effectively he laid the groundwork for the Soviet space program.
Well, you mentioned this Promethean idea, which brings up, of course, Mary Shelley and her novel Frankenstein as another precursor of transhumanism.
Yeah, and Mary Shelley confesses that the parts of her novel that have to do with Dr. Frankenstein being under the influence of Renaissance and medieval alchemists were inspired by her overhearing her husband's discussions with various friends of his, like Lord Byron. Percy Shelley was steeped in alchemy. Percy Shelley was such a deep student of alchemy that some of the people who knew him in his tragically brief life believed that he was going to be the Isaac Newton of chemistry. He would do alchemy experiments in his dorm room in Oxford, and his both poetry and prose writings are full of alchemical ideas. In particular, the idea of the alchemical androgen. Shelley did a translation of Plato's Symposium that's quite famous, and he believed this narrative in Plato's Symposium, which was somewhat common to classical antiquity in general. This narrative that humanity had been androgynous in some part of the primordial epoch, that the primordial form of man was not yet sexually differentiated, and that the sexual dichotomy was one of the signs of the fall of man from grace. And in order to regain Eden, in order to reverse the fall, we also had to reverse the sexual popularization of humanity and bring about the kind of alchemical androgyny. So, this is not unique to Shelley. You see this idea in other thinkers in the 19th century. So, for example, Edward Carpenter, the founder of the Uranian movement, also thought that heavenly man, Uranus, which later became the name of one of the planets, meant heaven in classical Greek. And so he thought that man in the heavenly state was androgynous and had undergone sexual differentiation as part of a transformation into the material condition. Kind of similar to Steiner's idea that the early form of humanity wasn't entirely material, and only in stages became increasingly material. And Carpenter looked at this spike in cases of hermaphroditism that were being reported in the 19th century by medical doctors, and where a lot of the doctors in the 19th century were trying to classify these hermaphrodites as having like a true sex, that these are men with deformities or women with their biological female, but they have certain deformities. Carpenter was saying that these cases of hermaphroditism were actually atavisms. They were the manifestation of primordial morphological condition of humanity, and also heralds of the future reemergence of androgyny. And so I think that when you look at this kind of idea in the context of the emphasis on kind of a Promethean alchemical quest to transform humanity, you could also see a connection between transhumanism and transsexuality. And so there's that. And this idea is present in Frankenstein also, because the monster demands that a mate be created for him. And Dr. Frankenstein is obsessing over the fact that if he creates a female creature to be the companion of his first superhuman being, he will, in effect, propagate a race of devils upon the earth and usher in the end of humanity. So, this is one of the earliest visions of the technological singularity, of the extinction of man, and of the rise of a post-human species on the earth.
This is fascinating, and I suppose it's also a bit reminiscent of the Jungian idea that the soul was androgynous.
Well, yes, that's the idea. And, when humanity was banished from Eden, it was for the sin of eating of the tree of knowledge. And the tree of knowledge is a symbol of science and technology. And the reason that we were banished from Eden is so that we would not also eat of the tree of life. This point is made very explicit by the Elohim in Genesis, that let's banish them from Eden so that they don't reach out and eat also of the tree of life and become like unto us, so that there's nothing we can do against them. Well, what this means is that the Elohim, the gods of Eden, are worried that humanity is going to attain immortality. And if you look at the depiction of the devas in Persian miniatures, for example, you'll see that they are hermaphroditic. They're neither male nor female, they're both. And so if man was created in the image of God in Genesis, and Adam, the primordial Adam, was created before Eve was made from out of the rib of Adam, then as the Kabbalistic commentators, like for example in the Palestinian Talmud, the Kabbalists who wrote the Palestinian Talmud believe the primordial Adam was androgynous. And so if the primordial Adam is made in the image of the Elohim and is androgynous, that means that the gods are also hermaphroditic.
Let me just ask a quick question. Palestinian Talmud, the Babylonian Talmud?
No, there's two Talmuds. There's the Babylonian Talmud and the Palestinian Talmud. And in the Palestinian Talmud, the Palestinian version of the Talmud, there's a gloss on the verses. I think it's Genesis 1:27, but I'm not 100% sure. There's a gloss on the passage about the creation of man, where they basically say, these rabbis basically say that he was created male with corresponding female parts, being the singular primordial Adam. And so if that being was created in the image of God, then, or the Elohim, then the Elohim are also hermaphroditic. And this is, again, what you see in the depiction of the devas in the Indo-Iranian tradition, it's imposing miniatures, like for example the Jean Monnet. So I think that's another interesting aspect of this transhumanist vision.
Well, you also indicated to me that there's a connection between ancient Persian Zoroastrian thought and the Russian cosmists.
Yeah, well, this is a really fascinating thing that Fedorov, the founder of the Russian Cosmist School, was also one of the most prominent Iranologists in Russia. I mean, the Russians made major contributions to Iranian studies because, after all, the whole early history of Russia overlaps with that of Iran. The earliest cultures in the territory that's now Russia, the Scythians and the Sarmatians, were actually Iranian peoples. So the Iranian studies were very important to the Russians, and Fedorov was one of the early contributors to Iranian studies in Russia, and he thought that Zarathustra's worldview was the precursor of Russian cosmism as he was trying to expound it. And in particular, there would be several ideas that he found in Zarathustra as heralds of his own worldview. And one is the progressive evolution of human society, the idea that instead of the cyclical time common to the Greeks and the ancient Hindus, that history unfolds teleologically through successive stages, as a successive set of progressively developing stages towards a goal, an apocalyptic end of history. So this is another idea that not only is history teleological, but history is tending toward an apocalypse. And this apocalypse is going to radically transform the human condition. There's a vision of what's called the Frashkat, a kind of alchemical transformation of all of the beings on the earth who are, as it were, bathed in molten metal. So it's a very alchemical image of the alchemical forge, transforming all of the beings on the earth so that they more perfectly instantiate the realm of forms, which is an idea that Plato got from Zoroastrianism, the realm of archetypes of perfect form. And so at the apocalypse, the world would be transformed into a utopia. It was a more perfect reflection of the archetypal realm. And then the last idea that Fedorov notes in Zoroastrianism as a precursor to Russian cosmism is that we should actively will this end of history. That Zarathustra, unlike many other religious thinkers, placed a great emphasis on the human will and humanity's integral role in cosmic history. That it's not all up to some omnipotent God. That humanity is tasked with adopting this progressive mentality, with choosing this evolutionary creative force and actively bringing about the end of history. And so I think these are all ideas that are precursors to transhumanism, or the really roots of transhumanism. And so it's not coincidental that the first thinker to coin the term transhumanism is an Iranian, Feridun Esfandiari, or Feridun M. Esfandiari, who later renamed himself FM 2030. He was an Iranian who spent most of his life teaching at the New School for Social Research in New York, and he's the person who coined the term transhumanism. So I doubt that it's tangential that Zarathustra was the first transhumanist in history, according to Fedorov.
Esfandiari's book, Upwiggers, was very influential back in the 1970s. I found it quite inspirational because he was suggesting that we be people beyond this left-wing, right-wing polarity and go up instead of to the left or to the right. I love that idea.
Yeah, I mean, it's a dangerous idea, though, because, Upwingers is subtitled A Futurist Manifesto. And so Esfandiari is explicitly connecting himself to the Italian futurists. And the Italian futurists are generally categorized as right-wing, because F.T. Marinetti, the founder of Italian futurism, was a collaborator of Benito Mussolini in the 1920s. They were very close collaborators, until later they had a falling out. The reason they had a falling out was because Mussolini increasingly came under the influence of conservative Catholics and other Italian conservatives. Whereas Marinetti was radically opposed to tradition. I mean, he actually advocated going into the Uffizi Museum in Florence with sledgehammers and smashing all of the Renaissance sculptures because he thought that they were chaining Italy to its past. Would have been a critical thing to do. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But I think it's very important to point out that when you look at the vision of the world of tomorrow in the 1930s, when you look at the architectural drafts of Hugh Ferris, for example, in America, or even when you look at the neo-futurism in the period of FM 2030, in the period of Ferdinand Spandiari, for example, the concept drawings of Sidney, who was a designer and a futurist artist, both in the 1930s and then in the persistent reemergence and persistence of futurism in the 1970s and Spandiari's time, when Spandiari was coining the concept of transhumanism as a successor to futurism, there was a kind of aesthetic harmony in this vision of the future. There was a kind of internal cohesion and a grand synthetic vision for how cities would be designed, what interior design would look like, which presumes an organic society, or if not, then at least an authoritarian form of government that's able to fully plan society. And so there is a kind of right-wing dimension to futurism, going all the way back to Marinetti, but it's not traditionalist. In fact, it's anti-traditionalist. And so maybe, the ideological conflict is more appropriate to characterize is not one between left and right, but one between traditionalism and futurism, which you see even in the military fascism in the 1930s.
Well, I can imagine like a Cartesian diagram where you have futurism at the top, traditionalism at the bottom, and also left and right going horizontally.
Yeah, it's much more complex than what people usually think. Like, one of the prominent philosophers of the period of Marinetti in Germany was Ernst Milger, a philosopher, intellectual, whatever you want to call him. He had served in World War I and was very impressed with the power of mechanized warfare. And he thought of mechanization as what he called a force of Vulcan that was going to reveal that we are not Homo sapiens as much as we are Homo faber. That our essence is to be Promethean creators and engineers. And so, you have, and he is considered a far right-wing thinker, even though he refused to join the Nazi Party, refused to join the Nazi Party. He's considered a right-wing thinker, and yet, he's extremely progressive and visionary, like Marinetti, and very opposed to any kind of religious conservatism.
We used the term Promethean several times in our discussion, and I think for benefit of our viewers, it might be good to dig into that a little deeper. I consider him a Promethean thinker. Prometheus was a titan in ancient Greek mythology who gave the gift of fire to humans, and as a result was punished.
Yes, but more than that, Prometheus is the engineer of men. And so, Mary Shelley subtitled her work, The Modern Prometheus, Frankenstein or the Modern Prometheus. And so Prometheus is the creator of men. And Zeus actually punishes Prometheus not just for giving fire to the gods, but the first punishment of Prometheus is for having created man at all.
He gives the fire to humans
from the gods. Yes, that's right. So Prometheus gives fire to man only because, after having engineered humanity to a race of new gods to in effect replace the Olympians, Zeus condemns mankind to slavery. And it's because Prometheus' creation is enslaved by Olympus that Prometheus, as a remedy, gifts humanity with fire of the forge, with the power of science and technology, with what the Greeks called techne, or craft, the wellspring of all the arts and crafts, all the arts and sciences. And so, the subtitle of Frankenstein is The Modern Prometheus, and you see this idea reiterated throughout the whole history of the Frankenstein archetype as it's evolved in popular culture. So, for example, the film Prometheus, Ridley Scott's 2012 film Prometheus, which is a prequel to Alien, is about this idea of the engineering of man by a rebel god who wants to defeat the existing divine order. In the Prometheus film, there's a man who's the head of a corporation, Wayland, has this corporation, and he has discovered that these extraterrestrials engineer humanity. And he sends an expedition into space with archaeologists and other scientists to go find the engineers of humanity, because he wants ultimately to attain immortality. It has a kind of a Gilgamesh dimension to it also, because he's a man in quest of immortality. But there's an android on board this ship, Prometheus, which is like the son of Wayland, because he's a being engineered by Wayland, like Dr. Frankenstein engineers the creature. But the irony is that as the story evolves, and as it's picked up in the sequel to this film, Alien Covenant, the android is the only one who survives the expedition. They find the engineers at the end of Prometheus. They find the engineers. But what they find is that the engineers, they find remnants of them, and also discover, to their horror, that these gods were planning to annihilate humanity. So there's a kind of Noah's flood element in this, that the gods repented of their creation of man, they regretted that they made man, and they were going to wipe the earth clean with a biological weapon. And this biological weapon is the alien creature, from the 1979 Alien film. So ultimately, the android, David, in the sequel to Prometheus, Alien Covenant, he becomes the Dr. Frankenstein, ironically. He's the only one who survives the initial expedition, and he, to make a long story short, sets up a Frankenstein's laboratory on the planet of the engineers, where he carries out experiments over a long term on a female crew member. So she had initially survived together with him, but then he basically turns her into a guinea pig, and he carries out months of experiments on her, keeping her just barely alive. And the drawings that he does of these various genetic experiments that he's carrying out on her in order to engineer a superhuman form of life are in this exquisite Renaissance style, which I think is Ridley Scott referring back to Dr. Frankenstein, studying the alchemists of the Renaissance like Cornelius Agrippa and Paracelsus and so forth, and portraying David, the android, as a Dr. Frankenstein. So there's this idea, of Prometheus creating a race that is supposed to supersede the gods, but then it supersedes the creator himself. It's the creation superseding the creator, which basically is just an expression of the life force constantly overcoming itself in new forms.
Well, people associate the Frankenstein legend with the idea that human technology is going to get out of control and become monstrous.
Very much so. And if you look at the concept art for Alien and for the Prometheus films, it was done by H.R. Giger, Swiss-German artist, and it's absolutely horrific. It's a beautiful portrayal of the potential horrors of transhumanism, and also very clearly demonstrates the debt of transhumanism to alchemy. H.R. Giger's first book was titled The Necronomicon, in a conscious reference to H.P. Lovecraft. And the narrative of Lovecraft at the Mountains of Madness is echoed in some ways by this expedition to the planet of the engineers in the Prometheus saga. The role that Antarctica plays as direct cradle of the gods of the Cthulhu mythos in H.P. Lovecraft is the role that's taken up by the planet of the engineers. I mean, he's become symbolically equivalent. And so, Giger's art, I think, is also a very clear example of the alchemical origins and occult vision that's at the wellspring of the transhumanist movement, despite the overly reductive and materialist form that it's taken in people like Rafer as well.
Well, what a fascinating discussion, Jason. We covered an encyclopedia's worth of material, and I know we could delve into this so much deeper. It seems as if one of the many lessons I'm drawing from this conversation is that those viewers who may be interested in transhumanism would be well to consider its roots in such things as cosmism and alchemy and Zoroastrian theology.
Yes, and I think that especially given the dangers posed by the technological singularity and the perils of navigating this transition into a transhuman condition, it's very important to remember the spiritual origins and the metaphysical dimension of this movement, and to fuse the kind of quest for superhuman capacities that you see, say, in Michael Murphy's Future of the Body, that you see in the Esalen movement, or that you see in people like Frederick Myers with this concept of pre-births who are signaling the imaginal form of humanity while man remains in the larval state. It's important to not draw some artificial distinction between technological augmentation of humanity and a will toward spiritual evolution of man into a post-human condition.
Jason, President Georgiani, thank you so much for being with me. I'm delighted that you're here in Albuquerque. I'm looking forward to several more conversations with you, which I'm sure will be equally fascinating.
I'm looking forward to it as well. Thank you so much, Jeffrey.
And thank you for being with us.
Thinking aloud. Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Michelin.
Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Michelin. Our topic today is PK Dick, aliens in the afterlife, and my guest is my good friend and one of the favorite guests on New Thinking Aloud, James Tunney, Irish barrister who is author of many books, including The Mystical Accord, Sutras to Suit Our Times, Lines for Spiritual Evolution, The Mystery of the Trapped Light, Mystical Thoughts in the Dark Age of Scientism, Empire of Scientism, the Dispiriting Conspiracy and Inevitable Tyranny of Scientocracy, Tech Bondage, Slavery of the Human Spirit, as well as two dystopian novels, Blue Lies September and Ireland, I Don't Recognize Who She Is, and most recently, Human Entrance to Transhumanism, Machine Merger and the End of Humanity. James lives in Gothenburg, Sweden with his family, and now I'll switch over to the internet with him. Welcome, James. It's great to see you again.
Great to see you, Jeff. You're looking more like a transhumanist every day with your ear
Holmes. Yeah, it's true. Well, we're going to be talking about PK Dick, aliens, and the afterlife today. I know it's a popular topic, but when it comes to the writings of PK Dick, it does seem to be practically right on point.
It's very interesting. It ties into some of the discussions that you've been provoking over the years in relation to how these phenomena interact. Because in some sense, he does make a connection at various stages between aliens and the afterlife itself. And in many senses, we're talking about the Celtic other world, or that other world, or that other worlds. So he anticipates some of the explorations in science, and it was very much a creature of its time in the Bay Area. There was a lot of people who were interested, as you well know, in aliens, in UFOs, exploration of consciousness. So there was a lot of exploration of these ideas of how they think together. He's a bit unique insofar as because of his theological interest, because of his conversations with Bishop Pike, because of his own religious beliefs, that he didn't ditch the religious beliefs as well. So also because of the nature of his mind, if you read Ian McGilchrist, The Matter of Things, and The Master of His Emissary, it paints the picture of the significance of the right side of the brain and bicameral consciousness. And Philip K. Dick was very aware of that. So his approach was quite different from some of the literalistic approaches of others. And also he was prepared to take a different, more holistic approach to these issues. So they're not separate in his mind in many senses.
It's interesting you mentioned his friendship with Bishop Pike, who wrote a book called The Other Side about his mediumistic contacts with his son, who lost his life by suicide. And P.K. Dick apparently took a very serious interest in mediumship, spiritualism, and the afterlife.
Well, it's very interesting, Jeff. Even when we say the other side, again, it's like the other world. And of course, the word alien refers to other, what is strange, what is foreign, or what in a legal sense, what someone that comes from another country. But it's about the other. So the other side is really a dimension in which some of these phenomena happen. So in 1963 was a traumatic year, and it may, in the future, when people look back, be a hinge point in history, in the history of civilization. And there was a lot of uncertainty and discontent and fear, and that was in the zeitgeist, how we say. You can see this even in other dimensions. You met Father Malachi Martin, and he traces the takeover of the Catholic Church in 1963 as well. And Phil K. Dick was also friends with Ray Nelson, who is another science fiction writer, and they went to high school together at Berkeley. And he also wrote 8 o'clock in the morning, which became the film They Live, which was a significant idea about aliens and that. But in relation to Bishop Pike, because Philip K. Dick had an experience, he had a vision, I think is the best word for this, of a metallic face in the sky in 1963, and he was very afraid. And he wondered whether it was God, or in Gnostic terms, it was a bad version of God, or the bad God as opposed to the good God. And that was what brought him to St. Columba. And he became involved in the Episcopalian Church. And through that he met a woman that would become his wife. And that woman's, I think it was her stepmother, was a mistress of Bishop Pike. So he comes into the circle of Bishop Pike, and they have great discussions about religion. And that would have informed the viewpoints of Philip K. Dick, why he would have taken theology very seriously and not dismissed it, and about Jesus and the origin of the nature of God and the Holy Spirit. And of course, Bishop Pike experienced a lot of tragedy, as we know. His son, Jim Jr., died. He committed suicide. And as part of the exploration and the obvious grief that the father suffered, he sought to communicate, as you know, as you've talked about that before. Now, Philip K. Dick and his wife attended a couple of these seances as a kind of note-taking. So it was very interesting that he observed these seances in California, or a couple of them at least. And he took them to be real, ontologically real, that the son was communicating with Bishop Pike. He seemed quite clear about that. In some of his writings, he expresses, however, a contrary discomfort, perhaps, with spiritualists, not with the endeavor, not with mediums, but he's a bit concerned. And you mentioned this on one of your talks about William James' view on it. He's a bit concerned, like William James, that it may be some other entity that utilizes the clothes, the vestments, if you like, the personality, the mask of the person to communicate or to activate something which is no longer in existence. But at the same time, he was able to hold contrary positions about things. So he contradicts himself in some sense. That's a kind of right brain approach to it. But he believes that Bishop Pike's son was communicating. Now, a very interesting aspect of that, and unfortunately perhaps, is at one point, in one of the, as far as I remember, one of the seances, they asked him where he was, and he said something like he felt he was in hell. That's one of the reports that I read. This is the sort of the other side. Or again, one can interpret that in whatever way one wants. Of course, if one is on one of the intermediate planes, it could feel like that. But I think that experience was taken by Philip K. Dick and utilized in novels like Yuppie. And this is one of his very successful books. And how he uses that idea, for me, is by equating it with the idea of people in cryonic suspension. So as you're reading the book, it's difficult to make out what's happening in some places, and it seems afterwards that actually we're listening to people who are in cold storage. We're listening to the thought process of someone who's in cryonic suspension at certain times. So I think he may have taken the paranormal context and extrapolated that to a technological context and began to look at that idea of the state and the different states the mind may or soul may find themselves in. And also, when his approach to the Tibetan Book of the Dead, for example, also contemplated that the Bardo plane could exist on this plane, and we could be in the Bardo plane to some extent here. And I think there's a lot of wisdom in that. But and also after that, after Bishop Pike's death in 1969 in the desert on his trip back to Qumran because of his particular interest in the Dead Sea Scrolls and in certain early sects of the early period of Christianity. Philip K. Dick also believed that it was possible that Bishop Pike was coming back to him. He was channeling Bishop Pike, which is another interesting element. He also pointed to the fact that there are two examples of him speaking languages he didn't know. His friend, the writer Ray Nelson, said that he spoke good grammatical Latin, which he hadn't learned. And he also later on spoke Old Greek, and he believed that was associated with Bishop Pike in some way. So there's a very direct link with Bishop Pike. And the last later novel that he wrote, The Transmigration of Timothy Archer, at the end, was a fairly concealed literary study of that time in San Francisco, involving some of the characters, looking at what happened, and the kind of tragedy around Bishop Pike, and it's difficult to come to a final conclusion about what he thought. I get the sense that he may have thought that Bishop Pike drifted too far from the clarity in relation to the central endeavour in his effort to be open and explore everything. It was a very chaotic, exploratory time, as you well know, but it's a very interesting relation that gives us knowledge of Philip K. Dick and about Bishop Pike himself.
Well, I think it's fair to say that Philip K. Dick was a genius, and also a genius who was right on the edge of sanity at times. So he was exploring many ideas and was willing to explore them to a depth that very few people were willing to go. I know one of the ideas that he played with was the notion that we're living in a simulation, that there are, one might say, alien consciousnesses involved in controlling everything that we see and hear and experience as the phenomenal world.
And it's quite clear that Philip K. Dick is more Greek than a geek. That he's more interested in ancient philosophy than he is in the technology, and most people acknowledge that. But a lot of people in contemporary times believe that he is a harbinger of the new transhumanist era. And in many senses he's not, he's the opposite. In fact, I would argue that he may be a Trojan horse in that camp. And why he's a Trojan horse is because he brings in a lot of ancient beliefs. He persists with the Kabbalah, with the Bible. He brings them into contemporary context and consciously plants them in the future. And he starts off one of his stories or one of his lectures saying, well, how is in the future, if we're going to have this tyranny, how is the artist going to be able to protest? Because he understood that it would be impossible for him to protest in the future. So, in relation to the idea of the simulation, there's two different emphases. In his famous lecture in France, he states categorically that we are living in a computer simulation. But in his writing, he states that we're living in something like a computer simulation. And I think that's quite interesting, because we have two things that look the same. Even in his logic, we have that simulacrum. And I think there's a bit of a problem here, because the implication is that, well, everything we see around us is an illusion created by computers, or created by a higher technology. And that suits a lot of people's belief about the nature of reality, because it gives a clear materialist explanation of the world. My view is that what he was saying is that the human can only perceive an approximation of the external world, and it's like a computer program in that sense. And in that interpretation, he's more like the scientists who study perception, like Hoffman, for example, and how they say we interpret reality. And why he's saying that is because he's essentially accepting that we're spiritual beings, and that the spirit moves in different dimensions, and that is our true nature. And therefore, the necessary physical world that's here on this earth, fine-tuned for us to adapt to in this context, clouds our inherent reality and true nature. So I believe he's more articulating that idea that it's approximation. And if you come to the argument, well, it's a simulation, then you still have to ask, well, who's the simulator? Who is creating this? If you want to talk in those terms, you still get back to the idea of an intelligent designer, and you find yourself more in the domain of certain traditional Christians, for example, which a lot of the scientific people don't want to be similar bedfellows to, but that's the consequence of some of this analysis. So I think he's talking about approximation. I think in spiritual terms, the material world is not as important as the spiritual forces within it. And he does accept that there are different forces of information. His idea of a vast active living intelligence system, and Valis, or Zebra, for example, is another interesting idea. The idea that a godlike figure or divine figure can camouflage itself in material forms. I think he may have got that from Urianic Kabbalah and the idea of the breaking of the vessels. It even sounds phonetically like the Hebrew word there, but he was informed by some of these older concepts. He was trying to take them and put them in a new context. But insofar as he never abandoned the idea of a creator, a benign creator, divine force, and he never abandoned his spirit, all he's talking about is a modus to interpret in a new way, in a rational way, which he wanted to do, that relationship between them, utilizing the language of science, of physics, and of some of the explorations that were happening on the edge in Berkeley. And he was willing, in relation to his insanity, again, we've discussed that, and I don't think he was insane, but he was willing to break down boundaries. Once you begin to break down boundaries, like in the right hand approach, well, everything comes into the equation. And also, his mystical experiences meant that he had that disturbance associated with the perception of an intervention from an intelligent force in the universe.
Well, earlier you suggested he's more Greek than geek, and it reminds me obviously of the parable of Plato's cave as an example of a simulated reality, and the idea that whatever is outside of the cave causing the simulation, whether it's a deity, a deva, or an alien entity, there seems to be a very indistinguishable line between these possibilities.
Yes, and I think there's two ways we can, there's a primary and a secondary way we can read Plato's cave in relation to some force projecting shadows on a wall. That's the typical one about some creation of illusion cut off from reality is a primary one. The secondary one could be an internal idea where we limit our ability to interact with the world. We retreat into a cave of our own making, and the shadows on the wall are shadows of our ego, our psyche, in a limited view that we impose on ourselves. So in that secondary view of Plato's cave, the liberation is about a self-liberation. It's about that coming out of the cave and say there's a broader dimension, looking at the realities that you talk about, looking at other consciousness, other possibilities, looking at what I call the animosphere, or looking at the total imaginal world. That could also be the other meaning of coming out of the cave of your own creation. And there may be iterations of that. In ourselves, we limit our world view, and we fail to see we were blinkered. Other people do the same thing. They try to manage us and show us things that they portray in a propagandistic way what's happening with misinterpret. And then beyond that, there's another dimension, because when he's talking about tyranny on the earth and about a black iron prison of perception, he's in the domain of Ephesians, so we wrestle not with flesh and blood, with other principalities of good. So in some senses, all these imprisonments, they happen within ourselves, they happen within society, and they reflect out or reflect in from a sense of a duality in the universe, one which seeks to constrain and prison in a material way, and one which seeks creativity and growth. So he has that duality through all his work, going back to Persia, the Christian ideas as well, or Buddhist ideas, and in the perennial philosophy, that's the classic type of duality. So he recognizes that. So the cave could be approached at a number of different levels, and he was certainly very au fait with a lot of those ancient thinkers because of his study on his own in Berkeley as well.
Also, the very notion of the alien is interesting. So often we think aliens must be biological entities such as ourselves, but I gather that P.K. Dick is exploring the idea of the alien in a much larger way. I think you used the term animistic, as if the whole universe might be conscious.
Yes, he does go through various iterations of beliefs in a kind of panpsychism, panentheism, and but if you really take a wide view of the notion of what an alien is. Now, of course, in these contexts, in relation of the equation or equiparation of alien and extraterrestrial, that's a kind of recent phenomenon. That idea of the alien as that other, the extraterrestrial, is quite late on. And he obviously came from a context of influence of comic books and science fictions where there were the aliens were everywhere, the aliens from outer space. That was standard for children in that context. So we have to consider that the alien may be an extraterrestrial, but terrestrial, and in that context, at a time when people were thinking about going to the moon, and he writes Martian Time slip about people living on Mars, the human themselves has become an extraterrestrial in the sense of moving away from the Earth. So it's becoming a lot complicated. And he goes back really to the idea of that which is foreign and that which is other. And the other could be in yourself. So when he writes a Scanner Darkly, he has a policeman who's investigating himself. He's so confused in the context. And there is this idea that you can become alien to yourself. Yourself can become other. And that process of dissociation creates an alien. And then we have he has extraterrestrials, there's plenty of them. They're not all what you might think they are. Some of them want to take over the earth, the usual story. But some of them are very, very benign. And in our friends from Project 8, they want to save the earth from the New World Order who have taken over. So we know that he believes that the future is one of gulags in the United States, of a New World Order and a dystopian control system. So in some of these stories, the aliens are coming to save the people on the earth. And when he's discussing the android and man, he said that you don't have to have a technical android, that we all have an android within us, and we can become more android. So it's like Colin Wilson's idea. So that again reflects the idea that within us we could become alien to ourselves. And of course, the word for a psychiatrist early on was alienist. That was from the French relating to insanity. So, and one little interesting story he wrote, I think it was in 1975, was called The Eye of the Sibyl. And in this story, it's quite interesting that he goes back to, or there's a figure in Rome at the time of the death of Julius Caesar, and he's working as a priest with the Sibyl of Cumae, and he goes to visit her, and he finds that she is being advised by two what we would call extraterrestrials. And from there, this character in some way has some connection through time, and the Sibyl can look through time to the future, till about 1974, if you like, a kind of time tunnel or whatever. And a boy in California begins to remember this, which is obviously some kind of coincidence, some kind of figure that moves through space, some remembrance, some past life, some connection. So time is an important factor, very malleable for Philip K. Dick. And in this context, these figures are regarded as the immortals. They were the immortals associated with the Sibylline books that the Romans used to foretell the future. And the immortals come when humans need them to save the world. And they're coming back at that time to save the world in the Nixon era. So in that sense, he's mixing the ideas of creatures of people who are dead, from the afterlife, from the past, the future, from other planets, in combined ideas of focusing on the intelligence and the ability of intelligence to move through time and space and material and appear in different forms. And therefore, the link, the division between, for example, the alien and the angel may not, there's no real division. They both may be the same thing. It depends on what the function is. And this reiterates for me the quality that Philip K. Dick had, and that was discernment. For example, he was cautious about getting engaged personally, but him or more with the spiritual. When we wasn't against that, he wasn't criticised or anything, but he knew that there were limits to its utility to him. And also, he was cautious about Tai Ching, although he used it in a man in a high castle, because he asked the question once, who are you? Who is giving this advice, or who is behind the Tai Ching? And are you the devil? And he said yes. And he began to get concerned about whether it was. But it was a good question to ask. So the discernment issue is still there. If you're dealing with an intelligence that clearly can help, say, the human race and is clearly compassionate, well, whether it comes from a divine source or from another planet or from Fomal House or Alphamut is fictional representation of that, or whether it comes through the Dogon people from Syria, as he suggests in Valor, it doesn't really matter in many senses if you take a pragmatic approach to it. And with all these intelligences, they're all alien in their experience to some extent. Whether we go from Ahriman or Belial, which he has in certain of his novels in the Dark Force, to angels, to God, they're all must feel separate and other to a certain extent. The question is, how do you distinguish between them? And you distinguish between them between what their intention is and what they're trying to do and what your sense is of what is proper. And therefore, that was why, for me, he needed something, a lens on which to interpret that. And that's why he stayed close to perennial philosophy, stayed close to ideas of Jesus, Christ consciousness, again, like William Blake, and ideas that we recognize in Buddhism or Taoism, in a kind of perennial philosophy.
And to complicate matters even further, he often felt that there are parallel timelines, and that he would sometimes himself jump back and forth between them, especially the idea that in a parallel universe very close to our own, for example, the Nazis won the Second World War.
That's right. In his counterfactual approach, that's right. So that here we have the idea. Again, we've talked about the idea that it's very difficult to interpret reality. So reality itself can become alien. It can be either constructed in an alien way, or it can be that we're misinterpreting what's happening. So in many senses, everything is alien. But yes, he did have a preoccupation with time, and also a complicated idea that time is moving backwards. It's difficult to work out. And he also referred to this idea of orthogonal time, again, that people like Bernard Carr talk about and probably understand that better than a lot of other people. They're difficult concepts. But for me, it kind of taps into the idea of people like Yeats, and in his essay about magic, the idea of the great memory, the ether, the idea that there is a context which is beyond time and space, or which records history, or which is in some sense a different dimension. That's there. And also when you were talking to John C. Lilly, when you published, or you're publishing around this time, he talked about that. And he talks about also the difficulty and impossibility of mapping out those spaces, although he sought to do so because of the sheer proliferation, the infinity of different spaces and the possibility. So he's very open to that idea. But it's also interesting that John C. Lilly as well indicated that one retains one's own individuality. And Philip K. Dick talked about that as well. So one point to remember is that despite all those proliferations, there is some coherence, some entity, some spirit which transcend and persist in the different contexts. So it doesn't, a lot of people believe that the drop of water goes back, as Houston Smith says, into the big river. I don't believe that to be, for the long time, universal time, to be the immediate object. I think that a lot of the spiritual traditions suggest about this persistence, but they may have to persist in different times and space. And another interesting point, the connection here is with the people like Terence McKenna that were around at the time in California, and Robert Anton Wilson, who both had ideas or perceptions of extraterrestrials. Sometimes Wilson will believe it was connected to the stars, one of his interpretations, and Terence McKenna experienced also a UFO in his experiments down in Colombia when he was with the psilocybin, when he went down there when he was a young man with his brother. So he also talked about the machine elves, of course. So an interesting question that would have to come into that equation is, what relationship is one establishing with these beings if they're ontologically real in the context of you're taking psilocybin, when you have no idea what their mentality is, what their expectation. When you move on to the next plane, are you sure that you haven't entered into a contract with them that you say, well, I didn't understand that, but it's not relevant because you're going into a different domain, if you believe that they're true. Now again, Philip K. Dick, I think, would have been cautious about some of these things. Philip K. Dick adopted a classic mystical approach, which was the emptying of the vessel, if you like. It was the same as behind possibly the idea of the Kabbalah, the idea of receptivity. So when he broke down, when he had all his traumas, when he had this dissociation, his ego was disintegrated, he becomes kind of empty, and it's at that point that one becomes open to the receptivity of the intervention, like happened in 1974. He also, as we talked about before, the theme of light in 1974 also echoes the stories he was interested in, the Celtic mythology, the Germanic mythology of the wounded man, the wounded soldier that needs healing from the feminine force. And that's there in Tristan and Isolde, and he called his daughter Isolde, who was, I think she's a filmmaker, but she was given that name, and that goes back to Irish myth, the myth that people like Joseph Campbell was interested in. So when that healing figure was also consistent with the idea of the Shekinah in the Jewish tradition, and a feminine divine force, and the Gnostic tradition, Sophia. So again, those forces, you don't rule them out. What I find a bit difficult to understand, Jeff, in some of these debates, is that a lot of people that are open to mechanical elves, to UFOs, to explanations that they exist, they're not open to any other religious explanation. They're not open to say, well, this is the Virgin Mary. Oh, that can't be. It must be some other kind of experience. I find that a bit difficult to understand. It doesn't intellectually sound consistent to me. Yes, I can accept these figures are real, but I don't accept that it might be an angel, for example, from God. I find that a closed-minded way, and Philip K. Dick wasn't closed-minded. He's a classic pragmatist in the way that William James described it. You have to keep all your options on the table. You have to look at everything without predetermining what the final result is. And I think Philip K. Dick was ahead of the game in some senses.
Well, you've alluded to the enormous use of psychedelic drugs that was going on in the San Francisco Bay Area in the 1960s, 1970s. I know, I was there at the time, and so was Timothy Leary, Robert Anton Wilson, Terence McKenna. What is not clear to me, maybe you can fill me in a bit, is the extent to which Philip K. Dick was involved in the use of psychedelics.
he was certainly very interested in the culture associated with psychedelics, and they all knew of him. He was getting recognition at that stage, not widespread recognition, but from people that knew him. According to certain people, I think Ray Nelson, who went to his writer friend, who went to high school with him, so he knew him very well. And he said, and I think he has to be the most credible witness in this context, he said he only took LSD twice with him. And he said the second time that he had a bad experience with the LSD. So we know he took amphetamines very much to help him write, and that he did suffer from agoraphobia, and he always subject to kind of types of anxiety. But he doesn't seem to have embraced the psychedelic approach, although a lot of people believe that his work must be consistent with that. But in fact, and there's something in a mystical purist sense about his willingness not to go further in that. So it didn't play, although it was very important in the cultural context, as one might extrapolate that they were a significant experience. I think the first one may have been related to his link back to Latin, the early Roman period, or may specifically, or he may have had other ideas before that. But he had, when I think it was in high school, in an exam, he had begun to hear voices. So he didn't need to have prosthetic help to get access to these things. And I think he was very, very cautious about that, because there's two things about it in the mystical sense. One, we don't have a lot of control over our minds and our unconscious anyway. So it could be a confusing factor. Now, I'm not taking away from the fact that a lot of people get breakthroughs and it helps them and it'll be used. I'm not talking about that, but if you are open mystically and you're exploring that, you may not need them, and it may create a doubt in your mind about where these things came from. Were they created? Were they sensations of something? Were they illusions? You may not be in a better position to interpret what they are in some sense if you don't need them. So, and the second thing associated with that is, if you look at Evelyn Underhill, or even Malachi Martin, who was aware of these dimensions too, from a totally different context, but he was very aware of that other world. All the mystics say that there's a zone that you have to just move through. You don't dwell in the lower zone, or the middle zone, or the mid-world, because they're dangerous, and they're not where we belong. So to go through them, and Evelyn Underhill, she explored magic as well, so she had some knowledge about what she was talking about. And you read one of the novels she wrote, it seems she was quite aware of conjuring, and she may have engaged in those activities. Now, there's a big difference between standing in a circle and compelling or seeking to compel the other world to do your bidding, and being receptive to benign forces. There's a quite different emphasis. And Philip K. Dick, again, I think was cautious. He had discernment, and the short answer is it doesn't seem that LSD had a major impact, although we don't know. You might argue that LSD was significant, but I don't think so. It doesn't seem to be the case.
Well, even two experiences can be extremely profound. And I guess the point I wanted to bring up is that under LSD, people typically do have that sense of animism, that the universe itself is conscious, that it's speaking to us. It might be, as you suggest, mechanical elves or seemingly intelligent entities that could take almost any form whatsoever, from an elf or a robotic form to simply talking colors.
Yes, you could be right, because his ideas of Zebra and Valis were consistent with the descriptions of people that have taken LSD, and as you would know, about things coming alive, the animism, the animation of the material world, the blurring of boundaries. So all that is there. It's very possible that that did, although because he had prior experiences and his disposition was towards that mystical culture, in my view. I think he had some sense, and it was also very important for him to have a rational framework. Although when you read the exegesis, it doesn't look rational in some senses. It is in a very intelligent way. When it is rational in a specific sense, but a lot of people think that it's crazy and inconsistent. But that's showing his openness, and he did want to translate. So it certainly could be argued that it may have more impact. But there is an idea, I think, and it's been becoming very strong, that one must have some kind of, I'm not saying you say that, you never would, but some people say that these are necessary to get a qualitatively different experience. I'm not saying that's not true, but a qualitatively different experience certainly make a judgment like the effects. But the mystics would say you can also achieve those results, but it may be longer, it may not work for everybody, but through discipline and receptivity. And certainly it was clear to Huxley that he couldn't personally achieve those mystical states without help. So it may be, in my view, that those substances are better used for people that need them, for people that may benefit from being able to escape from a thing they can't do, for addiction, as the studies say, the DMD, whatever. Or if their mind is of a particular way, very left-brained or whatever, it may work better with those people. I don't think that Philip K. Dick needed more right-brain activity. He needed probably to contain it, because whether then it was the construction of his brain, he also had, he would have been receiving medication, I think, for his anxiety and other things early on. Some of those things can have profound effects as well, equally as powerful.
When it comes to the afterlife and the literature of the afterlife, what I've encountered is a sense of gradually the human consciousness becomes less and less attached to the physical body. First, you lose the actual physical body completely, but you have another body like a doppelganger that is equivalent to the physical body, but it exists as a thought form, maybe an astral body. Eventually, you let go of that. You develop a body that's even more subtle and more subtle until you lose the need for any sort of a body as one evolves through the afterlife. And so it suggests that when we even begin to think about, well, what does it mean to be a conscious entity, that there's a lot of room to play with, well beyond the normal constraints that we, in the physical plane, seem to imagine that conscious entities need to be physical as we are.
Yeah. It's very, very interesting. If you read Swedenborg, as you know, Heaven and Hell, he has very specific descriptions of the afterlife. And again, it's consistent with many other worlds and people living in ways that are very recognizable to us. And that was also consistent, living in houses and having partners. It's a lot nicer, but there are other worlds. And that's consistent with a kind of Gnostic idea as well. It's also consistent with other worlds in the Celtic tradition. That was very clear. There were other worlds. You could go to them. They were a lot more pleasant. This is a tough one. But in relation to spiritual evolution, it's interesting when you compare the Christianity and Buddhism in relation to what the kind of optimum position is or where you're going to. Now, I think there's a bit of a slight disjuncture in articulation. It may be because of language or there's an interesting idea, it seems, in a lot of Buddhism that emptiness is a kind of supreme value. And in Christian traditions, and in Jewish tradition, the light is the supreme value. So you have light and emptiness, and in some ways they don't seem reconcilable. But if we begin to think, for example, that lightness, the quality of masslessness, is a thing that unites, even if it's supposedly etymologically unrelated, that we can begin to look at it. And also, light is massless, so there is possibilities or need to begin to think of, well, what is the higher dimension? Now, if you look, what is alien in human nature in relation to Philip K. Dick? Well, he believed that cruelty and violence are alien to our fundamental nature. So if you take it the other way around, well, what is not the other? What is not the other is kindness, empathy, and compassion. So he's making the case that kindness, empathy, and compassion are who we are. So in many senses, when they say, or people or mystics say that God is love, the universe is love, you are love, or whatever, in many senses, that discarding is a letting go of attachments that are heavy in some sense, that preclude you from rising to the domain in which your nature exists. And in the Gospel of Thomas, which was also influential for Philip K. Dick, Jesus says that if people ask you where you come from, say, we came from the zone where light came into being. So this idea that we came from light and we're going back to it. And the going back to it is discarding those elements that are extraneous to that central value of kindness, compassion, which is light and powerful and which is associated with the heart. And that the mystics are suggesting that all the other things are irrelevant to that, and that hatred, violence, obsessions with material things, what they do is they weigh you down in the material world and in the afterlife, that the zone that you can get to a certain zone, but because still mentally you're attached to certain things, you cannot move. So by failing to focus on the highest value, it's impossible to move from a certain zone. And that's, he has some notion of purgatory or kind of limbo, which is the same, which echoes the paradox, and why people get caught in those things is they become focused on irrelevant, or things that are not their business to do, not them. But it depends on a presumption or an identification of who you are. That's why, if we're light and light, or being, light being, of course, it's light, but it's also information. And valid are some of these interventions. He saw Gnostic there. There were interventions from the divine force to try and bring you back on the path. They were benign. They were downloads. And you make yourself receptive to them. And then the information, the lightness, helped you. And that evolution was not just for this plane. It's in relation to where you want to go. And the question, so maybe people want to live with this strange creatures, they say, in that world. Maybe that's what people want, and if they do, good luck to them. I don't think he wants to do that, they don't interest me at all. I'm very happy to go back towards the light. I don't have any problem with that. It sounds good to me. I like the descriptions of it. I like the mystical experience or feeling of that idea of spiritual light. And it may be, he's good at explaining things, or we make it inside out. Maybe in some sense we see those things as remote from us, as objects. He makes it clear, he was interested in quantum theory as well. What he's saying is that the recipient is, or has to be there, the observer has to be there, but you as the observer have to observe that you're the observer, or know that you're participating in this. That if you remain asleep, if you don't take the veil away, if you don't, it might for some people be taking the psychedelic, if you don't get out of that prison, then you will be in someone else's prison, which is an invisible prison, black iron prison that has some reality, that represents the desire of certain forces in the psyche to imprison other people, that has actual reality, but has a deeper spiritual reality. There may be some force in the universe, aromatic force that Steiner talked about, that wants to imprison us, that Steiner identified with science. Although he engaged in a lot of exploration of science, I think we have to think of Philip K. Dick as pre-science or prescient, and there's an interesting connection between the words. So he's prescient, he's seeing what's happened, he's imbibing from the wells of all great knowledge, and he believes, as Surawardi would have done, that the highest form of knowledge is revelation. Revelation depends on receptivity. It's not constructed in the left brain, it's not constructed by ratiocination, it's not constructed out of a pure materialist analysis or naturalist analysis of the world. It's dependent on a higher force. All the mystics say in certain time that it's not just an ascent, but there is a descent. There is a sense of intervention, a sense of connection, and a sense of connection to the true form of the universe and the true form of what humans are. And Philip K. Dick doesn't depart from the perennial philosophy in that sense at all. He's very, very consistent. But I think he anticipates that the religions have failed. A bit like Bishop Pike, he realizes that institutional religions have failed. And one of the reasons they failed, Jeff, is interesting. If you look at, say, Malachi Martin again, they failed because they have adopted an ultra-materialist viewpoint. A lot of them don't believe in the divine forces. They believe in heaven, creating heaven on earth, and it's become that dominance has displaced ideas of the supernatural as being real. So that has afflicted the churches themselves, and Philip K. Dick realized that. So he realized that gnosis, in the sense of individual experience of the divine and of that reality, the real, that Evelyn Underhill talked about, was the antidote and the necessary balance to agnosis or agnosticism. Now, that's a word that people, I think, may get wrong in some sense, because it's been used in terms of, I don't really believe, but give me the evidence that I will. But it goes back to Thomas Huxley. And Thomas Huxley said that agnosticism was a position that required that to believe anything, it had to be scientifically provable. So this was part of that totalizing force of science, where scientism became an ideology. So as against that, the revelatory approach of the mystic, every individual has access to, says, I can have gnosis by being aware of the higher dimensions, by being open, by taking my left brain out, by taking the cultural constructs out, I can communicate with the universe. And he said it as well, that if the Logos is true, if there is that divine ordering force in the universe, Christ consciousness, whatever you want to call it, in the universe, the Logos, then you must be able to hear its voice. And what may be speaking to you is that Logos itself. And it kind of makes sense. And he believed that in the past, that humankind had access to that voice and they lost it. And in many senses, that's what the fall was about. It was that cut with the connection with the divine force because of the way they developed in that context.
Well, very articulately put. It's a beautiful description, and I can't help but feel that after listening to you, that you see Philip K. Dick as a kindred spirit.
Oh yes, Philip Kindred Dick. Yeah. Yes, I do indeed. I think his agoraphobia and agora, public place and non-public place, he retreated, but he retreated as a mystic would do, as a monk would do. So he was very monastic in that sense. It doesn't necessarily have to be very bad if you can create something out of it. So he was very afraid of where the world was going, and it was said And I come to that conclusion myself, but there's some corroboration from some people around him that in some senses he was intuiting what was happening around him, whether it be in the military industrial complex or whatever, getting a sense of where these forces were going. And he anticipated the future, and he saw the future. Now, he was a bit optimistic that once Nixon fell, that everything was going to be okay. But I mean, Nixon's friends were there. Rumsfeld comes in at that time, and he's exerted a big influence. I mean, the apparatus is there. He also said in one of his books, quite early on, he said that you have to be careful that both the Soviets and the force, as you call them, the police in America, they're both interested in shadow government, and he used that term very, very early on. He said one has to be careful that not to have a dualistic idea of what's happening in the world around you. He believed that the military-industrial complex was more unified than people think. But yes, I agree with him in relation to his accurate anticipation of that. The danger of a kind of tech totalitarianism. I agree with him on that. I agree with him in the absolute protection or assertion of the nature, our spiritual nature as fundamental. I agree with him on the necessity for the spirit to evolve, and I agree with him on the nature and complexity of the universe, which requires exploration in a very open-minded way, and motivated by values of kindness, compassion, and empathy, and that whatever religious, philosophical, ideological doctrine a person has, if those values are not there, then it becomes worthless. If your religion leads you to a situation where those ultimate factors of compassion can't be manifest, so then it's inconsistent with the fundamental roots of those religions. And in the context, for me, what that leads to is, in the context of the failure of the religions, of the failure of the religious structures, that it's not the religious structures, say, of Christianity that are important, it's the fundamental affirmations of the spirit and the values that are important, the same as in Judaism or Buddhism or Taoism. So the response to the agnostic totalitarian state of the world that's forming, the new global superstate, the balancing mechanism is for people to rise above kind of cultural constructs that stop them exploring their own individual sense. It doesn't mean that they reject them, but they can build on them in a zone of cooperation with and fellowship across the cosmopolitan way, irrespective of what other identities exist, and focusing on the total unifying nature, spiritual identity of humans. That is the primary identity. And it's also the identity which is being attacked and will be attacked by the transhumanist movement, by the post-humanist movement. They don't believe that spirit exists in the same way. And that's where we not only should we come together, but we have to come together, because this is really the end of times in that context. The end, the possible end. If technology is going to colonize human consciousness, well then, that's the time that we should defend and assert the full nature of human consciousness, and do so with a quantum leap in human evolution, where we begin to actually practice some of these values, where we begin to take those things and apply them in the real world, beyond the material paradigm, and get out of the silos that we're being forced into by artificial division, to be careful not to be put in any categories. So in that sense, yes, he is, and I do find him to have been very courageous, very brave. I'm sure you get a sensation when we're having a conversation about certain figures. Yeah, I have always got a distinctive feeling about them. For example, William Blake feels very energetic to me. Joan of Arc felt more anxious in some senses, although she was very courageous. There's different senses that come through. And A. Russell feels more abundant, and how you describe. And I think that Philip K. Dick sounds or feels more light-hearted, and as his friends described it. Now, granted, he had huge problems, and people can point to things he did which were very bad or antisocial or hurts people. But that's the same case in everybody's life. We've all done things that are wrong or stupid or mistaken. And the idea of evolution is that we're going to make mistakes. That's the great gift of human nature. Computers may not make mistakes in the same way, but we have that capacity, and from that tendency to make mistakes, that's where we will grow and learn, and we have superior possibilities because of that. So yes, as an affirmation of the human spirit and the necessity to engage and to activate our own spirit, so we do not become automatic beings, so we do not become automatons, so we become autonomous beings that recognize we have the greatest gift of consciousness within ourselves, and that what that was there for, and what we should utilize it for, is to engender relationships with the positive forces in the universe, to expand that, to create a tipping point in that against forces which seem negative or are negative, which want to contract, which want to crystallize, which want to fix things, which want to render everything into materialist, tied down form instead of that spontaneous, organic, fluid nature which is human consciousness.
Well, James Tunney, once again, an incredibly articulate, profound message from you that weaves so many different cultural threads together. What a pleasure it has been to meet with you, and I'm happy to let our viewers know that we will continue these conversations long into the future. So once again, James, thank you so much for being with me today.
And thank you, Jeff. I'm humbled every time I'm talking to you when I look at your great experience, when I look at your conversations, the fantastic work that you've done in this exploration. I do feel very privileged to have the opportunity to talk to you, so thank you very much again, as always.
And I think it's a privilege for me to talk to you, and certainly a privilege for me to be able to share these conversations with our viewers. So for those of you listening or watching, thank you for being with us.
Thinking aloud. Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Michelin.
Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Michelin. Today, we'll be experiencing part 2 of a new vision of the unexplained. My guest today is Professor Jeffrey Kreipel, who is the J. Newton Razor Professor of Philosophy and Religious Thought, and the former chair of the Department of Religious Studies at Rice University in Houston, Texas. He is co-author with Whitley Strieber of The Supernatural, a new vision of the unexplained. is also co-author with Elizabeth Crone of Changed in a Flash, One Woman's Near-Death Experience and Why a Scholar Thinks It Empowers Us All. In addition, he has written Authors of the Impossible, The Paranormal and the Sacred, Mutants and Mystics, Science Fiction, Superhero Comics and the Paranormal, Kali's Child, The Mystical and Erotic in the Life and Teachings of Ramakrishna, and Secret Body, Erotic and Esoteric Currents in the History of Religions. This is yet another internet interview, so now I will switch over to internet. Welcome, Jeff. It's a pleasure to be with you. Once again, we'll be reviewing this incredible adventure that Whitley Strieber has been on now for over 3 decades. You should think, for a person such as yourself, a historian of religion, this is the equivalent of being with a real, live religious phenomenon of some sort.
Well, that's certainly how it feels. That's why I'm so committed to it, or one of the reasons. I mean, it's, sort of like being at the front row of a really, really good Super Bowl or something. It's quite the thing to watch, and frankly to interact with. It's not really like being at the Super Bowl, because when you're at the Super Bowl, all you can do is holler and yell, and nothing really changes on the field. With Willie, we talk, and things change. We respond, and so it's kind of a living, morphing thing that's happening.
And I haven't counted, but there does seem to be a really wide variety of different phenomena that occur in his presence, materializations, out-of-body experience, sexual experiences, lights and sounds.
He's radioactive.
And a wide variety, I guess you call them entities or maybe even creatures that seem to appear.
Yep. I mean, yes. He's it's sort of John Keel would call it a Disneyland of the paranormal. That's putting it too dismissively, but it's extraordinary. And usually I don't witness these things. I hear about them secondhand, but I have been around some of this with him, and it's not all just secondhand. It really happens.
You've experienced things of this presence yourself?
Yes, I mean, I have. It's complicated to talk about because some of it's so personal and involves other people that I don't feel comfortable talking about those events. But yeah, I invite Billy pretty regularly to Esalen to these symposia I lead, and occasionally we'll room together. He'll be my roommate, and he always jokes going in, about, well, you may not want to do that, and, we kind of laugh about it. But things have happened, and, maybe we can begin there. I mean, I actually did one night. I mean, usually when these things happen to Willie, he's the sole witness, or people see strange things around the events, but they don't see what Willie sees. And the one instance that I was sort of involved in, it's hard to explain like many of these things, but he had been, I don't know if he told you, but he's often woken up in the middle of the night by these visitors, as he calls them, and then he meditates in the middle of the night, usually around 3 or 4 in the morning. And so this is very apparent if you're his roommate, because your roommate is up at 3 or 4 in the morning, sitting in a chair, meditating. So I, on some level, I knew that this was happening every night. But one night, I was asleep, but it was like I split off into a second personality, and I heard my own voice in my head say, "Oh my God." Like this other part of me was witnessing whatever was going on over by Willie, and it was shocked and kind of terrified by this. This other part of me was witnessing something in the room and was reacting in this kind of shocked awe, but my sleeping self was completely clueless. So it was very weird. It was I had literally split off into two different people. That split that I'm referring to there was not subtle. There was a part of me that was clearly witnessing something, and it was talking in a way that this other part of me was hearing but had zero access to. I mean, there were really two distinct subjects at that moment, and I never had anything like that. And then a little later in that same night, I heard a crash. Something crashed and fell. But again, it was in my head that I heard this, and I wasn't for sure that it was in the room. And I woke up. I mean, the crash was so loud, I woke up, and I looked all around the room, and nothing had fallen, nothing had broken. So within the course of about 2 hours there, some part of me had witnessed something that the other part of me hadn't, and something had mimicked or replicated a crash. And, I woke up the next morning and, of course, told Whitley about it, and then he went on to explain what he'd experienced that night, which is essentially the visitors again. So, I don't know, is that a direct experience? Well, sort of, yeah. But not direct to this Jeff you're talking about.
Right. It's very personal, but I don't think it would count very much in a parapsychological discussion of evidence.
No, it's not evidence at all. But in my own experience, I don't need the evidence because that was my experience. I mean, something happened around a sleeping Whitley streamer across the room, and it was inexplicable.
Well, I think as I read through the book, one of the most fascinating aspects of it was your discussion of the distinction between imaginary and imaginal and how that pertains to Whitley's experiences.
For me, the key, the thing we trip over, and the thing that prevents us as a culture now from really understanding these sorts of individuals and these sorts of experiences is that we lack any real theory of the imagination. All that we have in our culture is that which is imagined is imaginary. And so that then gets dismissed as purely subjective hallucination or illusion. But the more you look at these things, the more you begin to suspect that sometimes, not always, that the imagination is the organ of mediation, that whatever's in the environment is communicating to you or to the subject actually through the imagination. And so what's being imagined is not exactly there, it's not what's appearing, but something's really there. And so it's this weird kind of real, unreal kind of zone that you're put in. And to me, if we can move in that direction, I think we'll be much smarter about these things. We won't interpret them literally, necessarily, but we also won't dismiss them.
You refer to the biological aspect of the origin of the word imaginal, that it had something to do when it was conceived of by the various philosophers like Henri Corbin as a way in which the caterpillar becomes a butterfly.
Right. So people who know about the category of the imaginal think that it was coined by Henri Corbin, who was this really gifted historian of Persian mysticism and Sufism in the middle of the 20th century, essentially, was when he was prominent. He was French. He was a student of Louis Massignon, another really fascinating and great historian of Sufism. And Corbin used this category of the imaginal really throughout his work to describe this mediating space, what he called the intermediate world. And for him, it was very real, but it was also visionary. He kind of lived and thought of this intermediate world. But in fact, he didn't coin the term or invent it at all. It had already been used fairly extensively by previous writers, including help me out with Frederick Myers. Well, Frederick Myers is the original, but there was also a French writing psychiatrist who wrote a book called From India to the Planet Mars. Flournoy. Yeah, so Flournoy. So Flournoy had used it well before Corbin, and had actually tutored Jung. And so Jung got it from Flournoy, but Flournoy got it from Frederick Myers. Frederick Myers, I think, is the real source of this term. He's this Victorian British classicist and psychical researcher who really thinks that these are sort of organs of cognition that are evolving very gradually and gradually appearing in the species. And for him, he got it from entomology. 19th century entomologists distinguished between the larval stage of an insect and the imaginal stage of an insect. The larval stage was the worm, the gooey, the caterpillar crawling around on the leaf and eating the plant. The imago, or the perfect image, or the imaginal form of the insect was, in this case, the butterfly. So when Myers described things like telepathy and apparitions of the dead and precognition, when he described those as imaginal forms of experience, he meant this sort of evolutionary sense of something moving from a larval immature stage to a more perfect developed stage. And then that gets picked up by Flournoy, Jung, and eventually Corbin, and it takes on a life of its own. But it really, I think, goes back to Myers and ultimately to entomology.
And if we apply that to human beings such as ourselves, you, me, and Whitley, the suggestion is that there's further evolution ahead of the human species, and that these experiences may be part of an evolutionary process.
That's right. That was clearly Myers' belief. He believed that what he called supernormal experiences, which we now call paranormal, but it's very much related, were bugs, kind of. They were sort of evolutionary bugs that were trying to push through, the dirt, as it were, and to appear. And, Myers told this funny story of all of these caterpillars sitting around chewing on their leaf, and this beautiful butterfly comes in and lands, and the caterpillars are like, what the hell? What was that? So they have almost no conception that they themselves will eventually mature into this flying winged thing that looks nothing like them, and yet is them. And that's what Myers really felt about this whole realm we're talking about. And of course, that's what Whitley suggests a lot in his own writings. He sees the visitors as essentially the butterfly landing on the leaf with the caterpillars. And we're like, what the hell? I mean, what is this? But it's actually us. We just don't recognize it as us.
And Whitley is also quite convinced that these experiences he's been having are really physical.
That's where I hesitate. It's not because I don't believe Whitley. It's because I hesitate because it just sort of breaks all of our models. That's where it's so hard to deal with this, because again, I think our inclination is to move back to the subjective and the mental or the spiritual. But what Willie's saying is, no, this physically happened to me. Someone was physically in my room. They did physical things to me. They physically put a my ear, right here. And he points to it and shows you when it turns red. I mean, these are physical things for him, not just spiritual, as they say.
I was particularly impressed by one story in which very complex, but at the end of the story, you see some large spiders, like a foot wide or a foot and a half wide, on the ceiling of his room, and he feels that he has to protect his wife, who's in bed next to him, from these spiders, and he jumps on top of her, and which for him is a demonstration that he's willing to risk his life for his wife. That's how he feels emotionally about it. But then once he's done that, he's satisfied the need to demonstrate that to himself and disappear.
What is that? Would have Anne seen those spiders? If she woke up? Probably not.
But it does seem to me that Whitley is quite sincere when he says for him they're very tangible.
Oh, no question. There's no question. The man is not lying. He's not making stuff up. He's trying to be honest with his readers about what he experienced, what he saw, what he felt, what was done to him. And for me, that's not even a question. The question of honesty or fraud is answered in my mind, just because I know Whitley.
I think we ought to address it a little bit because he's such a talented writer, and he had a history of writing horror novels, and I think he's very gifted at just telling the story and embellishing it in such a captivating way that the temptation is to think that maybe his creative faculties have gotten the best of him, and he's just this is just another wonderful mystery that he's created.
So I think there's two things to say. One is, I really believe these experiences are about his literary genius. I think they're aimed at creativity and the production of the novels and the books. I think they're intimately linked to that. So that's one thing to say. The other thing to say is, I have read, I'm in the process of reading hundreds and eventually thousands of private or personal accounts of abduction experiences by people all across the country, really Europe, Canada, Mexico, from all walks of life. And what strikes me about so many of these accounts is how badly they're written. And it's because most people can't write, Jeffrey. That's just an observation. It's not a judgment. I mean, a lot of these accounts don't even make grammatical sense. They don't know where to put the period or the comma or what to capitalize. They're a mess. They're a total mess. And so when you read them as a reader, it's hard to take them seriously because the form they come to you in is just such a mess. But I also know on another level that actually the literary form or disform of the expression probably has nothing to do with the genuineness and power of the original experience. But I think we confuse those, And so when you get someone like Willie Strieber, who not only has these hundreds of these extraordinary experiences, but is a professional writer, then you get this kind of wow effect, and then that makes you suspicious. But I think personally we should have the opposite response. Thank goodness we finally have someone who can write and who can articulate what happened to him or her, because that's really rare. So I think we should be approaching Whitley's books as sort of, literary gifts that are precise and accurate in a way that other accounts cannot be. Again, for no moral fault of the person writing, but the person who simply cannot write a sentence.
And you list several reasons why you accept Whitley's experiences as authentic. And one of them is that when he had his initial initial contact back in 1985, there was a huge UFO flap going on in upstate New York for a period of actually decades prior to that. So his experiences fit into a well-known context.
Yeah, yeah. I don't have any doubt that these things happen to Whitley because of that broader context, and not just that Hudson Valley century-long context. I mean, we're talking about millennia of religious experience of strange creatures coming from the sky and doing even stranger things to us. So this is nothing new. This is as old as it gets. This is as universal as it gets. This is as religious as it gets. None of that means I believe the mythologies or the religions that spin out of these experiences. I don't, actually. So what I was trying to articulate in the book was this kind of paradoxical position that I think we need to inhabit, where we recognize that these are real experiences, but we want to be smarter about how they get picked up and turned into cultures and religions and civilizations.
In an earlier conversation, you and I talked about your recent book, Secret Body. There you mentioned that you had actually had an experience of your own that resonated quite a bit with some of the claims, some of the strong claims Whitney had made about, for example, having a powerful sexual experience with this female entity that he called the visitor.
Right. Yeah. I mean, again, that's another reason I believe Whitley is. I had a similar experience. Now, when I had it in 1989, I was living in Calcutta, or what is now Kolkata, and it was in the context of a Hindu tantric ritual and set of cultural beliefs. And it made total sense in that cultural context. But it also makes really good sense in Whitley Strieber's visitor context. I could go either way easily. But actually, I don't believe the one any more than I believe the other. That's the point, is it can fit into all of these cultural contexts and all of these mythologies almost effortlessly. And to me, that's the power of these experiences, but that's also why we, I think, need to step back a bit.
You're suggesting, I think Whitley is also suggesting, that what we need to get at is the underlying phenomenology that leads people to interpret them in terms of religions or in terms of UFO mythology or the little people or some other form of folklore.
Right, and there may not be an underlying phenomenology. I mean, the visionary apparition might itself be the phenomenology, might be what is appearing to us, but there is something behind that or underneath that we may never be able to describe or put our finger on. But I think we can still recognize that these experiences share a lot of features across cultures and times, and they're also very different. And this is why, at the end of the day, I'm always, preaching for better forms of comparison. How do we negotiate those samenesses and those differences?
You describe a particular methodology that is used in the humanities. There's a very elegant description of what we call hermeneutics. Let's go into that, because I've never read a better description of it than the one you put forth in that book.
Well, thanks. So, hermeneutics is a Greek-based word. It actually goes back to the god Hermes, who was a trickster, by the way, so that should key us off right away. But hermeneutics is simply, not simply, hermeneutics is the way that academics talk about interpretation. And the idea is not that a text or an experience has a single correct interpretation and our job is to get to that single or correct interpretation. The idea is that the text or the experience is like a living thing, like a living matrix of possibilities or potentials, and that when a reader or an interpreter interacts with it, a particular kind of interpretation arises in the middle between that reader and the text or the experience. So what appears is as dependent on the interpreter as it is on that which is being interpreted. There's a kind of fusion that takes place there. And that's what we mean by hermeneutics. And, to relate this to something else that people, I think, might go to, this is where I think a lot of speculation about quantum physics is essentially hermeneutical. That, the wave function doesn't exist until the photon is observed, and then the wave function collapses. And what people like Niels Bohr saw immediately, whether he was right or wrong, is that it appears that there's something about conscious observation that actually affects physical reality and causes the wave function to collapse and to behave in a particular way. That's a beautiful actual analogy for what we mean by hermeneutics, is that the text or the experience is like this wave function. It's potential. It's all over the place. It's just a smear of possibilities, and the reader or the interpreter comes in, and the thing collapses and becomes one meaning or one story or one thing. And so to me, that's actually a beautiful analogy for what we're trying to get at.
I think I understand now why in our previous interview about Elizabeth Crohn's experience of a near-death experience, you said that we are changing the afterlife.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Is the afterlife is like this, quantum sphere of possibilities, and that as we interpret it through these near-death experiences and people like Elizabeth, it takes on a particular shape.
Speaking of the afterlife, of course, Whitley makes a real point that these experiences are interwoven with what appear to be post-mortem contacts of various kinds.
Right. Yeah. This is, by the way, another time where I had direct or indirect experiences with Whitley. It involved Anne, actually. His departed beloved wife. I knew Anne when she was alive, and in fact, when she died, Whitley asked me to come to the family ranch and do one of the readings for the memorial. It happened to be a servant for Meister Eckhart, the great Christian medieval mystical writer and preacher. But, a year and a half later or so, a woman from Canada actually started to receive messages from Anne, and she sent them to me because I'd known her, and she didn't tell me they were from Anne. She didn't know they were from Anne. She thought they were from Princess Leia, of Star Wars, and she sent me this drawing, and I'm just going to tell you real briefly the story. It's a long story, but basically she sent me this drawing, and I didn't recognize it. I didn't make much of it. I was sort of absorbed in my own life and family at the moment. But I showed it to a colleague, and Diana said, "Jeff, that's Anne Street." And I was like, "Holy crap, you're right. That is Anne Street." And I showed it, then asked the woman if I could show it to Willie, and Willie then put the drawing on one place and a photograph of Anne on the other, and it was clearly based on the photograph. I mean, it was just a spin image. But as I looked at the drawing more and more, I realized that the word Anne was written dozens and dozens of times all through the hair and the face and the nose, and that the artist had somehow unconsciously written Anne probably 20, 30 times. And so anyway, this story spins out, but the upshot is that we came to this conclusion that that it appeared that Anne was communicating with Willie through this little social network that we had, and that each of us was providing a piece of the puzzle. Diana had a piece, I had a piece, this woman from Canada had a piece, and none of it would have come together without all of us. So it was as if it was like this sociology of a seance going on, across hundreds and thousands of miles, and the result was really having a really profound, quite moving encounter with his dead wife.
Well, sounds quite reminiscent to me of what was at one time known as the cross correspondences.
Yeah, I thought of that. It wasn't quite as complicated as that, but it clearly had that feel that with this particular paranormal event, there was no way to read it as just one person's private experience. It actually made no sense to the woman to whom it first appeared. It only took on meaning through this social network.
Well, and that was the strategy presumably employed by Frederick Myers, who we spoke about earlier. After his own death, it seemed as if he was attempting to establish proof of his post-mortem existence by communicating through different mediums on different continents and giving them pieces of a puzzle that only made sense when the pieces came together.
I know, I thought of that when it was happening.
As if Anne was really trying to provide proof of her post-mortem existence.
Well, we were all convinced. And here, Jeffrey, I talk about the two bars. So, to take this communication from Anne, the first bar, the low bar, is these experiences explain to me perfectly reasonably why people historically have believed in an afterlife, why they believe their loved ones survive, why they believe there's something like a soul. Once you have this experience, it's really impossible not to entertain those ideas and maybe to believe them. And it's clearly impossible then to think that people are irrational or unreasonable for holding those views, because it just happened to you. You can't deny that. So that's the low bar, why people believe impossible things. The high bar is these impossible things are true. Right? I actually can't get over that high bar. I can't get my readers over it. I can't get my listeners over it. I don't think it's possible, actually, to get people over that bar. But I think it's very possible to get over the low bar. And I think once we make that distinction, it may be true. I personally think it's true, but it may not be true, and I don't think we can prove it. I don't think this is a matter of science. I don't think it's pseudoscience. I don't think it has anything to do with science. I think it has to do with people experiencing these things, and they're not repeatable, they're not measurable, but they're certainly part of our reality. And I think it's very easy to get over this bar, but it's very hard and perhaps not even possible to get over the high bar.
I know that you wrote in your book that you don't want people to make the mistake of thinking that you believe Whitley is the equivalent of, let's say, a Hebrew prophet. But when I listened to him yesterday, he came across very much in that vein, in particular with regard to his interest in ecology and in saving the planet from the destruction that humans seem to be creating. And he seemed to feel that he had been downloaded, I think was the word he used. They downloaded information for him that would be important, that we could use to clean up the problems that we have on the planet right now. And he seems so desperate to get people to listen to him on that score, and so hurt when his ideas are rejected.
He's not like the Hebrew prophets in the sense that we no longer have a recognized institution of prophecy in our culture.
That's for sure.
And the ancient Israelites seem to have. I'd like to talk to a historian about that, but it seems like they actually had institutionalized really this notion of prophecy. Some of the greatest Hebrew prophets were actually employed in court. I mean, they literally worked for the king. I mean, we don't have a prophet in the president's gap. to put it really mildly. And what I did say about Whitley in this book, which I completely convinced of, I see Whitley as an American shaman, which is another way of calling him a prophet, but it's more indigenous. But he lives in a culture in which there are no shamans. So, again, I think this is why Whitley suffers so, is he has these gifts. He has access to the other world. The other world is constantly speaking to him. He has messages for us as a public culture, but our public culture does not recognize that other world or the role of the shaman or the role of the prophet. So Whitley comes across to people as just, another crazy person. And all that means is we lack utterly any cultural context for what this man is experiencing.
One of the reasons I take Whitley very seriously is because many of his experiences are reminiscent of what I uncovered in a 10-year case study I did with Ted Owens called There are all sorts of similar experiences those reported by Whitley, and Whitley worked throughout his life to interest scientists had done and produced many demonstrations that seemed to be evidence of psychokinetic abilities or perhaps even an telepathic connection with some sort of extraterrestrial or hyperdimensional being.
I love it. It's here in my office, right on my desk. People with it. It's a very cool cover too, by the way. I think you're right. I mean, I think that's a really powerful comparison. And I don't know if you remember in the book of the Listening Code, but I have a whole section on lightning lore. And this notion of being hit by lightning and becoming a visionary or a shaman is very, very distributed and very old as well. But yeah, I just think you're right. I just think that's correct. And with the case, the Ted Owens case, there again, you have this really weird mix of something mental and something very, very physical. In this case, atmospheric. I mean, it's just, oh my God.
But I suppose the unique feature of Whitley's experience is that in effect it began with a rape. And he explained to me that he still suffers the physical consequences of having some sort of an instrument inserted into his rectum.
Yep. And again, that's not unique either. Trauma, physical trauma, sexual abuse, wartime trauma, emotional trauma lies at the origin point of a lot of saints and prophets and visionary figures. There's something about trauma that cracks people open. I have a whole chapter in the book on trauma and truth. And of course, usually what happens with trauma is it just maims us forever. And it's a horrible thing. I don't want to romanticize it in any way. But for some people, it cracks them open and they later develop these gifts or these abilities. I don't know if Elizabeth Trump talked to you about this, but she traces her near-death experience not just back to the lightning strike, but to 6 years of being sexually abused as a little girl.
Oh yes, of course we talked about that.
And I don't mean an adolescent or a teenager. I mean a little girl. This poor thing was raped essentially for 6 years, and she learned to dissociate
between the ages of 6 and 12, as I recall.
Yeah, and Elizabeth is just adamant that ability to dissociate is what allowed her to survive after that, traced his visitor experiences back to his childhood trauma on a military base, and he could never remember what the abuse or trauma was, but he was always very clear of that. But he never says that the visitors are just psychic projections of his earlier trauma. He thinks the trauma, again, split him open in some way, and it allowed access with whatever the visitors are later in life. It's a different argument.
Yeah. It is, but it also has this sense of Whitley's experience that is being taking possession of his views, really want to control him, and they raped him as a way of breaking his spirit, so that now he loves them, he almost worships his experiences, in spite of all of the pain and discomfort. He describes it in the most positive terms, with the biggest smile on his face, basically happy in a way that nothing else seems to do, especially since the death of his wife.
Yeah, that's right. But you know that, again, I discussed this in the book, The Supernatural, this notion that the sacred is terrifying, dangerous, filled with awe, this resistance. That's why Jesus responded his presence forever, or for as long as he was back. The holy is not the good, the holy is the not good. Awesome. So, yeah, absolutely.
Robert says his influence are always fascinated with power, wish to accumulate more power, and were drawn to it.
It's touching the light something. You really want to put the fork in the valve on the wall. And you know, how do you do it? And so it's how much power can you take? One of my guilty memories as a child is my little brother would punch the electric fence on my grandma's farm with a steel rod, and so that's not gonna kill you, but it's really gonna shock the heck out of you. There's something awesome about that experience, but there's also something bad about it.
Most people that have one experience like that don't go back for a second one, but it seems to be
well, I don't think that his experiences are touching the electric fence. I think, they have this ecstatic, it's frankly aesthetic quality to them that draws them back.
Well, I personally am fascinated by the apparent, ostensible, real concrete physical aspects of this. Even though there's a great movie about the incident where the implant was supposedly put into his ear, and what happened to the alarm system in his house at the time that the garage door was open, but the alarm didn't go off, and a worker came and found an unusual magnetic field there that apparently interfered with the alarm system on the source. It certainly suggests that a diligent scientist who pursued it might come up with some really concrete findings.
Maybe, that's the point in our book together where I feel like I really failed. I don't really. We have stories in our book. He's told it elsewhere. It's not unique to it. But I don't know what to do with that story. I mean, is it impossible? There are forces that human beings who are potentially doing this to other human beings on the cover of darkness, as it were. And maybe that's true. I don't know. Basically, what I'm pointing out how to dismiss a choice. But I don't know, that feels like something that would pop out. She may be looking back on it, and I don't know what to do with that. I'm just kind of lost.
But we're a religious scholar, you're a physicist. However, it seems to me that in religious literature, there are various examples, I think, in the life of Abraham and the Torah, where angels of God come and they appear like humans.
Yeah. No, it's true. No, you're right. And I do think there's something very physical or even electromagnetic about these events. And just, again, I'm not a physicist or an electrician, so I wouldn't even know how to begin to study those things.
But you can speculate. Yeah, in your book, that we may have the way you put it is that we may have a soul which is like a luminous plasma.
Yeah. Well, that's River's idea, and it's reasonable to me because, well, like with Elizabeth too, she sees auras around the human body. There's nothing really that outrageous about causing some kind of electromagnetic dimension to the human being. I mean, it seems like the heart is basically an electrical system. I mean, clearly there is electromagnetic stuff going on, for sure. Yeah, there better be or we're dead. This reminds me of a story. David Hubbard is a friend of mine. I don't know if you've ever interviewed David, but he's written a wonderful book. It's right here. It's called The Terror That Comes in the Night. And he studied sleep paralysis, among other things. But David is of the conviction that sleep paralysis events, at least some of them, cannot be explained away, and that there do appear to be some kind of entities that interact with humans during these events. But he also wrote this book with this woman who had this massive kind of mystical opening in which the world became light for like days. And I remember asking David about what that meant, and like, what do you mean light? What do we mean when we say, I saw the light, or is this the same thing as photons and turning on a light? Is it or is it not? And David said, well, I actually asked, I think her name was Genevieve.
Look at this Iron Man bus.
Genevieve whether she could read a newspaper by this
light
that she saw for days. And she said no. So that to me is that's a really significant hint. It doesn't mean the light wasn't there. It doesn't mean there is no such light. It just means we're probably talking about physics or a light that is not what the physicists are talking about with photons.
Well, I understand that perfectly well because I experience tinnitus from time to time. It's a very distinct sound. I can hear it as if there were a bell ringing in the room, but I know nobody else can hear it but me.
Yeah. Well, and it's your eardrum, right?
I'm not quite sure where it's produced. I assume somewhere in the brain, but
yeah. So again, what is the nature of these plasmas, or what is the nature of this electromagnetic? Is it electromagnetic, or is it just some other kind of exotic energy or life force that we just don't even have language for? I don't know. I don't know, of course.
But you do write about other instances, for example, when people see these glowing orbs.
Yeah.
Not just the experience of seeing a strange light hovering in the room or in the garden near you. It often involves an experience of ecstasy.
Yeah, I mean, you could write a whole history of religions around orbs of light. I mean, that's kind of what the history of religions is, right? From St. Paul to the burning bush. I guess it starts somewhere way back there. But yeah, they have a subjective component and they have an objective component, and those two things are resonating, are working off each other.
And of course, I think the deeper metaphysical question that you're getting at in your work with what strikes me when you talk about a new vision
consciousness itself, how can I put it? Maybe the simplest way to say it is that consciousness is capable of manifesting or creating phenomena in the physical world. That's what we call psychokinesis, that may be much more widespread than we realize.
And if you want to take that further, maybe the physical world is a manifestation of consciousness. I mean, that's what a lot of these figures would say. I mean, that's what we call idealism. But I think that's on the table here, right?
Yeah, certainly our mutual friend Bernardo Kastrup has gone a long way to articulating the very precise language, the argument for exactly that, the idealist position.
Yeah, I'm very sympathetic to that. I think what you end up concluding if you look at this stuff long enough or you interact with it closely enough, and most people can't, of course, I understand, is that consciousness is not just something going on in your brain, that it's somehow interwoven into the physical universe all around you as well. It's as basic and fundamental as gravity. But what that means, I don't know. I don't know where we go with that.
But you conclude the book, as I recall, with a very interesting metaphor. You suggest that perhaps we are like fictional characters in a movie, but we're also the author of the movie at the same time.
Yeah, well, that I actually do believe. That was the basic idea of the authors of the Impossible book, right? I mean, that we're writing this stuff, but also experiencing it within it. We don't. That was the argument of the book with Elizabeth too. That we're scripting these things, but not individually. We're scripting them as cultures and families and generations, and then our descendants experience the world in these terms, and they think that's somehow external or objective, but actually we wrote it. And again, that doesn't mean it's just a series of fictions, because of course the author of all of that is quite real. We just haven't turned around or flipped and seen the author.
There's a fundamental paradox there in the nature of reality itself. The paradox, I suppose, that we think the subjective and the objective are two distinct things, but they're not.
That would be my position.
Well, Professor Jeffrey Kreipel, once again, this has been a real pleasure to have such a conversation about a topic that, as you point out, not everybody has the privilege of being able to think about these things. But I get a lot of feedback from our viewers that they're very grateful to be able to share in these conversations, and I'm very grateful that you were able to create the time for it as well.
Well, it is a privilege, Jeffrey, and none of us can do this without the people who have these experiences. Those are the real heroes here, not the geeks or the nerds or the scientists trying to figure it out. And we're doing our best, but the gifts actually lie with the experiencers, and that's where I feel nothing but a kind of awe and a kind of humility and a kind of confusion, frankly.
Well, I have to say I've experienced all of those myself and interacting with women, but I'm hoping to have them come to Albuquerque so we can do more.
Yeah, it'd be great at that. You might want to think twice about room.
go and welcome on Jeffrey Michelin. I imagine that by now many of you already realize that in conjunction with White Crow Books, we've just launched the new Thinking Aloud Dialogues book imprint, and our first title is There Life After Death?
As Hamadali would say, it's a life on what?
There's something permanent about Mr. Swan's life. He turned out to have extraordinary ability.
Mark with his blue fingers with his energy rays.
In Over City, very casually, you wouldn't even know that he was out of his job.
Oh, Ingo Swan, a cancer gay man employed by the government, and then he died. The sun sign was cancer.
The nighttime sky in sunrise was fabulously beautiful.
There he is.
There was no light degradation at the stars of the heaven. And it was cold and clear, sleeping up the way, stars and everything. It was wonderful black background. I just bought in the car. So I put my feet on the running board and come up.
For those federal felons upstairs that are like, she finally talked. Yeah, idiots. I am watching a documentary on the new Thinking Aloud channel. It's on Ingo Swan. Cool guy, never met him in person, and have met a lot of people that worked very closely with him. He was employed by the government for a while. Excellent remote viewer. What he's most notorious about is being able to not only remote view, but allegedly to do so in the future. For instance, they had him remote view, I can't remember if it was Saturn. I think it was Saturn. Remote view Saturn before they had any idea what made up the rings around it. And he described in great detail everything that the rings around Saturn are made of. And there were a couple other nuances like that. Then when he had basically no longer maintained being a person that professors and researchers and quantum physicists and astrophysicists wanted to utilize on the regular, he alleges that the CIA or something to that equivalent came and picked him up and took him to ride in either, I don't remember if it was a private helicopter or a private plane, and they flew somewhere that by his best guess was in Alaska. Had the rest of the story though. It flew somewhere in Alaska. I think it was a plane that you could land on water because he landed in what he described as like a large lake. And then he saw a bunch of stuff and got brought back home. He died shortly thereafter. So let's listen to this. I've never heard this episode of New Thinking Aloud. It's from a year ago. The edit for the intro was totally different than what Jeffrey Michelin normally does. So maybe some of Jeffrey Michelin's fans did it for him.
One foot goes to the ground, I'm going to put the next foot on the ground, and suddenly, I'm a billion miles out in space. That space is gorgeous.
Oh, and the government was really big for many, many decades on paying people who were excellent remote viewers to attempt to travel through time. It's part of the reason they had them remote view in space to begin with, because if they were able to accurately do it, it was fair to assume they could accurately travel through time. So that's another thing Ingo Swan was famous for, traveling through time.
The other foot hit the ground, and my eyes went down to the ground, and I looked up to see what had happened, why the sky
I was like that, and it was all nice and light with sparkly stars and like that. So that little event, which I never forgot, took a nice more than 5 seconds to forget.
Oh, he was so cute. Look at him.
This puzzle is becoming a spider web, intrigue, cancer. That's no different than how he lives his life. Why did he practice it? Stay alive. He said sometimes he would when he said his body upside down.
He's an artist, he's a writer, explorator of viewing beyond what anybody else has. That's why it's ego.
I think of ego as a late man in the DCYF.
You may find it hard to believe that Spock could project himself to the 17th century, but however you feel about it, he has been studied by a large number of scientists, including a group at one of the world's leading think tanks, Stanford Research Institute. To show they're not fooling, they've even awarded him a diploma recognizing his services in science. It was here that the ego responsibility is subjected to detailed examination, as were those of the controversial Uri Geller.
I've worked with him for almost half a year doing more or less conventional parapsychology experiments.
And Swan, set up in a sealed room, output on further horizon, through random selection, finds a number which will correspond to one.
Another thing about Ingo, for like the last 5 years he was alive, his close friends, he told them all he felt like he was being harassed and stalked by men in black or CIA operatives who wouldn't directly say what they wanted and instead kept sending moles to his door. Cute, good-looking women when he was a homosexual man. In the like, no joke. I doubt it'll be this documentary because this documentary is only like 20 minutes long. But it is in other Jeffrey Mishlove videos.
Finally, target location over the bunch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7's our number. These experiments must now pass the next altitude curve of the independently repeated on the bunch.
Hello, I'm Peter Ernest, former member of the Central Intelligence Agency, the CIA. I was there for much of the Cold War from the late 50s through 1995. And during that period, I served in what is called the clandestine service. Among those projects was something called remote viewing. In simple terms, that means the ability of a human being to see something at a far distance from where he or she is. One of the people featured in this effort by the agency was a gentleman by the name of Ingo Swan. He turned out to have extraordinary abilities in this regard, and so in witnessing the abilities of this gentleman and hearing his story, you are participating in an activity by the CIA to see whether an individual could indeed contribute to intelligence by his extraordinary ability to see things at a far, far greater distance than any of us.
And some of you may be wondering, well, why wouldn't he take a job with the CIA or the Men in Black if he thought that's who was harassing him? Only Ingo knows. There's speculation. There's speculation that he didn't appreciate their bullshit. That's the general consensus amongst his close friends that are still living, or were still living circa 2018.
Ingo
UFO was sitting very casually. You wouldn't even know that he was out of his body in any way or another, because he was smoking a very, very small cigar from time to time. He had
What's going on?
with eyes closed, and he was talking in a normal, ordinary frame of voice, describing what it looked like on Mars, and trying to identify if there were any life forms on Mars.
I cannot tell you what a dream come true it is to be able to host the masterpieces of Ingo Swann. Right in the center of our National Museum, we have this collection, as if it's part of the spy. Nothing.
Oh, and I totally forgot. This, guys. This is probably one of the more hilarious because it's so out there for Ingo. But Ingo, at one point, while traveling through space on behalf of the government, he encountered these aliens, and they were a matriarchy, and they were from the future, and they were extremely powerful, like Amazonian aliens. And this documentary, even though it's on the new Thinking Aloud, it says National Museum. Oh, that's a chapter. Obviously, his artwork, he was a painter on the side. His artwork is being featured or exhibited in some museum, or it was a year ago when this video was made. And they just showed one that very clearly had the lady that he described as being like some sort of intergalactic general that he encountered shortly before he died. Basically, it went like this. He claimed that some men in black, he didn't know if they were from the CIA or a separate organization that hasn't been declassified for anybody to know about, kept sending adorable women to his door trying to like lure him, but he was gay. And he was so blunt about it that he literally opened the door on one of them, and Jeffrey Mishlove interviewed her. He literally opened the door on one of them and was like, would the CIA stop sending cute girls to my house? I'm a homosexual. Which I just think is fucking gold. Anyway, that woman, she was like, oh, I'm not from the CIA. But then if you watch the interview with her and Jeffrey Mishlove, she very clearly was from the CIA, guys. She obviously no longer works there, but that's where she was working in the 80s. And it becomes apparent when you watch the interview that Jeffrey Mishlove did with her, where she references Inga, because he did, I think, 2 with her, maybe 3. Anyway, so that instance happened where he finally just got fed up and was like, for fuck's sake, tell the CIA or whoever you're working for, I'm a homosexual. Stop sending good-looking young girls to my fucking door. And like basically slammed the door in her face. He was done, right? Moody. Ingo was a moody man. And then it was like less than 2 months later, he claims that the government came and basically kidnapped him, the way he describes it. Put him in a plane or a helicopter. I think it was a plane that can land on water, because he describes, after being blindfolded, what he thinks is some part of Alaska, wilderness, mountains, and a lake. And they land on the lake. And then he claims there's like an alien encounter there, where they're like under attack by sonar or radar capabilities. And then he came back, and then he told a bunch of people, and all of a sudden people who all were like, Ingo was very down to earth. They're like, oh, maybe Ingo's gone crazy after these decades of this. And then he died very, very, very soon after. And in between the cute girl he slammed the door on in the alleged kidnapping is when he claimed that he had that encounter with a race of aliens that he described as literally intergalactic Amazonian warriors who were some sort of political leaders in the future. And one of the paintings they showed was very clearly the way that he described the woman that was like the leader of that group, all blue with like a orb thing over their head.
who listen within are the ones who come up and advance all of our lives. They are our evolutionaries, and Ingo was superb. Here is a remote viewer who worked for several decades for our government, prized for this gift of understanding, of remote sensing. And what a perfect bridge to the public that comes to visit us to say that intuitive knowledge is real, authentic, truthful stuff and not fantasy. We were doing research with out-of-body experiences, and Ingo said that he could see things at a distance based on the fact that we understood that we were spiritual beings who owned and operated bodies. We clicked right away. I said, what can I do for you? And he said, he needs more training situations, because at that point he was on his bed going down on Fifth Avenue, picking out a store window to see if he could see what the display was, and then later going to see if he was right. He said sometimes he would read his body upside down. So I said, I can set up a perceptual test for you at a distance. So I said, now what I need is data. So I would like to see what your body is doing when you're at a distance seeing these things.
And what was his body usually doing? You already heard it. Typically sitting up, having a conversation, and smoking a tiny, cheap cigar.
When I was really quite small, I could see auras around me, especially in my shoulder. And just when I was really quite young. Remote viewing, that is the viewing of a remote location, remote in space, well shielded, no other information input. Was how the remote viewing started. And there were also experiments done remotely in time, and then remotely in future events, remotely in past events.
This one was the lead psychic in the government Stargate program, which was a undercover program where psychics were asked to remote view into places like Russia to see if we could discern what was going on.
That's a bit of a lie, guys. A police officer, actually a sheriff, if I remember right, a sheriff from Northern California named Pat was the lead. He was one of many people recruited from the military and law enforcement agencies because he was abused as a child. He played a musical instrument, and that's what they wanted. Those are the easiest ones to train. And that guy, Pat, did so well that Stargate was told, you don't get him. We're taking him to the Washington, D.C. He's going to be living in Washington, D.C., and you can't even talk about him. Then Pat took out $1 million life insurance policy because he had a wife and one kid. Then Pat went to Washington, D.C., and like a month later, he magically died. Then his body somehow got lost in transport to the funeral home and reappeared in time for the funeral, just in time for the funeral. Anyway, that was the guy that was the lead at Stargate. So this documentary that just claimed Ingo it was from somebody who didn't understand the nuances, I suppose.
I gained intelligence from those countries. I believe Ingo was the most documented remote viewer for the government, and much of his work is still classified.
I don't think the network is ever going to be like the
physicist, space and time are intricately entwined, so it wasn't so surprising, but certainly activities, the idea of seeing someone in the future or in the past, the remote location, no less, certainly boggles the mind. There's a person behind the ring around your chair. So eventually, an analysis was made of everything I said, and everything I said was correct. I have to admit that even after 15 years of the accounting program and wrecking it, still, on many occasions, I would go in to set up the experiment, and I'd ask myself, what am I doing here? This can't possibly work. No mechanism can provide this can possibly work. It would work. After would you like to see a UFO? So we got in a mysterious aircraft and flew up to the sun. And we got to the place.
Oh my god, they have footage of Ingo like the year that he died. I've never seen this. And he's smoking his cheap cigar. Some people in Unit 207 are breathing deeply. I'm fucking even colder today than I was yesterday. And I've got the heater on. It's probably only 40 degrees. I like it when it's under 20 or above 48. It's 34. Is that right? Gosh, it's the tiniest thing I could chat. 34 degrees. Ugh.
So, of course, I thought we'd get back to you. Coming in from nowhere. So what happened instead, right? Sort of a follow that street and walk over to the lake. And a couple lightning things. And it grew and grew and grew until the whole night colored kind of I guess it was quite nice. And it followed the lake, hovered over the lake, and started touching up the water. Now, I have to expect it to see anything like that anywhere at any time. The
the way in which art works is about expressing aspects of the unconscious, really sort of making concrete what is unconscious, I would say.
It's important to remember that this was an individual who was about 36, 39 years old at the time of the Stonewall riots, which were in 1969. So he was somebody who grew up in a culture in which not everybody was as out as they are today. And the whole gay freedom or gay liberation movement was truly in its nascent stages.
Psychic sexuality happens to be our most requested title in special collections ever.
Was the work that he was making something that was reflective of what was being suppressed in his own world? Were these really objects of the desire? Was he really just looking at them to have fun? But this was a whole different culture that was still in modern times. So he was of a generation which is not that dissimilar to the Beatles. There's something permanent about this moment that has always been there. Maybe the nature of his preferences, the way he's organized, not his targets, we don't know. But we do know that if we imitate the pattern that his brain generates, when death is experimental, if the important part of the scientific journals simply don't want to hear it, is that if you duplicate what he does, the average person, while that brain activity is being duplicated, can have very obviously opiate.
It's kind of fun to go sit at the Highline because Ingo knew Gloria Swanson, he knew some early movie stars, and he knew the Princess Shirazi. And quite often he would entertain them in his fourth floor, and they would sit on the sofas. When I go to the Highline and I see people sitting there with cups of coffee, I have to smile and think, do you even know that you're sitting with Gloria Swanson?
Oh, and also for those of you that haven't checked it out, if you've got at least 5 to 7 hours that you know you're going to be by yourself, a hard thing for most humans, you should go to my blog, mysticgwen.com, navigate from there to my blog. You'll find one of my blogs that's been published for years now. I think that it's titled something along the lines of prove that you're psychic, or are you psychic, or take this CIA screener to see if you're psychic or can remote view. Something like that. It's the only one that's titled that way. All of the others are more like historical research, explanations type things. Anyway, if you find that, the reason why I said 4 to 7 hours alone is because ideally you're not going to try and do that until you've been alone for at minimum 2.5 to 3 hours. Having other people around you makes it extremely difficult when you're first streaming in. Anyway, it'll walk you through process, and then you can find out whether or not you personally can remote view. The first time I did it, it was interesting because the target that was for me was something I've never actually seen in real life and only seen pictures of. But yeah, I nailed it. I drew out what I saw. I found out what the target was and was like, shit, incredible. It'll make you feel like a superhero. All right, back to the video. Anyway, that's what Ingo Swann did on the radio.
Ingo is difficult to put into words who he is. He's a gentle soul. He thinks of it.
And remember, you're more likely to ace it if you were abused in any way as a child. That could be your daddy beat you up because he was a drunk. It could be that your mommy beat you up. It could be that nobody beat you up and you were sexually molested by your uncle. It could be anything like that. If you were abused as a child and there is anything at all that you do artistically, even if it's not for pay, maybe you're one of those compulsive doodlers who can't have a conversation, listen to a lecture, or talk on the phone without drawing, Maybe you're a guitarist or a pianist. If you have something that is creative that you use for yourself to express yourself and you were abused as a child, the likelihood of you having remote viewing skills is increased by over 70%. It could also be that you were abandoned as a child, any sort of traumatic events in the childhood.
Himself, as I said before, was demanding and hard to get along with, and some people saw him as that, but I never did. I saw him as a friend, as a mentor, as a colleague in this process. We worked through this process together, and that's who he goes.
Those of us who are blessed enough to have our interactions with Hugo were left with a clue, and now it is our journey to kind of put these clues into this puzzle, and this puzzle is becoming a spider web, intrigue, adventure. But that's no different than how he lives his life.
He's an individual. He's a one of a kind. I hate to use the term Renaissance man, but he really is.
I think of Hugo as a Leonardo da Vinci of our age.
Greatest fear is the unknown. He has so many great abilities that he's far above most humans, and therefore he's almost without fears. And I think that's hard because he's a very integral person.
I came, I did. Pretty soon I'm going to go. Then say this stuff. What the world does with anything is up to the world.
We just released issue number 2 of the New Thinking Aloud Quarterly Magazine. You can download a free copy at the New Thinking Aloud Foundation website, newthinkingaloud.org.
Oh, this is my favorite time of the day, guys. The sun's going to be coming up. I got hot coffee. I'm wearing a corny but beautiful holiday sweater. And of course, thermal camel long johns, of which I have a variety of pairs in all different sizes. Currently, I'm wearing the extra small ones, which are extra tight and extra warm on my ass. Which has always been the coldest part of my body, guys. It's always my ass. When I wake up in the middle of the night because I'm cold, why is it? It's because my ass is not under the blankie. It's always my butt that's cold. Anyway, switching to a podcast. Doing the BBC documentary. I've intentionally stopped listening to some podcasts that I listen to on the regular just for a couple of weeks so I could amass multiple episodes and binge on the podcast. This is BBC's The Documentary Podcast. It's very good if you like documentaries or if you like This American Life. Just imagine instead of the episode being broken into acts, it's just one half-hour story. This episode is Heart and Soul, an African missionary in France. The description says Father Michael was brought up in a devout family in a devout country. He witnessed the horrors of the Second Congo War, but when he was sent to France, Bonjour, bonjour, bonjour.
By ads outside the UK.
Don't miss out on holiday hilarity at Seattle Rep. This season, experience the classic comedy Blithe Spirit, where a ghostly love triangle, theater magic, and hilarious chaos come together for a night of pure entertainment. And the world-famous improv troupe, The Second City, promises outrageous holiday hilarity with the good, the bad, and the ugly sweater. Tickets start at just $20. Grab yours now before they're gone. Visit seattlerep.org for details.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Mary Poppins is practically perfect and live on stage this holiday season at the Fifth Avenue Theatre. Tickets are available now to Disney and Cameron Mackintosh's Mary Poppins at fifthavenue.org.
In past centuries, France sent out more missionaries than any other country to spread Christianity in Africa. Now, African missionaries are coming to baptize Europeans.
I thought it didn't before. It was our priests who went to Africa. Now it's the turn of African priests who become missionaries.
They're needed because France is facing a priest shortage of dramatic proportions. For every 10 priests France had in the year 2000, it now has only 3.
J'ai affaire à 2 évêques bishops told me that without the Africans, the church in France would collapse.
I'm John Lawrenson, and you're listening to the documentary on the BBC World Service on this week's Heart and Soul, which explores personal approaches to faith. I've come to Alsace in the east of France to meet one of the 2,500 African priests in this country. They've been sent as missionaries by bishops back home in countries like Senegal, Ivory Coast, Gabon, Cameroon, and Burkina Faso to help keep Europe's Christian communities alive. Father Michel Mukendi at the wheel of his small car, singing a hymn from the Congo as we zip through the Alsatian countryside. The villages we pass recall things like Einheitsmunster and Diebstahl, because for much of its history, Alsace was German. Father Michel is the parish priest of Marmoutier, a small town not far from the city of Strasbourg. But that's not all. He spends quite a lot of his time crisscrossing these rolling green hills in his car. Because there's such a shortage of priests, his flock is spread over 11 villages with 12 churches.
I am Father Michel Mukendi Mbaïbou. I was born in Kolwezi, the southeast of the Democratic Republic of Congo, and grew up in the capital Kinshasa, a city of 70 million people. I was brought up in a very, very Christian family. My father went to Mass at 6 every morning before going to work, and he took me along too. But that's what it was like in our household. But like now, if I don't start my day by going to Mass, I feel uneasy, as if I'm missing something. Anyway, my father worked at the Catholic University of Kinshasa, where he met a lot of priests who were fulfilled and happy. And he used to say he wished a child of his, not just a priesthood, or a monastic order. When I thought about what I'd be when I grew up, I never saw myself as the father of the family, but standing in front of the congregation preaching. I used to play church with my brothers and sisters, and I was always a priest.
He nevertheless studied to become something else, a health sector manager, before a few words spoken by a priest changed his life forever. His parish priest was French and a member of the Spiritism religious congregation.
One day, in the middle of the conversation, he said, I think you're a very good priest. I was really taken aback, but he insisted. Yes, I think you're a very good priest. And I thought to myself, he's with me down the road to something.
Soon after he began his studies at the seminary, the Second Congo War broke out. It's sometimes called Africa's World War, as so many neighbouring countries got involved. The conflict claimed millions of lives, mainly through disease and malnutrition. There were dark days for the Congo, dark days for the trained priest. In Kinshasa, there was a bloodbath, he says. Normal life fell apart. In order to get to his internship, for example, he had to travel 3 days on the Congo River in a dugout canoe because the railroads had been cut. It was ordained on the 14th of July, Bastille Day, French national holiday. His French spiritual father's idea. He was now a priest, a member of the Spiritans. This religious congregation was founded in France in 1703 with the aim of sending missionaries to places, as Father Michel puts it, where the church finds it hard to find workers. Back then, that meant Africa. Now it means Europe. So he left a country emerging from conflict marked by lynchings, massacres, famine, to come to France. But what he found here shocked him too.
I joined the team of chaplains working for the Auteuil Apprentice, a Catholic organization in Paris that shelters, educates, trains, and finds jobs for young people for whom the world has been a hard and horrible place. There were quite a few unaccompanied minors, migrants under the age of 18, who had arrived in France without their parents. They were young victims of sexual abuse. They were children whose parents were violent. So much material and spiritual miseries.
So were you surprised to find that here?
Certainly. Yes, I was very surprised. In Africa, we think that in Europe, there are no poor people. In Europe, everyone is rich. In Europe, when a child is born, already has a nice full bank account. It's not true. That was a surprise. Then there was the spiritual crisis, which is something we don't really have where I come from. In Congo, you Catholics go and pray. You join different groups and movements. You Protestants too. Religion is firmly implanted in the people, and a lot of young people go to church.
After some years as a chaplain, he started to hanker after getting a parish of his own, a church, parishioners, a community, an array of people of different ages and different walks of life. And a few months later, found himself here, in a rural community near the Vosges mountains, near the border with Germany.
C'est comme si j'ai quitté la France pour aller dans un autre pays. It was like arriving in a different country. Everything was so different. And the climate was a shock. Much in the summer and so cold in winter. But the people were very welcoming, very kind, very open. Très ouvert.
Though not everyone liked him.
There is not much rejection, but there is a bit. I don't let it bother me. For example, sometimes at first people change cues because they prefer taking Holy Communion from the hands of the white person. Once in Paris, I officiated at a funeral, and afterwards someone came up to me and said, "Excuse me, Father, but the deceased says that he didn't want to be buried by a black man, and what you did was useless." The person from the family came and told me, "No, it wasn't the deceased. It's him. He's the racist, not the deceased." But I was really shocked. There are people like that sometimes.
You managed to brush it off?
Yes, and you know, it's not so different where I come from. Not everyone likes the Mundele, the whites. Not the Mundele is the same. Not the white, not him, not him. It's the same, the world over. In any case, whenever you arrive somewhere where the people are different, you have to respect the customs, respect the traditions. But the people here see that these priests from far away respect their culture, respect their traditions. They welcome you with open arms. It's only when you want to impose your law and reject their culture that they reject you. It's really important to be with the people who understand their life and live what
Father Michel has come to say Mass to the nuns. Afterwards, I get talking to one of them, Sister Hélène.
Pour moi, c'est une grande richesse d'avoir ces personnes d'autres cultures qui viennent. For me, it's a great richness to have these people from other cultures who come and share our lives with us. What's more, they bring the testimony of the faith people have in us. There, people are so much more fervent in their belief. Everyone believes in God, and that is something challenging for us in the West. Some people complain about the accents. They say things like, I don't understand the word he says. I tell them to be patient, that it's normal that they should have a strong accent when they first arrive, and that it will get better. Some people also complain about the way they preach, too moralizing, they say, too finger wagging. That's not what we're used to here, and some of them can be a bit like that at the beginning, but again, they adapt. That's what I say to people. Give them time, they will adapt, and little by little, they change et s'adaptent.
You get nervous before giving your sermons.
Nervous, but concentrated. Okay. When I have Mass, the concentration starts in the shower. I put my IVs in order, and I start preparing the Sunday sermon on the Monday. I begin by meditating on the different readings, and it's only on a Thursday that I start winding my IVs down.
Have your sermons changed since you've been in France?
Yes, they have. When I first started preaching here, it was pure theology, a simple interpretation of the gospel reading. Now, with experience, I know the French mentality much better, and my sermons are more about real life. For example, we have 11 villages, which used to be separated to two separate parish communities, because people didn't want to mix. So sometimes my sermons were about unity. We are all the children of God. We are all the brothers and sisters of Jesus.
We arrive at a primary school in the town of Saverne, where Father Michel has come to teach religion. Alsace is different from the rest of France in that it allows the clergy to teach in public schools. Deference to the centuries past as part of the German world, Napoleon spared Alsace the strict separation of church and state that was imposed on the rest of the country after the revolution.
For example, I ask the children who Jesus is. Someone says he's the Son of God. Another says his mother has the Bible. Someone says Jesus turned water into wine. Another that he fed lots of people somewhere. I don't visit the father in their ideas. Give them a framework. I don't tell them what to believe, but I tell them that for Christians, for those who believe, Jesus is the Savior.
Perhaps at this school, Father Michel tastes a little of what it's like to be a priest back in Africa, a person of importance, a focus for the community.
Where I come from, priests are the high stages. They're not like other people. People have a lot of respect for the priest. He's always surrounded by his parishioners. During the week, for example, people queue up to see the priest. He's asked to intervene when there are problems, to adjudicate when there are issues between families, for example. There is what we call justice and peace commissions in each parish to settle disputes. After Mass on Sunday, people gather around. Some of them bring offerings, some bring food. They want to have lunch with you. Here, after Sunday Mass, thank you, Father, good sermon, and that's it.
Paradoxically, another difference is that lay
play a much bigger role in the life of the church in France than they do in Africa, as do women. There's a difference too on questions such as the blessing of same-sex couples, which Pope Francis says priests should do, but the African clergy oppose. Father Michel hasn't yet been asked to do this, but he's already baptized 2 children who each had 2 mothers. He doesn't actually have any choice in the matter, he tells me. But in any case, he respects these people, he says. It's their life. And of course, he accepts these children into the Christian community. As for the role of women, they're pillars of the church, here as elsewhere in Catholic Europe. And in Father Michel's church, just as in most others in France, lay women help the priest to distribute Holy Communion to the congregation, just as lay men do. The church services are very different here than the ones you have in Congo, aren't they?
In Africa, people move when they sing. They dance. Here, what I've learned is that people keep their emotion inside. They can feel joy when they sing the Gloria, but without moving, without clapping their hands, they still feel the joy. It's just their way of praying.
I asked him to show me what the Congolese church service looks like. And he takes his phone, which has a beautiful picture of the Virgin Mary on the screen, taps in Ness Kinshasa, and a few seconds later,
That's the Gloria, see? The priest dancing and singing with the congregation.
I'm John Lawrenson, and you're listening to the documentary on the BBC World Service about rural France for this episode of Heart and Soul, where I joined Father Michel Mukendi Bayabu, a Congolese missionary.
Struggling to entertain your child without passing them the tablet again? Let Handmoto Learning Boards come to the rescue. This holiday season, give the gift of discovery and growth. Handmoto transforms learning into an adventure, helping kids develop crucial motor skills while having a blast. Handmoto is more than just a toy. It's a tool for learning and development that keeps on giving long after the holidays are over. Make this holiday season special with a gift that combines joy and education. Visit handmoto.com to find the perfect Handmoto for your child.
The Lights of Christmas event is back, with 2 exciting activity stops and over 1 million lights and creative displays. Enjoy classic event activities like toy making, a light maze, jokes from Bruce the Spruce, the talking Christmas tree, and local artisan shopping. Take a photo with Santa until December 23rd. This 501c3 nonprofit event runs select nights November 29th through December 29th. Lavishly celebrate the Christmas season this year at the Lights of Christmas. Purchase admission online at thelightsofchristmas.com.
Voilà, on peut commencer notre réunion avec un petit temps de prière. Pendant que Père, le Fils et le Saint-Esprit, Amen. Notre Père.
We're at a hall by a 1,000-year-old church made of hued granite quarried from the Vosges Mountains that colours the towns and villages here. Father Michel opens the meeting with a prayer. Around him, 12 lay people are sat around a long table. It's a bit like the Last Supper, someone whispers. Each one represents one of the parishes that, because of the priest shortage, have been grouped under Father Michel's care. The meeting is to put the finishing touches to the calendar to decide when and in which church Mass will be said over the coming months. These people are all, of course, volunteers.
Ce que moi j'apprécie beaucoup, les gens,
what I really appreciate here is how people take charge of things. They said, it's our church. We are responsible for it. You can't leave the priest to do everything by himself. So there is a little army of people who sweep the church, do the accounts, take charge of the treasury, write the prayer of the faithful. They do such a brilliant work, each with his or her capacities that exist in Africa, but it's much more developed here. It's about power as well. In Africa, the priest decides. Here, there are all sorts of meetings, and we take decisions together.
While he's back in his trusty car, he enthuses about the conscientious, methodical, hard-working people he finds himself living among.
One of the qualities of the people of Alsace is is that they take things seriously. They are rigorous. If they say they are going to be somewhere at a certain time, they make sure they are there at that time. But they take on a job. They put their heart into it. They do the best they can. That is one of these people's great qualities that I'm copying. Like the Germans. Like the Germans. Now, when I do something, I make sure I see it through to the end, and that the work is done well. No doing things by house. Even if it means going to bed at 4 in the morning, I put in the time it takes. And there's another thing Father Michel likes about the culture here. He says the church choirs are superb. They sing superbly well, concludes Father Michel as we walk up the stairs to the practice session of the Saint Cecile choir. There are people who come to church especially to hear them, he tells me. Well, you're celebrating this year the 1,300th anniversary of the reconstruction of Abbey Mount Church at Marmitier. Were you impressed to find messages of Christian Europe that go back such a long way? I couldn't believe it at first that these buildings could date from so long ago. I had to go and check before I could really believe it. It was the first time I'd seen anything like it. Just as the oldest churches are 80 or 90 years old. Colonizers built churches elsewhere in Congo that are older, but in the capital, the church is young. Is there a bit of rejection of Christianity because of its association with colonization? Yes, there is. That rejection of Christianity generally, but of Catholicism, yes. This is the Catholic way of celebrating the Mass. They say that comes from the whites, the colonizers. It is true that colonization and evangelization went hand in hand. Those in my country who reject Catholicism are usually people who have embraced the traditional beliefs their ancestors worshipped and all customs. Many of these people reject Christianity. And who said you are not bothered by that link with colonization? No, I'm not. What was the gospel? That was quite well. Father Michel, singing along with the Saint Cecile choir, is one of 3,000 foreign priests in this country, mostly from West Africa, but there are also sizable contingents from Vietnam and Poland. He was sent by his missionary organization, but most of the others are here thanks to a Pope Pius XII encyclical of 1959 called Fide Dona, the gift of faith. Fide Dona priests are sent by their bishops on missions abroad for periods of 7 years. Not even Pope Pius would have guessed how useful his encyclical would have become in the continent it used to be called Christendom. In 1950, there were 1,000 ordinations in France. Last year, it was 88. The French birth rate, though higher than in Britain and the United States, for example, slumped below replacement level in the early 1980s. The number of practicing Christians, meanwhile, has fallen still further. There are now more French people who describe themselves as atheist or without religion than Christian. This, when you ask Father Michel for his explanation of France's priest shortage, is what he mentions first.
Pour avoir des pas d'évocation, il faut d'abord parler de la crise de la foi.
The main reason for the crisis in priest vocations is a general crisis of faith. There are fewer and fewer people who believe, fewer and fewer who go to church, and that impacts the transmission of Christianity. When you meet parents between the ages of 35 and 63, you really get the impression that there is a void. It's difficult to imagine how, in those circumstances, their children are going to become priests or enter in the monastic orders. It's also modernity. People prefer to be free, to do whatever they like.
C'est que je veux.
Is there a similar crisis in Africa?
Samantha says, I'm scouting. The young people now are more attached to their freedom. Do not want to enter into a framework. Do not want any constraint. There is a drop in the number of young men entering the seminaries, and even in the parishes now, even if it's nothing like here in Europe. The lack of priests is starting to make itself felt.
It's my last day in Alsace, and as I make my way into church for Mass, I hear people speaking Alsatian, the local dialect, which is very close to German. Alsace was, for the best part of a millennium, inside the Holy Roman Empire, whose central culture and language was German, before becoming the object of a tug of war between France and Germany over the past few hundred years. Until recently, the weekday masses in this church were all in Alsatian because that was the only language many of the older parishioners understood. And even at this Mass, the last hymn is in German. So, will Christianity here go the same way as the Alsatian language, half remembered by a grey-haired few in some mumbled prayers? Alsace, in any case, is a reminder that empire, country, language, religion, nothing is necessarily permanent.
Comme chez moi, beaucoup de paroisses, nous avons
In my community of parishes, we have about 70 funerals a year. That's a lot of people. In an average year, we have 22 baptisms.
Vous avez l'impression de... You have the impression you're coming to these systems of a church of danger coming in.
Oui et non.
Yes and no. Yes, because there was a shortage of priests. No, because the church is universal. For the Europeans brought the word of the gospel to us. Now, luckily, thanks God they accept us. We are bringing the word of the gospels to the Europeans. We are the mission that God has entrusted us with, and it is a universal one. But it is true that two bishops have said to me that without us, the church in France would collapse.
Sans les Africains, l'Église de France.
Europe is, more and more, missionary territory. But for the thousands of priests who come here from countries that have so far kept faith, they must sometimes seem like stony ground. We're only the sowers, says Father Michel. It's God who makes the seeds grow. We sow today, but we don't know what will grow tomorrow. Only God knows. You've been listening to An African Missionary in France on Heart and Soul from the BBC World Service with me, John Lawrence. The series producer is Rajiv Gupta.
It's amazing. What's right under your floor can impact your whole house. Musty smells, wall cracks, uneven floors, doors and windows that stick. These can all be your home sending you warning signs that there's a problem. But one simple call can be the answer to fixing everything under your home. For more than a decade, Terra Firma has been our area's #1 solution for better basements, foundations, and crawl spaces. So why waste another day worrying? Make an investment in a more healthy, more valuable home. Call Terra Firma today.
Visit GoTerraFirma.com.
Ranked #1 in innovation 10 consecutive years, Arizona State University isn't just ahead of the curve, it's creating new paths to success. Learn from notable clinical and research faculty. Online, that's a degree now. Explore programs at asuonline.asu.edu.
This BBC podcast is supported by ads outside the UK.
Don't miss out on holiday hilarity at Seattle Rep. This season, experience the classic comedy Blythe Spirit, where a ghostly love triangle, theater magic, and hilarious chaos come together for a night of pure entertainment. And the world-famous improv troupe, The Second City, promises outrageous holiday hilarity with the good, the bad, and the ugly sweater. Tickets start at just $20. Grab yours now before they're gone. Visit seattlerep.org for details.
Visit the UPS Store Certified Packing Experts for a little extra peace of mind shipping your gifts this holiday season. Product services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store, be unstoppable. Coming to your local store today.
Hello, I'm Mark Owen. Welcome to the documentary from the BBC World Service. We bring people together to share their experiences, and this time we hear from residents of Pakistan's second largest city, Lahore, and the Indian capital, Delhi, as they experience the toxic effects of smog in Pakistan and India. In recent weeks, dangerous levels of poor air quality has caused authorities to close a number of schools, universities, and businesses in India and Pakistan. We hear from residents and students about what it's like to live, work, and study in a city where going outside could damage your health.
Everything is so grey and bleak, I can't even see the sun anymore. And not even like 5 minutes in, my throat starts burning, my eyes are burning. I can't even go out without having to wear a mask.
Lahore and Delhi often experience smog at this time of year. It's caused by a combination of agricultural waste burning, industrial emissions, and stagnant weather that produces a thick, low-lying layer of smoke, gases, and chemicals. But recently, air pollution in both cities has climbed to such high levels that smog can even be seen from space, and it's causing a lot of concern. Delhi has recorded levels 15 times above the Air Quality Index level, AQI, that the World Health Organization considers satisfactory for breathing. Meanwhile, poor air quality in Lahore, in neighboring Pakistan, has also reached record levels of toxic air as disrupting.
Nerd Squad, I'm attempting to do the updates that you requested on the letter. Unit 207, I think, is fucking with the output.
Smog is affecting some of the people that live and work there, starting with rickshaw driver Asif Ali.
We are compelled to go out because we have children. If we stay home, what will we do? We have to earn our livelihood. There is no other option. Not everyone is a job hunter. We are laborers. We need to earn to be able to.
Hi, this is Daniel Rasool. I was born in Lahore and have lived here for most of my life, really. Smog has unfortunately come to me to see less as a health hazard and more as a season at this point. Not breathing isn't an option, so it's impossible to avoid. My job allows me to work from home a lot of the time. So I've got an air purifier running at full bed, the doors and windows shut. I use a mask when I'm heading outdoors because you can actually smell the acrid smoke the moment you step out of your house. It feels like you're breathing in poison and at the same time you have no defense against it. The numbers are astonishing too. People check the air quality index and the PM 2.5 numbers in the atmosphere daily as if they were checking the weather or a sports result. PM 2.5 levels over 25 parts per million are considered unhealthy, and as I speak, is currently 20 times that number.
Hello, this is Hijab. I'm originally from Islamabad, but I have been living in Lahore for work the past couple of years. It's really bad. Whenever you step out of your house or step out of your car, you get this big rush of like toxic air that's just hitting you and just going, in your lungs and everything. You can feel the effects. The city is not visible anymore. Like at night, it's almost zero visibility. It's really hard to drive in the city. It's like smoking 1,000 cigarettes a day. It's that bad. You have water coming out of your eyes like almost 24 hours. I don't have any conditions, any breathing problems or anything like that, but even I have to take, big gasps of air just to keep the air inside my lungs. And even when I'm doing that, at the back of my mind, I'm just thinking, why am I breathing this air and then it's going to damage my lungs in the long term?
My name is Nawab Hassan Hussain Qureshi. I'm an agriculturalist. There's a consistent haze all over the city. Wherever you go, it becomes impossible to breathe at times. You find yourself, sitting in one space with air purifiers on all the time, hoping that we bring it to an acceptable level, because if you don't, there's almost this constant feeling of choking or feeling like you're unwell all the time. It really is affecting people and their mental health. And I hope that the governments, both at the provincial, city, and indeed at a federal level, start taking this seriously, because this is a climate catastrophe and the people of Lahore, the people of Punjab are paying a very big price.
You heard there a reference to PM 2.5 numbers. These are levels of particulate matter, tiny particles in the air, which can enter the lungs and cause a number of diseases. It's hard to imagine waking up to a thick layer of smog outside your window. But things are now so bad that Delhi and Lahore have entered partial lockdown. The air quality index in these cities is registered in the severe category, which means it can seriously impact not just those with existing health conditions, but even those who are healthy. Visibility outside has been reduced, flights have been diverted, and people are being told to stay at home. My colleague Professor Burak
spoke to Anisha in Delhi, who's changed her name as she'd like to be anonymous, and Shahid in Lahore, about how the smog can be affecting them.
In the night, we can see anything beyond like 10 to 15 feet. It's like a smoke, and it has a taste of smoke as well.
You can taste it, you can smell it, you can feel it in your throat. It's captured all your senses, I would say.
Obviously, people are closing the windows, closing the doors. Does that solve the problem for you?
Inside our houses, it's a little bit easy for us to live and to breathe. But like you cannot go outside, so that's why for the last 1 week or so, we have.
All right, Nerd Squad, I've got it. Yeah, baby, I've got it.
The AQI has reached up to 1,000. So you can imagine that the WHO limits are at 50 or below that. So quite difficult.
The same here. Though I do want to add that just shutting the doors and windows doesn't solve the problem because you can tell that your breath is getting much shallower. You're not able to breathe properly. In fact, that's the reason why my family and I invested in air purifiers a few years ago.
My colleague was saying that our CFO is demanding that we should have air purifier in our office. We have 300 staff over here. I say that how we will manage so much funds for this because we are a charity. It's quite difficult for every family or every office to have purifiers. And adding to that, there is a lot of field work as well that people have to do.
What impact is this having on your health?
I've had asthma since my infancy, and I still do struggle with it. I have to restrict my movements outside. I always have my nebulizer and my medicine sort of ready. I just get a little bit of more exposure than I should to the air outside, and I might just have one of my asthmatic attacks.
I have kids, so for the last 1 week they couldn't go out, and for the last 1 week we haven't seen the sun. If there is any sun in Lahore.
Is there any particular time which is better? Is it better in the evening? You need to go out and get food. Anisha, you said you wear a mask, but what about your eyes?
We do try and venture out when the sun is out, if it is out. Definitely not early in the morning and later in the evening after the sun sets. Sometimes you just need things, you need to step out and get these items. If you do wear a mask, I think a lot of people now have started suggesting that we wet our cotton masks in advance and then we wear a damp mask on our mouths. And I always wear my sunglasses. I'm one of the odd people in the supermarket wearing dark sunglasses so that I'm protecting my eyes.
You know that the primary schools are also closed down indefinitely in Lahore and in some other cities like Multan and Faisalabad. This is like a situation that we have faced in the COVID that we used to wear both masks.
And do you trust the food? I mean, a lot of this food is grown outdoors. Is the water supply being affected?
We still get our water supply, barring of course a few issues with water supplies that we face across the year. And food is still being sold outside. So I think it's just a matter of when you get the food into your house, you're cleaning it a lot more thoroughly than one probably would in the summer when the pollution isn't as much.
The hospitals are receiving a lot of patients these days, as we are also running medical facilities. So we are getting all these reports. There are a lot of patients, especially the patients who are prone to such diseases in the winter season.
You mentioned you suffer from asthma. Is this something you're very aware of?
Absolutely. I think it's something I've dealt with since infancy, and there was a period in my life where I felt like my asthma is gone. But I think in the past few years, especially the AQI levels that are not very high in Delhi, it sort of resurfaced. My grandmother also has asthma, so because of her age and her respiratory issues, for her it's complete lockdown once again.
Did you blame for that?
You're always very keen and eager to blame just one party, but this is not one of those answers. It's a lot of factors. You've got firecrackers during Diwali, you've got age-old agricultural practices, you've got vehicular pollution, construction pollution, and I think because Delhi especially is landlocked, all of this makes a huge difference in the AQI levels that shoot up.
Shahid, the UN obviously has warned that 11 million children across Pakistan are facing toxic danger because of what is going on. You've got your children at home, their education is being impacted. How does that make you feel, and how are the kids feeling?
One thing that the COVID has taught all of us that there can be situations in your life that your movement can be restricted. So now in Pakistan, only major academic institutions and they have this online facility. I was just like 1 hour before. I'm teaching in a university as well, so they have messaged us that from tomorrow onwards we will be shifting to the online mode. It has its own problems and issues because it's not like a situation in the whole universe they can feel normal, but it has an effect. And yesterday, one of my cousins was telling me that we are unable to connect for the last 3 days to our school, and answer up or kids are missing.
Naturally, you're vulnerable health-wise anyway, so asthma. But in terms of the elderly and the poor, how are they coping? What can you tell us?
Obviously, I recognize the fact that I have that background of privilege where I said I can afford an air purifier. Not everyone can, and not anybody should. I don't think we should ever be having a conversation where I need an air purifier to breathe clean air. The visits to the general physicians have increased quite a bit. Hospitalizations are increasing again because of respiratory issues. I can't even imagine the people who are dealing with it on ground. There's construction still happening, so you've got the dust and the air pollution generally, which is affecting a lot of the construction workers as well. So it's definitely a bad situation.
But it's not like when we have a curfew-like situation. The government is slowly pushing their things, and you can see close the schools. Then they ask the businesses and offices to work from home. But people don't think that. They say that smog is not a very big thing that we should miss our offices. We are an humanitarian organization, so we used to come even in COVID, and we know that how to operate these things. But for the normal businesses, they will lose their opportunities and their profits. And I just know in the last 2 years that flights are being shifted or diverted, and things like that for the last few days it's happening. So it's quite like a traveling issue as well.
On the long-term impacts, there are reports saying, Nimesha, that the conditions in Delhi are going to get worse. How do you feel about that?
Having grown up in not as polluted an environment as what it currently is, I remember having such a blast of a time in Delhi when the weather is lovely and you've got your outdoor markets. And I just genuinely feel so deeply disappointed that the generation now, including mine, including the younger ones, the older ones, can't experience that because they worry about their health as they should. So it's deeply upsetting because you miss out on so many experiences. In the summer you've got the scorching heat preventing you from stepping out, and now in the winters you've got severe pollution. It's a double whammy.
The government is saying we will do this and we will do this. But the thing is that when the season passed, so we don't see any the commitments that the government or the international community makes, because they don't deliver. And then there is a business as usual. There are a lot of new regulations imposed in the last 1 week, and there are a lot of thinking that how to convert to EVs and how to take these green energy things and all these things. But then they die down as soon as the smog clears.
There are always initiatives, and the government usually uses this as a major point when they are running their campaigns for re-election as well, that we'll do something to reduce the pollution levels, but then they don't deliver.
Nisha and Delhi, Shakti and Lahore, thank you for sharing your observations and experiences with us and helping us understand what life is like for you at home. You're listening to BBC OS Conversations on smog in Delhi and Lahore from the BBC World Service.
Struggling to entertain your child without passing them the tablet again? Let Handmoto Learning Boards come to the rescue. This holiday season, give the gift of discovery and growth. Handmoto transforms learning into an adventure, helping kids develop crucial motor skills while having a blast. Handmoto is more than just a toy. It's a tool for learning and development that keeps on giving long after the holidays are over. Make this holiday season special with a gift that combines joy and education. Visit handmoto.com to find the perfect hand motor for your child. We know you have a lot on your holiday to-do list, and at the UPS store, we're here to help. With our pack and ship guarantee, your gifts will arrive intact or you'll be reimbursed. Got holiday cards to print? We're also the premier printing store. We've got everything you need for every waiting holiday. Visit the upsstore.com/guarantee for full details. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
We We heard Minisha then lament the fact that younger people were unable to enjoy being outside at this time of year. So we brought together 3 young students to see how it's affecting them. They are 13-year-old Myra and 17-year-old Archie in Delhi, and here a 22-year-old law undergraduate in Lahore.
Even when universities remain open, students from low-income backgrounds, often commute on motorcycles, which exposes them directly to the toxic air. So it's really very worst situation. Prolonged exposure to this hazardous air can lead to serious health issues like respiratory illness and eye irritation. It is a constant battle between continuing education and protecting our health.
When you go outside, how do you feel?
Like our mind and our mental health really sucks. And we cannot even go outside for a walk.
Archie, tell me what it's like when you have been outside in Delhi.
Currently, the air index that we are supposed to live in is considered dangerous. The institutes have postponed all the examinations, everything. I feel really sad about it because it's affecting my future, my career, my health at once and all.
Myra, you are younger than the other two in this conversation. You're 13, yes?
Yeah.
Tell me what it's like when you go out on your own or with your family.
Whenever I go out, especially in the morning, when I have to go to take a walk, all I see is smoke. I can barely see my own lane. Everything is so grey and bleak, I can't even see the sun anymore. And not even like 5 minutes in, my throat starts burning, my eyes are burning. I can't even go out without having to wear a mask. Walking my dog has become a pain now, and especially because actually I have a medical condition with my throat, so I'm having coughing fits every night now, and it's becoming much more harder for me.
I'm so sorry to hear that. I understand that you are a keen poet as well. I mean, you've written a poem about the smog. Something good has come out of it. Would you be able to read a little bit of your poem for us?
Yeah, sure, I would love to. It's called as Everywhere, but not with me. Every day, I wake up distraught. Instead of a bright sky, I only see smoke. Masks back on, and head going to the trash. Now even stepping out seems rash. Is this deja vu? No, it's not. It's my entire life. At this point, I'm surprised I'm alive. Maybe, in another universe, I can play outside without harm. Maybe, just maybe, one winter can be calm. I pity the poor sun up there, having lost its light. I wonder how it feels without all its might. Now, trees look dead, and the thought of a colorless sky fills me with dread. I thought and believed history wouldn't repeat. Alas, I shouldn't have expected anything new. Instead of words coming out, my throat's too occupied with coughs. It's a shame what happened to Delhi. It was once tough. Now, breathing seems to be too hard. I hope the bright sunny days aren't far. I feel sick every day without fail. Please help me before my life becomes a solitary.
It's a very moving poem, that, especially written by somebody so young. I wonder, Ahi and Leah, when you hear those words of somebody